I arrived in the world of pirates and became a rear admiral with the highest monthly salary. I thought I could live an easy life, but I didn't expect the gears of fate to start turning. Every day, I either rest on paid leave in the naval office or take the soldiers under my command to support girls everywhere. Living a comfortable life. Even though I am so carefree, I still have the powerful strength to crush the 4 emperors, all because I awakened the lazy and carefree system. With this system, I can get all kinds of strange rewards. 3-colored domineering, devil fruit, and even the power and props of other worlds are not a problem. However, to my surprise, my carefree behavior was actually appreciated by Admiral Kizaru, one of the top combatants of the Marine headquarters, who arrived at the Marine base in Logtown half a minute ago. The head of the Logtown branch, Smoker, looked at Yellow Ape with a puzzled expression. Yellow Ape General, why are you here? Yellow Ape squinted his eyes. Still indifferent, I came to the East Sea mainly because of Lieutenant Commander Octopus from Branch 186. The Navy headquarters has decided to transfer him back to Marineford, and sent me to review the specific situation. What? Octopus? The disgrace of the East Sea Navy. Smog's eyes widened, his voice full of anger and disbelief. Bring him back to headquarters? Is the senior management of the Navy headquarters crazy? He is lazy all day, indifferent to work, has no military achievements, and usually wanders around with soldiers. Bringing him back, is it going to harm the soldiers at headquarters? Smoker became angrier as he spoke. Hearing these intense words, Admiral Kizaru remained expressionless, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tell me more about the Navy's shame. Smoker snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Everyone knows that Lieutenant Commander Octopus, the leader of the 186th branch, organizes Navy soldiers to play instead of training. Lacking discipline, when encountering pirates, he only requests support from other branches and never engages in direct combat. The most outrageous thing is that after work, he actually led the team to relax in the red light district. It's simply absurd. Where is the justice of the Navy? As a lieutenant commander, he has long forgotten his responsibilities and duties. As Smoker spoke, the light in Kizaru's eyes gradually brightened, and his originally lazy expression gained a hint of interest. Incredible, the Marine branch actually has such an interesting person, fully embodying freedom to the fullest. This used to be my ultimate dream. He stood up straight, with a playful and excited look in his eyes. I have to go see him in person, if what you said is true. Smog heard this and felt secretly delighted, thinking that this time the kid would not escape punishment, and Yellow Ape would definitely examine him thoroughly and let him know the rules. He always received his calls for help, and every time he rushed to support, he saw the kid leisurely sleeping on the deck of the warship wearing sunglasses. One's own sense of justice does not allow standing by, only to agree time and time again. Now that someone is coming to clean him up, Smog's gaze is firm, as if he has already seen the scene of me being punished, feeling relieved in his heart. If what you say is true, I will not let him go. I will not let go of this talent. I am in need of a deputy who fits my mind. He is the best candidate among my men. The East Sea, Navy 186 branch. Early morning sunlight penetrates the clouds and spills onto the pier. With a gentle sea breeze, a sailboat slowly docks at the 186 branch pier. As the boat docks, the soldiers hold their breath, and a sense of oppression seems to permeate the air. With a dull sound, a pair of black leather boots stepped out of the ship and firmly landed on the dock's wooden planks. The man was tall, his wine-red cloak fluttering in the wind, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as if he could see everything. Mr. Mihawk. Some soldiers with sharp eyes recognized this visitor. Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, and also a friend and opponent of Vice Admiral Smoker. Where is the little octopus? Mihawk asked casually, looking around with a calm tone. He couldn't help but recall the first time we met, when he was bored after sleeping well, wandering around the East China Sea. Suddenly a strong sword intent rose to the sky, as if to tear through the clouds. Even his black knight blade trembled and roared for it. At that moment, he knew that this was a worthy opponent to draw his sword against, so he followed the sword intent. Finally, the source was found, a remote naval branch. There, for the first time, he himself met the young Navy major who was lazily leaning on the deck, sunning himself. A duel? I happen to be a bit sleepy. Why don't you wait until I wake up? Long time no see. I'm a little hungry. Have you eaten? Oops, I forgot the money at the branch. There's no way I can have a serious duel if I don't pay. Thanks for the hospitality. It's a waste of money. Me. Next time I'll treat you. For sure. A duel? I concede. You win. What sword intent? I don't know anything about that stuff. If I did, I'd still be here in this hole. At that time, he was unable to make a fuss in the naval branch due to his status as the 7 musketeers. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to cut down this cheating guy. But that sword with the word Tatsu engraved on it, That sword intent. There's no mistaking it, because the night is long. The major isn't here. The soldier's reply brought Mihawk's thoughts back to reality. He nodded faintly. I'll go in myself. With that said, he stepped away and walked briskly toward the interior of the branch. The soldiers looked at each other, and one of them whispered nervously, Mr. Mihawk is here again. Should we notify the major? The major is on vacation today. If I'm not mistaken, this would be the time when he would not be awake yet. Meanwhile, in some dark, warm room in the red neighborhood, the sun barely poured in a glimmer of light through the heavy curtains. Ichin rolled over comfortably, the soft mattress underneath him making him feel like he was floating on a cloud. Just then a slender, tender arm gently encircled his shoulder and fingers gently slid around his neck. Lord Ichin, are you awake? A soft voice rang in his ears, a hint of lethargy and attachment in his voice. In a daze, Ichin hummed softly, sleepable or awake. The other couldn't help but let out a low laugh, her voice soft and suggestive. That's awake. No sleeping. Get up and plow. Well, ding. The host is in continuous pleasure, and the pleasure value will be settled uniformly when the pleasure is over. Inside the branch office of Branch 186, Brew Blue, the voice of a telephone bug rang abruptly, and the acting branch minister immediately picked it up. Hello, I'm the acting branch chief. What can I do for you? Serious voice from the other end of the phone bug. The acting branch minister's face grew serious with the words. Yes. He hung up the phone and immediately stood up and, with a grave face, he ordered the soldier next to him, quickly, inform the major that the transfer order from the headquarters has come down, and the major will be heading to the headquarters soon. Get to the red neighborhood and find the major. In the East China Sea, a huge warship sails across the vast ocean. The sails make a hunting sound under the sea breeze, and the ship breaks through the waves, stirring up the waves. Report, Admiral Yellow Saru. We're still a few hours away from Branch 186. Yellow Saru lounged lazily in one of the deck chairs, arms folded at the back of his head, and only a lazy nod was given upon hearing the report. His eyes half squinted as if he might fall asleep at any moment. His thoughts drifted away with the swaying ship, and images of the meeting at Navy headquarters a day earlier came to mind. A day ago, at Navy headquarters inside the Marshal's office, Marshal of the Warring States, Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy, Yellow Saru Admiral Palyasurino. The conference room was quiet, with Akane's General Sakaski sitting around a long table. Look at them all. Warlord handed a piece of information to the crowd, who took it in silence and pored over it. Warlord coughed lightly, beginning the slow introduction. This is the file of Major Ichin of the 168th branch of the Eastern Sea. Major Ichin, who once fought bravely in a desperate naval battle. When the rescue unit arrived, they found him in extremely serious condition, with no part of his body intact. Only a faint breath remains. By the time he was healed, there was a slight change in his appearance and his whole disposition was quite different. That enterprising young man, with his ideals for the Navy, it seems to have disappeared from that naval battle, replaced by an attitude of indifference. Warlord paused and continued. Major Ichin, upon leaving the headquarters training camp, after traveling to the branch to serve, he has been under observation at the headquarters. That during 3 years there have been no malicious incidents in the area under his jurisdiction. It saves the ministry a lot of heartache. Although the number of pirates arrested throughout the branch was small, and the bounty was not high, but this is largely due to the geography of Branch 168, and the ministry can understand that. The most crucial point is that in the selection of naval enlisted men from all the branch ministers in the East China Sea, the Major Ichin's numbers are way ahead. This shows that he has an excellent rapport with the soldiers and is fully integrated into the branch. There was a hint of appreciation and certainty in Warlord's tone. It will help the ministry to better integrate the combat power of each branch in the future, and cultivate tacit understanding and trust between generals and soldiers. The age of the sea pirates has begun, and the Navy must make the best use of every power. Therefore, the Navy headquarters has decided to transfer Major Ichin back to Marinvado. As soon as the words left his mouth, a look of disdain appeared on the face of Akane Sakaski, who was sitting on the sidelines with a cold snort, putting the cart before the horse. Killing pirates is the right way to go. For his part, Yellow Saru was slouching as usual, leaning back in his chair and a lewd smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yo, that's some scary decision making. But Major Ichin's experience seems to be somewhat similar to someone. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of playfulness in his tone. Kuzan Green Pheasant Kuzan, the great general who was not present, once a man of justice and ideals. However, since the O'Hara incident, Kuzan seems to have become lazy as well. It doesn't matter about a lot of things. It was clear in the minds of Marshal Warlord and several of the higher-ups present that Kuzan's change of heart was not unwarranted. And nowadays, Ichin seems to be walking along a similar path. That's one of the reasons why the ministry is concerned about Major Ichin. LT. General Tsuru, who was sitting on the sidelines, spoke softly. There was a bit of heaviness and emotion in his voice. As the battles on the ocean became more and more intense, many people began to feel confused and questioned about the world government. These talented people who have become self-destructive because of disappointment are the ones we try to redeem. This transfer of Major Ichin back to the headquarters will require someone above the rank of Major General of the headquarters to go to the East Sea for vetting. Originally, the most suitable personnel to travel to the East Sea would have been Karp, but he was on a mission. Do you have a recommendation for someone? Lieutenant General Crane's gaze slowly swept over the few people present. A momentary silence fell over the conference room, and Sakaski grunted lightly in disdain, arms clasped in front of his chest, clearly uninterested in this. Yellow Sorrow lazily raised his head, breaking the silence. Then I'll go myself. He trailed off, a hint of lazy languor in his voice. Instead, there was a shrewd glint in his eyes. It's a rare and wonderful opportunity to. Staying at the headquarters every day to deal with military affairs did make him feel exhausted. Wouldn't it be nice to go to the East China Sea to enjoy the sea breeze, see the scenery, cha-cha food, and touch the fish on the way? As for the so-called audit mission, it is just incidental. Back in the present, Karasu lazily pulled back from his thoughts and a little curiosity twinkled in his eyes. Major Ichin, to hear Smogger's description, swings for the fences surprisingly more thoroughly than he does. The same laborers, the same swingers. Ichin, I'm the first swinging king of the Navy. The corners of Yellow Sara's mouth turned up slightly as he stood up and, turning toward the busy Navy men on deck, he said, keep up your speed. Yes. Before the words left his mouth, his figure had already transformed into a dazzling yellow light, rushing straight into the clouds. The lightning bolts in the direction of Branch 186. Chapter 3. Who is the king of this red neighborhood? Ah, so it's me. Red neighborhood. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ichen's mouth as he looked at the beautiful person who had fallen into a deep sleep in front of him. Her long hair lay spread out on the pillow like black satin, and her breathing was even and soft. There was still a slight blush on his cheeks, and he was obviously tired. Ichin gingerly stood up and began to put on his own clothes. Exhausted. Really? It's early in the morning to challenge the king of this red neighborhood. Now it's good. Neen is definitely not going to be able to work today. Ding! The host proves his status as the king of massages once again, and conquers his opponent completely. Extremely happy. Pleasure value plus 100. Current host's remaining pleasure value, 50,458. Yo, 100 pleasure value. That's nice. Want to take advantage of the opportunity to get a 10-pack? Ichin pondered for a moment and rubbed his chin. Better yet, save it for now. It's not that I don't want to draw, but the burst rate of this dungeon system is pitifully low. It has nothing to do with any non-sacramental body. Absolutely nothing. A hint of helplessness swept through Ichin's eyes. It had been close to 3 years since he came to the pirate world. The pleasure value accumulated sporadically over these 3 years added up to almost 200,000 or so. 100 pleasure points for one round of 10 consecutive draws. And I've drawn hundreds of times myself, spending 200,000 pleasure points. And the result? 2 golds and 7 purples. Everything else is useful but not that useful. The first 100,000 were still out a bit, and the last 100,000, all ing Beyonce. Not a single purple in sight. This burst rate, it's so damn touching. What about the system regulatory authority? Pipe down. No darkening of the burst rate for the prison system. I'll take it. There is one thing to be said though. The items given by the system are solidly powerful. The 2 golden god tier items that were drawn were, Magic Blade 1000 Blades. His eyes turned to the bed, where the magic blade was leaning quietly against it. The black sheath of the knife gave off a cold sheen in the morning light. Demon Blade 1000 Blades. 1000 blades sheathed. Only attack, not defense. Divine gold item. Current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 5 stars. When the host holds the 1000 blades, he or she will master a sword art that does not belong to this world. And the higher the star level, the stronger the sword art, the stronger the current mastery of sword arts. Breath School, Zanpakuto School, Inuyasha School. Pleasure value required to upgrade from 3 to 4 stars, 100 million. This is the first gold item you've ever drawn. And it was 2 stars when you first got it. I've since drawn it once more myself, and it's now up to 3 stars. The system is not described in enough detail. After trying to figure out the rules of its use by myself, every time you upgrade your knife skills, as long as you hold 1000 blades once by yourself, the new blade technique would then be like a torrent of water pouring into one's mind. And the feeling was exhilarating. I remember the last time, when I was lying lazily on the deck, in a good mood, Here comes a 10-shot draw. Thousand Blades was lucky enough to get up to 3 stars, having tried to pull off a trick with his own hand. At that time, with a flick of his own Thousand Blades, the blade sliced through the air and a powerful chopping attack directly blasted into the sky, and the sky was torn apart by that intense sword intent. As a result, that dog Mihawk somehow got a whiff of it and came to the door. He's been pestering himself for a duel every day since. A duel? Do I have a lot of time on my hands? As for the purple items, Ichin opened the system panel and examined the purple ability he had acquired. A few moments of self-satisfaction and contemplation passed through his eyes. Monster Physique. Gain Amazing Physique. Epic Purple Item. Current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 4 stars. Acquired physiques have different effects with star level. Current star effect. Host is proficient in the 6 naval styles. Superb self-healing ability. Superb resistance to blows. Pleasure value required to upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars, 1 million. Epic purple items can all be broken using pleasure points after reaching 4 stars. Breakthrough to ceiling level. Pleasure points required for breakthrough, 100 million. This is your first purple item, so it was 2 stars when you drew it. After that, I won another draw on my own and managed to get up to 3 stars. It is important to note in particular that this superb self-healing ability is not only for general trauma. Even the mysterious liquid heals itself in a hurry. A 2-star monster physique already makes one the uncrowned king of the red neighborhoods. As for the 3-star effect, TSK, 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 TSK. If it wasn't for the fact that my wallet wasn't full enough, I could have bagged the whole field. Start a big queue. While almost all of the ladies who know each other well are willing to give themselves a free pass. But we are all laborers, each with our own difficulties, and we can't do this kind of thing on our own. Armed color hegemony. The host does not need to be trained to master the powerful armed color hegemony. Epic purple item. Current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 4 stars. The level of armed color aura strengthens as the star level increases. Armed color hegemony. Ichin gently clenched his fist, black energy flickering at his fingertips. Gradually covering the whole hand, then spreading over the whole body. Deep black as the deepest night. With a regal sense of power. Currently one's armed color hegemony can already cover the whole body. Defense and attack have been significantly increased compared to the 2-star. At 4 stars, this power is estimated to reach the level of Ryasakura. A stronger outward attack can be done. As for higher realms, that would have to wait for a breakthrough. The host does not need to be trained to master the powerful hearing color hegemony. Epic purple item. Current star rating, 2 stars, maximum 4 stars. The level of hearing color aura strengthens as the star level increases. Pleasure value required to upgrade from 2 stars to 3 stars, 100. 000. 7 times the purple items have been here. Well, it's pretty even. An all-around upgrade. The beauty of it is that I didn't draw the Overlord color hegemony. If I guessed correctly, the Overlord color should be a divine grade golden item. There's no rush. Take your time and draw. One day you'll drain this card pool. It's the pleasure value required to upgrade that's horrible. According to his own estimation, if he went all out, the ordinary vice admirals of the Navy headquarters wouldn't be their own opponents, while those elite vice admirals would probably be able to compete with them evenly. It's not strong enough. Ichin knew very well what kind of powerhouses and monsters lurked in the New World. Familiar with the plot, he understood that each of those people was an existence that could shake the world. Their power is far beyond the common imagination. But luckily, I just need to keep swinging for the fences and keep getting stronger. Knock knock. A soft knock on the door echoed through the silent hallway, and though the sound was small, however, it caused the originally leisurely Ichin to frown. He sighed slightly and dodged out of the room. In the doorway stood an erect naval soldier, in full uniform, and, instead, there was a visible hint of hesitation and reluctance on his face. Major. The soldier swallowed, as if he had trouble saying something, and wanted to say something. The transfer orders had arrived, and the major, who had led them through an easy life, leaving branch 186 soon. What the future holds. The soldier's mind couldn't help but feel bewildered and uneasy. Would the new officer be as good as Major Ichin? Will they continue to lead them to work to touch the fish and take it easy? Or is all good times coming to an end? What's wrong? Ichin noticed the soldier's demeanor and frowned slightly, a hint of concern in his tone. This ministry emergency message. The soldier took a deep breath and finally mustered the courage to speak. To transfer you back to headquarters. Ichin froze, a flash of dismay in his eyes. Sure, okay, Major, it's an official transfer order. At that instant, Ichin's entire being seemed to be struck by lightning. His eyebrows twitched violently for a while, and he didn't say anything for a long time, mentally bursting out. Asterisk asterisk. I've been transferred to East China Sea with great difficulty before, and I've only had a few years of leisure time? Now you're actually transferring back to headquarters? What can we do about this? He frowned as a million possibilities flashed through his mind. Or else, how about disobedience? But to disobey would be to break away from the Navy, and maybe to be wanted. Besides, where could one go when one was out of the Navy? Being an ordinary civilian? But it takes money to enjoy life. Should one take it upon himself to rob or mug someone else's money? In any case, one is a child under the red flag, and this kind of thing it's against the sense of core values. To be a pirate? It's even less of a viable option. Being chased day and night by the Navy. It takes a brainiac to do something like that, and he just wants to suck. He has no interest in becoming the king of thieves. What One Piece? Just Roger's poor guy's big secret treasure? What about going on a sea adventure or bounty hunting? The precariousness of the day, the constant harassment by pirates, and the fact that you don't always dock once a month. The days are hard to get through. Alas, where can you find such a good business to woolgather after leaving the Navy? With that, he took a step forward. The soldier following behind silently watched Ichin with a complex look in his eyes. A pang of sourness rose in his heart. They had spent so much time with the major that they had long since become accustomed to the easygoing and spontaneous nature of although this approach does not conform to the so-called military regulations, but their working life was made much easier and happier by the bad major. Major, Mr. Mihawk is here. The soldier spoke with slight hesitation. Ha! Ichin raised his eyebrows slightly. Then his face showed a touch of helplessness. Good things are never seen, and bad things always follow. Old Rice has come to me for a duel again. Later. Saying that, Ichin's pace suddenly stopped, and he lowered his head, his gaze slightly frozen. A flurry of thoughts quickly rolled through his mind. Mihawk's status is that of one of the 7 Muskai under the king, hand-picked by the world government. Sort of a world government lineage. If you're in a friendly duel with him, accidentally breaking the branch, whose head will the blame fall on? Was it this world-famous great swordsman? Or was it his own little naval branch minister? The answer is obvious. And the blame must surely fall on himself as the branch minister. The corners of Ichin's mouth lifted into a smile at the thought. The mind calculates. There's no way the whole branch 168 can continue to function then. I volunteered to take the blame and stay behind to fix it, and as for when it will be repaired, it's still up to me? At this moment, there was some excitement in his heart and more determination in his eyes. He immediately turned around and, giving orders to the Navy men behind him, have everyone in the branch evacuate immediately. Ha! All out. Major? The soldier froze at his words, surprise and confusion in his eyes. But seeing Ichin's undeniable gaze, the soldier hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. Dryly, he replied, yes, go and execute it right away. The corner of Ichin's mouth raised in a bad smile as he watched the soldier hurriedly run off to convey the order. Take a step towards the branch minister's office. Old me, let's have a good duel. Chapter 4. If this duel comes to pass today, I'll use my black knife as an oar to row home. Bang! The door to the branch minister's office was roughly kicked in and the entire door shook with a loud echo, and the air of the entire room vibrated violently with the sound. Old me, Ichin stepped into the room, his voice full of bravado and wariness, as if he wanted to fill the whole room with. Let's have a good showdown. Mihawk was sitting on the couch in his office, poised in a leisurely manner. With a bottle of home-brewed red wine in hand, soak in the calm and cozy atmosphere. He looked up slightly when he heard the sudden ringing of the. A hint of unconcealable doubt appeared in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. Ha! A duel? You boys got your brain smoked out? After this period of contact, one has long known Ichin's nature. This kid is a pendulum swinging to the end. All day long, he can mingle, he can touch the fish, full of thoughts of how to lie flat and enjoy life. Where is the half-heart to seek war? And he was the one who had escaped his own dueling invitations a dozen times for all sorts of strange reasons. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I have a bad stomach. I have a toothache. And even I'm a little down today. Not suitable for fighting. This kind of reason can be said by Ichin in a serious manner, so that he can only shake his head and laugh bitterly every time. And now, this guy actually took the initiative to find himself a duel? This is rarer than the sun coming out of the west. The only reason I came to see him today was because I had just woken up from a nap and was bored, trying to find this kid for a chat. After all, this guy had some unique insights into the way of the sword, which often made him feel enlightened. It even benefited. His style of swordsmanship was very unique, with many concepts that he had never been exposed to before. Of course, the other reason for coming over today is more simple and straightforward: to enjoy the praise. He had specially brought 2 bottles of good home-brewed wine, just to taste and savor it with Ichin. See how he'll compliment himself. For as long as this boy can whore himself out to fine wine, he would be able to compliment himself in 100 different ways. *** Old rice. Could it be that you're the legendary brewing sacred body? I declare that you are a born master brewer. I'll put the words right here. This is absolutely the best red wine I've ever had. Bar none. Anyone who doesn't, let him come to me. Geez, me, you're the god of wine, the goat of winemaking. Your red wine makes me drink it every time. I can't get enough of it. Old rice. I'm having a drinking problem. Give me another bottle. Just one bottle. I can't sleep all night without your red wine company. Every time I've been complimented to the point of warping myself. Hey, who doesn't like to be complimented? Especially when complimented in just the right way and to the point. Everyone just knows that their swordplay is second to none. But apart from swordplay, the ordinary hobbies of wine tasting and farming, it is also the love and pursuit of your own heart. That's why one brings along a few bottles of homebrewed wine, every so often. He came to talk to this swinging guy. And now, this guy who spends all his time thinking about how to touch fish and enjoy life. But to stand in front of him and demand a duel? Yeah, you've been waiting for this day for a long time. The wariness in Yi-chan's eyes was high. This battle today, it had to be fought. Mihawk laughed helplessly. A laugh that was thick with playfulness and half disbelief. I know you boy too well. If this duel works out today, then I'll use my black knife as an or to row home. Ichin gripped the hilt of the 1,000 blades with his right hand, took a deep breath, and then exhaled that breath slowly. As if exhaling the distracting thoughts in his body together, his entire aura instantly became cold and sharp, like a sharp blade about to come out of its sheath. Type 1. Water chop. The magic sword 1,000 blades was violently sheathed in his hand, a layer of crystal and vapor covering the top of the blade. The moment the blade light sliced through the air, it brought up a stream-like chop as if the waves were shining in the sunlight. Swish dash. Along with the swing of the blade, a powerful chopping blow suddenly issued from the 1,000 blades. The light of the blade was like lightning cutting through the sky, carrying an unrivaled might towards Mihawk's swift attack. Mihawk raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then quickly turned his body slightly to the side, lightly and deftly avoiding the fatal blow. Boom! The power of the chopping attack exploded through the air and it sliced harshly and mercilessly through the entire wall of the office. With a loud noise, the wall snapped off in response to the ceiling of the house shook violently with it, and dust poured down, and the whole house seemed to shake in an instant. At any moment, it could collapse completely. Mihawk's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him, and a look of disbelief surfaced on his face, and the surprise in his eyes had gradually been replaced by a strong excitement. No, he murmured, a hint of surprise in his tone. You brat, how dare you come for real? Mihawk looked down at the black blade of night in his hand, which trembled slightly in his hands. It was as if it felt the surging battle spirit in its master's heart, responding to the agitation of its master's heart. His gaze became as sharp as a blade at this moment. His entire aura seemed to have instantly turned into a lofty mountain, and the will to fight quickly filled his surroundings. Fine, then let's fight, Mihawk bellowed, his voice as deep and powerful as a mountain crumbling. Clank! In the next moment, a sharp metallic clash suddenly rang out and the magic sword 1,000 blades and the black sword knight collided together fiercely, and the moment the blades met, two huge forces collided violently in the air. A shockwave spread out in all directions with the blade at the center. Rumble! The whole room seemed to shake under the impact, and the air currents swept up and lift the ceiling along with the dust and debris. Great! Wonderful! Mihawk's eyes shone brightly, those sharp eyes locked on Ichin. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this what you mentioned to me when you were drunk? The breathing school of blades? It was wonderful. Humph! There's more to come. A flash of joy appeared on Ichin's face as he looked at the rickety office in front of him. Very well, I'm going to tear down the branch today. I'll see who has the guts to stop me. Breathing changed, and Ichin's entire aura instantly became fiery. Blazing flames suddenly sprang up on the blade of the 1,000 blades, and the blazing flames danced on the blade as if it possessed life. One of a kind. Shiranui. Ichin raised the 1,000 blades, the flames burning ever more fiercely on the blades. Blazing tongues of fire churned in the air, and in the next instant he swung down his long sword with a violent boom, like a fiery dragon. The flame chopper swooped down on Mihawk with an extreme wave of heat, and the blade flashed with the entire office was lit up by the blazing fire in an instant, as if it was about to be completely engulfed by the flames. A yellow lightning bolt flew at great speed over branch 186. Yellow Sara's figure was rapidly approaching the branch with that yellow blow that. There was the usual lazy expression on his face, but there was some unexpected emotion in his eyes. Yo, it looks like there's a fight going on, He squinted slightly, like an audience member looking for a seat in a theater. And, slowly raising his hand, he snapped his fingers, and his body instantly transformed into a golden light, rapidly flying towards the bottom. Let the old man see. What's going on? Chapter 5. You're deeply impressed by the true nature of the Major's swing. Wow. The flame chopper swept out like a roaring fire dragon, and a rolling heat wave ensued. Burning flames danced in the air. Mihawk was faced with this tidal wave of flaming decapitations, eyes filled with intense joy and curiosity. It started out as a watery chop, and now it's a fire-attributed chop. It looks like it's all changing differently with the change in breathing. Each breath brought with it a whole new level of power, and each power was perfectly combined with the blade art. This kid, how much more is he hiding? How many possibilities are there for this form of breath chopping? Funny, really funny. Mihawk rejoiced in his heart and gripped his black sword. Knight. It was as if the palm of his hand was ablaze with the flame of battle. Come on. He let out a low shout. His strength infused into his arm, and his black blade swung like the wind. A shocking arc was drawn. A huge green chopping blow then rose up into the sky, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth apart. With a destructive aura, it ruthlessly collided head-on with the flame chopper. Boom! Flame chop and black chop clashed violently, and a huge force stirred up in mid-air. The sparks flew, and the aftermath stirred the surrounding walls to tremble, and the whole house seemed to be struggling to. It could tip over at any moment, and the flame chopper was split in two by the force of the flames seemed to scatter in mid-air as a shower of starbursts of light. It hurts. Go on. Humph. Ichin's eyes narrowed slightly. Just one strike away, and after that one strike, this branch will then collapse completely. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile as he sheathed his demon blade thousand blades, and his entire body instantly bent down and the body leaned forward as if it were a cheetah poised to strike. Who dash? He took a deep breath. His breathing changed abruptly, and his body flashed with thunderous light as it was as if there were electric currents constantly pulsing around his body. Zera. The air was filled with a fine electric glow as Ichin's front and back feet slowly separated. The whispering. Type 1. Thunderbolt. In an instant, the light of thunder skyrocketed, and he poured all of his strength into one foot, snapping it too. The whole person was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky to pounce on Mihawk, and the speed was as if even the air had been completely torn apart. All that could be heard in the air was a thunderous boom that. What followed was that intense pressure of airflow and ear-splitting popping sound. Rumble. A thunderous sound echoed around, as if the entire sky was shaken by the blow. Lightning speed and thunder were interspersed, rushing straight at Mihawk. Ha ha! Mihawk threw back his head and laughed the moment he saw the thunderous light that. There was endless bravado and excitement in his voice. Just these 3 short moves had already made himself feel that this trip to the East Sea was worth all the effort. These unique moves, whether it's the water flow of the water chop, whether it's the fiery flames of I don't know fire or the thunderous explosions of thunderbolt, each move is new and unfathomable. The styles of these genres are so foreign, having never seen or heard of them themselves. But none of that prevents one from touching on these moves. After all, he himself was the world's #1 swordsman. Ichin boy, you impress me. But next, I'm going to get serious. Mihawk's voice was thick with wariness as he slowly stood up and, gripping the black sword knight tightly, his eyes are as sharp as an eagle's. His original relaxed demeanor had long since disappeared, replaced by a sharp edge like a blade. It was as if the entire person had transformed into a god of war in the battlefield in this instant. Clank! The black blade knight cut through the air and collided with Ichin's 1,000 blades again. The moment the blades intersected, a tremendous force erupted from the intersection point, and waves of air swept out like waves. Rumble! A deafening explosion came from inside branch 186. The entire building began to shake with violent vibrations. Heavy smoke and dust quickly filled the air, and the smell of torn building debris filled the air. Then part of the building began to collapse with a loud, dusty bang. There was an ear-splitting sound of metal scraping against metal from the ruins, as if the entire branch was whistling and crumbling. And at that moment, in the square outside the branch, it was filled with branch 186 Navy men who had been indoctrinated by one of the distinguished officers. They've developed a disposition to look at things and see what's going on. They were not alarmed by the sudden explosion, but instead gathered together with excited faces to discuss the situation. Ilua Bina Major really fought with Mr. Mihawk? How the Major broke the branch. Well, will the Major take the blame for this? I don't think so. The Major will be transferring to headquarters soon. It's finished. How much military money is going to be deducted to fix the branch? It's not like you're paying for it. What's the rush? When things go wrong, there's a tall one to cover it. You're deep in the Major's swinging truth. Humph, not enough. Ha ha, looking at this stance, it seems like there's some even match. Don't forget, Mr. Mihawk is one of the 7 Muskai under the king, once a sea pirate who crisscrossed the great voyage. So if the Major and Mihawk can really fight like this, wouldn't that mean that the Major's strength? Yes, I had thought the Major and Mr. Mihawk could be friends. It's all in that 3-inch tongue. What a joke. I've known for a long time that the Major is never as simple as he seems. And you know? Oh, you all know that my family is a family of swordsmiths. The soldier whispered mysteriously. Last time I sneakily touched one of the Major's knives while he was napping. And then what? Yeah, and then what? Then I called in sick for a week. That knife. It was so mean. It feels like to eat someone. Just think, when the Major is in a good mood, he plays with that knife as a stick. Can it not be awesome? Seriously? Package true. Not true, I chop it off. Boy, so the Major is this strong? But I still don't understand. If the Major is so powerful, why is he so lazy on weekdays? Just when there was a lively discussion. Yo! A relaxed and slightly lewd voice suddenly rang out, followed by a cloud of light spots rapidly gathering and a silhouette quickly formed around the soldiers. The figure revealed a man in a yellow and white striped suit, purple tie and dark green shirt. His hair was dark and slightly curly, and he had a ring of stubble around his face. The whole thing looks both lean and tall and casual. That suit and white shoes outlined a sense of laziness. The most noticeable thing is the cloak of justice behind his back, which is hunting. Yellow. Admiral Yellow Saru. The naval enlisted men of Branch 186 looked on in dumbfounded amazement at the scene before them. The shock was hard to hide. What's a great general of this ministry doing here? Saru Yellow lazily scanned the blasted and rickety branch, and looked up slightly. An easy smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Who's this with? The fight is so fierce that the branch is in tatters. Reporting to Admiral Yellow Saru, the ones who are dueling are Major Ichin and Mr. Mihawk. Major Ichin. Yellow Ape laughed softly, as if he had expected it. Wait, there's Mihawk? This time, his demeanor changed, putting away his original lazy attitude, and his eyes became grave. A few moments of seriousness showed on his face. One of the 7 Muskai under the king, Hawkeye Joriko Mihawk? Report, yes. Yellow Ape's eyebrows raised slightly, and then he revealed a meaningful smile that the corners of his mouth lifted. Things interesting up. Chapter 6. Don't I want to lose face if you guys praise me so much? Keep praising. Don't stop. So why is Mihawk here? Yellow Sorrow lifted his sunglasses, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. One of the 7 musketeers under the king, the remote branch of the navy on the East China Sea. Is he going to attack the branch? The soldiers on the sidelines silently spat in their minds that you, as the highest combatant in the Ministry of, doesn't it also appear in this remote little branch? Report, Mr. Mihawk is a friend of the Major's and often comes to see him in a duel, but there's never been a fight before, and it's always ended up with a glass of wine. I don't know what happened this time. The fight, straight up broke the branch. Friend? Yellow Ape's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his pupils shrunk slightly as the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. Putting on the wine? He laughed softly, as if a little disbelieving. The 7 musketeers are friends with the branch major? How could a man of Mihawk's caliber be friends with an ordinary Navy lieutenant commander? This joke isn't funny. Reporting to Admiral Yellow Ape, we were shocked at first as well. One of the soldiers hesitated for a moment, looked up and continued his report. But that is indeed the case. Mr. Mihawk comes down to the branch to see Major Ichin every few months, carrying a few bottles of good wine. That's something all the soldiers in the branch know. All the branch soldiers in the back nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic. Yes, Grand Admiral. And we've made a point of comparing previous bounty lists. Confirmed Mr. Mihawk's identity. Yo! Yellow Sorrow gently stroked his chin, his eyebrows raised slightly as interest in this mind-boggling situation. If all this is true, you've really brought the old man too many surprises. Major Ichin. He turned slowly, his eyes gazing at the ruins in the distance, the look on his face changing from lazy to serious. Others may not be aware of this, but as a major general of the ministry himself, he knows best. The Shichibukai, the 7 pirates given special powers and qualifications by the world government. They were all famous sea pirates in this great sea before. However, even among the 7 martial seas, there is a gap. Hawkeye Mihawk, the man at the top of the pyramid. The fact that Mihawk can consider you a friend at least means that you're worth a serious knife fight. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never have taken you on. You boy. What a treasure. I'm not going to let you escape from my 5-fingered mountain. The position of adjutant general of this great general. It's not you. At that moment, there was a sudden sound of light footsteps, crisp and firm, coming from the ruins. Tap dash. The black boots stepped on the crumbling ground with a steady, strong stride. Even though the entire branch has been destroyed and the surrounding area is in shambles, yet not a speck of dust was on Mihawk. He stood upright, looking at the mess in front of him, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. It was as if he was reminiscing about the electrifying duel just now. That's great. The speed of that move was excellent. Come on, you boys must have something else to hide. His gaze was sharp, locked like an eagle in the direction of the ruins in the distance. Today, let me see just how much more of your swordsmanship is worth digging into. Mihawk gripped the black sword knight in his hand, and a powerful aura emerged. He shook with force, his power infusing the blade and slashing relentlessly towards the ruins in the distance, accompanied by a deafening ringing sound. The blade cut through the air like lightning and pushed straight to as if to destroy everything in front of them. Boom! The blade sliced through the air, and the air seemed to vibrate from it. The aftermath swept around, and debris flew apart. The dust tumbled, and the entire space seemed to tremble from the blow. Standing in the distance, Yellow Sauron watched the scene with a lazy smile on his lips. Yo, it's really Mihawk. That chop. It's so vicious. When he had finished speaking, he paused, as if he were thinking of something, and let the old man earn a slight impression first. Yellow Ape smiled gently. His body transformed into countless particles of light, flickering in the air as quickly as electricity. Instantly closing in on Mihawk's deadly chop, his hands flicked out, and his breath flowed between. A Tian Songyun sword glittering with dazzling light slowly formed in the air. The blade of the sword cut through the darkness like a ray of light, emitting a radiant glow that, instantly illuminating the shadows around them. Clank! A crisp metallic clash rang out and Tian Songyun's sword and Mihawk's black sword knight met. Violent power collision instantly shook. Mihawk's powerful chop was sliced and instantly disappeared. Yo, that's really scary. Yellow Ape's voice was relaxed and lazy, with a hint of disdainful playfulness. He stood fixed in the air, as if everything was under his control. A few teasing glints came out of his eyes. The 7 musketeers under the king, Mihawk. What do you intend to do with Major Ichin? Soon to be the old man's adjutant? The highest combatant in the Navy headquarters, Yellow Ape Poliacerino? Mihawk's eyebrows raised slightly as he looked over at Yellow Sauron, who was blocking the way. There were a few surprises in his tone. What brings you to this remote East Sea branch? I can't help it. I'm just a laborer. I do what the leaders tell me to do. Yellow Sauron shrugged and laughed lazily. Oh, your leader? Warlord? He sent you to this place. Has the Navy headquarters finally realized that this boy Ichin has an unlimited future? Mihawk tucked his black blade away behind his back, though he wanted to keep cutting himself. But if Yellow Monkey comes, there must be no way to continue the fight. Dismantling the branch in front of the admiral. Really? You also think the old man's future lieutenant is excellent? Kantharu raised an eyebrow. Old man's vision. Just then, a sizzling sound came from the ruins of the Ichin stepped out from between the rubble. He patted the dust off his body and raised his eyes to Mihawk and Yellow Ape. Hearing the borderline compliments from the duo, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. No, don't I get embarrassed when you guys compliment people in front of the person in question like that? Don't I want to lose face? No more boasting. Ding! The host is complimented by 2 of the biggest names in the pirate world, and is secretly happy about it. Extremely happy. Pleasure value plus 10,086. Keep boasting. Don't stop. Chapter 7. You, Admiral Yellow Sauron, are a good judge of character. Yellow Sauron's arrival prevents Mihawk from continuing his hand, and the branch collapses without incident. Ichin, who had achieved his goal, would not continue to make trouble. Yellow Sauron then gave a brief explanation of why he had come, and the branch's Navy men also slowly gathered around, listening with their ears. That's just the way things are. Admiral Yellow Sauron spread his hands casually, his tone relaxed but undeniable. The ministry has decided to transfer you back to Marinvado. The old man came over to go through the motions, and the review has passed with flying colors. To fight Mihawk like that, there's nothing more certain about your boy's strength. Yellow Sauron smiled slightly, his gaze slowly shifting to Ichin. The position is that of an adjutant of the old man's. When we get back to headquarters and go through the formalities, the rank will be promoted directly to captain of the Navy headquarters. If there's no problem, you can get ready and then follow the old man's warship back to the headquarters. Admiral Yellow Sauron, can this transfer be delayed? Ichin asked cautiously. Branch 186 was broken by my humble servant in a duel. I can't feel good about leaving like this. Going to the headquarters by then will affect the efficiency of the subordinate. Shall wait for my subordinate to finish repairing branch 186, and then report to the main office afterward? I really didn't think that a major general from the headquarters would come over to review at this time, thinking before that it was impossible for old Rice to voluntarily reveal his true strength to the ministry. That's why they're so brazen in destroying the branch. It's a good thing we've been caught in the act by a major general of the ministry, and our strength has been exposed, sort of completely in the department's sights. Even if he could muddle through this time, he certainly wouldn't be able to run away from the future call-ups for the war at the top. But that's a few months away, so maybe there will be a new change of heart by then? It was better to settle the matter at hand now, although it was known that there was little hope of the ministry withdrawing the transfer order. But one still has a slight illusion of trying to struggle a little more. Yo! Yellow Sorrow pushed up his son's sunglasses. The old man was swinging for the fences, but not stupid. A remote branch of the Eastern Sea. Bad is bad. You kid. A super talent. The old man has to take it away. Want to run? Can't run away a bit. Have you ever been chased by a light? Ha! How long are you going to swing for the fences? You kid? The corners of Yellow Sorrow's mouth curled into a light smile, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. I didn't swing for the fences. I just came to terms with life. Ichin shook his head in a hurry, his head shaking like a rattle. You're very good at what you do, and staying in the branch is a huge waste. My greatest ability is to lie still. Yellow Sorrow's smile didn't diminish in the slightest, but instead he watched Ichin with increasing amusement. In his gaze, there was a sense of excitement at the discovery of a new continent. Yo, what about the oath you took when you first entered the Navy? My credo in life is, be timely and live in the moment. Interesting. Instead of getting angry, Yellow Sorrow looked at Ichin, who would rather die than give in. With interest. It's so funny. How did this kid come to the realization that the true meaning of life is to suck? Wouldn't such a talent be buried if he were allowed to remain in the branch? It must be brought back to the headquarters. Admiral Yellow Sorrow, let me stay in the branch. There was a firm plea in Ichin's voice. He paused, then looked around at the ruins with a pained look on his face. I've been at the branch for 3 years now, and my feelings are just too deep. Once someone else comes, I can't worry about my subordinates, Ichin said with a voice, a slight wetness in his eyes. The bond between us is stronger than gold. I can't let go of them. Can't afford to give up branch 186. Can't let go of this touchy-feely. I can't let go of this fishy, fulfilling work environment. Yellow Sorrow sat down slowly, lifted one foot, crossed his legs and, the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Come on, please start your show. Mihawk sat quietly, pulled a small flask out of his pocket, and took a gentle sip of the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he watched Ichin's impromptu performance. Although Yellow Sorrow was the most hangdog of the 3 HQ supreme combatants, but is it so easy to convince a man to sit in the position of a great general? You boys won't get away with this trip to the headquarters. Ichin's speech became more and more intense, his tone almost choked with emotion. The tears in his eyes grew stronger. He really couldn't let go of the relaxed and cozy life he had lived in Branch 186 for the past 3 years. The soldiers of Branch 186 around them seemed to be touched by Ichin's deep love. One by one, their eyes twinkled, their eyes filled with emotion. Someone couldn't help but whimper. Major Ichin, obviously able to go to headquarters but to deliberately swing for the fences and not go for us. I'll die crying. So, that's what the Major was doing before when he deliberately put up a bad fight and didn't take the initiative to catch the pirates. Reasons for not voluntarily applying to the headquarters. The Major is giving us up. Case solved. Guys, turns out it was us who stood in the way of the Major's promotion. The sins are unforgivable. A few more bowed their heads in self-condemnation. Major, I'm with you at headquarters. A young Marine, with moist eyes, raised his hand in agitation and, the voice was almost trembling. Major, we can't let us hold you back. Before his words left his mouth, another soldier beside him immediately followed. Yes, Major, just go. Then, more soldiers raised their hands, determination and reluctance shining in their eyes. Some people's voices choked, while others clenched their teeth as if restraining the emotions in their hearts. Yes, the whole cafeteria was suddenly filled with the neat and tidy sound of A. There was genuine emotion in the eyes of every Navy soldier. Major, we've always been behind you. Let's go. Don't hesitate any longer. You guys. Ichin looked viciously at the first young Navy soldier who raised his hand. Don't around bro. Who's going to take you guys to the red neighborhood to have fun when I'm gone? Who brings you guys to work to touch the fish and take paid S? I trust you guys so much. And you backstab me? Yo. Yellow Sorrow gently stroked his chin, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He looked at the group of excited soldiers, not to mention the cohesion, which no other branch can match. No wonder this kid is leading the way in the soldier's choice category. Mihawk couldn't help but nod slightly as he watched the scene, even though Ichin was putting on a show. But the fact that the Navy soldiers could believe it meant that they were on very good terms during the day. Ahem. Yellow Sorrow coughed. The fun was over, and it was time for him to pull out his prepared killer. Major Ichin, Come to the old man's command as an adjutant. A promotion and a raise. The old man can make the call. After you finish your job, you can go to work and touch the fish and sleep. Leave work on time every day. Yellow Sorrow said, waving his hand as he did so. It seems to depict an ideal life in the Navy headquarters. It's not usually a heavy patrol duty, just follow me around. Next, Yellow Sorrow's words became even more tantalizing. The buffet in the headquarters dining hall. 3 meals a day, with no repetition of fancy dishes. And if you can't finish it, you can pack it up and take it with you. How's that for tantalizing? A special varsity cigar from the main office, with a corresponding share every month. Ichin's eyes lit up with each of the ministry's perks that Yellow Ape uttered. All of this change was seen by Yellow Ape, and he laughed in his heart. Hey, kid, the old man is the granddaddy of swingers. It's not a matter of minutes to take you down. Is the ministry treated so well? Ichin muttered. It's not over. The old man has quit smoking. So, Yellow Sorrow's eyes under his sunglasses flickered with a smirk as he put on the last straw. The monthly share of the special cigars of the Grand Admiral's class at the headquarters. The old man can give it to you. Better groping environment, higher pay, more things to whittle down to. It's, like, so heartwarming that it bursts into flames. You, Admiral Yellow Sorrow. What a good judge of character. Chapter 8. Very skillful. Rice. Looks like you've been rowing with a black knife a lot. Things went exceptionally well in the aftermath. After Ichin agreed to travel to the headquarters, Yellow Monkey called the headquarters right away to confirm that the review was approved. He also made it a point to get Marshal Warlord to mobilize Ichin as an adjutant under his command. The new Branch 186 minister is on his way and is expected to arrive at the branch in half a month. And the handover will last about half a month. After negotiations between all parties, Ichin will depart for the Navy headquarters in a month's time, officially promoted to captain of the Navy headquarters. On that day, at the dock of Branch 186, the huge warship slowly docked. The ship is huge and imposing, with the word yellow written on its sails. The canvas rustled as the sea breeze blew. Admirals busily prepared for disembarkation, the sound of footsteps echoing off the quiet docks. They're going to spend a month in this remote branch of the, waiting for Major Ichin to complete all the formalities of the handover. They reported to the headquarters together aboard this warship of Admiral Yellow Sorrow. Ichin stood on the dock, with Yellow Sorrow standing beside him, and Mihawk leaning against one of the railings. It seemed to be enjoying the moment of peace as well. I won't say anything more than that. Mihawk looked at Ichin with a burning gaze, not a hint of admiration in his tone. Congratulations, finally a promotion. His words were simple, but revealed a deep wave of recognition. Ichin smiled. There's still a month to go before we report. Going to headquarters? I'm the colonel. He stretched and looked a little relieved. But thanks, me. In these years of acquaintance and talk, one knows, well enough, that Mihawk's remark that it's not just congratulations, it's recognition. Recognition of one's own strength. Anyway, getting recognized by others. It's all just as delightful. Ding. The host feels the sincere approval of Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 musketeers of the king. Pleasant mood. Pleasure value plus 500. Thanks for nothing. From now on I'll go straight to Navy headquarters to find you. Mihawk nodded slightly, a small smile curling the corners of his mouth. And, there's a lot more to discuss with you about the breathing genre when the time comes. No problem coming. Don't forget to bring something. Humph, you kid. Mihawk grunted softly, then turned and he walked towards his coffin-shaped boat. The coffin boat. Standing at the bow of the ship, Mihawk's figure remained erect, and in the afterglow of the setting sun his lonely back appeared even deeper and untouchable. Then I'll go. The sails fluttered slightly in the wind, and the sea breeze around him ruffled his robes. But it was as if he had become one with this heaven and earth, standing silently at the bow of the ship, as quiet and firm as a statue. Ichin laughed and looked at the scene, snickering softly. Old me. Still not leaving? For his part, Yellow Sorrow stood by, grinning and observing it all. The scene color hegemony blossomed quietly, and he seemed to catch the scent of something unique that. There were a few glimmers of curiosity and interest in his eyes. Something really fun is supposed to be happening. Why don't you go back to the branch and I'll check out the view? Mihawk said lightly, his voice as cool and collected as his person. It was as if there was no hurry to leave at all. How does that work? Ichin looked up. The corner of his mouth curled up in a bad smile. Then he shook his head. I'll have to see you off. You're my guest of honor. You, kid. Oh. The corners of Mihawk's mouth twitched slightly, veins popping out on his face as he. Why the hell haven't I seen you watch me leave before? Hey, you have to leave today sight unseen. Humph. Willing to bet. Mihawk grunted fiercely, turned suddenly and, with great vigor, he pulled the black sword knight from its sheath behind his back. Then in one graceful movement, Mihawk slammed the black blade he used as an oar into the water and a steady, powerful stroke across the sea. Wow! The coffin boat then began to slowly sail away from branch 186 toward the distant horizon. Ha ha! Ichin stood on the shore, watching the scene, and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Very skillful. Old rice. Looks like you've been rowing with a black knife a lot. He slapped his leg hard and laughed his ass off. How similar this scene was to the one he had once seen in a manga title page story. Ding! The host witnesses Mihawk's joke, rowing a boat with a black knife as an oar. In a jovial mood. Pleasure value plus 500. Current remaining pleasure value, 70544. On the coffin boat, Mihawk's grip on the black knife was slightly hardened, and with a cold grunt he swung his blade violently. A green chop instantly tore through the air and shot towards Ichin's side. I throw! The full force of Old Rice's pure sword art, Ichin exclaimed, then ducked directly behind Yellow Ape. General Yellow Ape, save me! It was a strike from Mihawk containing anger, and it would be best if he could not take it hard himself. Yo! Yellow Saru, who was watching the fun, smiled obscenely as he watched the incoming chopping blow and, what a terrifying chop. The old man is just a poor man watching. You guys are settling your own pinches. Before the words left his mouth, Yellow Ape's body began to rapidly transform into countless particles of light, disappearing into the air. Leaving behind a humorous chuckle and a fading spot of light in the air. Asterisk asterisk. Old Yellow, pit the ministry when it counts. Ichin cursed out violently, gripping the magic blade thousand blades tightly in both hands. Feel the strong vibrations coming from the hilt. His eyes grew more determined, and he took a deep breath and the sun's rays cast a fiery glow over him, like a blaze of heat rising from hell. His breathing began to become rapid and rhythmic. Day breath. With a low shout, a suffocating heat erupted from Ichin's body. His surroundings were enveloped in crimson light, as if a living fire was burning. As he violently exhaled a mouthful of searing breath, intense currents of flames tumbled and surged around him. It was as if heaven and earth were shaken. Gleaner's type. Dragon of the Halo head dance. He swung his sword quickly, the blade slicing through the air like lightning. Each swing carried a thunderous sound that pierced the air. Successive blades were released from above the thousand blades, as if fire dragons were flying in the air. The blazing flames burned everything to the ground. The power of the chopping attack was deafening, and the fire dragon that formed could almost devour everything. Dragon of the Sunset head dance. Boom! With a loud bang, Mihawk's green chop collided violently with Ichin's fire dragon chop. An ear-piercing explosion erupted, and the entire sky was shaken. Strong airwaves swept around, and a fierce wind blew through, causing Ichin's clothes to hunt and rattle. The ground cracked beneath him, and the hard dock seemed to tremble under the force. Ichin jerked back 2 steps and steadied himself. Gee, Hawkeye Mihawk's full force, and he only took 2 steps back. My dear Lieutenant-san, you're hiding a lot. A spot of light quickly converged, and the figure of Yellow Ape suddenly appeared next to him. The lazy smile remained on his face. Old man Huang, how dare you? Ichin's eyes widened, helplessness written all over his face. So unreliable when it matters. Yellow Saru froze for a moment, and was filled with confusion. It wasn't even enough for me to be demoted from Yellow Ape General to Old Yellow, but now I've actually been demoted directly to Old Man Yellow? Deputy San, are you polite? And at that moment, Mihawk, who was standing at the bow of the coffin boat, with a gaze like a knife, staring straight at Ichin. As he watched his shocking strike being blocked, an extremely appreciative smile appeared on his face. It's beautiful. His laughter echoed throughout the sea like a high-pitched musical note. Ichin boy, this move, so elegant. Wait for me at Navy headquarters. You better not come. 10 cases of top-quality red wine. Guest of honor Michigan. Take your hand sign. Marin Vento inside please. With the rhythmic strokes of the black knife. Night, the coffin boat is moving away. Evacuation sailed away from branch 186. In the course of the coffin boat's advance, a ship with 3 decks, the huge sailing ship with a panther-shaped bow was slowly sailing towards the great voyage. The pirate flag on the mainmast fluttering in the wind. 2 hourglasses hang next to each of the skulls in the center of the flag, appearing mysterious and threatening. The tall man with the light purple hair at the bow laughed like thunder, and he was a big, burly man who, dressed in dazzling gold armor and with black boots on his legs, he gave off an unbeatable aura. He had a brightly colored bandana tied around his head and his gaze was sharp and confident. Little ones, to the great voyage, he shouted, his voice piercing through the sea breeze as if to resonate throughout the sea. Conquer it, proclaim to the world. Who am I? A bounty of 17 million berries is placed on the Lord of the East Sea, Lord Titus Cleek. The pirates on board responded in unison, their morale high, and, like a pack of fearless beasts ready to pounce on their prey. The other man standing on the sidelines stood out. He was a man of medium build, with scruffy hair and beard that, the deep dark circles in his eyes seemed to spell exhaustion. His lips were thick, and on his head he wore a gray and blue striped bandana, with round red earrings hanging from her ears. She looks a little odd, but full of uniqueness. Ghost Man Akin. Chapter 9 Old Yellow. Report my name for a discount at a nearby entertainment venue, where the East China Sea meets the Great Voyage. The sea. A huge fleet of densely packed pirate ships was sailing downwind. The fleet of 50 pirate ships looked like a black sea, rippling with. From a distance it looks like the scales of a giant beast. The sails shimmer in the sunlight. The sea breeze stirs up the waves. The clamor of the crew mingled with the lapping of the waves. At that moment, a coffin boat came silently by. Mihawk stood at the bow of the ship, his figure as straight as a mountain, his black sword knight gently stroking. The ship kept a steady course through the waves. In his mind, he kept recalling the Dragon of Sunset head dance that Ichin had just displayed. The flaming chop spun as swiftly and powerfully as a tornado. He muttered, "Wonderful. The flavor of that move is too wonderful. How many more moves like that does that kid have? Now go home and stay home yourself. And when you get bored and want to go out and get some air, just go straight to Navy headquarters and look for the Ichin kid." Just then, a cacophony of laughter came from a distant pirate ship. Breaking Mihawk's thoughts. "Ha ha, Crick Titus. Look, I can't believe someone is rowing a boat with a knife as a batter. Really? Puh ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Kin, come and see. There's a man rowing with a black knife. Hey, kid, want to come under the command of the East Sea Overlord Governor Click? Let's get you rowing with real oars." Mihawk, who was already upset by the interruption of his thoughts, then listened to the mocking remarks that, an eyebrow was raised, and his heart was extremely displeased. "I don't care if that kid laughed at me. You guys?" He gripped the black blade in his hand tightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The jeers from the ship continued unabated, and Mihawk's anger rose sharply as the battle intent in his eyes gradually coalesced. "You guys, what are you?" He grunted in a low voice and then swung his sword. Knight's blade cut through the air with a deafening pop instantly. With Mihawk's swing, a green chopping blow cut through the sky, aimed straight at the large fleet ahead. Boom! A pirate ship at the forefront of the front was sliced open without warning, its hull cracking in response to the sound of, letting out a dull thud. It quickly sank to the bottom of the sea, stirring up a splash of water. The entire fleet of pirates looked at each other and froze. What the? Cleek and Arkin stood frozen in place, eyes wide, unable to believe the scene before them. With just one strike, a pirate ship was sunk. Mihawk didn't stop. One chop after another was like a thunderbolt. Splitting forward without mercy. Each chop carried the power to destroy the sky and the earth. The pirate ships were sunk one by one like paper mache. The sound of the ship breaking resounded throughout the sea, and the waters churned and the sunken ship made a loud boom that shook the entire ocean. "Escape! Run!" Click's voice was filled with panic and fear, his eyes scanning around nervously as he, apparently completely unprepared for Mihawk to destroy their fleet so easily. He hurriedly turned to Arkin and ordered, "Have the pirate groups under your command spread out to attract attention. Let's go back to the East Sea and revitalize." The main ship aboard Click arced across the sea and quickly turned its bow. Flee in the direction from which they came. The pirate ships began to scatter in all directions, and the whole fleet was thrown into chaos. The original arrogant aura instantly disintegrated. Mihawk looked at the scene and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Run? Can you run away?" He gently waved the black sword knight in his hand, and the coffin boat accelerated like an arrow from a string. Steady pursuit. Ahead. East China Sea. Samba Sea, Sea Restaurant Burrity. Branch 186. Kantharu looks gently at Ichin. The corner of her mouth lifted into a teasing smile. "Yo." He patted Ichin's shoulder and spoke in a lazy tone. "Then old me will go around the East Sea. I'll see you at the headquarters afterward. The mission is essentially complete. Ichin's transfer orders have been confirmed. After that he just needs to return to the headquarters by warship. For myself, this trip to Branch 186. It was more of a pastime. The month in which the adjutant-san waited for the handover was a month to swim in the East Sea by himself and enjoy his leisure time. The joy of living. It's about to start." Yellow Sara threw a lazy glance at the accompanying generals of the ministry, gesturing to them. "All know how to report?" "No." The generals responded in unison, a bemused look on their faces. Covering for the Yellow Monkey General was a family affair. Ichin stood on the side, watching the scene with a slight twinkle in his eyes, and couldn't help but feel a little amused. It's too similar to the scene where you're groping for fish to go out and the subordinates in the branch are helping to cover for you. He then couldn't help but blurt out, Admiral Yellow Sorrow has gone to great lengths to understand the actual situation of the various branches of the East China Sea, and personally inspect the branches of the Eastern Sea all over again? A hint of playfulness flashed in Yellow Sorrow's eyes as he gave a thumbs up and smiled at Ichin. Understood. He pulled a box of top-quality cigars out of his pocket and unceremoniously tossed it to Ichin. This was supposed to be an old man's way of relieving his boredom, so go ahead and take it. Ichin took the box of cigars, took one out, sniffed it lightly, and a rich aroma was immediately felt. Clearly an extremely high-grade cigar of impeccable quality. Not bad for a Grand Admiral's special. He sighed inwardly. Ding! Host whoring a box of top-quality cigars. Happy mood. Pleasure value plus 500. Ichin couldn't help but smile, looking up and calling out to Yellow Ape, who had turned into a point of light and flew into the sky. Old Yellow, report my name for a discount at a nearby entertainment venue. Yellow Sorrow drifted away, leaving only his lazy voice in the air. Yossi, it's night. Inside the Navy enlisted men's quarters, with the quiet night sky pouring in through the windows. There was only the sound of light breathing in the silence. It was a silent and restless night, and everyone seemed to be awake. Between the beds, the silence was occasionally broken by the faint sound of turning over, and the soldiers all seemed to be thinking back to that day with different emotions tumbling through their minds. Suddenly, a low voice rang out from within the dormitory. Are the brothers asleep? The young naval soldier who had first shouted out in favor of Ichin's trip to the headquarters earlier was the first to speak out. Nope, you're still up too? None of them are asleep. With the voice, the young Marine sat up from his bed and, slightly confused but with a hint of anxiety, you all heard the Major's remark. What's on everyone's mind? What idea? What are we going to do after the Major leaves? There was silence in the dormitory for a few moments. Then, a soldier patted his beer belly, his tone light-hearted but with a touch of self-deprecation. And, what should I do? Keep it up, the young soldier retorted forcefully. Pose for what? Everyone has seen what Major Ichin is capable of. A man who can go toe-to-toe with Mr. Mihawk, the strength of a guaranteed Major General of the headquarters. What strength are you? Take what pose? After meeting a pirate, do you take your stomach to a meatball impact? Bro, you talk so JB hurtful. And Major Ichin is swinging for the fences because he can't bear to let us go. A soldier lamented, with a tone of helplessness and deep emotion. Now that he's transferred to the main office, I'm going to apply for a transfer to the main office. The young soldier rose to his feet, his eyes firm, as if he had resolved that I want to follow in Major Ichin's footsteps. But branch soldiers need strength and merit if they apply to go to the headquarters, right? Another soldier warned, concern in his tone. Then go get stronger and earn military honors, the young soldier said without hesitation, a fighting spirit shining in his eyes. I know what I have to do. He then began to put on his uniform, his quick and bold movements showing his inner determination. No, dude, what are you doing? I'm going to train, he responded, his eyes firm and unhesitating. How long has it been since the training grounds have been cleaned? Then I'll clean up and start training. Seriously? No more posing? The other soldier couldn't help but ask, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Without replying, the young soldier quickly organized his gear, put on his boots, and took a firm step. The few other soldiers in the dormitory looked at each other and all seemed to be weighing something silently. A silence grew in the air, and no one spoke. Everyone could feel the strength of the young soldier's resolve. Even the soldier with the beer belly stopped laughing. Finally, a few people with complicated eyes sighed softly, but did not speak. Rustling. There was another slight rattle, and another soldier began to put on his own gear. And, silently, he walked out of the doorway, his footsteps light but revealing a firmness that could not be ignored. He also decides to take his first steps after his beloved Major Ichin. Rustling. A brief silence fell over the dormitory as the second soldier left. Immediately afterward, there was another scuffling sound of clothing as a third soldier began to put on his gear as well. No, the beer-bellied soldier murmured and looked around. Just the old man? A deep sense of loneliness snapped. ********. The young lady in the headquarters should be more watery. With that said, he too began to pack up his things and keep up with the others. A cool night breeze crept into the dormitory, carrying a bit of moisture and ruffling the curtains. There was a faint silence and stillness in the air, and the dormitory was silent. In contrast to the coldness of the dormitory, the atmosphere of the training ground seems to be getting hotter and hotter. 1, 2, 1. The night sky is filled with exercise and hard work. And at that moment, Major Ichin was lying in the sweet, soft embrace of a, totally immersed in the soft, gentle land. He was completely unaware of this. Chapter 10 Major Ichin. If you don't transfer back to headquarters, who will? Half a month later, at 5:30 a.m. The training ground at Branch 186 was already hot. Hordes of Navy men, shirtless, sweat running down their spines. They ran hard, their steps steady and strong, each step unusually firm. Demonstrate youthful vigor and determination to fight. Try to get stronger. After the major, to the headquarters, shouting like thunder, full of blood and passion. It was as if the whole branch was working together towards a brand new goal. At this point, the newly minted 186th branch minister arrived at the branch a couple of hours early with the help of the Sea Stream hitchhiker. He stood on the sidelines, looking at the vibrant group of soldiers in front of him. The mind was filled with doubt and amazement. Wasn't it said that Branch 186 was the most shabby branch in the East China Sea? It doesn't look like a swing for the fences by any stretch of the imagination. Just train on this momentum. Sooner or later, the title of the strongest branch in the East China Sea in Logantown will be taken away by Branch 186. He glanced at the soldiers in training, especially the young one standing at the front of the room, and a kind of unwavering determination showed on his handsome face, and his pace was strong, each step filled with a sense of purpose. That must be Major Itchin, right? The new branch minister murmured in his mind, with an involuntary flash of admiration in his eyes. It's no wonder you're being looked at by the ministry. The world has so many misconceptions about your Branch 186. Just how much denigration have you suffered in silence? It's a complete injustice to say things like shame of the Navy. He took a step toward the young soldier at the front of the line, held out his palm and, politely, he said, Major Itchin, how do you do? I'm the new major taking over Branch 186. As soon as the words were spoken, the young Marine stood at attention, straightened his back, and gave a quick salute. In a firm tone, he replied, Hello Major, report. Major Itchin should still be awake at this time. The new branch minister frowned slightly. What? Not awake? He looked around the room, slightly confused, obviously didn't imagine the scenario, a group of soldiers so energized in front of them, and their officer is still sleeping? At 11 o'clock, in the office of Branch 186, light poured in through the curtains of there was a hint of laziness in the air. Itchin was sitting behind his desk, his eyes still slightly sleepy, watching the new branch chief major walk in. The major, who was preparing to take over Branch 186, rested his eyes on Itchin for a brief moment, and the heart couldn't help but be surprised. This disheveled and handsome-looking man was Major Itchin? I'm terribly sorry. Itchin yawned and stretched, looking a little disoriented. Because I'm leaving Branch 186, and I've had a lot to deal with lately. So it's been a busy night and I'm up a little late. He then scanned his pleasure value. Current pleasure value, 85663. It's been a really comfortable half of the month. The working hours are all about fishing and mingling. The soldiers of the branch were all fighting like chicken blood to train desperately, and they could not persuade themselves. They've even wrapped up jobs that would have been theirs to do. The positive attitude has shocked myself a bit. If you can't be persuaded, you'll be happy with yourself. But, you guys claim to be working hard for me, when I need you. Not a single one. Now there is no one to play mahjong and landlord with during work hours. There's no one to go get high with after hours. One by one, they just know how to train. The young guy leading the charge. I see you have a dead look on your face. Speaking of getting high from work, knowing that you're about to leave here. The ladies on the red block were as mad as hell and actually waited in line at their own door. If it weren't for having a superhuman physique and straying under milk-colored balls and chopstick legs every day, one would have surrendered and admitted defeat long ago. Alas, these little ninnies, passionate as fire, tender as water. All of the learning materials from my own past life have been verified. And it's really, really great. Understood. The position transfer is a lot of work to take care of. Seeing this, Major Newbranch smiled and nodded. Having misjudged Major Itchin, thought he was a sleeper. Didn't realize it was because he was dealing with official business late into the night. That's what makes an example of yourself. Major Itchin, if you don't transfer back to headquarters, who will? Itchin nodded slightly. One is ready for the trip to the headquarters. Granted, as Yellow Saru's second-in-command, the job description wasn't too onerous. It's more about dealing with day-to-day matters. But after all, it's the Navy headquarters, and a lot of issues require a higher degree of rigor and consideration. Especially when it comes to decision-making, the slightest miscalculation can lead to huge problems. As for the battle, avoid it if you can, and talk about it if you can't. Opponents who can fight and win are simple and straightforward, one slash and you're done. And you can play it cool in the process. If you can't beat them, then just call Old Yellow. Isn't he one of the top fighters in the ministry? It's just right for blocking knives. It does seem a bit labor-intensive if you're brainstorming. Although perfectly capable of doing it myself, sometimes it's nice to have someone to do it for me. Why bother with your own personal brain? Besides, his own boss, Old Yellow, Grand Admiral Yellow Ape, who hated to pose more than he did. So, one needs a wise man, a humanoid Paru, with a superb working ability. In this way, you can avoid the tedious things to interfere with their bad business. And there are a few candidates for this think tank in his own mind. Ichin's gaze flickered slightly as he contemplated the candidates. The Black Cat, Claude the 100-count Claude, who has a bounty of 16 million berries on his head. Despite being a pirate, he's smart enough to impress anyone. Black Cat Crow, he's been certified as a wise man by Mr. Oda himself. Second in intelligence only to Ben Beckman, vice captain of the red-haired pirates. This guy, he's cunning, he's smart, he's flexible. Definitely a right-hand man who can help take care of business. Iceberg, the mayor of the capital of the Seven Waters. Originally, he was known for his excellent handling of government affairs, and the citizens adored him. If he could be recruited under his command, he would certainly bring a lot of help. As Yellow Saru's adjutant himself, he could also use his position to easily recruit him into his ranks. The CP9 members who are going to be defeated by Luffy in the future at the end. Rob Lusick has a good fighting chance and is great as a punching bag. Bruno, a little slower to think, but very attentive. Such a trait has an irreplaceable advantage in dealing with certain tedious matters instead. Califa, as Iceberg's secretary, there's no doubt about her ability to. Auxiliary work must be handy. After their defeat they were hunted down and killed by their original boss Spandam. Sent by the. Cut themselves off straight away before they go back to the CP system and become CP0. It shouldn't be a problem to bail them out in his own capacity as Yellow Saru's second-in-command. After all, Old Yellow was the one who ostensibly followed the instructions of the 5 Elder Stars the most, and every time something happened to the Celestial Dragons, it was Old Yellow who was the one who was busy. It's not too much to ask for a few people over for yourself by relying on that relationship, is it? But for those of them who are cunning, some restrictions need to be added in the beginning. A big date and a big stick are ready by themselves. Ichin tossed the badge in his hand, and then pulled a small cloth pouch out of his pocket. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Ghosts and spirits. Fine blue item. Current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 3 stars. Consuming life force to gain the possibility of breaking through the upper limit of one's talent. The higher the star level, the higher the probability of breakthrough, the higher the upper limit of the talent to be raised. Restricted to those originally gifted below the rank of Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. After breaking through and fully digesting the effects of the item, the talent can reach the level of Elite Lieutenant General of the headquarters. All fine blue items can be broken with pleasure points after reaching 3 stars. Breakthrough to ceiling level. Pleasure points required for breakthrough, 100. 000. Breakthrough rate of 100% after breakthrough to a ceiling level purple item. Talented to the rank of General of the Ministry. Having not been able to draw with pleasure points myself, it was to break through the Ghost Spirit Guide to the ceiling level. In that case, when the time comes for one of them to use it for a power boost, he or she could get a right-hand man with both wisdom and strength, and would also be loyal to him or her in order to save his or her life. Huang, you said I could touch the fish after I finished my job. It doesn't say you can't get someone to do it for you, does it? I've recruited some super competent subordinates on my own merit, and they've done the work for me. It's not a foul, is it? If one's idea comes to fruition, one's equivalent of being on the ministry's payroll, they do all the heavy lifting for them, and all they need to do is go out and hack away once in a while. It's a step to win numbness. Fairy beans. Fine blue item. Current star rating, 2 stars, maximum 3 stars. It can repair the life force depleted by accidents, and restore external and internal injuries. Ineffective against common physical ailments. The higher the star rating, the better the effect. Pleasure value required for 2-star to 3-star, 10. 000. When the time comes, one will first eat a 2-star immortal bean for the person who used the Ghost Spirit Guide. Let him get a taste first. Whet his appetite. After he's served himself willingly. Upgrading another ceiling grade immortal bean to him by himself would completely eliminate the side effects of the Ghost Spirit Leader. Let's see who we meet first when the time comes. No, send someone to the capital of 7 Waters to forcefully abduct the iceberg. Open the door. All hands in the air. Navy headquarters forcibly drafted. Hey, it feels good to have someone behind you. Thinking of this, Ichin couldn't help but reveal a smile filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, the Kingdom of Goya, Windmill Village, early morning sunshine pours on the earth. The sea breeze blows gently. Seagulls soar in the turquoise blue sky. The melodious chirping echoed through the air. The sun poured through the clouds, illuminating the quiet and peaceful land of. It was as if a blessing was being sent to the adventurers who were about to set sail. A humble little wooden boat was sailing slowly away from the harbor of Windmill Village. The boat rocked gently with the waves. On the boat, the teenager was dressed in simple clothes with that trademark straw hat on his head. He stood at the bow of the ship and shouted towards the distant sea. I want to become the Pirate King. Depart, ladies and gentlemen. The new book set sail, begging for hyped up and favorable reviews and rewards. Thank you. Chapter 11. The road is wide open. Colonel. Half a month later. Branch 186. The problem of military expenses was easily solved with a big wave of Yellow Sauron's old man's hand. The report states that it was he who deliberately tested Major Ichin's strength by accidentally breaking the branch of the. This accident also led to the smooth approval of the military spending. In the East China Sea, the great admiral of the Yellow Monkey can break wherever he wants. Once funding was secured, the new branch was in full swing. After almost a month of busy construction, the new branch 186 has a new look. Woo! With a heavy blast of the horn, the huge warship began to prepare to set sail. The ship slowly approached the wharf, on which all the naval men of branch 186 were assembled. And there was a slight look of dismay on his face. The local ladies of the red neighborhood came to the scene, flamboyant and chattering and saying goodbye to the departing Major Ichin. Major Ichin, next time you come for tea, remember it's free. Major Ichin, you know where the keys to my house are, and you're welcome to come by anytime you want. Posture is not the problem. Time is not a problem either, as long as you come back. Listening to these enthusiastic farewells, Ichin smiled slightly and waved his hand. They just want a home. Beside him, the lieutenant colonel with the highest rank in the navy who came with Yellow Sara held his forehead. There was a bit of an incredulous look in his eyes. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes the 186th branch that Major Ichin broke, one could hardly associate the man in front of him, who smiled so warmly, with the man who could stand up to Mihawk. Mihawk, one of the 7 Muskai under the king, is still one of the strongest existences in the 7 Muskai. Rumble. The warship's engines roared to life as it slowly pulled away from the dock. All the admirals of branch 186 lined up on the shore and shouted their farewells in unison. Major Ichin, thank you for your 3 years of service to branch 186. Major Ichin, come back often. You'll always have a home here. Pa dash. A neat military salute resounded through the docks, and all the navy men stood silently and there was a look of dismay and respect in his eyes. Ka dash. Ichin returned a military salute, a wave of complex emotions flooding his heart. 3 years together, and while most of that time was dominated by swinging and slouching, those days, himself and these soldiers ate, lived, and fought together and developed a deep bond. Who is not a human being? Today's goodbye is simple but meaningful. Major Ichin, we can't let you go. The young Marine, with tears in his eyes, could not help shouting, in a clear voice, it echoed throughout the open space of the branch. Ichin gently waved his hand. You kid, just don't backstab old me again. In spite of what he said, there was a touch in his heart that, when he had mingled in the ministry, lift up the branch 186 guys a little more. After all, they're all your own. As the warship's massive main stem turned, the flag with the word yellow was blaring in the morning wind, and the warship accelerated away from the pier and sailed to the vast sea. The naval enlisted men of branch 186 remained in the military salute position, until the ship faded away and eventually disappeared at the end of the sea horizon. Colonel Ichin, do we need to go through the windless belt to get to headquarters? A sudden question broke Ichin's musings. The lieutenant colonel stood aside, in a respectful and formal tone, and since the departure of, he had already used the colonel's title for Ichin. Rightfully so, the command of the entire warship was transferred to Ichin. Ichin took a breath, pursed his lips gently, and calmed himself down a bit. Can we not go through the windless zone? The windless zone was the fastest course, but one was in no hurry to return to the headquarters. Old Yellow was still out playing around, and he's gone back to help him get rid of the mountains of military business? It's an international joke. It's only right to go the extra mile and continue to enjoy the freedom underneath. Yes, the lieutenant colonel replied dryly. If we don't go through the windless zone, the most time-consuming route is back to the headquarters via the Great Voyage. After a month's time together, he also felt out the temperament of the newly promoted Grand Adjutant General in front of him. I also know why Admiral Yellow Sara was so fond of Colonel Ichin. Because he's the billion times more handsome Yellow Monkey Admiral himself, and he's super strong, but full of thoughts about how to swing for the fences and how to touch the fish. Well, since Colonel Ichin is asking, he must not want to go back to headquarters anytime soon. One only needs to help him determine a scenic and long return route. Even the yawning excuses themselves helped the colonel out. The lieutenant colonel went on. Returning to the voyage, he encountered the bountied pirates, and a pursuit ensued. It caused a deviation from the intended course. but because of the cunning of the pirates, they inadvertently escaped, causing the return flight to be slightly over 1,000,000,000% longer. Colonel, the road is wide open. Ichin gently patted the lieutenant colonel's shoulder. You will achieve great things. Hey. A small smile appeared on the lieutenant colonel's face as he continued. By the way, Colonel, 10 days ago a message came from Branch 153 requesting that we escort Colonel Morgan of their branch back to headquarters. Colonel Morgan has been removed for abuse of office. Oh, Ichin's eyes lit up slightly, then he stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. Colonel Morgan? In that case, Luffy has already defeated Morgan the Axeman. It also meant that he had rendezvoused with Sauron. Then next, it's Usopp and Nami, then Sanji, but it's none of your business. You guys go beat your heads against the wall. Now I just want to get a nice long nap. So, Ichin waved his hand at the lieutenant colonel and said blandly, no need to pay attention to that. Pretend you didn't get the message. He looked up at the distant horizon. His voice relaxed. I'll leave the routes to you. Yes. Ichin stretched and waved his hand casually. I'm going to take a nap, and other things that. Sleep on it. After saying that, he walked towards the cabin of the warship, his pace leisurely and calm. In the meantime, East China Sea, West Robe Village. Cheers. Excited cheers rang out over the sea. The Forward Mary slowly sailed away from the village of Syrab in the setting sun, the straw hat emblem on its mast fluttering proudly in the wind. Straw Hat Boys, Luffy, his future royal deputy Sauron, and the little thief cat Nami defeat the Black Cat Claw, and the sniper Usopp joins the Straw Hat Pirates. In search of a good sea cook, they sailed towards a new target, the Sea Restaurant Burrity. The sea near the Sea Restaurant Burrity is rough. The smoke of the battle has not yet completely dissipated. Rumble. With violent explosions, a pirate ship gradually sinks. All that was left on the surface of the sea was some burning wreckage floating around, as if telling of the tragedy that had just taken place. Click's fleet, with the exception of the main ship in which Governor Click was traveling, all the other pirate ships had been completely sunk, and all the arrogance and hubris had been crushed by absolute power. What had been a flailing fleet was now nothing but a mess. Mihawk stood coldly above his coffin boat, without a trace of pity in his eyes. The wind ruffled his cloak and hunted. Mihawk's eyes peered through the smoke to the main Click ship, which was fleeing in the distance. There was only endless indifference in his eyes. The overlord of the Eastern Sea? The governor? Just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Mihawk didn't linger much as the black knife plunged into the water with a gentle stroke. The waves lapped against the sides of the coffin boat, and the hull slid rapidly across the water. Chasing towards the main Click ship. Chapter 12, Little Sauron, let's experiment with you on the sword technique I just learned. Ha! Ichin stretched beautifully, and stepped out of the cabin, refreshed, and a full night's sleep back put him in an excellent mood. Ding! The host has had a beautiful sleep and is in a happy mood. Pleasure value plus 20. He had just stepped out when he saw the lieutenant colonel waiting for him on the deck. Hastily saluting him, he said, Colonel. Where are we now? Ichin asked casually, waving his hand lazily. Currently just heading out of the Moonlight Islands, as maintaining minimum speed. So it's close to a day and a half sail from Logtown. The lieutenant colonel stood at attention and replied, is it necessary to notify Colonel Smog at Logtown, so that the colonel can go and inspect the local populace? Ichin raised an eyebrow and looked at the commander with interest. Oh, you, Colonel, as colonel of this department, have an official rank equal to that of Major General of the branch. It also makes sense to inspect the work of branches everywhere. The lieutenant colonel went on to explain. But Colonel Smog, of Logtown, is a close friend of Grand Admiral Kuzan. We'd better not start any conflicts if we go. Of course, there's no problem with spending on official business, public food and drink. After all, it's only fair that headquarters Navy personnel like us, who are out sailing, stop at a place with a branch to resupply and recuperate. Well, not bad. Ichin stroked his chin and mused thoughtfully, a hint of amusement twinkling in his eyes. Rogue Town, as the largest naval branch in the East China Sea, is indeed worth a visit there. Enjoy the scenery there in the meantime. Although it was said that he might encounter some ungrateful pirates in Rogue Town, it didn't matter. The one he's aboard is a huge ship from the Navy headquarters. Weak pirates can be solved with a single shot. Strong pirates, as long as they do not come to provoke their own is not seen. Anyway, the voyage was taken as a paid vacation for myself. Catch a few minions to show that you're not lazy. But the Moonlight Islands? Why does the name of this place sound familiar? A flash of doubt flashed through Ichin's mind. Then he turned his head to look at LT. Colonel, inquiring, we just sailed out of the Moonlight Islands? The lieutenant colonel nodded. Yes, the Moonlight Islands where the village of Syrab is located. West Rob Village? Ichin's gaze brightened slightly, as if he suddenly remembered something. The village of Syrab. Wasn't it the location of the Black Cat pirate Captain Hyaki Karo, one of the candidates for the tool man that I had been thinking about? Counting the time. That Luffy kid should have already defeated Clow. Even if you haven't beaten it yet, it doesn't matter. For the sake of his future good life in the Ministry of Easy Fishing, he could have persuaded him himself. Crocker is a man of superb layout ability and superb intelligence. As long as he returns to his heart without incident, his own future life in the Ministry of, it will surely lead a more prosperous life than old Huang. Thinking about this, Ichin's mood seemed extraordinarily relaxed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He looked at the lieutenant colonel and commanded, "Reverse course and head for the village of Syrab." "Ha!" The lieutenant colonel froze for a moment, then quickly reacted with "Aye." Maybe the colonel was trying to touch more fish on the road and kill more time. After all, the colonel is known for his bad and fishy behavior. "Yes." The lieutenant colonel saluted and quickly turned to convey the order. The huge hull of the warship slowly turned in the waves, heading in the direction of the village of Syrab. Ichin walked to the bow of the boat and looked at the distant sea, a meaningful smile on his face. He murmured, "What comes next? Oh Crow, depends on whether or not you're willing to. Busy running around for my cozy touchy-feely life. Restaurant by the sea, Baradi." The atmosphere became a little tense. Luffy succeeds in finding his favorite chef Sanji, but there was no time to discuss these things at this point. "Oh my god. That's the main ship of the East Sea Overlord clique pirates." A guest in the restaurant pointed away and shrieked with incredulous fear in his voice. "But that main ship, it looks like it's about to fall apart." Another customer muttered, his tone thick with unease. The whispers of the crowd rose gradually, eyes focused on the wrecked main ship, defeated by Mihawk. The remnants of the clique pirates have fled in disarray to Barati. The battered main ship looked like a lone soul adrift here. Tap dash. With the sound of heavy footsteps, Clique and his man, Arkin, with a weary face, he led the surviving pirates onto the deck of the Barati. Clique's body had multiple wounds, his armor was shattered, and his brow showed exhaustion and violence. "Hey, get us a couple hundred servings of food and lots of water, and do it fast." Clique growled coldly, as if he couldn't see the horrified stares of those around him. "That damn Hawkeye man is still in hot pursuit. We don't have time." He turned his head and looked at the sturdy hull of the Barati, and a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. That's a nice ship. I'll take it," he arrogantly screamed. "You have 10 minutes to all get the hell out of my ship." "Hey, I'm not full yet." While chewing on a delicious piece of meat, Luffy muttered, without the slightest bit of fear in his gaze, "He's the man who's going to become the Pirate King, so what's there to be afraid of?" "Hawkeye man?" Solan's ears caught the key word, and instantly his expression became grave and excited. Snapping his head around to look at Clique, his eyes burning with warlike intent. "In this world, the only person who can be called a hawk-eyed man is that man, right?" Just then, a dazzling chopping blow came from afar, like a bolt of lightning splitting the surface of the sea, directly cutting off Clique's main ship. Rumble. With a loud bang, the main ship was chopped in two, and the hull let out a mournful cry of overwhelm as the, gradually sinking towards the sea. In the distance, a coffin boat shaped like a coffin floated slowly. Sitting on the boat was the very man who exuded a horrible sense of oppression. The world's first great swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk? Sauron's voice was slightly lower, with an uncontrollable excitement. His eyes glittered with a burning intent to fight, and it was as if the blood within him had begun to boil. The breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Solan slowly raised his hand and tied the green bandana, a symbol of determination, tightly around his forehead. The moment the turban was tied on, it was as if he had entered into a special state of. All distractions dissipated at this moment, and only the man in front of her and the insurmountable goal remained in her mind. "Let's have a showdown." Sauron's eyes blazed, and his hands gripped the two katanas so tightly that he exerted himself until his knuckles turned white. It was unmistakably clear in his mind that the man standing in front of his, the legendary world's greatest swordsman, the ultimate goal of all swordsmen, the showdown he had dreamed of for years had finally arrived. Mihawk looked at the young swordsman, whose eyes were full of obsession, and a hint of playfulness and admiration flashed in his eyes. He raised his eyes slightly, looking at Sauron, the sharp, eagle-like gaze seeming to penetrate the other man's soul. An insight into his resolve. "Nice eyes," Mihawk said lightly. He remembered the way Ichin swung his sword and the distinctive way he breathed. It still sticks in one's mind. "Good thing, too." Mihawk smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth curving up in a faint curve as, just in time to experiment with the knife skills I just learned. Chapter 13, You and I. We're both a bit far from Ichin, sea area near the village of Syrab. The warship sailed smoothly between the waves, and Ichin stood in the bow with Lt. Colonel Several Navy soldiers were standing on the lookout vigilantly searching the surrounding area for movement. Ichin's gaze wandered over the distant horizon, and he turned his head to the lieutenant colonel beside him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Commander, how much of the bounty on the pirate bounty do you think I can revoke in my current capacity? Or do we need to get a special request from old Juan? He himself actually had a plan in mind to take Clue under his wing. In addition to convincing the man himself, one must also address the issue of Klau's status as a pirate. Remove his bounty from the Navy list. And one is not sure that one's current authority is sufficient to do that. Revoke the bounty? The lieutenant colonel looked at Ichin with a surprised look on his face and a puzzled look in his eyes. You intend to revoke the bounty of several $100 million on a pirate? Hundreds of millions? Ichin stroked his chin. He remembered that the bounty for Clow only seemed to be 16 million berries, right? It should be a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million berries. The colonel froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud as the colonel. This is still not a deep appreciation of who and what he is. Colonel, you're the only aide-de-camp to Admiral Yellow Saru, the highest combatant in the ministry. Despite the rank of colonel, your true authority is fully comparable to that of a major general in the ministry. For bounties on pirates under 100 million, all you need to do is write a description of your application, submit it, and have it approved by the ministry. It's basically undone. Like this? Not bad, not bad. Ichin nodded in satisfaction. Old Huang's status as an adjutant still allows him to do a little work. That, by itself, is very satisfying. Just then a marine came hurrying up, stood up straight and saluted, and, with a serious expression, he reported, "Report, a ragged pirate ship has been sighted ahead, and based on observations there seems to be some remnants of the pirates left on board." A remnant party? Ichin's eyebrow raised slightly. What flag is flying? Report, it's the flag of the Black Cat pirates. Black Cat? Hearing this name, Ichin's eyes narrowed slightly, and then the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. There was a hint of inexplicable excitement and anticipation in his eyes. Is it that Black Cat pirates of Momochi Clow? Yes, confirmed. The soldier nodded firmly. Great. Ichin's eyes twinkled with a glint. Finally found you, Clue. He then waved his hand and ordered, approach that pirate ship. Take them all down. The lieutenant colonel stared wide-eyed at the ragtag pirate ship that drew nearer ahead of him. The expression on his face was full of shock and doubt. He pondered in his mind. This would be the party that lost after the pirates' blackout, right? Did the colonel plan this in advance? If one remembers correctly, the Black Cat Claw, the East Sea Overlord Clique, and Aaron of the Evil Dragon Pirates. It's the three with the highest bounty in the East Sea, right? Thought the colonel was swinging for the fences, but I didn't realize that the target he was looking at was actually the top pirate in this sea. As expected, he's the adjutant of General Huanzaru. Out of the gate, he pointed directly at the ceiling-level pirates of this sea. All hands on deck. The lieutenant colonel adjusted his emotions, then shouted to the soldiers that let's assist Colonel Ichin and wipe out these remaining pirates. And Ichin was still standing at the bow of the ship, with a cigar in his mouth and a playful smile on his face. Everything is under control. Klapolu, Colonel Ben is here. A better life for the ministry. Colonel Ben is here. Meanwhile, in the sea, not far from the warship, on a pirate ship with a bow styled as a black cat, Klau's men ran around in a panic. One of the pirates hurried to the newly awakened Klau and, anxiously, he reported, Captain, there are naval warships ahead of us approaching us fast. Is it coming after us? The bandaged crow looked displeased and grunted. His heart burned with anger. A clayman still has 3 points of fire. He gritted his teeth fiercely. The East China Sea's navy was nothing more than playful trash to him. I can't believe you had the nerve to chase me here. The perfect plan he had been planning for 3 years had been spoiled by a rash, and he was now angry. Just kill a couple of navy guys to let off some steam. Crow strides onto the deck, followed closely by a group of pirate henchmen. An angry and cruel expression appeared on his face, but when he raised his head and saw the silhouette of the warship, his expression froze instantly. This? A giant ship from the Navy headquarters? Crow's eyes widened, the shock in his heart hard to hide. Why would a huge ship from the Navy headquarters appear in the East Sea? Only the huge naval galleys were seen slowly approaching on the surface of the sea. The huge shadow of the ship was like an unshakable mountain. On the surface of the sea pressurized the pirates of the Black Cat pirates, as if the dark clouds were pressing down on them. The invisible pressure was suffocating. Before Crow could react, the wolf-like Navy soldiers then jumped onto the Black Cat pirate ship one after another, and the lieutenant commander of the headquarters who was in the lead even went straight to Clow. Restaurant by the sea, Baradi. Solon's eyes were filled with unprecedented gravity and longing. He stared intently at Mihawk in front of him. The man who was known as the world's #1 great swordsman. Having only just sailed myself, I've stumbled upon the ultimate goal of my dreams. Perhaps it's too soon to. He himself might not be strong enough, but he was definitely not the type of man to back down from a challenge. Experimenting with a newly learned sword technique? Solon frowned tightly inwardly in slight confusion. Who else in this world can teach the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk blade technique? Must have misheard himself. That's absolutely impossible. Mihawk, I honestly didn't expect to run into you this early. Solon looked up with determination in his eyes. But, early or not, I'll pull out all the stops. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Solon firmly took the Wadoichi text in his mouth and it was the sort of faith inherited from Koina. He slowly assumed his own three-blade stream stance, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Mihawk looked at Sauron in front of him with a faint smile. He looked around the room and casually picked up a common standardized knife that had fallen on the ground. I feel a bit sorry for using you to test out your newly learned blade skills, Mihawk said slowly, a hint of exploration and curiosity in his voice. But I do want to know how much of a difference there is between the breathing school I've comprehended and the one that Boyichin has performed. What? Solon's eyes snapped open, barely able to believe his ears. He looked at Mihawk in surprise, a million questions flashing through his mind. There's really a new knife technique? Can someone really teach Mihawk new knife skills? Wasn't Mihawk already at the pinnacle of kendo? Breathing genre? What kind of swordplay is that? Also, who is Ichin again? But there was no time now to mull over these doubts. Solon took a deep breath, his heart burning with endless fighting spirit. His goal was right in front of him, and he couldn't back away from it himself. With both hands clenched, Sauron stomped on the ground with great force, and his body exploded, charging straight at Mihawk. With the Wadoichi text in his mouth, he whispered, "Three-blade Ryu, Ghost Chopper." The knives in both hands attacked Mihawk in a crossed position, as if trying to lock their opponent in a, and a third cut in the mouth sealed off any opening Mihawk might have had to escape. This strike was just like a roar of his full strength, carrying the young swordsman's full conviction. Mihawk stomped his foot slightly, and the thin column of seawater was shaken up, splashing around him. Mihawk gently adjusted his breathing, and moved with a graceful swing of the standardized blade in his hand. Direct the flying seawater onto the blade with great skill. Who dash? Mihawk's breathing gradually steadied as he whispered, "Type 1, water chop." As the words fell from his lips, he swung the standardized knife in his hand, the blade carrying the watery light of a blue water current chop collided hard with Solon's ghost chop at an extremely fast speed. The two figures crisscrossed, and the blade light and water shadow drew dazzling trajectories in the sunlight. In the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from Sauron's chest, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Looking down at the deep slash in his chest, blood stained the lapel. Solon clenched his teeth and tried not to collapse, but his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. Mihawk looked at the young swordsman in front of him, his eyes calm and stern. He gently shook off the blood that remained on the knife and said coldly, "Is that all? Compared to that boy Ichin, you're a bit far off." The breathing school that he had comprehended was also a bit far from that boy Ichin. Chapter 14. One day you'll meet him, Colonel of the Navy Headquarters. Ichin. The mournful screams echoed through the Black Cat pirate ship, the sound waves pounding against every eardrum that, chilling. On board the Black Cat pirates, one by one, the pirates were viciously subdued under the siege of the naval soldiers, completely unable to fight back, and fell to the ground in a sorry state, struggling. Damn it! This kind of combat power. Crow gritted his teeth and struggled to fend off the onslaught of the headquarters lieutenant colonel in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock and resignation, and from time to time he quickly scanned around trying to figure out a way to get out. There's no mistaking it. The East China Sea's Navy definitely doesn't have that kind of combat power. This is the absolute elite of the Navy headquarters. Why? Crow hissed in a low voice, a look of disbelief appearing on his face as he. Why? The elite of the Navy headquarters are in the East Sea. The weakest sea? Is heaven going to kill me, Clue? Crow's face was grim, a hint of madness flashing in his gaze. He looked at the naval officer in front of him with the cloak of justice flying behind him. His opponent's cold and awe-inspiring offense pressed down on him, making him almost breathless. If this continues, he will be completely suppressed, arrested and imprisoned, never to be turned around. Want to live by yourself? Can only use the strongest of this move. Crow gritted his teeth and growled low, "Late'll die." His entire body suddenly erupted with powerful strength. The figure moved at high speed like a blurred black shadow. The cat's claws in his hand swung like a cold blade of light in an indiscriminate and deadly attack. He was so fast that he wasn't even sure which target his next blow would land on. All of them? Go to hell. A cold smile flickered in the lieutenant colonel's eyes just as Clow launched his deadly surprise attack. He sidestepped slightly, and the weapon in his hand swung out with great precision, blocking Klau's first strike. The lieutenant colonel calmly analyzed the move and whispered, "Shave? Nope. It seems to be a weaker version of shaving." Before the words were out of his mouth, the lieutenant colonel's foot snapped to the, instantly disappearing into a stump in front of Klau. Shave. In an instant the figure of the lieutenant colonel appeared before Crow. The speed was so fast that Klau didn't even have a chance to react. What? There was horror in Klau's eyes. Not only did he block his ladle from dying, and a split second later it's in your face. Boo. LT. Colonel. Hits Klau with a volley of vicious punches to the stomach. Intense pain invaded his entire body like a flood, causing him to instantly lose all strength, and an agonizing gagging sound came from his throat as the whole man collapsed helplessly on the deck. The colonel looked coldly at Klau, who had fallen to the ground. A trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. You have a good talent, and you have initially comprehended the essence of shaving with your own efforts. No wonder Colonel Ichin looks favorably on you, and is even prepared to apply for the bounty to be revoked on your behalf. Colonel Ichin? Crow gasped and forced himself to endure the sharp pain in his abdomen. His mind filled with bewilderment and amazement. He looked up at the officer before him, who had defeated him with seeming ease. This person in front of you is not the strongest person on this warship? Is there anything stronger? Is this the strength of the Navy headquarters? This power. It's so desperate. Tap dash. The steady, powerful sound of military boots stepped on the planks of the Black Cat pirates, and with a step closer the Ichin's figure gradually emerged. That's good. With a cigar in his mouth, Ichin swept a glance at the pirates, who were completely suppressed. The corners of his mouth lifted into a satisfied smile. This ministry's elite against these small pirates of the East Sea is simply a descending blow without any suspense. I stood on a warship and watched a good show. It's a nice feeling to have everything under control without having to do it yourself. It does seem like a wise choice to accept Old Yellow's invitation. Ding! The host achieves his goal of subduing Crow without putting up a fight, and is in a happy mood. Pleasure value plus 500. Crow was half kneeling on the deck, his hair disheveled and his breathing rapid. He lifted his head with difficulty and looked toward the figure that was walking slowly toward him. The man in his eyes looked extraordinarily young, and a hint of laziness passed over his handsome face. Is this Colonel Ichin? Ichin approached Klau slowly, his gaze bland and sharp. He stood in front of Crow with a few scrutinizing looks in his eyes. Then, slowly reaching out, he pulled a badge from his pocket, and with a casual flick of the badge arched gracefully in the sunlight, its light flickering as it danced through the air. Hundreds of measures Crow. Ichin's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable aura. You are trying to die or do you want to live? Ahem. Solan's chest rose and fell violently, blood seeping from his wounds as he breathed heavier and heavier. It was impossible that he had been completely defeated with just one slash. Solan felt unbelievable in his heart. Did such a big gap really exist? Too strong. The man in front of me is really too strong. Solan mumbled in his mind. This is the first time I've ever really faced someone standing at the top of the world. Suddenly aware of his own powerlessness. And that move just now was a blade technique he had never seen before. Was this the move that Mihawk had mentioned that Ichin had used? That was a move that one could not understand or reach at all at the moment. This sea really hid crouching tigers and strong men. One still had a long way to go. However, it was the sight of such a strong man that lit a blazing fire in his own heart. The belief of becoming the world's #1 great swordsman became stronger, and he must become stronger himself. Ichin, Mihawk, it's all about surpassing yourself. Is that all? Mihawk said to Sauron. He looked at the young swordsman in front of him. The moves were good, but compared to the Ichin boy's techniques, it does come up short. Each of Ichin's slashes was full of whimsy and wonder, and the young man in front of him, there is a certain amount of talent, but not enough to call it wonderful. Hey, there's a limit to how much you can look down on people. Solan clenched his teeth, the fire of determination burning in his eyes. He bit down hard on the Wadoichi text, his gaze sharp as a knife. Just use this, my strongest move, to prove yourself. Sauron slowly took his stance as he spun both blades like a windmill. A strong wind was generated. Then, he let out a low cry, as if he had gathered all his strength and, chopping all three blades together at Mihawk. 3-blade stream Upanishad 3000 worlds. Sauron swept in like a raging storm, his blade breaking through the air, unstoppable. An ordinary swordsman, faced with such an offense, could only panic and be powerless. Mihawk saw Sauron's attack, and there was a glint of appreciation in his eyes that nodded. That's a move that looks like something like that. He leaned down, tightening his grip on the common standardized knife in his hand, and slowly adjusted his breathing. The front and back feet are gently spread apart, poised for a shot. Let's try this one. Then, with a spit from him, Mihawk suddenly erupted, as if his entire body had transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly flashed in front of Sauron. Type 1. Thunderbolt. A figure as swift as lightning flashed past, and the light of the sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air. Splat! Splat! The sound of two blades shattering resounded through the air as the two blades in Sauron's hands were completely severed. The sharp splinters scattered across the deck. Put! In the next moment, an extremely deep wound cut through Sauron's chest. The intertwined with the shallow wounds from earlier, it formed a shocking cross. Ahem! Sauron felt a sharp pain in his chest, a fishy sweetness welling up in his throat, and he couldn't hold it back any longer. A mouthful of blood was violently sprayed out, and his face instantly paled. Finished, his strongest move was easily cracked. It was too strong. Clang! With a crunch, the Wadoichi text slipped from his mouth and fell to the deck. Sauron felt his body couldn't hold it up any longer, and fell forward in a cut and slant. But even so, he still used the last ounce of strength in his body, and at the moment he was about to fall. Do your best to turn yourself around and fall on your back. Oh, Mihawk raised an eyebrow slightly at the fallen Sauron. The young swordsman, even though he had fallen to the ground wounded, it also remains in a front-facing upward position, unwilling to face the earth. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The will to go forward? Not bad. Ahem. Sauron coughed violently, his vision blurring a bit from the pain coming from his chest. But his gaze remained resolute and persistent. Skill is not as good as others. This time, it's me who lost, but I won't stop there. With one hand trembling, Sauron groped the deck of the finally caught the Wadoichi text that had fallen to the deck. With an obsessive gleam in his eye, he held aloft the Wadoichi text. Shouting at Mihawk, I will surpass you. Beyond that Ichens. His voice echoed in the sea breeze with an unyielding will that seemed to break through the clouds. Mihawk looked at Sauron, the corners of his mouth rising slightly in an appreciative smile. Your will, I recognize it. He paused briefly, then lowered his head slightly and there was a solemnity in his voice. Kid, state your name. A smile appeared at the corner of Sauron's mouth as he gritted his teeth and said, Roranoa Sauron. Very well, Roranoa Sauron. Mihawk nodded softly, his voice as clear and sharp as a blade. Move on, toward the throne of world's strongest. Try to surpass me before that boy Itchin surpasses me. Sauron gasped and looked to Mihawk. Who is this Itchin you speak of? He thought back to the fight he just had. Every move Mihawk had made, it all carried a whole new style. The kind of unique swordplay he had never seen before. The moves you just performed, were they all used by Itchin? Yes. Mihawk nodded slightly. Both moves are from his school of breathing. But there's another trick I'm working on. A pensive thought flashed in Mihawk's eyes. The moment when Itchin used the Dragon of Sunset head dance once again appeared in his mind. And even he hadn't fully grasped the wonders of that blade technique. Sauron's eyes widened in shock. What? You also have a move that you failed to penetrate? He found it unbelievable that the man in front of him was in existence known as the world's #1 great swordsman. A move that even Mihawk failed to understand? Itchin. Who the hell is he? The name began to sink deep into Sauron's mind. At the same time, the many passengers on the Baradi watching the battle from the side began to talk. Jesus. Mihawk, the world's #1 great swordsman who was easily defeated even by pirate hunter Sauron, actually admits to having a sword technique that he himself hasn't even penetrated? No way. What's impossible? Mihawk himself admitted it. What exactly is this Itchin? Is he also a great swordsman? Why have you never heard of it? Perhaps the true masters are incognito? It's a possibility. Wait, Itchin? Why do I think that name is a bit familiar? A passenger who lives near branch 186 said thoughtfully. I remember the Navy branch chief in my neighborhood was named Itchin, too. Would that be? No way. That's the man with the title of Shame of the Tokai Navy. Indeed. And I've heard of him, the major who calls for reinforcements when he encounters a pirate. Shame on the Navy. I hear all that major does at work is touch fish and sleep. I'm going to sneak down to the red neighborhood after work and hobnob all the ladies in the entire red neighborhood. Is it possible that people are just hiding their strength? No way. If he really has this strength, I'll eat a pound upside down. A passenger patted his chest in reassurance. Mihawk slowly dropped the common service knife in his hand to the deck, a smirk spreading across his lips. He had had his fun with today's battle. Going home to bed. After I woke up, I continued to think about the meaning of the Dragon of Sunset head dance move. What exactly is Itchin's status? Sauron muttered as he gasped for breath and looked at Mihawk in front of him. Mihawk turned to look at Sauron, raising the corners of his mouth slightly and there was a deep meaning in his tone. Keep sailing, Roranoa Sauron. One day, you'll meet him, Captain of the Navy Headquarters. Itchin. Chapter 15, Sauron, Main Objective Update. Defeat Colonel Itchin. Restaurant by the Sea, Baradi. When Mihawk proclaimed Ichin's identity, the entire restaurant instantly fell into a dead silence. In the silent atmosphere, the faces of the crowd were filled with surprise and disbelief. Colonel Ichin? Someone in the crowd muttered in a low voice. Same name, same family, both in the Navy. Could it be that the Colonel Ichin mentioned by Lord Mihawk and the Major Ichin of Branch 186 that we know of are simply renamed? Someone whispered a speculation with a hint of uncertainty in their voice. With all the people in the Navy, this must be a rename. Yeah, it must be a rename. More people nodded their heads. A colonel in the headquarters and a major in a branch in the East China Sea is a world of difference. Not even close. A major who is called the shame of the Eastern Sea. How can you be promoted to colonel of the headquarters overnight? It's absolutely impossible. That's right. It doesn't make sense at all. The people next to him hurriedly chimed in. How could he possibly have this kind of luck and rise to heaven in one step? That's it. Ha ha, damn it Ichin. Almost told me to eat. The person who had just threatened to eat a pound upside down said resentfully at this time, his voice full of celebration and disdain. Their self-congratulation didn't last long. However, Mihawk slowly swept a glance towards the gathered passengers, his eyes sharp as knives, directly crushing the clamor in the air into dead silence. That kid, Ichin, does come from the 186th Naval Branch, Mihawk said coldly, a hint of undeniable majesty in his voice. It is the shame of the Eastern Sea, as you call it. At this point, Mihawk paused briefly and, his eyes locked sternly on those who had just taunted Ichin, his seeing color hegemony sensing their every word clearly. The first time was just as well. That kid does like to touch fish and swing for the fences, but for the second time you have the audacity to continue to mock? You guys think that Ichin was just lucky? Listen up, all of you. Mihawk sneered, his voice low and strong. Ichin is a man that I recognize. He will be the next to sit on the world's strongest throne. And who the hell are you guys to be chewing on random ears here? Mihawk's words were like a cold wind piercing the bones, freezing everyone's mocking words. The pressure of his authority silenced the passengers, who lowered their heads and, not daring to say another word. Spoil sport. Mihawk grunted disdainfully and flicked up his cloak, then turned without a care in the world and, take a step into the coffin boat. Who dash? When Mihawk had left, someone in the restaurant finally breathed a long sigh of relief. But that oppressive heaviness still lingers in everyone's mind. What? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Surprisingly, it's really that Ichin? I can't believe it's true. How? Possible. Mihawk said it himself. Can it be false? Someone retorted feebly, but the old confidence had been lost in their voice. Dude, I thought you said you were going to eat a pound upside down. A man couldn't resist coming up to the table and flirting, a smirk on his lips. The man who had just threatened to eat a pound upside down was sweating profusely, locked in a tight grip by the gazes around him, his heart as heavy as a boulder. He smiled dryly. I'll have fried rice. Ha ha, I love Baradi's fried rice the most. It's okay. The man smiled meaningfully, then pulled a photophone bug out of his pocket and, raising his voice, he said, then, you begin. I'm a reporter from the East China Sea Daily. Dude, you're pack famous. Asterisk. On the other side of the room, Sauron lay still on the deck, his eyes closed, his breath coming in short gasps. The wounds on his body ached, but a new fire was kindled in his heart, searing every inch of his will. Colonel Ichin. Sauron thought back to Mihawk's words, and a nameless fighting spirit welled up in his heart. So there really is someone who was close to the throne of world's strongest. The battle with Mihawk was lost, but it made his goal clearer. Before he could surpass Mihawk, he himself had to cross a more realistic goal. Ichin. Mihawk. Solon murmured in a low voice, gripping what was left of the Wadoichi text. Eyes filled with firm conviction. Next, I will definitely surpass Ichin and move towards the throne of world's strongest. Just then, from within the Baradi, there came a piercing jeer that, as if to vent pent-up fear and resentment. Ha ha, that horrible eagle-eyed man is finally gone. Click laughed out loud in triumph, his chest heaving violently from the laughter. And, it was as if he had just picked up a life from hell. That stupid fool of the Three-Blade School dared to go head-to-head with a monster like that. With scorn in his eyes, Click sneered. Who does he think he is? What's the result? Well now, what's the matter? Seriously injured, right? Serves you right. The remnants of the clique pirates followed suit and laughed, and for a time the whole restaurant was filled with the sound of their unbridled laughter, and everyone seemed as if they were glad to have escaped all the while feeling immensely pleased that others are experiencing misfortune. It's only right to do whatever it takes to win. What with the spirit of kendo? What with dangling? That's all a joke. Click's gaze was grim, his words full of mockery and disdain. Ha ha, Click's gleeful maniacal laughter drew his men to laugh louder as well, but just then he was suddenly slapped hard on the back. Click was knocked off his feet and jerked around and, instead, he saw an uninvited guest standing right in front of him. It was a teenager wearing a straw hat, full of seriousness, and his fists were slowly clenching. "Hey!" Luffy's voice filled with intense anger. "Don't you dare talk about my partner like that." His usual cheeky expression disappeared without a trace. In its place was a face full of determination and anger. That was a duel between swordsmen. "You're not qualified to mock." Before Click had time to react, Luffy's fist had been quickly stretched backward and there was a ripping sound in the air. Rubber rockets. Boom! With a loud bang, Luffy's fist struck Click's chest like a cannonball, and the sheer force of the force shattered his golden armor in an instant. Pieces splattered everywhere, and Click's entire body was blasted out as if it were rags. Ahem! Click fell to the ground, sitting on his knees, blood spurting from his mouth, and it was as if his strength had been instantly drained from his body. The remnants of the Click pirates were already hungry and exhausted. Luffy, along with Sanji and Usopp, hit them one after the other and beat them senseless. The remaining pirates were knocked down in droves, and there was a mess around Barati. The air in the cabin of Yellow Sara's warship seemed a bit oppressive. "Hundreds of plans," Claw said, sweating profusely, facing Ichin's gaze. He felt an unprecedented pressure. The air in the cabin seemed to grow heavy with the words, "Want to die, or want to live?" It was as if it was a fork in the road of his own destiny. Crow fought back the panic inside him, his throat a little dry, and swallowed hard. There is no doubt that one wants to live. As a man as cunning as a fox, never willing to lose his life so easily himself. Especially in the presence of the man in front of him, who perceived himself as vaguely alive. Since Colonel Ichin has given this option, it means that one has a chance of surviving the attack. This is an opportunity that should never be missed. I want to live. Hearing this, Ichin smiled slightly and nodded. Very well. It's too much of a hassle to try to live, and not to do it yourself if you can convince. He looked aside to the Lieutenant Colonel. "Lieutenant Colonel, I'll talk to him alone." The Lieutenant Colonel sniffed, nodded his head, and, looking very sensible, turned at once and walked out of the cabin. The door was closed, leaving them an enclosed space. That suffocating silence returned to the air once more, and Crow felt an invisible oppression that. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Ichin spoke slowly. "Clow, follow me and you can live." Chapter 16 Colonel Ichin. "Naval enlisted man, Crow, reporting to you. Follow you and live?" Crow froze, knowing the weight of the words. What it meant to follow Ichin was not entirely clear to him, but at least, he could live. Instead of being escorted to a prison and living a life of darkness and captivity, like other pirates, it ended up in an execution. Complicated emotions tumbled through Crow's mind. Living to have it all. This was an opportunity he had to seize. He took a deep breath. His eyes became determined. Then his body shortened. His knees touched the ground. Ambling and kneeling in front of Ichin, he whispered, "Colonel Ichin, I want to live." That short sentence was tinged with submission and a desire to live. "Very good." Ichin smiled, showing a hint of satisfaction. One likes smart people, and talking to smart people is just easy and clear. But superficial allegiance is not enough. What one needs is complete loyalty. A loyal henchman who can completely reassure himself and take care of the heavy lifting. "Sit down." Ichin gestured with his finger to the chair beside him, signaling for Clue to sit down. Then asked, "What do you want besides to live?" Crow hesitated, frowning slightly. His mind flashed back to that life on the run, hunted by the Navy, woefully out of shape, with no place to go. "I'm tired of the life of a pirate. I want peace." "A peaceful life?" Ichin nodded. "No problem. Come with me to Naval Headquarters. This great sea of. There's no place more peaceful than Navy Headquarters." Naval Headquarters, which was pretty much the safest place in the world before the Topsy-Turvy War. Even the Holy Land, Marahoa, was once invaded by Tiger the Fisherman. But the Navy Headquarters is standing, steady as a rock. Even the Golden Lion, Sky, was arrested in front of the headquarters with a grudge, hand in hand with Warlord Incarp. When the Top War was on, he himself could have been like old Huang, leisurely touching the fish and watching the show in peace. Navy Headquarters? Crow nodded slightly even as he listened to Ichin's reply. Indeed, the Navy Headquarters, that's the very core of the world government's power. It is a place that pirates avoid, and is far safer than any other part of the East China Sea. Ichin's eyes burned as he looked at Clue and spoke again. "Is there anything else?" Crow froze for a moment, looking down in contemplation. He thought of his plan, which he had spent 3 years plotting. The fact that he had been messed up by an inexplicably rubbery teenager filled his chest with resentment. He clenched his fists, determination surfacing in his eyes. I want to get stronger. Become stronger. Only greater power will allow me to live in peace. Oh, Ichin raised an eyebrow, both surprised and justified by Clue's answer. In this vast sea of waves, power is everything, and without power, how can there be peace? Crow's desire was obvious, but Ichin was deeply satisfied with that thirst. He thought for a moment, then smiled slightly and looked down at his remaining pleasure points. Another sweep of the badge in his hand. Host's remaining pleasure value, 101,520. Ghosts and spirits. Fine blue item. Current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 3 stars. Consuming life force to gain the possibility of breaking through the upper limit of one's talent. The higher the star level, the higher the probability of breakthrough, the higher the upper limit of the talent to be raised. Restricted to those originally gifted below the rank of Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. After breaking through and fully digesting the effects of the item, the talent can reach the level of Elite Lieutenant General of the headquarters. All fine blue items can be broken with pleasure points after reaching 3 stars. Breakthrough to ceiling level. Pleasure points required for breakthrough, 100. 000. Breakthrough rate of 100% after breakthrough to a ceiling level purple item. Talented to the rank of General of the Ministry. One's original plan was to save up 150. 000 pleasure points and then spend another 100. 000 pleasure points to upgrade the Ghost Spirit Guide to purple. But he hadn't expected to meet Klaus so soon, who just happened to have a need to become stronger. Since this was the case, there was no need to hesitate. So why not go with the flow and just let him break through? Why bother splitting something that can be solved once into 2 times? Ding! The host spends 100. 000 pleasure points to break through the Ghost Guide to the ceiling level. Remaining pleasure value, 1520. Ichin gently played with the badge in his hand before handing it to Clue. This, it can make you very powerful, but it has its price. A small badge can make someone stronger? Crow frowned in confusion. You can try, Ichin said calmly, with a hint of seduction and unquestionable power in his tone. But using it will drain your life force, and he paused, and with a smile that had a few hints of, able to help you replenish your depleted life force. Crow's heart sank as he realized the implications. Using the badge depletes your life force, and Ichin can help replenish it, meaning that as long as he was dedicated to his allegiance, Ichin could ensure that he would not be killed by the loss of his power. However, once one develops a sense of betrayal, then all that awaits him or her is the loss of life force, the fate of old age and death. This is really a condition that can't be backed out of, Crow murmured, his tone full of bitterness and helplessness. But his eyes shone with determination. As a former pirate myself, I know that this sea is full of betrayal. Some means of it is indeed very necessary. He took a deep breath and tightened his grip on his badge. A small, silver-colored pin on the badge jabbed out, instantly slicing through Klau's fingers. Crow frowned as the pain hit him, but he didn't let go. Power raced through his blood, surging with a fervor he had never known before. He sensed profoundly that his gift was undergoing a metamorphosis that, the most direct feeling was that the shaving that the colonel had used to defeat himself was now fully understood. It's an advanced version of death by ladle. Nowadays, one could clearly understand the way the move was delivered and the technique of using it, as if it had belonged to him from the beginning. Is this the power of a talent breakthrough? Crow whispered to himself, a gleam of disbelief in his eyes. An unprecedented image immediately surfaced in his mind. If he could persistently hammer this power, his own future heights could actually reach the level of an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Black Cat Grand Admiral, Crow muttered, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a hint of excitement and anticipation that he couldn't hide. What a tantalizing target. Meanwhile, Crow felt the color of his hair creeping up on him. The original deep black hair color gradually began to turn black and white intertwined, a sign of life force overdraft, symbolizing the price he was paying for power at the moment. Ichin watched this quietly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He wants that kind of awareness and loyalty from Crow. That way he will be a sharp and reliable knife in his own hands. Afterwards, Ichin took out a immortal bean from his bosom and handed it to Clue. Fairy beans. It can repair the life force depleted by accidents, and restore external and internal injuries. Ineffective against common physical ailments. Clue froze slightly. Then without thinking, she took the fairy bean and bit down on it. Let that life force spread through his body. He felt the warm energy rapidly repairing his body. Gradually, he recovered his life force that had been overdrawn by the use of the badge. However, although his vitality had been restored, he understood that the power of this one immortal being was far from enough to make up for all his losses. Crow stood there, clenching his fists, feeling the changes in his body as there was a strong sense of gratitude and determination in his eyes. He never thought that he would one day have this kind of power that This is powerful enough to change destiny and reinvent yourself. And it wasn't some mysterious devil fruit that gave him all this, nor was it the plan he had once labored over in the East China Sea, but the man before him, a seemingly casual, cynical, and the practically unfathomable man Ichin. This is by no means an ordinary headquarters colonel. Crow took a deep breath, understanding that he was. Understand that you can never go back to your old ways from this day forward. The old pirate Karo, who used to strategize and boasted of his 100 plans, is now history. Now he was a naval soldier, a subordinate of Ichin. No more questioning, no more hesitation. Crow said silently to himself in his mind, just do your best and take care of every task the colonel gave you and get rid of the shadow of that loser from the past once and for all. He straightened his back, his feet together, his right hand by his forehead. The eyes firmly fixed on Ichin. He bowed deeply. Colonel Ichin, Crow said in a calm but strong voice. Navy soldier, Crow, reporting to you. Satisfied, Ichin looked at Clow, who was bowing before him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good, the best toolman is in place. Next, what awaits you will surely be a cozy life in the ministry. Old Huang. When you have a mission, you'll be busy. I, on the other hand, have had my first toolman take the big step of opening up a casual swing in the main office. I'm the king of the Navy swingers. Chapter 17, Shocked. The world's first great swordsman Mihawk personally admits to encountering East China Sea. On the deck of the warship, a small table was placed in the center of the deck, and 3 men gathered around it. Was fighting the landlord feverishly. King Bomb. Crow played the biggest card in his hand expressionlessly, a faint smile looming from the corners of his mouth. Can't afford it. The lieutenant colonel sighed and gently set the cards down in his hand. Over. Ichin shrugged. The corners of Crow's mouth lifted slightly as he glanced at the cards on the table, then at the rest of his hand and, after a few moments of thought, the strategy for the next play of the card was decided. According to the rules, he and the colonel were on a team, and the goal was to join forces against the landlord, Colonel Ichin. At this moment the colonel had only 6 cards left in his hand, and according to his own calculations the colonel also had a medium straight and a small card in his hand. If the colonel is to win, he must defuse the 4 threes in his hand, then hit a little smoothie to give the colonel a run for his money. Crow's eyes lit up and he whispered, 34, 567. Ichin's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Pipe on. He played his cards lightly, then without hesitation shouted, check. Can't afford. Hey, run away. Ichin clapped his hands together and stood up, smiling broadly. It's. The lieutenant colonel shook his head helplessly. At that moment, a marine came hurrying up, stood up straight and saluted. Colonel, here's today's edition of the East Coast Daily News. Good. Ichin took the paper, sat back in his chair as if nothing had happened, and began flipping through it. For him, reading the paper during his work hours, keeping up with the big events at sea, it's already part of everyday life. This is a life he enjoys. Then, Colonel, I'll confirm the course and see if we're off. The commander stood up, saluted Ichin, and left the cabin. Crow followed suit, silently following LT. Colonel, while observing and learning how to adapt to a new life and how to play the role of an enlisted man in the Navy. Learn the responsibility and discipline behind this identity. Crow had never been more serious, for he knew, deep down, that one's own identity as a pirate was completely in the past. Now, he's in the Navy, an enlisted man under Colonel Ichin. In an effort to fully assimilate herself into her new identity, Clow's life seemed to vibrate on 2 strings. Learn on one side and exercise on the other. Learning in order to be able to better master the affairs of the ministry, to be Colonel Ichin's right-hand man in the future. Exercise, on the other hand, is about improving one's combat prowess, being able to cope with all types of trouble that may come your way in the future. As for the colonel, what's wrong with swinging for the fences when you're this strong? The bounty on the Black Cat pirates has been revoked at the request of Colonel. Other captured members were assigned to various branches along the way for labor reform, and those who excelled even had the opportunity to turn over a new leaf by joining the Navy. Crow knew deep down that there was no going back, nor did he need to. Getting stronger and settling down is its own goal, and by following Colonel Ichin, you can accomplish your goals. So the Colonel's claim is its own goal. As Ichin's henchman, he himself will take care of all affairs. For Ichin's sake, and for himself. Go go go. Ichin waved his hand and watched Clow leave, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The new henchmen were making rapid progress, and in just a few days the Crow then adjusted his positioning and stance. In hindsight, his decision to turn back to the village of Syrab was extremely correct. Crow is totally the key to a happy touchy-feely life in his own headquarters. He can help with the grunt work and completely free up his time. To think that my future self could sit leisurely in an office in the Navy headquarters, pawing at the fish and reading the newspaper. Ichin flashed a smile. Beautiful. He lit a cigar and inhaled deeply, the smoke curling around his lips. It's full of relaxation. He casually flipped open the Donghai Daily in his hand. Shocked. Mihawk, the world's #1 great swordsman, personally admitted to encountering a sword technique that he couldn't comprehend. At the sight of the title, Ichin's eyes instantly lit up. News of the old meter. Take a look. A few playful smiles tugged at the corners of his mouth as he continued to look down. Mihawk defeated pirate hunter Sauron with 2 moves? And admitting that those 2 moves came from a Navy headquarters colonel? There's another move that even Mihawk himself hasn't been able to penetrate yet? The names of the moves and names are not published because they are not authorized by Mr. Mihawk. This reporter kinda knows his stuff. Is he afraid of being cut by old rice? Ichin flicked the ash of his cigar, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Jow. This enlightenment of old me is truly heaven-defying, to the extent that he was able to steal and learn my moves, stealing his own knife skills, and not compensating with 2 bottles of fine red wine the next time we meet. One doesn't let this go easily. As he was thinking, Ichin's eyes rested on the last few pages of the newspaper. A sudden hint of pleasure appeared. Yo! He turned over the photograph in the paper, which clearly showed a man standing upside down and, with great difficulty, he stretched his head and neck downward in an effort to use his mouth to eat a heaping bowl of scrambled eggs. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckle softly. Who is this? So miserable. I can't believe you're eating such a big pot of fried rice upside down? Who is this offending? The man in the photo has a pained expression on his face, as if he had done his best to, but ended up woefully off balance in the next photo, and the whole thing went down, falling on its face, in a woeful pose, and the crowd of onlookers, one face open with a smile. Many even laughed so hard they had tears in their eyes. Ha ha, this dude is too funny. Ichin laughed out loud with his stomach in his hands, the sound echoing through the cabin. The heartfelt pleasure was overwhelming. Ding! The host reads the newspaper and gropes during work hours. And today's paper is more interesting than yesterday's. Host is in a happy mood. Pleasure value plus 500. Just then the hatch was gently pushed open, and the lieutenant colonel stepped in briskly. With a serious look on his face, he saluted and reported, Colonel, the course is all clear, and we expect to arrive at Rogue Town in half a day's sail. Ichin nodded and closed the paper gently, pondering in his mind for a moment that the Rogue Town. It's not bad to come to the world of pirates and travel around, just sightsee all the way back to the main office, and by the time we get back to the headquarters, that boy Crow should be completely familiar with all kinds of military matters. You will also be able to handle everything with ease. At that time, one can also get rid of those tedious matters completely, living the real swinging life. East China Sea, along Paradise, with a resounding rubber tomahawk. Luffy's figure leapt high into the air like an arrow, his feet stretched out vigorously right above him and slammed downward with devastating destructive power. The air was ripped apart as this kick slammed hard into the top of Aaron's head and a violent shockwave exploded in the air, and the terrifying power was like thunder splitting down, knocking Aaron directly to the ground. Along with it, the entire building of Arlon Land instantly collapsed under the immense force. The sound of the wall collapsing echoed like thunder, accompanied by a loud boom. Debris and tiles flew everywhere, and a thick cloud of smoke filled the sky, and Aaron's unmistakable smile went up in smoke. A mournful scream came out of the chaos of It was Colonel Mouse of the 16th Naval Branch who took the opportunity to try and make a buck, and was coldly blocked by Sauron. The Straw Hat Pirates' battle not only overthrew Arlong's rule, the corrupt navy, which had oppressed the people and colluded with the fish people, was thoroughly exposed, and with it, justice was served. And this battle has officially brought the Straw Hat Pirates into the sights of the Navy headquarters. A few young figures caused shockwaves in this great sea. Along with this great event, Straw Hat Luffy with a hefty bounty of 3,000,000 berry, making this fledgling young pirate quickly become the center of attention in the entire East Sea. The sun is setting, and the orange afterglow is spilling over the ruins of the wretched along Paradise, and far out to sea, the Mary was sailing against the sea breeze to her next destination, the great voyage. Usopp stood at the stern of the ship, hands clenched, fear and longing for the unknown shining in his eyes. But don't forget the supplies needed for the voyage. Nami pursed her lips in reminder, her eyes narrowing slightly as she seemed to already be calculating how much it would cost. Nami jam. Sauron was still resting on the deck with his eyes closed, his arms resting behind his head, and he looked as if he couldn't care less about, but the smile, if any, At the corner of his mouth revealed his anticipation of the challenge ahead, and Chef Sanji smiled as he lit a cigarette and looked out at the fading ruins of Arlong Paradise. The eyes full of trust and acquiescence in his partner. The Mary was bobbing in the sea breeze, her sails bulging against the wind. The skull and crossbones flag in a straw hat flies high. Let's go! Luffy stood at the bow of the boat, waving excitedly. Next stop, the town of beginnings and endings, Rogerstown. Members of the Straw Hat Pirates before the Great Voyage. Chapter 18. You'll only be dashing around by yourself, while I'm thinking of my brothers all the time. Rogue Town. With a slight breeze from the sea. Office of the Chief of the Naval Branch. Rogue Town. Brew Blue. The phone bug's voice suddenly rang out, loud and urgent. Smog, cigar in hand, frowned impatiently and reached out to pick up the phone bug. Hello? Smog spoke, a coldness in his words. Major Smog, the newly promoted headquarters Colonel Ichin will be arriving in Rogue Town in 2 hours. The voice from across the room caused Smog to blush slightly, and after listening for a moment, he bit down hard on his cigar and, brows furrowed, and a low curse escaped his lips. Damn, it's actually true. He jerked the cigar off, biting off a sliver so hard that the ashes fluttered to the ground. Anger and disdain flickered in his eyes. That naval disgrace of the East Sea. Surprisingly, he's really been transferred back to the headquarters. What the hell were those guys at the ministry thinking? Bunch of rotten old guys. That kind of poser. Why don't you just expel him from the Navy? The soldiers next to me have seen it all before. Major Smog was one of those people who acted as he pleased and defied authority, and it was not unusual for him to contradict his superiors. Dang! The sound of a push on the door interrupted Smog's anger. Colonel Smog Dash walked in, a newspaper clutched in her hand. Her face held a touch of nervousness and eagerness. Look, what's the big deal? Yes, Colonel. Dusty walked quickly over to Smoggy and handed over the paper in his hand. Some excitement in his voice. And a new sea pirate has been born in the East Sea. Oh, Smog's interest was piqued and his eyebrows raised slightly. The Straw Hat Luffy with a reward of 30 million berries. Dash removes the bounty clip to the newspaper and hands it to Smoggy. Smog took the bounty, his eyes gazing into the face that smiled with reckless abandon. His expression grew serious as he tapped his finger on the bounty list. Luffy, there's no way a man like that wouldn't be ready to head for the Great Voyage. Right here in Logtown. Arrest him. Yes, Major Smog. One more thing. Dash pointed to the headline on the newspaper. Mihawk, Hawkeye, one of the 7 Muskai under the king, met a Navy headquarters colonel in the East Sea and encountered a sword technique that even he could not see through. What? Smog froze, his brow furrowing as his face quickly became grim. He snatched up the paper and quickly scanned the contents, his eyes growing heavy. Damn, what's with the premonition of a storm coming? How could Mihawk, the man known as the world's #1 great swordsman, appear in the East Sea, and met a headquarters colonel in the East China Sea? What's even more outrageous is that this colonel of the ministry knows a knife technique that Mihawk can't even see through? It's unbelievable. Smog couldn't help but feel his heart tighten as he rubbed his brow, anxiety surging through him. As much as he disliked the pirates who had strong ties to the world government, he had to admit that Mihawk is real powerful. A colonel from the ministry that even Mihawk recognizes? Who is it? Damn Donghai Daily News reporter. You write clearly, ah? Major Smog, the most popular colonel in the East China Sea. I suppose Colonel Ichin is the only one. Dashchi spoke uncertainly, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Still, I couldn't help but make a bold guess. Will, it can't be him. Smog interrupted her directly, his brow furrowed and a determined gleam in his eyes. He took the cigar away from his mouth and flung down the ashes hard. How is it possible for that slacker to master a blade technique that Mihawk can't even see through? He's nothing more than a poser navy that was transferred back to the headquarters through connections. There's no real talent at all. He's a disgrace to the East Sea. This time he can get the hell out of the East Sea. I'm about to be so happy I'm going to set off fireworks to celebrate. The more Smoggy talks, the more angry he gets. The mind began to recall the man's appearance, the slouching posture, the way he couldn't even stand up straight. Muckety mucks. He gritted his teeth, fire in his eyes. If such a man can be recognized by Mihawk, I'll just... Smog didn't continue. He waved his hand and said to Dusty, by the way, get ready, that asshole will be here soon. What? Dusty froze, an incredulous look on her face. Isn't Colonel Ichin going to return to headquarters by way of the windless belt? Oof. Thinking of slacking off, I guess. Not going through the windless zone. That way you can spend more time on the road enjoying yourself. Smog grunted. Go get ready, and show that guy what the Roachtown branch is all about. Yes. Watching Dusty leave, Smog lit the cigar in his hand again and the smoke rose slowly before him. He looked out the window at the ocean with cold eyes, as if it was going to rain. Woo. A long whistle echoed over the town of Logan. It resounded throughout every corner of the town, as if it were a roar from the deep sea. The huge warship sailed slowly into the harbor of Roachtown, the flag on its main pole waving in the wind. The word yellow was printed on it, symbolizing the ship's extraordinary origin. This huge ship of the Admiralty caused a commotion around the harbor. Many people had gathered around curiously to watch the uninvited guest. The ship was as large as a small mountain, and looked extremely imposing docked by the harbor. On deck, Ichin stood with a cigar in his mouth, standing in the bow of the ship, and eyes leisurely scanned the nearby town of Rogue. The sea breeze ruffled the cloak of justice behind him. He lifted his head and squinted up at the overcast sky, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he seemed to smell the moist flavor in the air. Yo, is it going to rain? He muttered, his voice low but with an indifferent sprightliness. Pa dash. With a soft thud, a delicate umbrella was quietly opened. Crow stood behind him, silently holding his umbrella to shield him from the rain that might come. Who dash? Ichin gently exhaled a smoke ring. The smoke dispersed in the air, and he slowly turned his head and, looking out into the busy streets of the harbor, the corners of his mouth curled up into a seeming smile. Not bad. It's very busy. It's more than a few times more prosperous than Branch 186, where he stayed before. This one is sure to be fun. Old Huang, you go out in style by yourself, and me, bringing my brothers along in style. It's the Gap. He waved his hand, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Let's go. Get high. All purchases go on the Rogue Town Branches tab. Yes, a hotel within the town of Logan. A man clad in a dark green coat jerked his head up, his eyes sharp and cold. His face was serious and his black hair fell casually behind his shoulders. The left side of his face had a prominent red chevron tattoo that was striking and mysterious. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Munch D. Long, father of Straw Hat Luffy. This time he's come to Logan Town on purpose. It's because of a special news. His son, Munch D. Luffy, is about to set sail from the East China Sea toward the Great Voyage. He knew that this sea did not belong to the timid, nor would it favor those who were unwilling to take risks. Every man who sails out to sea has an undying faith in his heart, and as a father, the dragon knew this by heart. So he chose to come to Logtown, not to stop it, but to see it through. What's to stop a man from following his dreams? The dragon whispered to himself, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as a hint of long-lost warmth flashed in his eyes. Because of his own ambition to change the world, and to protect his son, one had not lived with Luffy for even a single day. But now, he himself is just a father who wants his son to be free to follow his dreams. The dragon's gaze was fixed on the window, but the furrowed brow revealed the turmoil in his mind. Outside the window, on the coast, a massive warship was slowly pulling into the harbor. On the white mainsail, the word yellow was printed, which stood out in the wind and rain. As a former lieutenant general of the ministry, Dragon knew the internal system of the Navy and the guidelines for using different sizes of warships by heart. Yellow. This is the Admiral's warship from the Navy headquarters. Why? Why would the Admiral of the Navy headquarters warship appear in Rogue Town? Ask for everything. Lords, if you don't, Yang will have to poke you in the ass. Sigma. Chapter 19 Dragon of the Sunset Head Dance. Mihawk Edition. The New World, where the red-haired pirates are based. The Red Hair Pirates, Japanese pirate group. A coffin boat sails slowly into the harbor, its hull exuding a distinctive, cold aura of. It was as if the air around it froze at its arrival. The crew of the red-haired pirates were instantly alert, their eyes fixed on the forward coffin ship. Whoa, Hawkeye, what are you doing in our quarters? But there was no reaction from Mihawk, whose gaze was cold, whose stride was unhurried, and whose, without a word, he headed towards the deepest part of the compound. Yo, Hawkeye? A familiar voice came from the side. The man was tall, wearing a dark blue, spiral pattern cloak and backed by gray hair that, there is a cross-shaped scar on the left corner of the forehead. Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-headed pirates, captains and mates of the three generations, Yang's current desktop. Captain, Beckman whimpered as the red-headed Shanks leisurely stepped out of the ship. Shanks was wearing an untucked white shirt with a pair of tan 7/4 length pants, feet in flip-flops. His gaze lingered on Mihawk for a moment, a smirk spreading across the corners of his mouth. Mihawk? You're a rare visitor. Come to ask me for a duel? Mihawk grunted softly and said faintly, "Poof, what's the point of dueling with this one-armed man?" He took the East Coast Journal out of his arms and gently handed it to Shanks. Take a look. Shanks raised an eyebrow slightly and took the paper, casually flipping it open and eyes quickly scanned over the familiar words until he saw the bounty list. At that moment, the image of the character on the paper came into view, the iconic grinning face of Straw Hat Luffy. It's both familiar and laugh-out-loud funny. Shanks took the bounty list and scrutinized it for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing violently. Ha ha, Luffy, are you here? He casually handed the paper to Beckman, who was beside him, with a look of relief and anticipation in his eyes that, I'll be waiting for you in the new world. Shanks turned to the crew around him, his smile unabated, and commanded, Hey, little ones, prepare the feast. We have something big to celebrate today. Mihawk, why don't you join us for a drink? Not interested. I had a great time out and am ready to go back and get some rest. Mihawk stood and shook his head slightly, was ready to go home to bed when I saw this. I remembered you mentioning something about the brats in the East China Sea before, so I brought it to you on the way. At that moment, Beckman looked up from the sidelines and pointed to the newspaper headlines, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Asked Mihawk, is it true what it says? There are swordsmanships that you can't even comprehend? Mihawk glanced at the paper and nodded. Indeed, that slash by the Itchin boy was very mysterious and whimsical. He paused, his eyes flickering, but I've worked out some of the doorways on the way here. Oh, the red-haired Shanks, who was greeting his men as they prepared a feast, turned at the words of. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Itchin boy? He raised an eyebrow. That's the one you mentioned before. The swinging major from the East China Sea? I always thought his talk of breathing genres was nothing but a trick. Mihawk was slightly silent, his eyes deep, and responded in a low voice. Shanks, do you think I'd fall for a little trick like that? Ha ha. Shanks laughed even more recklessly, with a booming laugh that, there was a glint of teasing in his eyes. That's not easy to say, is it? After all, you're so fond of staying at home, being lazy and, who knows when you'll get screwed over. Mihawk's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes as he, voice low and threatening, Shanks, I see you really want to have another duel with me. His hand slowly reached behind his back and gripped the legendary black blade. Knight, exactly. Shanks shrugged, his hand on the griffin at his waist. Come, let me see what's so extraordinary about the breathing school you're promoting. Well, then, watch this. Mihawk's voice was cold, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he pulled the black blade knight out of his back. In an instant, a shocking sense of oppression permeated from his body. The air around them seemed to freeze instantly, weighing people down to the point where they could barely breathe. The members of the red-haired pirates had horrified expressions on their faces. It wasn't the first time they had seen these two powerhouses face off, but today's atmosphere seemed extraordinarily different. All get out of the way. The captain and Hawkeye are going to fight. Beckman was keenly aware of the change in atmosphere that, he immediately waved his hand to signal the members around him to hurry back and go evacuate the ordinary crew members who might be affected by the wave. The surrounding people also panicked, fearing to get involved in the battle between these two top powerhouses. Mihawk looked up into the sky. The sun was shining. He closed his eyes slightly, feeling the temperature of the sun and the direction of the wind. His breathing gradually smoothed out, his breath gradually blending in with the nature around him. Then his eyes snapped open, and it was as if flames were burning in them. And the entire person's aura suddenly exploded. Mihawk took a deep breath, then quickly adjusted the rhythm of his breathing as he, holding the black sword knight tightly in his hand, the blade flashed coldly in the sunlight. At that moment, it was as if he had become the medium between the sun and the dragon, the sword and the heart merging. The heart is in tune with nature. Type of pickup, Mihawk murmured in a low voice, and immediately afterward, his movements, like the flying of a fiery dragon, erupted steeply and, the shadow of the blade was like a dragon that was taking flight, carrying a fiery murderous aura towards Shanks. Shanks' pupils instantly contracted when he saw Mihawk strike. His seeing color Bay had seen the future of this blade, and he realized that the strike was so powerful that it actually made his heart palpitate. Shanks cursed under his breath, a strong sense of unease rising violently in his heart. That razor-sharp blade intent was beyond his knowledge of Mihawk. Careless, the strike in front of him was definitely not an ordinary sword art. That was a strong swing by Mihawk. The sword is strong, and the blade is even stronger. The slash would rip apart and topple the entire island, and one had to stop it. Stop, Mihawk, wait. Shanks rushed out to stop it, but it was too late. The only thing in Mihawk's eyes was the shadow of the blade he was about to swing, and he moved like a bolt of lightning that, swift and unforgiving, dragons of the halo head dance, Mihawk bellowed, and his black blade, knight, swung out like lightning. The blade seemed to literally ignite the air around it. The blazing blade was as dazzling as the hot sun, and the light illuminated the entire battlefield. The blade chi transformed into a huge fire dragon, dancing in the air, winding and soaring. With a pounding sense of oppression, it pushed right into Shanks. At this moment, Shanks' eyes widened and his heart was filled with a sense of shock. He could feel that the blow was no simple force that, Instead, it was a new, beyond the limit blade technique. Mihawk's school of breathing actually exists. It even possesses this marvelous aura that can counter the forces of nature. Breathing genre. What exactly is the school? That mysterious Navy Lieutenant Commander Ichin. Who is it again? Shank's surprise rolled over and over within him, but there was obviously no time to explore that now. The temperature around him rose instantly as he saw the fiery dragon roar and the air was filled with hot energy. There is no other way. It must be dealt with in full force. It'll have to do. Shank's face tightened and his right hand gripped the griffin at his waist. Bright red overlord color hegemonic aura wrapped around the blade like a flame, and a red glow lit up around him. Drink! He let out a bellowing cry, and behind him, a domineering aura like a red griffin's shadow violently appeared. Accompanied by a cry like a lion or a vulture. Shanks wielded his griffin with a dominating blade that sliced through the air and met the fiery dragon straight on. Divine evasion. God shuns me not. Chapter 20, The Navy. A big monster out there. New world, when Mihawk and Shanks were fighting like hell. The culprit, Ichin, was leading the elite of the ministry in grand style. And, prepare to land in Logtown. Wow. A fine rain sprinkled quietly and gently on the roofs and streets of Logtown. It cast a hazy, wet air over the whole town. A tense atmosphere spread through the naval branch in Rogue Town. Hurry up! That asshole who got promoted by connections is going to arrive. Smog's voice was low and urgent, and he gritted his teeth, the cigar almost slipping out of his mouth. All get your spirits up. Show that guy the spirit of our Logtown branch. The Navy men standing behind Smog, all solemn, quickly refitted themselves and there was a dressing down and a checking of weapons. And then they walked out of the branch with Smog. The pace was in unison toward the docks. As they drew nearer to the pier, step by step, the vast and imposing naval vessel gradually came into view. One can't help but be in awe. Ichin stood at the bow of the ship, cigar in hand, his demeanor relaxed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. With a cynical smirk, his cloak of justice was rattling in the sea breeze, and he looked very cozy and proud. The lieutenant colonel was close behind, with a large black umbrella spread out in his hand. Dedicated to shielding Ichin from the flurrying drizzle. The gesture was dutiful. Crow, on the other hand, stayed on guard on the ship and did not follow it ashore. All this time, he had only one goal in mind: to become stronger. Ever since Klau's talent was raised to the rank of admiral through the Ghost Leader. Then he set up an extremely strict training program for himself and worked out day after day without slacking off. He was well aware of the unfathomable means of Ichin, who was able to raise his talent to such a degree. For a more secure life and greater strength, he's going to go above and beyond and become Ichin's strongest aid. Remove all potential obstacles for him. Let him toss it. Ichin glanced at Klau, who was still on the deck, sticking to his training, and narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of satisfaction appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Klau gets stronger, and he himself will have fewer strikes in the future. It also allows you to focus more on enjoying the easy life. Isn't it the ideal life to leave all the trouble to your little brother, and set yourself up in the background to catch the fish? He thought triumphantly in his mind. The smile at the corners of his mouth growing more pronounced as smoke slowly rose from his mouth. Depart! With a wave of his hand, Ichin strides off the deck with the elite of the Navy headquarters and strides towards the docks. The onlookers on the pier looked sideways, even holding their breath in the drizzle. That swinging asshole! Smog saw the familiar figure from afar, and the anger in his chest could not help but rise up, and the cigar also got tighter and tighter in my mouth, and the smoke became more intense. Tap 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 tap. The elite of the naval headquarters marched at a neat and vigorous pace, and the momentum of it directly compared the aura of the most elite soldiers of the East Sea's Rogetown branch. The crowd of onlookers watched as the soldiers stepped off the HQ warship, and each one of them murmured, full of curiosity, "Wow, wasn't it said that the naval branch in Rogetown was the most elite unit in the East Sea? Why do I feel that these soldiers coming down from the warships have an even more unusual aura?" Yeah, Colonel Smog is a white hunter, one of the strongest men in the East Sea. But the man who led the way down from the warship, looking even more handsome and subdued than Colonel Smogger, a sharp-eyed member of the crowd saw the large letters on the warship's mainsail. Stunned, he said, "Yellow, it can't be." Mixed in with the crowd, Munch D. Long's eyes flickered slightly. When he saw the word yellow fluttering in the wind, the heart was slightly relieved. Luckily, it's only Yellow Sara's warship that's coming. The dragon breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and an imperceptible smile appeared faintly at the corner of his mouth. That means Luffy still has a chance to get out of the East Sea safely. Embark on a great voyage of your own to meet that unknown adventure in challenge. If it's Akane who's coming, then I'm afraid Rogue Town will become a war zone today. A killing place filled with blood and flames. Such a scene was something he definitely did not want to see. However, Even Yellow Sara's warships had to keep him cautious. Thoughts raced through the dragon's mind as he gazed at the massive warship that. A bold idea flashed through his mind. If this warship is attacked at the right time. As a result, they had to stay at the docks for repairs, and the ministry's elite were then powerless to stop Luffy from successfully sailing. The dragon pondered slightly for a moment and already had a plan in mind. He took a deep breath, feeling the dampness and coolness of the sea breeze that brought, waiting quietly for the best time to come. When Luffy is ready to sail, he'll step in and create mayhem, one way or another, and also to create a smooth passage to the great voyage for his son. New world, rumble, flames and red light fiercely clashed in the air. The sound of explosions was deafening. The aftermath shook the, stirring up layers of air waves in the air. It was as if the entire world had lost its balance in that instant. Time seemed to stand still for a moment as the fire dragon and the red griffin tangled in the sky, waves of air curling up and the debris on the ground was lifted by the energy and showered around like rain. The whole island seemed to be in the center of a storm, and countless supplies were swept up into the air by the powerful air currents, flying through the air like a runaway kite. The air was filled with searing energy fluctuations, as if even the sky was about to be cut open. Mihawk uses the power of divine avoidance to easily step back, and he taps his toes. His figure leaped onto the coffin boat like a black phantom, and he raised his eyes to look at Shanks in the air with a bland expression. "Did you use all the dominant color wraps?" Mihawk said softly, a hint of derision in his tone. "I haven't fully comprehended this blade yet. After I go back and have a good night's sleep, and thoroughly comprehend it." Again. Shanks frowned slightly as he listened to the words, his face becoming more and more grave. It was difficult to calm his heart. The intensity of this strike had exceeded his expectations. It even far exceeded his estimation of Mihawk's strength. Dragons of the Halo head dance. This move, just the skinny of what Mihawk had learned, actually possessed such terrifying destructive power. Shanks is the top swordsman of the New World, the man who sat on the throne of the four emperors by virtue of his dominance and swordsmanship. He could naturally see the terrifying power contained in this blade. Although Mihawk himself is the world's #1 swordsman, the power of this move that Shanks was forced to re-evaluate the depth of the breath school. He thought from the start that it was nothing more than a contraption Mihawk had brought up in jest, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he knew he was wrong. Dead wrong. Ichin, Shanks murmured, a flash of unease and curiosity in his eyes. What kind of strength does that Navy lieutenant commander, that mysterious figure Mihawk talks about, really have? What is the secret of the breathing school that even Mihawk so highly respected? Without another word, Mihawk withdrew his black sword, knight, and turned to stand firmly on the coffin boat. A wave towards Shanks. "Shanks, next time I see you, I'll bring the complete dragon of the sunburst with me." Shanks gazed at Mihawk's distant figure, his mind still rippling. He stood there, the griffin at his waist in one hand, his red hair fluttering slightly in the wind. There was a rare seriousness in his eyes. "Navy, out comes a big monster. Do you guys have any good-looking pirate pictures in your pants? No more hiding. Hand it all over." The cover of the previous book, Town Hall. Chapter 21, The Lazy Handsome Man and the King of the Rolls. Rogue Town. Fine rain. Smog and Ichin stared at each other in the drizzle, raindrops falling in the space between them. It was as if a light mist had been added to this tense atmosphere. Is this going to take me from the air?" Ichin laughed petulantly, holding his cigar with a lazy smirk at the corner of his mouth. Although Smog always referred to himself as the shame of the East China Sea Navy, but one doesn't care about that. For to Smog, one has only thanks and gratitude. After all, one has been able to enjoy easy days at the branch for the past 3 years. The help of Smog, the king of the rolls, was essential, because of Smoggy's unforgiving attitude towards pirates. Every time branch 186 gets into trouble, he himself has called for him to come to his support. The natural lineage is near invincible in the East China Sea, a place where the average bounty is 3 million berries. As soon as Smog arrived for support, all the pirates in the precinct would be swept away by him, while he himself would only need to drink tea and watch the show from the sidelines. After 3 years of this, the pleasure points were not lost and the days were quite pleasant. Ding! You see Smog come to the rescue again, wiping out the pirates causing trouble in the precinct. Pleasure value plus 100. Ding! Today is the 5th day since Smogger traveled to branch 186 for support. The pirates in the host's jurisdiction are afraid to show their heads and cause trouble because they are afraid of the host's ability to call for backup. So it's another day with no incident and a beautiful breeze. Pleasure value plus 200. Look at it. Look at it. This kind of Roll King coworker is one of the favorite companions of swingers like yourself. Ha! You shut up. Shame on the Tokai Navy. Smog looked with disdain at the slouching fellow in front of him, and, full of sarcasm, he said, "Even smoking cigars now? Don't say that. Have one of these." It's a special for the Grand Admiral's class. Ichin fished a cigar out of his pocket and handed it to Smog. 5 cigars were then drawn smoothly from Smog's vest, with the skillful movements of an obvious recidivist. Smoggy froze, looked at the cigarette in his hand, and immediately sniffed it and, being an old smoker, he immediately sensed the uniqueness of the cigar, and the rich aroma made him raise an eyebrow. This is a top-quality cigar, a special for the Grand Admiral. Too late to care how many cigars Ichin smoked out of him. Smoggy couldn't wait to light this top-quality cigar in his hand and took a deep drag, a slight hint of satisfaction in his eyes. You kid, couldn't be one of Yellow Saru's early years left behind at sea. Child, right? Roll. Old Huang and I, we just admire each other. Ichin laughed and cursed, exhaling a smoke ring as he did so, with a few flirtatious glances in his eyes. One side lazily returned. That's empathy from a salty fish. Smog's heart fluttered and he silently sked. One has to admit that these two men, both Huanzaru and Ichin, all of his body reveals an innate laziness, calling people to look straight fire. Angry teeth itchy. You boy, when you get to my old rogue town, settle down a little. Don't worry, Lao Si, we've known each other for more than a day or two. Don't you know me? Ichin said lazily, I fear nothing more than trouble. After saying that, Ichin waved his hand and lightly instructed the lieutenant colonel behind him. Go. Took the brothers to get high. Behind him, the lieutenant colonel, holding an umbrella, silently followed Ichin. While the elites of the headquarters neatly followed Ichin towards the bazaar of Rogue Town. First the bloodbath, then the horse kills the chicken. Smog watched Ichin and his party drift away, and took a hard drag on his cigar. Cursing under his breath, he said, Tay Grandma, the Grand Admiral's special is really flavorful, powerful. I'll have to get a couple more from Kuzan later. Dusty stood silently behind Smug, looking at Ichin's lazy back and the neatly organized headquarters elites behind him. A wave of doubt could not help but rise in his heart. Those soldiers following behind Colonel Ichin surprisingly did not have a trace of unruly look on their faces, as if willing to be commanded by him. And, isn't the one holding the umbrella behind Ichin a lieutenant colonel from the headquarters? There's only a 1 rank difference in rank, and he's actually willing to give Ichin an umbrella? Whether this was due to faith in Colonel Ichin's personal abilities, or was it because of his status as Adjutant General of Yellow Saru? Daski's mind was full of questions. She always felt that the mysterious figure reported in the papers who made Mihawk unable to see through the knife. Perhaps it was the handsome colonel who seemed a little scatterbrained. All of you, get your asses in gear and patrol Rogue Town. Stay alert. Don't let any pirates slip into the Great Voyage. Smog's gaze was stern, his voice like steel. Yes, the Navy men replied neatly, each in high spirits, and dispersed rapidly. Started heavy patrols in and around Logan Town. Meanwhile, on the waters off Logtown, the Mary was sailing smoothly among the waves. The land ahead was close at hand. That's Logtown up ahead. Luffy stood excitedly on the bow of the Mary, his entire body radiating boundless vigor. Forward! Forward! He raised his fist and shouted in excitement, his voice echoing across the sea. The Mary's sails puffed up against the wind as it accelerated toward Rogue Town, and right behind it, a pirate ship flying the Joker's flag silently followed behind. A lowered voice of command came over the sea breeze. A man dressed as a clown stood at the bow of the boat, a telescope in his hand, and he had a white skull design painted on his forehead, blue stripes painted around his eyes, and that big exaggerated red nose was extremely striking. He squinted, the telescope reflecting the figure of the Mary ahead of him. The corners of his mouth lifted in a malicious sneer. That's right, that's the ship. He slapped the side of the boat hard, and stared with those eyes full of fury, and it was as if they were going to swallow the image in the telescope. Damn Straw Hat Luffy, that kid who doesn't know what's good for him. How dare you disrespect me, Master Bucky, and call me Red Nose? He must be taught a good lesson. His voice carried a growl as anger and resentment exploded in his chest. Joker, one of Bucky's hands was clenched into a tight fist, as if he had Luffy in a chokehold. He then turned his head to his partner beside him, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. What do you think? Arlita, please address me. The beautiful MS. Arlita. Next to her, a woman walked slowly, wearing a white cowboy hat and, dressed in a pink plaid shirt and white shorts, a poncho with a heart motif, and a pair of simple slippers on her feet. It looks casual yet flirty. She lifted her chin slightly, but I'm fine with that. Catch him in the act. Strong men are my favorite. Here's a nice picture of Arlita. As for her first pictures, I don't think any of you gentlemen want to see it. No one's going to have a fetish. Arlita after eating the slippery fruit. Chapter 22. It was 200% certain that Colonel Ichin was the man. Whoa! As soon as Luffy set foot on the grounds of Logtown, he let out a gasp of amazement. And, is this Rogue Town? It's so big, Straw Hat and his party steadied the Mary at the dock, and the crew jumped off the deck. And in front of them were hustling crowds and bustling markets. The hustle and bustle of Rogue Town had left them a bit dazzled for a while. I'm going to see the execution platform where Roger the Pirate King was executed. Luffy's eyes sparkled with a look of excitement that he couldn't help but jump. And for him this place holds great dreams and symbols. I'll go and procure some ingredients then. The ship does seem to be a little short on food stock, especially when certain big appetites eat up the reserves. Sanji took out his little notebook and looked down at the ship's inventory list and sighed softly. I have to go restock. After saying that, he even deliberately glanced at Luffy. A certain foodie, completely oblivious to the cook's words, was poking his head inside the town of rogues. I'm going to look for any good weaponry. Usopp gripped the slingshot in his hand with a serious look on his face, and a ship can't afford to drop its weapons. Solon, on the other hand, gently stroked the Wadoichi script on his waist. With a determined look, he said, I'll be looking for 2 new swords as well. The 3-blade Ryu can't afford to be short of good swords. In that case, let's all go our separate ways, but remember to be fast. Nami crossed her arms and frowned slightly at the dark clouds building up in the sky. And look at the weather. It's going to rain hard soon, and if we delay too long we won't be able to sail. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. She would not have liked to stay here much longer, especially docking in a heavily patrolled naval place like Rogetown, home to the strongest naval branch in the East China Sea, and with a fearsome branch chief. Smog, the White Hunter, is stationed here. She bit her lower lip gently, her eyes sweeping slightly towards the huge naval warship not far away from her. Above it flew the flag of the Navy, and the pressure was unnerving. Remember, everyone move fast, come back as soon as you've resupplied, and sail as early as you can. Nami barked again, her tone filled with unease. She knew what their presence meant, and knew that for every extra second they stayed, the greater the risk will be. Got it. Luffy responded full of concern while scratching his head, completely oblivious to Nami's concerns. With that, he turned around and headed towards the interior of Rogue Town, smiling and full of excitement. Along with Luffy, the Straw Hat gang spread out, heading in different directions, and gradually it blended into the hustle and bustle of Logtown. Not far away in the shadows, the dragon silently watched the scene on the dock. The breeze gently brushed his face, and his cloak swung in the wind as there was a soft glint in his eyes. Luffy, you found your own partner too. His voice was low and tinged with a bit of warmth, the care and pride of being a father. The dragon's eyes turned to the huge naval warship docked at the pier. A cold color emerged in his gaze. Let father escort you. Luffy, the moment you sail, I will strike and sink this warship, to slow down the Navy's pursuit for you. Meanwhile, inside the warship's gym, Crow was training with full concentration. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaked his entire body, and every punch he threw and every kick he threw was filled with power and fury. 3 years, 3 whole years. Crow's gaze was fierce, recalling the plan he'd been plotting for 3 years, but it was instantly reduced to nothing when Straw Hat Luffy interfered. It's ridiculous that one was defeated by a teenager. I am the man known as Momiji, having once toyed with the Navy of the East China Sea. That stupid Colonel Monka actually thought he killed me? It was just a little trick I pulled. Crow gasped and clenched his fists, anger almost burning out of his body. There's nothing wrong with my plan. The only problem is that I'm too weak. His gaze was filled with unwillingness. With my original talent, I can only reach that height of. If we want to continue to break through, we can only head towards the Great Voyage and fight stronger opponents. But the life of a pirate, I'm tired of it, and being hunted wears me out. Ichin suddenly popped into Klau's mind, and the Navy captain who had suddenly appeared in his life. Revoke the bounty, grant asylum, and give me the power to break through my gift. Clue felt the power surging through his body. It was as powerful as it had ever been. He smiled to himself, sitting on the fence. I once really thought I was a powerful being, but now, I realize what true power is. Thinking of Luffy, Klaus sneered. Straw Hat Luffy, the reward is 3 million berries right off the bat? I'm on the Navy's side now, and arresting you is a matter of honor. He stopped his hands and remembered Ichin's mention. Despite his own desire for revenge, his benefactor had warned that the background behind Luffy was not simple. Even if I wanted to put you under arrest as much as I could, Colonel Ichin's wishes are not to be disobeyed. Crow sighed. Okay, Straw Hat Luffy, let's let you off the hook. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked out the window at the endless ocean. The next thing to do is to repay the favor. Crow clenched his fists and mentally decided. Every month, I'll need the immortal beans given by Colonel Ichin to restore the depleted life force, which means that I can't afford to have a single moment of betrayal. Otherwise the loss of life force will kill me. As for the betrayal grab, A man from a pirate's background is indeed prone to such thoughts. But that thought had vanished from the moment he himself had seen the East Coast Journal. Yourself in conjunction with the discussions of your naval colleagues on the warship. One can be 2% certain that Mr. Mihawk in the Daily News is incapable of comprehending the blade. From his own benefactor, Colonel Itchin. Mihawk, one of the 7 musketeers under the king. The world's #1 great swordsman. A move that even he couldn't comprehend. The 7 musketeers under the king. Clue trembled slightly, the awe of power and the desire for the future. Colonel Itchin, since you are willing to give me this opportunity, I will do my best to follow you to the end. The first step is to look after Colonel Itchin's current ride. This is the most essential element of Mr. Itchin's tour. This giant navy ship that one is currently on. Chapter 23, I'm sorry, it's my pants. The fairgrounds of Logtown are bustling with activity. The noise of the crowd mingled with the shouts of the vendors in a lively fashion. The elites of the Navy headquarters were traveling through them, and Itchin, as the one leading the group, was naturally not idle. Eyes kept scanning over the various stalls. Boss, how do you sell this tea? Itchin walked over to a tea stall, picked up a tea canister, and gently sniffed the aroma for a moment. Is it suitable for drinking while you're at work touching the fish? The stall owner, an enthusiastic older man, immediately smiled at this statement. This handsome officer. This tea is perfect for when you go to work to touch the fish. When you drink it, you'll feel your whole body and mind being stretched out, and you'll feel more comfortable touching the fish. Yes, Itchin rejoiced. Wrap it all up. I'll take it all. With a wave of his hand to the Navy men behind him, he commanded them to carry all the packed tea. The bills would have ended up at Smog's. Anyway, it's natural for an officer from this department to come to a branch and be properly supplied, so it's hard to pay for it out of your own pocket. Not far away, a dessert stall vendor greeted loudly. Pretty boy, try one of our special snacks. Sweet and perfect for work, to get you in the mood. Oh, Itchin rubbed his chin and picked up a piece of the dessert and put it in his mouth, the flavor melting on his tongue. The sweetness of it was soothing to him. Wrap it up. Itchin bought all the desserts in one go. Check out our picture book. A godsend to relieve boredom during work hours. The picture book vendor next to him spoke up again. Yo, wrap it up. Itchin is not at all ambiguous and buys whatever makes him happy. He waved his hand and the soldiers were busy helping him pack it up. Suddenly, Itchin felt a coldness on his leg, and then heard a pop. His gaze quickly lowered. A cute little girl was standing by his legs with an embarrassed look on her face. In his hand, he held a cup that already had only a little yogurt left in it. She tilted her head back to look at Itchin with a few moments of panic in her eyes, while on Itchin's pants leg, instead, he was covered in white traces of yogurt. Apparently the little girl had accidentally bumped into him, causing the yogurt to spill all over him. The people around them immediately fell silent, and everyone held their breath. It's over, a passerby onlooker exclaimed in a low voice. I heard that this is the elite of the Navy from the headquarters. This young officer is a great officer to lead a team. The Navy at the headquarters is supposed to be more amenable. Someone whispered in guessed. Just now, I saw that this officer was quite warm and talkative. That's hard to say, the other muttered uncertainly. The uniforms of the officers of the ministry are not the ordinary. Maybe it's customized and super expensive. How about, get Colonel Smogger to coordinate? Colonel Smog is a reputable man in Logtown, and seems to be from the headquarters as well. But you see, Colonel Smog, even if he came, might not be in a higher position than this young officer. For a while, there was an uneasy atmosphere in the air, as the people around them whispered. Everyone's eyes were focused on Itchin and the little girl. The little girl was so obviously terrified that she almost dropped the yogurt cup in her hand and the eyes were already clouded with tears and seemed ready to cry. Big brother. The little girl cried out timidly, a tremor in her voice. I accidentally. Before the words were out of his mouth, tears slid down his cheeks and he finally wailed. Itchin sighed slightly as he looked at the little girl's nervous little face. He crouched down and, gently stroking her little head with a gentle smile. It's okay, I'm sorry, it's my pants that are the problem. It drinks your yogurt. He glanced up at the yogurt stand next to him, and his seeing color buster breath sensed slightly that the situation was instantly understood. Itchin smiled. Did you come by yourself to get a yogurt to drink? That's great. So young to be able to come out and buy yogurt on your own. Itchin made a gesture, signaling LT. Colonel. The colonel quickly understood and pulled out a dozen berries and handed them to the yogurt stand owner. The stall owner immediately handed over a fresh cup of yogurt, and Itchin took it and handed it to the little girl with a smile. As compensation for drinking your yogurt out of my pants, from now on, you don't have to pay for yogurt when you come to the yogurt stand. Brother has paid for you. The little girl wiped her tears, took the yogurt and, in a small voice, but, Mommy says it's not good to drink too much yogurt. So, Ichin winked and lowered his voice. Then consider this a secret that belongs to us. Okay? You sneak over here and drink it yourself when you want to. The little girl broke into a smile and nodded her head gently. Okay, Tata. Thank you, big brother. Big brother is the most handsome. The little girl bounced away, happy with her yogurt, and the people around them breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, smiles returning to their faces. Ichin stood up and looked at the little girl's faraway back end. Couldn't help but laugh. Little Mason is so discerning at such a young age. He stroked his hair in triumph. I am indeed the most handsome of them all. It was at this moment that a familiar voice came from the side. Officer, the tea I just, now it's buy one, get one free, and that's the free part. The uncle who sold the tea at the very beginning came over with a big bag of tea. An ingratiating smile was piled on his face. Ugh, so is my dessert. Buy one get one free. Pretty boy, take it. The dessert vendor was not far behind, carrying a bag of desserts and handing it over. Argo, these picture books are for you. High-definition versions, packaged to look good. The picture book vendor mysteriously stepped forward and shoved several picture books into Ichin's arms. Ichin looked down at the cover of the picture book, which read Encyclopedia. He looked up suspiciously. Boss, is this picture book serious? I won't look at the serious ones. The vendor squeezed his eyes at him and whispered. Packed. The bag is immodest. Ichin smiled heartily and waved his hand. Okay, pack it all up and take it with you. I'm going to have a good critique while I'm at the headquarters. Ding. The host receives warm treatment from some of the inhabitants of Rogetown, and is credited with 3,000 acts of kindness a day. Host is in a happy mood. Pleasure value plus 500. The scene was taken in by Dusty, who was making his rounds. She stepped forward. Colonel Ichin, you sure are a good Navy man. Yo, Dusty. Ichin heard the sound and turned his head, the corners of his mouth lifting into a lazy smile. He skillfully lit a cigar, the smoke gently dispersing with his breaths. One hand was idly holding the magic blade 1,000 blades at his waist, and the other hand was holding a cigar in a casual stance. Daski's eyes naturally fell on the knife at Ichin's waist. Her eyes involuntarily brightened. As a knife nut, she was extremely curious about all the famous knives in the world, especially this unique magic blade. She took a slightly deeper breath and finally pressed her curiosity to speak. Colonel Ichin, your knife, may I see it? It was at this time that Sauron, who was completely lost in Rogue Town, walked by. Weapon store. Weapon store. Where the hell is this damn weapon store? Anyway? Wait. Solon stopped abruptly. Ichin? He furrowed his brow and murmured under his breath. Ichin. That name. I think I've heard that somewhere. Colonel Ichin. Mihawk, said Colonel Ichin. Chapter 24. This is the greatness of jail unity. Oh, want to see 1,000 blades? Ichin raised an eyebrow, his gaze coalescing on Dasji in front of him. He noticed her dark brown eyes twinkling with concentration and longing. The eyes locked on the knife at his waist. Every subtle change in her expression revealed her extreme interest in the knife. Dasji was clearly intrigued by the 1,000 blades, a hint of fervor in her eyes. As a knife nut, it was natural for her to be attracted to such a divine weapon full of killing and aesthetics. But right now, Ichin had a bit of a headache about it, and his own side was done with bloodshed. The next step is to take the team to the red neighborhood of Logtown for a dreamlike massage that. Get ready for those gentle ladies. But at this very moment, Dasji, a sword-obsessed person, was even pestering herself. According to her nature, if she didn't let her enjoy the sword, she would never stop. It's gonna be a big deal if we get caught up with this knife-obsessed girl. Dusty was definitely able to step into a private room after himself. By then, himself in the midst of his pleasures, when Daski's face suddenly appeared in the doorway. Colonel, can I see your knife? In those days, guns were seen, not to mention knives. Ugh. Ichin sighed, and silently resolved in his mind to hurry up and muddle through and show Dasji the knife, after which she should go about her business. He smiled slightly and took down the magic blade 1,000 blades from his waist. With a gentle grip of his fingers, the blade vibrated slightly, its ferocious aura instantly converging. Become calm and docile. What a sharp knife. Dasji took the 1,000 blades and scrutinized them, marveling at them. Then there was a flash of doubt and curiosity in his eyes. But why isn't there any information about this sword in the famous sword manual? Ichin froze. This sword is from an otherworldly world, and is certainly not in the famous sword manuals of the pirate world. It's decorative. It can't cut people. It's normal that it's not in the manual. Hurry up and fool Ninny. You're going to get high yourself. Dasji seemed a little less than convinced. Really? It doesn't look like it. Really? Ichin hastily interrupted. Finished reading, right? Go make your rounds. Don't delay. There are still many pirates waiting for you to catch. He was just about to take back the 1,000 blades when a voice suddenly came. Good blade! Ichin jerked his head around to see a young swordsman holding the blade at his waist. With a serious face, he stared at the magic blade 1,000 blades in Daski's hand. He wears short green hair on top and 3 teardrop-shaped gold earrings in his left ear, with a dark green bandana tied around his left arm, a white t-shirt with a green belly roll wrapped around his waist, and dark green pants underneath, with black boots and a white pelt at his waist. Ichin froze slightly. Yo, isn't this Brother Suwazi? How did he get here? The fact that he showed up means that Luffy has arrived in Logantown as well? Is this the time to set sail for the great voyage? Hey, Smoggy come alive. But that's none of his business. He has no interest in messing with Straw Hat. That guy's an undefeatable force with an endless supply of seed. There's also a background of through and through, which is troublesome when you think about it. Himself, right now, he just wanted to enjoy the warm embrace of Miss Rogue Town Panther. Solon approached slowly, his thoughts a bit jumbled at the moment. Originally he came over to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. It was surprising to hear the name of his new target, Colonel Ichin of the Navy headquarters, in the town of Rogue. Waiting to come along revealed that things were far more complicated than expected. The young female naval officer in front of me. Surprisingly, she looks extremely similar to her childhood friend, Gina. And that's not even the kicker. The clincher was the knife in her hand, its blade glinting brightly in the sunlight. The reflection of the metal almost blinded him, though the blade seemed to have less of a harsh, murderous aura. But its exquisite craftsmanship and contained aura made Solon instantly decide that it was absolutely extraordinary. As a 3-sword swordsman, there is currently only one and the Michi no Ichimonogatari available, and the knife in front of him was undoubtedly the weapon of his dreams. How can a good swordsman not have a good sword? This knife. Solon's voice was low and expectant. Is it for sale? If the owner of the sword was willing to offer it, go beg Nami to borrow it and buy it for yourself. Dashi froze for a moment, a slightly dismayed expression on her face. The knife. Not. She opened her mouth, and the words were still coming out of her mouth when the 1,000 blades suddenly let out a slight buzzing that. The blade trembled slightly, and in an instant, the murderous aura on the blade skyrocketed, almost causing the entire surrounding air to freeze. Dashi shuddered in fear and nearly dropped the 1,000 blades in her hands. She panicked and tried to steady the hilt, but the blade vibrated again. Buzz. Just then, a long, strong hand steadily caught 1,000 blades. Ichin appeared beside her, catching Chibi, who had nearly fallen. He then gently stroked the blade. 1,000 blades was as quiet as a lion whose fur had been smoothed, and his murderous aura was collected. The breath became calm. I'm sorry, but I can't sell this knife. Ichin smiled slightly and slowly took the 1,000 blades back to his waist. There was no one in this world who could make the 1,000 blades recognize their owner other than himself. Not even Mihawk. That's the greatness of the firmament. So, Solon quietly watched the scene of Ichin retracting his sword with vague clarity in his mind. That sword was not devoid of murderous aura, but it had all the murderous aura internalized in its body. Waiting for the right time to explode. At this moment, 1,000 blades aura became like a sleeping beast, dangerous yet invisible. The knife had obviously recognized its owner as far as it was concerned. Solon carefully surveyed the Ichin in front of him. Handsome. He was dressed in a naval officer's uniform. The uniform seemed tailor-made for him, perfectly accentuating his upright figure. Just a little slouchy in his stance and very relaxed in his demeanor. But to be able to take in such a ferocious sword, one must be a swordsman of notable skill. How about a duel? Solon's gaze flickered. Wariness flashed in his eyes, and there was a bit of provocation in his words. A duel? Ichin laughed softly, his eyes flashing. Not bad for a Soko brother. How he wants to duel when he sees someone. But he's in a hurry. I don't have the time or the inclination to play with you. I'm sorry, I'm still honing my sword skills, and my teacher says you can't duel easily. Otherwise the cultivation will fail. It's like this. Solon was slightly disappointed, a little upset, but he could understand the reasoning. After all, every swordsman had his own cultivation path, and it was impossible to just answer a battle. Since the blade had already recognized its owner, there was no need to linger himself. Excuse me, how do I get to the weapons store? Straight ahead and then turn left and Ichin was very quick to point the way. Okay, thanks. Solon waved his hand and walked in the direction Ichin had pointed, his steps firm and decisive. Ichin watched Sauron's back fade away, a hint of an easy smile in his eyes, and finally, you can just relax and enjoy it. Bouncy's arms, here I come, Colonel Ichin. At that moment, Dusty's voice came from behind her, with a hint of sadness in its tone. I thought you said the knife was just a decoration. As a colonel in the Navy headquarters, you lied. Tap dash. Sauron, who was about to walk away, stopped dead in his tracks. And this time he definitely heard it right. Navy, Headquarters, Ichin, Colonel. Chapter 25 I'm Colonel Ichin. You've got the wrong person. Tap dash. Sauron jerked around, his eyes refocusing not far from the Ichin, who was wittily arguing with Daschi, was on top of him. It was as if the surrounding clamor was blocked out by him, leaving only the man in naval uniform in front of him. This man. Solan's heartbeat spiked, though his mind was full of questions. It is inconceivable that he is what Mihawk said he was, the one who uses a sword technique that even the world's #1 swordsman can't fully comprehend. But Naval Headquarters, Colonel Ichin, with all the elements assembled. Besides, he was the owner of a murderous knife, so there was absolutely no mistaking it. The handsome, lazy man in front of him was, before he overtook Mihawk himself, the man who must be surpassed. Certified by Mihawk himself, the next man to ascend to the world's strongest throne. Ichin. Solan clutched the Wadoichi text, feeling the coldness on the hilt and the sharpness of the blade. The previous defeat at the hands of Mihawk, that defeat pierced his marrow like a sword. It was that moment when one's mindset completely shifted, from confusion to determination. So that's the power at the top of the mountain, and one has to get stronger, and stronger, and stronger, to go beyond, to defy failure, to stand only at the pinnacle of the strongest. It's what's going to make Gina hear his name in heaven. Just let me. Solan's eyes flashed as his battle intent burned in his heart. Let's see the gap between us. He quickly removed the dark green bandana tied around his left arm and tied it securely around his forehead. It was a symbol he wore only when fighting at full strength. It represented his determination and respect for the battle. Solan clutched the Wadoichi text, his stride determined and resolute, his eyes burning with intense battle intent. He looked straight ahead, locking onto Ichin, who was talking to Dash. The mind was already made up. Today, no matter what, he was going to try this young naval colonel's swordsmanship. Ichin was talking to Daschi and raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Sauron walking towards him. Sauron's eyes were fiery and persistent, and Ichin's heart moved, as if he had understood something bad. Ahem. Without further hesitation, Solan raised the Wadoichi text, pointing the tip of the blade at Ichin. Interrupting. You're Captain Ichin of the Navy Headquarters? Have a duel with me here. Ichin? I'm not. Ichin denied it, with Soko's persistent look and the fighting spirit that was about to catch fire in his eyes. It's a direct identification of himself. This Mihawk guy must have said something about himself in Baradi. Damn you, Rice. The next time you come to visit me at the ministry, plus 2 cases of top-shelf champagne. I know who you're looking for. Ichin smiled slightly, his mind spinning, and explained, it was in the paper. That person who used the sword technique that Mihawk couldn't penetrate, that's Colonel Ichin, the great swordsman of the Navy Headquarters. And I. Ichin paused briefly and gave his head a little shake. I'm Colonel Ichin, just promoted to colonel in the headquarters. Before that they were all branch majors who fumbled around in branch 186. I'm not the one you're looking for. You've got the wrong guy. Depart for Navy Headquarters now. He's there for you. Sauron's gaze remained fixed on him, and after a moment of silence, he smiled. Mihawk said that it was Ichin who was promoted from branch 186. So, it's you. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Ichin mentally cursed. Asterisk. How did Mihawk say all that? Old me. Shouldn't your damn persona be that of a high-strung swordsman? What's with all the talk? Ichin raised his head and looked at the fighting spirit-filled Sauron in front of him with a slight sigh in his heart. This battle, it seems, cannot be avoided. According to Soko's nature, he was also the man who could chase himself into a private room. Then, when the time comes, it's going to be so damn embarrassing. So he lit a cigar slowly, took a slow drag, and in a lazy tone of voice, but also revealed a hint of interest. That old meter guy. What else did he say? Solan's eyes lit up and his heart rejoiced. It seemed that Ichin had agreed to his request for a challenge. That's great. This was the perfect opportunity for him to get up close and personal with what Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, called the Breath School. Mihawk said that you would be the next man to ascend to the world's strongest throne. Ichin gently raised an eyebrow and responded thoughtfully. Oh, old me thinks so highly of me? But I'm not interested in that throne. I'm just an ordinary guy who loves life. On the contrary, you have reasons for having to ascend that throne, don't you? That's right. My goal is to surpass you, surpass Mihawk, and become the strongest in the world. Ichin nodded gently. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then let's move towards that goal. Don't pester me after this battle. No problem, Solan answered, a determined gleam in his eyes. Yes. Ichin waved his hand and instructed the lieutenant commander and the Navy soldiers behind him to start evacuating the crowd of onlookers. After all, this was the busy road town fairgrounds, and there was a lot of foot traffic. And the previous stallholders were so welcoming and well-spoken that they still liked the place themselves. It wouldn't be good to hurt them by mistake during a duel. Soon, a large open space was quickly cleared and an atmosphere of tension and excitement quickly filled the area as the surrounding stallholders and citizens were driven in an orderly fashion to the best viewing positions. It's bad. Colonel Ichin is going to fight that little brother with the knife. A stallholder whispered carefully. The colonel will win, won't he? After all, it's the colonel from the headquarters. It's hard to say. There are a lot of colonels in the ministry who have been promoted up for other reasons. No way. The colonel is so nice. He will win. I recognize it. Suddenly, a man pointed at Sauron and exclaimed, "That man with the sword is pirate hunter Loranoa Sauron." Ha? Really? Isn't that a super famous bounty hunter in the East Sea? There was a gasp from the surrounding crowd. Yes, I recognize it too. Another man immediately chimed in. That's him, the famous bounty hunter. Then it's over. Go beg. The colonel isn't necessarily a match for him. Then what? Whatever. Cheer the colonel on. Go Colonel Ichin. Go for it. Go handsome. With a clear shout, Ichin couldn't help but turn his head to look. Only the little girl who had just accidentally bumped into herself, yogurt in hand, was standing not far away, holding up a small hand to cheer him on. Ichin returned a wide smile as a thought welled up in his mind. Or else, make a little big move? The whole awesome, supercharged thing? He raised his eyebrows gently, and decided in his mind, one move to defeat Brother Suwazi and, after he really realizes the gap, he should be dead in the water. Then let's do it. Ichin took a deep breath and slowly turned his head back, his eyes revealing a firm as iron light. As he slowly gripped the hilt of the demon sword Thousand Blades, his entire aura changed abruptly. The air around them became stagnant all of a sudden. Buzz. The blade vibrated slightly, as if it was a fierce beast that had been awakened, emitting a gust of cold aura. The gazes of the audience were instantly focused on Ichin, and all of them unconsciously held their breaths as, feeling the immense pressure emanating from him. Brother Soko, then, let me teach you a lesson. He spoke faintly, a hint of coldness in his voice, followed by a breath of hot air. Faint spots appeared on Ichin's head. The blood-red patches were like ominous signs of tragedy. Ichin felt the sharp rise in his body temperature and, this is a move from the original Ghostface blade that requires you to burn your life to use. But in this world, it's an ability that one automatically realizes after mastering all the breath school moves. Best of all, use it on your own without any side effects. It's just a bit tiring to use, and you wouldn't normally use it freely yourself. But now the little fangirl is watching from behind. Handsome. And done. You can break your head, but you can't mess up your hair. Spotty, give it to me. Full on. Not far away. The remaining 4 members of the Straw Hat Pirates were heading towards the bazaar. Chapter 26. This regiment, without me, will sooner or later fall apart. The fairgrounds of Logtown. The hustle and bustle of the crowd was like a tidal wave. People come and go between vendors. In the midst of this crowd, Nami's pace was light, her eyes sweeping over the stalls. Her figure stood out in the noisy bazaar, standing out, and, like a blooming flower, it attracts the attention of countless passers-by. However, there was a hint of helplessness on her face. Just as she passed a stall selling clothes, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Nami? Usopp's voice came from the crowd, with a few surprising, "Didn't you go clothes shopping?" Nami turned her head and saw Usopp standing in the crowd. "Stop it." Nami waved her hand, looking a little tired. "All the clothing store clothes over there are too expensive." She sighed, a hint of helplessness tugging at the corners of her mouth. "I've been to several stores and every dress looks exquisite, but the prices are so high it makes my head hurt." Then a kind-hearted shopkeeper recommended that I come to the bazaar to look around, saying that the clothes here were good value for money. "What about you? Why did you come to the fair as well?" Usopp spread his hands. "Regular weapon stores don't sell gunpowder. The ship's ammunition reserves are already seriously low. I also need a lot of gunpowder to develop new weapons." The owner of the weapons store said it was okay to come to the bazaar and look around. "There's some unauthorized stuff here." "So it is." Nami nodded as she listened, and couldn't help but feel a little curious as she swept her gaze around. She noticed something unusual about the atmosphere of the fair. The crowd seemed to be gathering in a certain direction. The place in the middle of the crowd seemed to have an inexplicable attraction. Strange, how come the crowd seems to be converging towards the center? Suddenly, there was a flash of light and a bouquet of flowers appeared in her field of vision. Nami was slightly startled and looked up to see Sanji's confident smirk. "Beautiful Ms. Nami, do you like the flowers I bought just for you?" Sanji was holding up a bouquet of dainty flowers in one hand while carrying a large bag in the other. It was filled with all kinds of ingredients. "Sanji." Nami instantly held her forehead, looking like she had a bit of a headache. She sighed, her voice full of helplessness. You've been shopping around again. Flowers are such a flashy thing that they don't like themselves. Own favorite only berry. As the only woman in the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami is also the financial expert in charge of the group's accounts, and knows the importance of money better than anyone else. When sailing at sea, money is needed everywhere, especially since she's such a finicky person that she can't afford to see an ounce of waste. And there are a couple of big men on board who are usually completely ignorant of conservation. Luffy can't get enough of anything and doesn't know the meaning of careful budgeting. And Solon, Sanji, Usopp or not, they have almost zero concept of money, simply don't realize the importance of spending. The expenses of the entire pirate group are completely supported by me alone. A pang of emotion ran through Nami's mind, and she couldn't help but rub her temples with her hands, her eyes a little tired. And this regiment, without me, will sooner or later fall apart. How can you say that? Sanji put on an innocent expression and smiled, explaining, I'm doing this specifically to save money. Just came to the fair to buy these cheap and meaty superbugs. His words suddenly turned and he whispered, however, I heard a message on the way. What news? Nami raised an eyebrow and looked at Sanji with slight curiosity. That guy, Green Algae Head, is going to duel with a colonel from the Navy headquarters. The location is in the fairgrounds. No wonder. Nami nodded thoughtfully. She looked around at the crowds that continued to flock to the fairgrounds and suddenly realized, I see. It's no accident that the crowd is gathering. There is always a keen interest in dueling, especially with such a touch-and-go showdown. How can you go wrong with a crowd of onlookers? Just then, suddenly a familiar shout came from the crowd. Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Luffy. The three of them turned around almost simultaneously to see Luffy hurrying over to the. There was a look of excitement on his face, and he was panting, obviously having run quite hard along the way. Hurry! Luffy strides up to the trio, looking unusually agitated. And, on my way, I heard passers-by say that Sauron was going to duel with someone else, so I didn't even go to Roger's execution platform. I rushed straight here. His words were followed by a tug on Nami's, and Usopp's, wrists. Can't wait to start running towards the center of the fairgrounds. Let's go cheer Sauron on. Luffy, wait. Nami was caught a little off guard by his pull and quickly followed. But, why would Sauron seek a duel with a naval colonel? Sanji took a drag on his cigarette from the sidelines, his brow furrowing slightly as a hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. Because, he whispered, exhaling a slow ring of smoke, his gaze slightly heavy. This man is Colonel Ichen from the Navy headquarters. Colonel Ichen? Nami froze for a moment, clearly a bit confused. Sanji gave her a slightly complicated look. Yes, because after Nami saw Aaron's bounty list earlier, choosing to pilot the Mary back to Arandiland and not participate in that battle in Barati, there was no knowledge of Mihawk's own admission that Ichen was the man he had his eye on. But Sanji was in that battle the whole time, so he knows all about it. As the person on the ship with whom Sauron has the least dealings yet the most understanding, he knows that since that Barati showdown, Sauron has switched his goal, from surpassing Mihawk to, first, he surpassed the man who had mastered the magical art of the sword, Ichen. After a slight pause, Sanji continued, he is, in fact, the new target of the Green Algae Head. Ever since that Barati bout, he's been trying to get past this guy first, and then to challenge a higher goal, Mihawk. Now that we've met in Rogue Town, it's a wonder he can hold back from proposing a duel. Is it like this? Nami frowned, obviously a little confused, and her gaze swept around then casting a glance at Sanji again. What is that Colonel Ichen anyway? Is he also a very powerful swordsman? Before Sanji could reply, the four had pushed their way through the growing crowd of. The center of the bazaar gradually presented an open clearing. In the center of this clearing, Ichen and Sauron were facing each other. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost breathless. It was as if the air around them became heavy, and all eyes were focused on those two people that. It was so silent that the only sound left was the breathing of the two men. Luffy's expression of excitement instantly froze, his eyes fixed on the two confronting swordsmen. A momentary tension showed on his face. The expression that was originally full of anticipation quickly became serious with Sanji's words. He finally remembered who Ichen was, the one who had defeated Sauron in 2 moves. The man Mihawk himself acknowledged. Even someone as optimistic as Luffy, one also had to feel a twinge of uneasiness about the course of the duel. This duel, I'm afraid. Well, Colonel Ichen, very impressive. Sanji's eyes stayed locked on the handsome man in his naval uniform. After a moment of silence, he answered Nami's previous question. It's a terrifying guy admitted by Mihawk himself. The 7 Muskai under the king and the world's #1 great swordsman. Also an original user of the breathing school, and the respiratory genre. It's a top-notch sword technique that even Mihawk, the world's strongest throne, Couldn't see through. Chapter 27 Pirated Thunderbolt. You can realize part of the essence? What about this move? Ha! Nami's eyes widened as she clearly didn't expect Sauron's choice of opponent. It will be so strong. What? Mihawk, one of the 7 musketeers under the king. The man who admitted it himself? Her words were thick with shock. And possessing a sword art that even Mihawk can't see through? Yes. Sanji nodded, adding in a low voice, with a hint of helplessness and awe in his tone. With an opponent like this, I'm afraid the green algae head will have to fight for his life. But, even if we put our lives on the line, we don't know how many % we can win. Oh my god. Nami looked into the center of the battlefield and saw the imposing naval colonel across from her. The eyes continued to move upward, and there was a face that was heavenly handsome. Her heart suddenly raced, her pupils dilated slightly, and she couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. I wasn't looking. Her face flushed a little. Are all the colonels in the Navy headquarters this handsome? Sanji's eyes snapped open and he barely managed to throw his cigarette to the ground in exasperation. He couldn't believe his ears. His own goddess. I can't believe I'm personally praising that Navy captain? What's so great about that colonel? Isn't it just a billion points more handsome, a billion points taller, a billion points stronger? Damn you, Ichin. I'm going to chop him up right now. Sanji was enraged, his eyes glittering with uncontrollable rage. Just as Sanji was getting angry, a hand suddenly pulled him by the collar from behind and, stiffly, he yanked him to a halt. Sanji, that was Sauron's choice, wasn't it? After figuring out the specifics, Luffy grabbed Sanji by the back of his collar and, not letting him get in the way of a fight that belongs to Sauron, since it's that guy Sauron's choice, let him go. Luffy easily patted Sanji on the back with his trademark smile and, all we need to do is be on the sidelines and cheer him on. Hey, Sauron will win. I believe in it. Against such a strong man, a small loss is still a win. With your own crew, it's impossible to lose anyway. There are only small, medium, and large wins. Mao Hyung. Sanji grunted slightly, his eyes turning to the battlefield. He also knew that the most important thing at the moment was not to interfere with the duel belonging to Sauron. Instead, believe in him and give him strength. Because, they're partners in a pirate crew, aren't they? In the center of the battlefield, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it was almost suffocating. The air seemed to press against everyone around it, too, and it was so quiet around them that all that remained was the occasional sound of the wind and the deep breaths taken before a battle. Solan's gaze was like a sword, cold and firm, looking straight at Ichin in front of him. The intense aura was almost able to solidify the air, and he held the hilt of the Wadoichi script tightly. Slightly attached, muscles tense, feet steady. His heartbeat began to speed up with that surge of battle spirit, and his breathing became more and more steady. Since setting foot on these waters, he himself had experienced countless trials and challenges. Every fight, every showdown, both bring themselves closer to their goal to become the strongest swordsman in the world, the world's strongest throne. In particular, the 2 moves performed by Mihawk Type 1 Aqua Chop and Type 1 Thunderbolt Ichiban had inspired him greatly. To their own benefit, it also allowed himself to realize the unfathomable intrinsic connection between the moves as well. Right now, the Ichin standing in front of him was the original user of these moves. Solan suddenly had the feeling of facing a mentor, the feeling of being guided and tested. But, whoever you are, you're the one I'm going to surpass. Solan's eyes were fixed on Ichin like a beast, as if a cheetah were lurking in the grass, ready to pounce on its prey. His body crouched slightly, the hilt of his sword poised firmly at his waist, his breath having been completely suppressed. Concentrate on that momentary outburst. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, his entire aura instantly becoming sharp. Thunderbolt Ichiban Juio Flash. Sauron drew his sword almost instantly, and in that moment, the light of the sword cut through the air like a flash of electricity. It was as if the sound of sword chi breaking through the air could be heard in the air. The blade of the sword drew a sharp arc in the air, carrying a heaven-destroying aura that, a huge shockwave swept out immediately afterward. It was an indescribable speed and power that, the lightning-fast sensation was almost too late to react. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in Ichin's eyes. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and, revealing a wry smile, an excited gleam in his eyes, worthy of being brothers Suazi. Surprisingly, I was able to realize part of the essence from the pirated Thunderbolt Flash performed by Mihawk. He whispered softly, his inner awe and appreciation weaving into a subtle wave of emotion. However, in the face of this thunderous attack from Sauron, Ichin did not flinch in the slightest. Spotting, full on, a flash of sharpness flashed through his eyes, and his aura instantly coalesced. The surging power in his body felt like it had instantly gained direction and focused on the 1,000 blades in his hands. Ichin gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the resonance of that blade with his heart. As his power surged, the flame-like patches began to spread rapidly, spreading along his arms. It eventually crept up his cheeks. These flecks converged into a searing red 5-pointed star that was engraved on Ichin's brow. The 5-pointed star shone brightly in the sunlight, as if announcing that some powerful force was about to explode. Instantly the air around them seemed to be somewhat distorted by the pressure of the intense waves of heat emanated from his body. There, a slight thud came out, and a puff of steam rose from Ichin's body from the surge of heat. The air around it began to distort slightly from its temperature. Knock knock, knock knock. His heartbeat was as deafening as a war drum. Each beat seemed to push his blood to flow faster, power boiling inside him, ready to explode. So, he said in a low voice, the ease and playfulness in his eyes that had been there before completely gone. In its place was a cold, warlike intent. Let's use this move and return the favor. Who dash? He took a deep breath, and the breath in his body was like thunder gathering. Who dash? He slowly exhaled a breath and his entire aura instantly skyrocketed. Breath of thunder. The power of thunder and lightning gathered in his hands, and dazzling electric light flashed from the 1,000 blades of the blade began to tremble slightly, as if it would erupt with heaven-destroying power at any moment. In the next second, Ichin suddenly erupted with amazing speed, his eyes flashing like thunder and lightning. The blade cut through the air, bringing up a dazzling light as if thunder had descended. Type 7, Fire Thunder God. Chapter 28. I'm just an ordinary guy who wants to enjoy life. Thunderbolt Ichiban Juio Flash. Type 7, Fire Thunder God. Two low roars erupted from Sauron's and Ichin's mouths almost simultaneously, deafeningly, echoing through the fairgrounds of Logtown. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze, and all eyes were focused on the two swordsmen. Strong sword chi swept out, and the sense of oppression almost made it impossible to breathe. Sauron's Thunderbolt Ichiban Juio Flash is a move that he figured out from the Bharati fight, inspired by Mihawk's Breath of Thunder. Type 1, Thunderbolt Ichiban. He combined his Juhyo Chop with Thunder Flash to form this move. Ichin used Breath of Thunder. 7 Type, Fire Thunder God. It is an exclusive sword type created by my wife Yashioshi from the original Ghost Destruction Blade. It's the same Breath of Thunder. One is the bootleg of bootlegs, and the other is the strongest hit of the original. Sauron drew his sword in a flash, and the light of his sword cut through the air like lightning. The oppressive feeling in the air made all the onlookers involuntarily hold their breath. In that instant, the blade sliced through the silence as if it were thunder. It was as if a buzz could be heard in the air, and the sword chi broke through the air, swooping towards Ichin with a destructive momentum. At the same time, without the slightest hesitation, Ichin's body erupted like thunder and it was so fast that even the naked eye could barely catch it. The 1,000 blades in his hands cut through the air, bringing up a suffocating current. Just as the chop was released, a golden thunder dragon rose up from behind Ichin's back. It was like a combination of lightning and flame, emitting a dazzling light. That thunder dragon seemed to be the destroyer of heaven and earth, so powerful that it was able to cut down everything. Roar! The Brontosaurus hissed, as if pushing the limits of the sky. The huge body drew a curved trajectory in the air and lunged towards Sauron with unimaginable destructive power. Dang! 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 The two blades collided violently. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and intense sparks splashed in all directions. It was as if even the air was being torn apart at this moment. In that instant, a strong shockwave rippled out and the shock caused the surrounding buildings and ground to tremble slightly, and even the dust in the air was blown in all directions by the shockwave. Clank! Sheathing 1,000 blades, Ichin turned slowly and gently lit a cigar. The cloak of justice on his back fluttered gently in the breeze. The smoke slowly rose and surrounded him with a languid yet unmissable pressure. Put! A deep chop appeared in Sauron's chest. The blood seeped through his clothes like a fountain, staining the scratch red. Being cut down by 1,000 blades was a split second, so fast that even Sauron couldn't see it. His body trembled slightly, and a flash of shock flashed through his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Ahem! Sauron coughed up a mouthful of blood violently and struggled to stabilize himself. His gaze locked onto Ichin's figure through the fog of blood that filled the room. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Or was he too naive? Ichin, a man worthy of Mihawk's approval. Strong. It's too strong. Definitely out of reach of your current self. Solon took a deep breath, felt the pain in his chest and it also felt like my heartbeat was still strong. But it's people like that who are on the road ahead that one has a goal to catch up with. Who dash? Ichin gently exhaled a smoke ring and looked at Sauron, who was doing his best to keep from collapsing. With this strike of his own, there was no holding back on the sword stance. But no other enchantments were used. It's the respect of a fellow swordsman. Just like before, when Mihawk didn't use his armed colors hegemony. It's just an all-out attack on the sword. Vulcan in full bloom. Sort of one of the strongest moves of the 3 sword art schools, the breath school, that he currently mastered. The markings may look bluffing, but for the per capita monster physique of the pirate world, it just hurts a little more. If you add dominance and physique, Brother Soko wouldn't have been seriously injured. Hey! Blood gurgled out of Sauron's chest, but he had a smile on his face. The image of Ichin performing the fire and thunder god kept surfacing in his mind. That sword once again cut through his entire world. It turns out that there are more powerful moves beyond the thunderbolt flash. Or are you too weak? Too weak? Really? Beautiful shot. He couldn't help but laugh out softly. Ahem. Ha ha, it's so beautiful. Dang. However, as this loud laugh fell, Sauron's body finally became unable to support it fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The ground shook and the air around them seemed to stand still for a second. Sanji and the others immediately rushed up and helped Sauron up, anxiously checking his injuries, relieved to see that his life wasn't in danger. Sanji turned to Luffy and the others and a comforting look appeared on his face. It's not a big problem, just a little weak. After it's bandaged up, a good period of rest will restore it. That's good. Ichin stood aside, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of Straw Hat Pirates, a flash of playfulness in his eyes. This group is definitely a troublemaker not to be underestimated, especially their captain, Straw Hat Luffy, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Munch D. Long is his father. The legendary Vice Admiral Munch D. Karp was his grandfather. Shanks, the red-haired 4th Emperor, is his benefactor, so one should not get too entangled with them. If one does not have to, lest trouble find itself. After all, once trouble has caught up with oneself, one's daily peace of mind is compromised. Go to the main office and enjoy a quiet life. Go to work, touch the fish and read the newspaper. Go to work and listen to the music on the hook. It is one's greatest desire. Instead of chasing after the straw hats and eating their boat exhaust like smug. With this in mind, Ichin turned around and prepared to leave. Dash has seen the 1,000 blades, and Sauron has been defeated by a slash of his own. Now, it's time to head out to the red neighborhood. Ahem. At that moment, Sauron suddenly spoke, his body looking a little weak from the loss of blood. Ichin. There was a hint of request and gratitude in his voice. Colonel Ichin. Ichin's pace lurched slightly. That move you just made. Fire Thunder God. Solan's voice dripped with a kind of reverence and longing among swordsmen. May I take it? Every school of swordsmanship has its rules. And right now, the original user was right in front of him or her. As long as Ichin agreed, he himself could safely and boldly ingest the essence of it. A blazing light flashed in his eyes. Fire Thunder God, this move. Although I can't fully comprehend it now, just witnessing it once has benefited me. Thank you very much for the instruction. Who dash? Ichin smiled faintly and gently exhaled a smoke ring, the smoke hovering in the air. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. So true. I've seen it once and it's enough to get something out of it. Brother Soko deserves to be one of the few most talented swordsmen in the pirate world. He waved his hand. Suit yourself. Take this move and challenge the old meter. The throne of the world's strongest. I have no interest in that position. I said that at the very beginning. Ichin had a cigar in his mouth, and his eyes were languid and, I'm just a regular guy who wants to enjoy life. As the words fell from his lips, Ichin turned around and led the lieutenant colonel and the elite of the Ministry of. The pace was calm and easy toward the red neighborhood of Rogetown. The crowd of straw hat pirates froze as they listened to the words that had just been spoken. You're damn strong. How dare you call yourself an ordinary person? Shame on you. Chapter 29, You Steal Vulcan? I'll steal Spotted Jet. We all have bright futures ahead of us. The fairgrounds of Logtown. Although Ichin is gone, but the streets of Rogetown continue to be filled with a buzz about him. People were gathered around, excitedly discussing the battle they had just fought, voices rising and falling, and the emotions appeared to be unusually high. Oh my god, did you see that move by Colonel Ichin just now? An audience member asked curiously. Nope, that bounty hunter I can barely catch the action of. But when Colonel Ichin made his move, the other man shook his head, his brow furrowed in confusion. And all I heard was a clap of thunder, followed by a dragon's roar, and then the fight was over. Oh my god, the infamous bounty hunter was killed in one move. It's unbelievable. Colonel Ichin is worthy of being a colonel in the Navy headquarters. So strong. You guys, are all the colonels in the Navy headquarters this strong? Are you kidding me? My relative serves as a lieutenant commander in the Navy headquarters. A voice carried pride. The difference between him and Colonel Ichin. That's a world of difference. Compared to Colonel Ichin, my relatives look like clowns. Dude, you say that? Do your relatives know? So what if he knows? That kid paid for a refresher course at Navy headquarters in the first place. All from my own uncle. How dare he force a word? There's a shock in the air. Almost everyone's gaze was filled with awe at Ichin's powerful strength. As the conversation progressed, almost everyone began to speculate about the news that had been circulating for a long time. I have a speculation. What speculation? You say? You all read the Donghai Daily a few days ago, right? Didn't it break the news in there that has some colonel from the Navy headquarters gained the approval of Mihawk, the world's #1 sword master? What do you mean? Colonel Ichin is the one recognized by Mihawk? Do you think there's anyone else? That blade technique, that stunning strike, it's simply amazing. Yes, I also think that the person could only be Colonel Ichin. Hey, so that's what it looks like. The peddler who had just stuffed several World Encyclopedia picture books into Ichin's arms patted his chest. Excitedly, he hawked, "Come look at it, big guy." The picture book that Colonel Ichin, who was recognized by Mihawk, said looked good. When Colonel Ichin was groping for fish, he loved to drink my family's tea. My desserts are so delicious that Colonel Ichin can't go a day without eating my desserts without panicking. There was a hearty shouting in the streets, and the voices of the traders mingled with it's full of the city's flavor. Just then, a cute little girl holding a cup of yogurt running happily in the direction of home, her voice as clear as a lark's. "Mommy and Daddy, super handsome and strong brother bought me yogurt. My brother said that if you drink yogurt, you'll become as strong as him." The little girl flashed her big eyes and cried out quaintly, "Now you can't stop me from drinking yogurt every day." These little daily routines, intertwined with the hustle and bustle of the streets. Yet again, the legend of Ichin's strike was left in the land. In the crowd, the Straw Hat Gang headed towards the docks after purchasing supplies. Sauron was briefly bandaged, and with his superhuman ability to recover, has been able to barely walk. He had accomplished his purpose in coming to Rogetown this time, and 3 knives hung at his waist. These were the 2 good swords that the crowd accompanied Sauron to the weapon store to pick out just after coming out of the bazaar. 3rd generation Oni-Chi, Rio fast sword 50 work, snow away. But he wasn't giddy. Rather, the whole thing seemed mute and, because all he could think about was the fire and thunder god move that Ichin had just performed. A move as hot as fire and as swift as thunder. Dang! Sauron's pace was a little unsteady and he suddenly crashed into Luffy's back. Sorry. He apologized with a somewhat distracted bow of his head. Sauron. Luffy paused and looked at Sauron, his eyes thoughtful. Are you also thinking back to that move the Navy captain just used? Fire and thunder god? Yes. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes instantly lit up and, excitedly, he asked, "Did you also think that move you just did with the jet was super cool?" Jet? Solon rubbed his chin and seemed a little puzzled. He closed his eyes and recalled Ichin's movements before he struck the fire thunder god, reassembling that moment from the fragments of memory. Indeed, gas had erupted from Ichin's body before the fire thunder god chopped out. Well, that would be Ichin speeding up his respiration rate. By some means, it causes the body temperature to rise and the blood to flow faster. He analyzed it softly. This way, it strengthens the body of enhanced the explosive power of the outgoing sword. Increased respiration. Accelerate blood flow? Luffy murmured thoughtfully, as if pondering something. The light in his eyes grew brighter and, so, is it possible to do something similar with my rubber body? Rubber fruit makes one a rubber man, so your own blood vessels can withstand extremely high blood pressure. Inhale a large amount of gas in one breath to pump yourself up, and by doing so, speed up the flow of blood. Strengthening the body. When the time comes, not only will you be able to enhance your strength, but you'll also spew out super cool gas. I'll be as handsome as Ichin by then. Luffy stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling, already completely lost in his own fantasies. The moves must be super cool too. He. Imagine the steam coming out of him, and his rubbery body lashing out as soon as None of the pirates of the Great Voyage were spared, and they were all hammered hard by him. Straw Hat Boy. However, a sudden roar interrupted his reverie. The figure of a red-nosed clown burst from the crowd, waving his hands and, with a sardonic smile on his face, "Master Bucky has finally found you." Bucky's red nose was unusually prominent in the sunlight, and his eyes were filled with annoyance and resentment. "In Orange Town, you destroyed the stronghold that I had so carefully run. Now it's going to cost you in Logtown. It's been a bumpy ride for little Bucky to get revenge on you guys. Now, let you know the consequences of messing with Bucky the Great. Who did I think it was?" Luffy raised an eyebrow at the sound of Bucky's voice, a hint of mischief twinkling in his eyes. "And, so it's you, Red Nose. You're going to die." Bucky was so angry he almost jumped out of his skin, his red nose growing more and more piercing. "No calling me Red Nose." His biggest pet peeve was the mention of his nose. With a wave of his hand, Bucky roared, "Go! Let them see the power of the Bucky Pirates." He pointed at the Straw Hat Pirates with hostility in his eyes. With that, Arlita and his subordinates approached the Straw Hat line in unison. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Luffy, along with Sanji and Usopp, immediately prepared for battle, taking up positions with their swords drawn, always ready to meet the attack. But just then, Nami raised her head and looked into the distant sky, her brow furrowed slightly, a hint of unease in her eyes. Dark clouds began to gather rapidly in the sky, and thick shadows covered almost the whole of the. There was a sense of oppression in the air. Nami's face became grave, feeling the uneasiness growing. Everything needed is purchased. Her voice was low and calm as she quickly turned to Luffy and the others. Sauron's hurt. We've lost an important fighting force. Her words silenced everyone instantly. So don't dwell on it. Hurry back to the ship and get ready to sail. The storm is coming soon. With a wave of her hand, she began directing the members of the Straw Hat Pirates to retreat towards the harbor. Seeing this, Sanji immediately stepped forward and carried Sauron, who was still having some difficulty moving, on his back. You curly eyebrows, put me down. Cut the crap. Sanji carried Sauron on his back and his pace kept quickening. The Straw Hat Party retreats quickly towards the harbor. Bucky's gang is in hot pursuit, near the naval branch in Logtown. Dusty's pace was slow and heavy. His eyes were lifeless as he walked toward the front. Dustin, name. Her eyes were vacant, as if she'd lost her focus and, unconsciously, he muttered, liar, big liar. Her thoughts were as tangled as a torn thread. Ever since I saw I-Chin perform the fire and thunder god move with my own eyes, her whole being was in a state of downtime. Even when Luffy appeared in front of her eyes, she didn't react at all to it, forgetting that he's a sea pirate with a bounty of 3 million berries. It was like her mind had stopped, unable to recover from the shock of that move. Liar, she whispered to herself, her mind reeling. I've felt it before. Colonel I-Chin could be the one reported in the East Coast Daily, the great swordsman acknowledged by Mr. Mihawk. It wasn't until I saw that move with my own eyes that I was truly sure. Colonel I-Chin is the great swordsman that Mr. Mihawk himself acknowledged. And lying to me about carrying around knives that are collector's items and look good hanging. Whose collection can chop like that? With a collection like this, give me a dozen. I'm going to make that cut. 2. Colonel I-Chin. You big liar. Dusty whined once more, thinking back to when he used to support Branch 186. Colonel I-Chin pretended to be powerless every time pretending to be powerless, he asked Colonel Smog to fight the pirates on his behalf. Turns out, it was all just a facade. He was hiding such a powerful force of unrivaled swordplay. Big liar. No, where's Colonel I-Chin? Dasky gradually came back to her senses and looked in the direction that I-Chin had left earlier. Colonel I-Chin seems to be heading in that direction. Isn't he? Over there. Is it the red neighborhood of Logtown? The rumors were indeed true. Major I-Chin will lead the team to the horse killers. Dash stomped her foot. Denizens. At that moment, I-Chin, who was striding into the red neighborhood, suddenly sneezed. Achoo dash. Yo, did the little reformer over at Branch 186 miss me? Unfortunately, you like the ocean and I like the waves. Shrugging it off, I-Chin flashed a smile at Mama Jam. Give me a little makeover on the super leopard. Chapter 30 is the sister suite. Or is the sister suite? Dash walked into the Navy's Logtown branch in a state of disorientation. Inside the branch, the naval soldiers were busily preparing themselves, and the atmosphere throughout the branch was tense and urgent. A soldier ran over to me quickly, his face serious and his voice slightly rushed. Captain Das Chi. According to the latest news, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Bucky Pirates are all heading towards the docks. Colonel Smog was going to sweep them off their feet at the docks. He has left early for the docks. Oh, Dusty snapped back, as if something had hit him in the head. Now was not the time to be confused. It was one's duty to apprehend the troublemaking pirates. Her expression gradually regained its clarity, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Good. She shook it off, clearing the cluttered thoughts out of her head and quickly adjusting herself to the situation. Then toward the soldiers who were busy, he ordered, get ready for battle and head to the docks immediately to support Colonel Smogger. Make sure to wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates and the Bucky Pirates at the docks of Roguetown. Yes, the Navy soldiers responded quickly. Without hesitation, Dash led them towards the docks as well, having to concentrate now that complete the mission and keep Logan Town safe. At that moment, dark clouds were gathering in the sky, and the darkness swallowed up the last ray of sunlight. The oppressive atmosphere was more than enough to make one feel that a storm was coming. There was a dampness in the air, and the rain began to fall in a flurry of. It gradually turned into a downpour. Tick dash, tick dash. Every drop of rain is like a warning bell tapping on the earth. A torrential downpour of rain poured down on the wharf at Rogue Town. The cold rain struck everyone like a blade. Nami pulled her poncho tightly around her. her hair long since dampened and plastered to her forehead. Every time she scanned her surroundings, she saw the rain sliding down her cheeks. The blurred her vision, but she didn't care. Come on, hurry up and get ready to board. Her voice was high-pitched and urgent, and overwhelming anxiety filled it. Any more rain and it would be a bad idea to sail. And the longer we stayed in Logtown, the more variables there would be. Because there's more than just the Bucky Pirates in Rogue Town. There's also a branch of the Navy stationed in Rogue Town. Luckily, the handsome colonel we met earlier wasn't interested in the likes of himself. Left after defeating Sauron. Otherwise, with his super monster strength, none of himself and the others would be able to escape. As against STH. The old lady is so beautiful. Why the hell aren't you interested? Sanji carried Sauron on his back and walked quickly into the cabin of the Mary. Usopp, get on the boat first. I'll hold them off. Luffy turned to Usopp after handing over the supplies, and Bucky and his band of pirates were seen following close behind, as if a wolf pack was chasing their prey. He held out his hand and made a quick ready motion. Rubber pistol. With a low growl, Luffy's right arm lengthened violently, extending as quickly as rubber. The spinning force drove a violent vibration in the air and lunged directly at Bucky. Boo! Quartered. Bucky quickly split his body and instantly dodged Luffy's attack. Can't hit it. Slightly. Suddenly a thick white smoke swept through the air like a tidal wave of. It quickly wrapped Bucky's body in a deadly coil, as if an invisible net was tightly binding him. What? Bucky's eyes widened momentarily, his shocked voice filled with disbelief. Buzz. There was a low motorcycle roar in the distance. The air in the storm seemed to grow heavier and heavier as the voices drew nearer. It was as if the whole world was being crushed. An amphibious three-wheeled motorcycle, billowing white smoke, appeared in everyone's sight. The body of the car was caked with rain, and the motorcycle's engine made an ear-splitting roar as with a strong sense of power, Smoggy slowly dismounted from his motorcycle, his form shrouded in a cloud of white smoke. With each step he took, the thick smoke spread with it, filling the air. The troublemaking pirates. Is that you, Rubes? Smog had a cigar in his mouth, and a provocative smile lifted the corners of his mouth. It would have been nice to see you guys dog-eat-dog, but since some of you are trying to escape. He gently exhaled a ring of smoke and raised his eyebrows slightly. Then only the old man can make a move to finish you all off. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Smog raised one hand, and the white smoke instantly spread again. It quickly enveloped the entire pier. Smoke swept in like a raging wave, obscuring the view. White smoke bombs. With a low roar from Smog, the smoke was like a huge wave of, quickly lunging towards the crowd of Bucky pirates. He directly confined all of them. What? I can't move. Me too. What the hell is this? Ah, I remember. It's White Hunter Smog. That nature monster. It's over. Terror and powerlessness came over the faces of the pirates, and they struggled desperately but he realized that he was unable to escape the invisible pressure. The white smoke looked like a monster devouring everything, wrapping their bodies completely in the can't move. In the East China Sea, where the average bounty is only 3 million berries, nature-based abilities were like an insurmountable mountain, possessing the strength to suppress everything. Leave it all here. With Smog's sneer, the white smoke solidified quickly and it was like an iron prison that bound the crowd of Bucky pirates firmly. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates who were witnessing this from the side all froze. A flicker of panic swept across Nami's face, her eyes flickering with unease. With just one strike, even the fierce pirates like the Bucky pirates were subdued. Is this the White Hunter of Logan? Now we must sail as soon as possible or we won't be able to leave. Quickly, while it lasts. Sail at once. Nami cried out nervously, her voice urgent and with a hint of anxiety. We can't wait any longer. Luffy, get in the boat. Trying to run? I am not going to let you sail. Smoggy's voice was low with intense hostility. White Fist. As soon as his words left his mouth, his arms quickly turned to smoke, bending and stretching like liquid. A huge fist of smoke was instantly formed. He swung his smoky limb violently, launching his fist hard at the Mary. That punch carried an overwhelming power, as if it was going to blast the ship into pieces. Luffy saw this, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. The Mary was essential to the voyage. It's also one of his partners, and it can't be destroyed like that by Smog. Rubber rocket launcher. He spread his hands wide and quickly stretched them back, utilizing the rubber's stretching reaction force to. His hands shot up to Smog's fists as quickly as rockets, but Luffy's attacks had no effect against the elementalized Smog. What? Before he could finish his shock, a white smoke appeared behind Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy, you're under arrest. The white smoke revealed the figure of Smog, who said, coldly, that the voice was like the whisper of death. Only Smog slammed one hand down on Luffy's head, pinning him firmly to the ground. Smoggy's other hand had gripped the Helicite cross behind his back end, prepared to arrest Luffy in place. At that moment, a broad palm suddenly rested on Smoggy's back. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and rain fell into the water. Smug, that's not necessarily true. A deep, mellow voice rang out from behind Smog. Smoggy jerked his head back and instantly got a good look at the visitor. The world's most vicious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the Dragon. You, why are you here? Smog's pupils couldn't stop dilating. Dragon looked at Luffy, who had been subdued by Smog, and breathed a slow sigh of relief. Luckily, he had been waiting at the pier for Luffy to sail, or the boy would have suffered at the hands of Smog today. You've got a long way to go. Luffy, in some plush room in the red neighborhood, Ichin sat leisurely on a soft sofa, enjoying an attentive massage from one of the twin little reformers. Her slender, soft jade fingers gently pressed his tired shoulders. Every movement carries an endless amount of gentleness and warmth. Ichin's eyes were half closed, apparently completely absorbed in this comfort. That's life. Now that's enjoyment. Oh, my god. Double the pleasure. It's amazing that there are twins in Rogetown's neighborhood with little alterations, that the ministry must not. Can't think. TSK. Now it seems that the choice to travel to the headquarters was the right one, and the bounty of the headquarters. Not something branch 186 can match. And, as one remembers, this great sea, there is also one of the biggest entertainment venues, Gold City. When the time comes, a publicly funded trip to the city of gold to censor. Jia. Meanwhile, the other twin, Little Change, was carefully peeling fruit for Ichin. Move with grace. She passed a fruit that had been peeled to his mouth and asked softly, Brother, is it sweet? Ichin smiled faintly, took the fruit and gently bit into it. Sweet, is that sweet for me? Or for the fruit? Well, why even ask? Package you sweet. So is it sweet for me or for my sister? The gentle little hand behind his back also stopped moving, waiting for Ichin's answer. Ichin wrapped his large hands around his petite body and took it into his arms. That's hard to say. Come on, let the pigeons all taste and savor. Woo. Chapter 31. What's the best thing to do on a rainy day? Of course, a nice long sleep. Woe dash. Torrential rain, which lashed violently against the wharves and boats of the. It made a piercing sound. Rumble. A thunderclap cut through the sky, and lightning lit up the sky, shining on Smoggy's. The rain slid down his chin and he frowned as he held a cigar that had been extinguished by the rain. Smog asked, looking at the dragon standing behind him, the world government has been thirsting for your head for a long time, so why is a man like you here? The dragon just smiled slightly, an elusive glint in his eyes. So, not that it matters. He waved his hand, and a gale swept swiftly up and the storm almost made everything around it out of control. That wind was so powerful that the white smoke that had imprisoned Bucky and the others was instantly blown away. The smoke flew in all directions like torn cloth. The Navy men on the dock had no time to react to the storm, which blew them all over the place, fall to the ground. Even Smog was moved by the strong, fierce wind, and loosened his grip on Luffy's hand. The entire group took a few steps back. Before Smoggy could finish, a gentle breeze reappeared. The force of the wind gently swept Luffy up, and his entire body seemed to be lifted up by invisible hands. His body flew through the air and spun around, eventually dropping heavily onto the deck of the Mary. There was a muffled thunk dash. The sound of a landing echoed through the Mary. It also made all the Straw Hat members drop their hanging hearts. Nami saw the scene and gave a small smile. The personnel are now here and the supplies have all been resupplied. Gale or tailwind? What's the time to leave for the great voyage if not now? Set sail. The Mary set sail slowly, with the help of a fair wind, and the sails were rapidly raised. Toward the direction of the great voyage. The wind rippled the sea, and the Mary sailed bravely through the waves into the distance. On the dock, Kaching dash. Smog coldly lit a fresh cigar. His eyes locked on the dragon and the far-off Mary. Smoke surrounded him. Are you helping him on purpose? Helping Straw Hat Luffy? He exhaled a slow ring of smoke, with a question and a hint of anger in his eyes. What's he to you, dragon? The dragon didn't respond. His gaze remained calm and deep as he turned around and, looking toward the huge ship of the Navy headquarters docked at the pier, his mind quietly mulled over the next situation. Now that Luffy and the Mary are well on their way, the journey to the great voyage has begun. And the only ones who might interfere with that are the admirals of the Navy headquarters who have landed in Rogue Town, though he himself was not aware of their exact purpose in landing at Logtown this time. But judging by the dock incident, they didn't make a move. The generals of this ministry did not appear in the East Sea this time in order to hunt down the Straw Hat pirates. Having carefully observed for himself, there was no admiral from the Navy headquarters accompanying him this time. At the head of the group was Yellow Sorrow's adjutant, Colonel Ichin. Being a former elite admiral of the Navy headquarters myself, I know the strength of the headquarters best. These Navy elites are not to be underestimated. Dragon assessed in his mind, a flash of concern in his eyes. Luffy and his buddies, with their current strength, they are not strong enough to deal with the Ministry's elite forces. Smaug isn't that strong and is only relying on his fruit abilities to gain a foothold in the East Sea. But even so, it could already easily subdue Luffy and the others. It is important to realize that the Navy, as the overlord of the sea, has a very large number of monsters in its headquarters. In particular, standing at the apex, the three generals of the Ministry's highest war effort. Those were true super monsters, objects that even he himself had to fight tooth and nail to deal with. Luffy and his buddies need more refinement right now. Facing those navies in the headquarters who had cultivated hegemony, they were no match at all. If the generals of the headquarters, knowing what happened on the docks, the dragon whispered to himself, a flicker of determination in his eyes, there's a good chance a pursuit will be launched that finish off Luffy and the others once and for all. So minimize that possibility yourself, and just sink this warship. Let Luffy and the others reach the Great Voyage without any worries, carrying out an adventure of his own. The dragon's gaze was as deadly as a razor's edge on the massive Navy headquarters warship on the pier. Even when the storm rages and the rain pours so hard you can't open your eyes, but the warship remained firmly moored, as if it were a standing castle, unshaken. Smaug stood by, his eyes following the dragon's line of sight, gradually understanding his intentions. He spoke faintly, his voice cold, "This is the Ministry's warship. You wouldn't be unaware of that. The consequences of an attack on a headquarters warship. What do I, as the world's most evil criminal, care about this offense?" The corners of the dragon's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an unimpressed smile. Whatever. Smaug gently exhaled a ring of smoke, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He really wasn't a match for the dragon himself, and if the dragon wanted to let Straw Hat go, he couldn't stop himself. But one holds another bargaining chip in one's hand, according to that boy Ichin. Although he doesn't know the exact location of the Yellow Monkey General, but he himself is still in the East Sea. Had the dragon actually attacked the warship, the intervention of Admiral Yellow Sorrow would have been almost inevitable. When the time comes, Admiral Yellow Sorrow stops the dragon and sails out on his own in pursuit of the Straw Hat Gang. The results are the same. You can't escape, Straw Hat Boy. Hoo-hoo. The dragon's hand waved slightly, and as he did, the storm around him instantly erupted. The power that was released from within him tore through the air like a beast of prey. With an irresistible aura, the dragon flung the storm that had gathered in his hand, and the violent stream of air felt like a huge shockwave. The storm expanded rapidly, becoming more and more massive, almost as if it were a swirling vortex devouring everything in its path. It swept towards the massive warship. A thunderous roar echoed through the wind, and the gale swept the sea in. The airwaves are like a tidal wave. It was as if the sea was trembling at this time for this coming conflict. On the deck of the giant ship, Clue was busy organizing the scattered items. As the number one butler by Ichin's side, Crow knew his duties well, taking care of all the petty little things for Ichin, so that the colonel could feel the fish more peacefully and comfortably. But a sudden tempest scattered the contents of the deck in all directions, and the wind blew everything around, and the whole deck looked extraordinarily messy. How is this going to work? He whispered to himself, with a look of anxiety and uneasiness that, what am I going to say when Colonel Ichin comes back and looks at this mess? He took a deep breath and prepared to keep packing against the storm. But just then, an even more violent storm swept in and Crow couldn't help but raise his head. His eyes locked on the sea in the distance. On that dark horizon, the storm closed in on him like a great beast. His heartbeat instantly accelerated, and a trace of hard-to-conceal surprise appeared on his face. Why is this storm coming at the warship? Rumble. Thunder rolled over the red neighborhoods as if it were going to tear the whole sky apart. Lightning pierced the darkness at times, and raindrops slammed against the windows like a bullet that it makes a crisp knocking sound. Ichin was lying on a big, soft bed. The mattress beneath her rose and fell gently with every tiny movement. In his arms, the two delicate forms were curled up close together, as if protected by some. Heads rested against his chest like two kittens snuggled in a warm embrace. Their hair was slightly damp with a distinctive fresh scent, and their delicate skin was warm and soft. Ichin felt the weight in his arms naturally wrapping around them. The thunder outside the window seemed to echo the rhythm in his mind. Noisy yet with a relaxing soothing quality. He turned his head sideways and looked down at the two in his arms, smiling softly as a sense of fulfillment flashed in his eyes. The taste of fly speaks for itself. Yo, it's pouring? He opened his mouth slightly, his voice low and lazy. The sound of thunder and rain intertwined into a unique melody that It was as if nature had woven a soundtrack for the serenity and warmth of the moment. What's the best thing to do on a rainy day? Yes, of course, a nice long sleep. Chapter 32, all I have to do is guard Colonel Ichin's everything. The winds were raging, and the storm swept swiftly toward the warships. It was as if a huge beast was lunging at it. Standing on the deck, Crow stared intently at the approaching storm, his brow furrowed deeply. His gaze pierced through the mist of the storm and fell on the stream of air that raged like a monster. The path of the storm pointed almost directly at the warship he was on. If the current trajectory is followed, this storm would hit the steel behemoth beneath its own feet hard in a matter of minutes. Crow knew full well that the warship was strong enough to withstand most storms, but even so, there was still an uneasiness in his heart that he couldn't shake. Even such a powerful warship, in the face of this great storm before us, it could also be heavily damaged and possibly even sink. At that time, how would he, as a stay-behind, face Colonel Ichin? How do you explain your inaction? He took a deep breath, a flash of determination in his eyes. Although there was a vague inner sense that things were unusual, that this storm didn't seem to have formed naturally, it was as if someone was manipulating it all. But now is never the time to hesitate. Crow made up his mind. I'm going to keep this ship no matter what. He pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with a flick of his wrist, and this action had become a habit for him, especially before a battle. He would always adjust this way to focus his mind more. Besides, Crow whispered to himself, a fiery gleam in his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as I'm long gone from the black cat I used to be. In the next instant, Klau's figure was like a flame that had been ignited, erupting with a powerful force. Shave shadow. His body instantly went to its limit, and with the basic technique of shaving, his speed was so fast that it almost made the air vibrate, and the scenery around him pulled into blurred lines for a split second, leaving a trail of residual shadows. In a jolt of air currents, Klau had rushed to the front of the storm almost in the blink of an eye, and he didn't flinch in the face of the beast-like gale. Crow's gaze was unwavering, his legs stomped hard, and his entire body leapt high into the air. It was as if a gaunt cheetah was heading towards the middle of the storm. Leopard, chaos. Crow let out a low gulp, alternating his legs with swift kicks that the air was suddenly filled with a sharp chopping scent. It's based on that Erasure kick, a move he created himself, compressing the vacuum in the air into a powerful wave of attack. Like a sharp blade, a circle of fierce cuts quickly rushed towards the storm. The countless chopping strikes were like arrows breaking through the air, carrying an overpowering aura of towards the storm that was about to swallow everything. He chopped fiercely. Boom! The storm and the chopping attack instantly collided, and the air violently shook, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Smog stood at a distance, watching it all with rapt attention, though he didn't get a good look at just who it was that intercepted the storm. But judging by the naval uniform he was wearing, there was no doubt that he was a member of the Navy. To be able to face such a massive storm head-on was clearly an uncomplicated figure. Such courage and bravery, Smoggy murmured, and a wave of admiration rose in his heart that, I think it's a character from the headquarters. It is unclear which of the elite under Admiral Yellow Sorrow's command. As for the possibility that it could be one of Yellow Sorrow's newest lieutenants, Ichin? Never. That swinging brat? He has such a charismatic personality? Are you kidding me? Now it's up to the dragon to choose what to do. The navy that intercepted the storm was strong, but one could see for oneself that he had given everything he had to intercept the storm. Another strand would have dwarfed it. Seeing as how the dragon is choosing to keep striking out and beating the hell out of the Yellow Monkey General's men, or not to make a move, and let that navy stop the storm, and the dragon himself return in defeat. Smog took a deep drag on his cigar and looked over at the dragon. The dragon seemed to sense Smog's thoughts and calmly did not hesitate. Since he had already struck out, there was no way back for him. The dragon's hand swung again, and the storm expanded in size instantly, the air currents surging and surging as it was as if it was going to swallow the entire sea. The space around them seemed to vibrate, and the oppressive feeling of the air made it almost impossible to breathe. The thunderous boom echoed through the air once more. Rumble dash. The storm, which was even more massive, swept through in a flash, swallowing almost everything. Klau, soaked to the skin, stood in the air, facing the growing storm. His eyes glittered and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He's really gotten too strong. He felt the immense pressure of this storm, but at the moment he was no longer the little black cat once hunted by the Navy, but a hunter standing in the storm. It's not just strength that makes you stronger, it's also mindset, Crow whispered, with an unspoken confidence in his tone. Once upon a time, my former self could never have imagined. It's amazing that my future self was able to face such a storm head-on, and without flinching. Maybe that's the bottom line and belief. Crow knew that the change stemmed from the unfathomable man behind him. Ichin, the man who gave him a new life. changed his destiny. It gave him the courage to face the storm head-on. This time on the warship was the most peaceful time I've had since I became a pirate. Crow closed his eyes slightly, remembering the past. After all, I've gone from prey to hunter. Dealing with the tedious little things in front of you is one's job, but it's not enough. All I have to do is guard everything that Colonel Itchin has. At this moment, Crow's heart was set. No matter what storms he faced, he would all stand steadfastly by Itchin's side. Come on, man up. Ship up. Crow roared fiercely. His eyes lit up with a burning desire to fight. Leopard God gun. He roared lowly and swung his arms swiftly, like a blistering wind sweeping by. Swift and deadly. It's a skill he extended from the six-finger gun techniques, which are said to have the power of a gunshot, concentrating his entire body with power and focus. Crow's index finger pointed fiercely forward, and all the power coalesced at the tip of the finger in this instant. That index finger looked ordinary, but it seemed to contain a huge amount of energy. Fingertips hardened and flashed with an electrifying brilliance that it exploded quickly with an overwhelming force. The speed of that blow was so fast that hardly anyone could react to it. The fingertips were like flying bullets, carrying unrivaled attack power, directly penetrating the air. Slamming toward the oncoming storm. Crow's hands flew rapidly, his body swaying violently with the release of each blow. Countless finger guns burst out from the tips of his fingers, like countless flying arrows that penetrated the violent storm. The two forces collided violently in the air, and the moment the storm and the finger gun collided, the air seemed to be torn apart with a deafening roar. Boom! After a violent and scorching collision, the storm finally began to dissipate. The space in front of me gradually became clearer. A figure fell from the air as if it were a broken leaf abandoned by a storm. The figure, covered in wounds, fell helplessly to the surface of the sea. It ended with a dull thunk dash and a splash. The dragon gazed coldly at what was in front of him, without a fluctuation in his eyes. His eyes then turned to the huge ship parked on the dock. Now there was no one to stop themselves from destroying the warship. Dragon! Suddenly, Smog's voice came from the side of He pulled a phone bug out of his pocket that was already connected. The sound of the phone bug caught the dragon's attention for a moment, and he frowned slightly as a twinge of unease welled up in his heart. Hello? A lazy greeting came from the other end of the line with a familiarity that could not be ignored. Moshi Moshi? The dragon's eyes widened momentarily, as if realizing his face suddenly became colder. Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Yellow Saru, Poliasurino. Yo! A lewd laugh came from Saru Yellow on the other end of the line. That's a long-lost voice. Munch D. Long. I hear that you're trying to make a move on the old man's precious lieutenant and seat? Chapter 33. A glance at the old man is all about the handsome look of his youth. Dragon, what do you want to do with the old man's lieutenant and seat? Is the Revolutionary Army ready to go to war with the Navy? Yellow Saru's voice came from the other end of the line. The lazy tone took on a hint of seriousness that could not be ignored. It's been hard for me to find an duca to my liking, and the handsome look of that boy, Chen, at a glance. It's all about what my old man looked like when he was young. Cool, unruly. Now, the old man's adjutant has been beaten up, and the dragon wants to sink the old man's warship here. Can this be tolerated? The big deal is that I'm moving now to get to Road Town and pester the dragon to keep him from escaping. Backhandedly, he then called for reinforcements from the headquarters and directly apprehended the leader of the Revolutionary Army in the East China Sea. When the time comes, it will be another great achievement. Another excuse for the old man to request a month's vacation. Poliasurino. The dragon frowned slightly surprised. He never expected that Smoggy would dial Yellow 8's number directly, but even if Yellow Saru departs from the headquarters now, by the time he gets to the East Sea, he himself had long since been safely evacuated, and Luffy had reached the Great Voyage without incident. The geomagnetism of the Great Voyage, the heavens, the currents of the sea, the air currents, are all in confusion. By then Luffy himself would have a hard time trying to determine his position. At that point, no amount of pursuing by Yellow Monkey would help. The world awaits our answers. The dragon's voice was low and firm as he gazed ahead like a sword. Yellow Ape. I'm going to make sure a man sails smoothly. As for your ride, I apologize. The words were spoken with an irrevocable determination and coldness that, clearly ready to face all the consequences. On the other end of the line, Yellow Ape didn't seem to be in any hurry to respond. Instead, he said easily, you were born in the kingdom of Goya, weren't you, dragon? What a coincidence. There was a hint of sarcasm and relief in Yellow Saru's tone, but a deeper meaning was hidden behind the words. Dragon's pupils constricted suddenly as he heard a cacophony of noises coming from the other end of the phone bug. Like the clamor of a marketplace. Mixed in with the clamor were some peculiar accents. The The accent of the kingdom of Goya. The accent of your own hometown. Yellow monkey. In the kingdom of Goya. In the East China Sea. It's Yellow Saru. Why are you in the East Sea? The dragon's voice was low with incredulity and a hint of huff. An uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Things seem to be getting more complicated. Then of course it's something important. I'm moving now. And I expect to arrive in Logtown within 10 minutes. You and the people you're escorting. Yellow Saru's tone grew somber. None of them will get away. He said this, and then simply hung up the phone bug. A violent chill ran through Dragon's heart when he heard Yellow Saru's threatening words. Miscalculation. How could he not have thought that Yellow Ape himself was in the East China Sea? With his Shining Fruit's ability to travel at the speed of light from the kingdom of Goya to Rogue Town, it really doesn't take 10 minutes. A surge of anxiety surged through the dragon's mind and his eyes unconsciously turned to the warship docked at the pier. If Yellow Saru had encountered Luffy and the others first on his way, and had simply captured Luffy and his buddies, then there was no point in sinking any more warships yourself. His own sole purpose for returning to the East China Sea this time was to meet Luffy, to see how much he's grown. Also ensure that he is able to follow his dreams successfully. However, if this plan is disrupted by Yellow Ape, then all the hard work will go down the drain. If Luffy gets caught, one would have to lead an army into Propulsion City or make a big mess of Justice Island to get the people back. But the Revolutionary Army is still in a latent stage, not yet ready for large-scale operations. The best thing to do now is to follow Luffy's ship yourself. Escort them safely to the Great Voyage. The rest of the journey is up to you. Luffy, incompetent pops, and other important things, overthrowing the world government. Give the world a real answer. With this in mind, the dragon took a deep breath and his gaze became more resolute. He waved his hand slightly, and a strong wind immediately lifted him up, his body like a flying eagle. Flying quickly in the direction where the Mary had disappeared. Smog stood in the distance, cigarette in hand, eyes glued to the direction where the dragon had flown off to. A slight frown creased his brow. A moment later, he exhaled a slow ring of smoke, contemplated for a moment, and then, with a wave of his hand, go get the navy that fell in the water. Then he jumped on his three-wheeled motorcycle Barona and accelerated in the direction where the dragon flew. If Admiral Yellow Saru arrived, he himself would be able to capture the Straw Hat Gang in the process. Buzz. With the roar of the motorcycle, the amphibious motorcycle quickly rushed into the water and it stirred up a splash on the calm sea and sped off into the distance. Ahem. Rescued by the navy. Crow coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, though his glasses were nearly shattered from the violent collision. Crow's eyes were unusually bright. Okay. Warship. Save. He murmured, forcing a small smile. Immediately afterward, exhaustion and severe pain overwhelmed his body, and his eyelids closed heavily. Eventually lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Inside a luxurious room in the red neighborhood, dim light spilled through the curtains in one corner of the room, and a faint scent filled the air. Ichin and the two beauties were drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, brew blue, the sound of a telephone bug shrilled, breaking the silence of the room. The sleeping Ichin's eyes snapped open, his thoughts instantly clearing. The lieutenant colonel and the members of the headquarters were resting in the other rooms, and Crow remained on board the brig. Something will come directly to you. No one would call a bug at this time of year. This will. Someone who can contact himself. Old Yellow? What did he want with me? Ichin quickly combed through the possible scenarios in his mind. Yellow Saru knew his character, and if it wasn't an emergency, he wouldn't bother himself so easily. Ichin's eyes flickered, and his seeing color hegemony instantly covered the phone bug, blocking out the ringing sound. Whoosh! Ichin lightly made an instantaneous leap, his body leaping away from the bed like an arrow off a string. The two kittens felt a lightness in their beds in their sleep, and before they could raise their heads completely, then he settled back on the soft pillow, still sleeping peacefully. Ichin smiled slightly, phone bug in hand, and closed the balcony door with a light hand. Prevent the wind outside from disturbing this peace inside the house. He leaned back in a lounge chair on the balcony, lit a cigar, and picked up the phone bug. The moment the phone bug was picked up, its image becomes that of a lewd old man wearing sunglasses. Yo, my dear Lieutenant-san, your man, get punched. Ichin's gaze instantly became sharp. My people? Beaten up? Yes. Chapter 34. The light that can scorch cold ice and endure lava is, I can only say, invincible. What's the situation? Ichin's heart tightened, suddenly having an ominous feeling. Yellow Saru's voice became low. The dragon showed up in Rogue Town and beat up our guys. The words came out in a huff, as if waiting for Ichin's reaction. Why did you beat up our guys? Ichin frowned slightly. Dragons? Himself was aware that the dragon was going to show up in Rogue Town because he was going to send Luffy on his way to the Great Voyage. But he shouldn't have anything to do with what happened with Luffy. Should he? He only dueled with Sauron himself, and he never even spoke to Luffy. What does that have to do with you? The exact reason is not clear. Yellow Sara's tone became a bit more urgent, but Dragon operated Storm, trying to destroy the old man's worship. He paused. The man whose bounty you revoked earlier, Storm, was stopped by his. After that, I was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Ichin's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he blushed. He snapped to attention and his eyes widened momentarily. Clow stayed on the ship. He practically sprang from his chair and bit off his cigar sharply. Crow, got your ass kicked? And seriously injured? His heart felt as if it had been pinched hard, and his breath caught in his throat. Dragons! If Old Yellow's boat is ruined, it's ruined. It's not my own boat. Smoggy punched it and it didn't kill him. But who is Crow? It's my hand-picked Grandmaster. The key man who's going to help me spend my days at ease in the headquarters in the future. It is the foundation of all my cozy life. How can I enjoy my life without Cropolo to work around? How else are you going to go to work? Feel the fish, read the newspaper, and spend your days at leisure? How can you leave work in style, go to a bar, take a walk down the street, going to the neighborhood to enjoy the warm embrace and enjoy every detail of life? A quick picture came to Ichin's mind. If Chloe wasn't in, himself would be swamped with mountains of military business. Piles of papers piled up on his desktop. The task after task is almost breathtaking. Being asked to work late into the night every day, and even having to skimp on dinner. There was absolutely no time for any relaxing moments. Faced with endless responsibilities every day, one's life has become machine-like. Running on schedule. Think about it. Ichin's heart began to beat faster as anxiety swept through his body. Without CLO, I'm confronted with all these papers, tasks, never-ending, work piling up in front of me like a mountain of doodlebugs. Every day, there's no respite at all. In his mind's eye, Ichin saw himself deep in the middle of it, busy as a cow or a horse. Dealing with the endless things. No Claude. He would never be able to live that cozy, comfortable life again. No one could take the pressure off him or share it with him. This, might as well just kill yourself. Ichin couldn't help but grunt lowly, his anxiety causing his fingers to clench unconsciously. Do you need me to make a move? Old husband is on his way to Rogue Town. Yellow Sara's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone bug, breaking Ichin's thoughts. The tone seemed to be one of light-hearted flirtation, but Ichin knew that the danger implicit in Yellow Sara's words. Never a joke. Who dash? Ichin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After a deep breath, his heartbeat gradually calmed down and that calm expression returned to his face. Old Yellow, Ichin said in a deep voice, his tone resolute and cold. You don't have to care about this matter. He paused, a flash of determination in his eyes. I will strike. A fire of fury burned in his heart and, almost, he was about to lose his most important cattle and horse ministry. Almost, he lost his long-awaited happily ever after. Almost, one is going to be swallowed up by those endless military affairs. Dragons. A cold light flashed in Ichin's eyes. This breath, I must take it. I'm off, he whispered, then hung up the phone bug without hesitation. Crow was seriously injured, but as long as he was still alive, with the items he had extracted from the system earlier, all of which will allow him to recover quickly. Check on him first. After that, catch up with the dragon and take this out hard. Ichin quickly put on his suit and the cloak that symbolizes justice. He leaned over slightly, and as if the ground beneath his feet were echoing his determination, his form leaped and, quickly heading in the direction of the docks, the other side. Yo! After hanging up the phone bug, the corners of Yellow Ape's mouth hooked up in a teasing smile. There was a glimmer of relief in his eyes. The Lieutenant-san is fuming. Things are getting interesting yet. He leaned back in his chair and snapped his fingers softly, as if sighing something. He recalled the dragon's head dance that he had witnessed at Branch 186. At that moment, the power displayed by Ichin's blade technique was so astonishing to himself. 3 of the highest-ranking admirals in the Navy headquarters, known as super monsters not only because of their respective nature-based fruit abilities, but also because of their extraordinary physiques and their respective areas of proficiency. And swordsmanship, that's exactly what Yellow Sorrow specializes in. The Dragon of the Sunset head dance. Not only Mihawk saw the wonderful, Straight called out in pain. Yellow Monkey also saw through some of the essence of it. Only, he wasn't going to make a big deal about it. Wouldn't the stronger one's adjutant sang, the better? A gleam of satisfaction flashed in Yellow Ape's eyes. And, I can help me share more tasks and military affairs in the future. So of course I'm going to keep such a talent in reserve. Yellow Ape's hand shook slightly, and then a hot sword of light appeared in his hand. That sword body flashed with a blinding yellow light, emitting high temperatures as if it could bake everything. The blade of the Sword of Light not only destroys matter, more than that, it seems to contain an energy that destroys everything. This is Ape watching the dragon's head dance, a variation created by combining his own Tian Songyun sword. He's intensified the heat of the blade so that it's more than just an ordinary sword of light. Instead, it's a high-temperature weapon that can cauterize everything in a confrontation. Once it collided with the other party's sword blade, it would inevitably be roasted and twisted out of shape by this scorching power. Sun and shine? Yellow Saru whispered to himself, swinging his lightsaber lightly. Interesting. This move, let's call it Flare Flashbush Sword. I wonder what kind of look Sakaski and Kuzan will give when they see my move. The light that can scorch cold ice and endure lava. Ha ha. Yellow Saru smiled a smooth smile, as if he had already seen the shocked expressions on Akane's and Green Pheasant's faces. Although Lieutenant San decided to take matters into his own hands, Yellow Saru's mind flashed back to Ichin's handsome face, lazily posed and, the dragon of the Halo head dance is really amazing. But Ryu is a former elite admiral of the Navy. His own precious lieutenant can't be bullied just because he's careless. I'd better go and have a look. Yellow Saru laughed lowly, his eyes revealing a hint of light-hearted teasing. If Lieutenant San gets his ass kicked, the old man can make a handsome hero's entrance. With that, a flash of yellow instantly rose into the sky and sped towards Rogue Town. The flash disappeared into the sky like a shooting star, leaving behind only the dazzling trails of light. Please, everything. Rewards, hypes, reviews, raves, young Thomas pirouettes and bows and thanks. Chapter 35 Golden Item Overlord Color Talent. Naval Hospital in Logtown. Heavy rains are raging and cold winds are blowing. Who dash? Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, suit neat and cape flying. Like a graceful bolt of lightning, it descended on the damp ground with silent menace. Ichin's form landed firmly on the ground, his feet barely making a sound as the air around him seemed to freeze because of him. He walked quickly into Klau's hospital room. Ichin, Colonel, lying on the hospital bed. Crow opened his eyes weakly, his throat moving slightly as the voice was low and raspy. His body was wrapped in heavy bandages, and he was obviously badly injured. Crow tried to sit up, but the pain in his body prevented him from moving at all. It's okay, lie back. Ichin leaned down, his tone gentle and firm, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Seeing that Clow could still speak, he finally let go of the big stone in his heart. Even though I knew before that Crow was just unconscious from his injuries, seeing it with my own eyes, that worry in my heart really dissipated. It can't be helped that there are so few executive types within the pirate world. Since Crow's return to himself, he's been doing quite well in every way. Not only are they loyal and reliable, but they are also very clear about their position. For himself, Crow is simply an invaluable talent that can't be beat. I really can't let anything happen to him now. With him around, he could have more time to fish and enjoy the comfort and ease. Ichin pulled out a immortal bean from his bosom and gently dropped it into Klau's mouth. Most of Klau's entire body was covered in flesh wounds, and this immortal bean was enough to quickly revitalize him. Crow swallowed the cactus beans with difficulty, and for a split second, a warm feeling of energy spread from deep within his body. The pain from his wounds disappeared almost instantly, and the state of his entire body began to recover rapidly. Clow couldn't help but let out a low sigh as he felt the speed of his body's recovery. That's the magic of Colonel Ichin. Powerful and mysterious. He pored over the books carried on board the warship, but never found any record of immortal beans. Even the admiral's seat at the Navy headquarters didn't have this type of magical item. Only after experiencing all of this firsthand could one truly appreciate how extraordinary Ichin was. As the healing effects of the fairy beans quickly took effect, Clue felt a renewed surge of power within her body. Though his body still seemed a little weak, he had not the slightest fear that Instead, there was a determined gleam in his eyes. From the time of his own injury and unconsciousness to the present time, Colonel Ichin had come swiftly to give his own personal attention to his injuries. This reinforced Klau's conviction that he wasn't following the wrong person. Colonel Ichin, I'm sorry for your trouble. Crow's tone was sincere, a hint of guilt revealed in his eyes. What words? Ichin patted Clow on the shoulder. His tone of voice softened with a few moments of relief as with recognition for Crow? You did a great job and didn't let me down. Now who in the entire Rogue Town Navy doesn't know that your boy's flesh is hardened against the dragon storm? Bring it out later to stand behind the old man. And this is the Clow that can physically stand up to huge storms. Soldiers under the old man. You don't say. There's a face. Ichin's eyes swept over Clow's already largely healed state and nodded softly. He was extremely satisfied with the effects of the immortal beans. This kind of efficacy is really worthy of the system production. Quality assurance. Crow had regained most of his strength, but he still looked a little tired. Ichin looked at him and nodded at him, his tone calm but full of concern. Rest well. You did your best. After saying that, Ichin turned around, the cloak behind him fluttering in the wind, his voice low and firm. This is something I will take care of. He made no further stops, and quickly sprang into the air, and, with his feet like the wind, traversed lightly across the quay of the, chasing after the Mary in the direction it had disappeared. Ichin already had his plan in mind. Ryu, as the leader of the revolutionary army, would never attack a naval warship for no reason. You know, this seat is Old Yellow's ship, the ship that attacked the admiral of the Navy headquarters. The crime is not trivial. By all rights, the dragon would have done the same as in the original. After holding down Smog and releasing Luffy into the sea, just leave Rogue Town. But this time, not only did he not leave, he took a shot at the warship docked at the pier. This strike by the dragon was presumably related to the landing of his own team in Rogue Town. Maybe it was because he saw the slash he took to kill Sauron in seconds at the fairgrounds. Perhaps it was because the elite of the ministry who had followed him to the red neighborhoods of. It puts a great deal of pressure on him, causing him to worry that Luffy won't be able to make it to the Great Voyage. But none of that matters. The old man didn't do anything. Ichin mumbled in his mind. And with that, he's taught Brother Soko a trick. Not only are they not thankful, but they also beat up the old man. He clenched his teeth, his inner rage having been completely ignited. Almost. I'd have lost my best toolman. Almost. I said goodbye to a cozy life. Dragons. He clenched his fists, his eyes cold. This breath, if not out, the heart is not through. How can I stay cheerful if my heart is not clear? Ding. Due to the host's extremely unpleasant mood, the pleasure system has activated emergency plan number 1. Big increase in burst rate. Now for the 10 consecutive draws. The probability of drawing a golden divine item will be increased to the maximum. Oh, yo, worthy of being a pleasure system. It'll even actively adjust the explosion rate because the host is in a bad mood. Put the host in a good mood. Look, it's still Young too who knows what he's doing. Ichin silently glanced at his pleasure value, 9,036. Because before, in order to maximize the effect of the ghost god's lead, having expended a great deal of pleasure value myself, though since then one's days have been soothing and pleasant, but it doesn't reap overly significant pleasure value. The more famous a character is in the pirate world, the more pleasure value they bring to themselves. It's perfectly understandable, after all, that the combined compliments of Mihawk and Yellow Saru, the pleasurable effect is quite different from that of a casual Kalami compliment. Now, because of the extremely bad mood, it causes the burst rate to be raised to the maximum, but with over 9,000 pleasure points. That's only 9-10 consecutive draws, so there's no way to guarantee a shipment. Ding! The system has detected that the host's pleasure value is insufficient and his mood is extremely unattractive. Satisfying the system's emergency plan number 2, we now present the host with 500 points of pleasure value. Hopefully the host will stay happy. Ali gives, Unity son, you've made your way to the path to the heavens. Ichin couldn't help but grin as he felt the influx of pleasure value. 500 pleasure points were gifted so easily. This unconventional way of giving it away instantly put him in a good mood, and most of the breath he had felt before had dissipated. Well, let's hammer and warn Dragon to keep his revolutionary army away from the old man. Don't interfere with the old man's comfortable and wonderful life at Navy headquarters. Tun-chan, give it to me, pump it up. Ichin swung his hand violently, and all of his pleasure value was instantly consumed. As Ichin's words fell, the raffle wheel in front of him began to rotate rapidly, and the light shone in all directions. It was as if they were entering a moment of extreme orgasm. Various colors flashed, as if there were a myriad of possibilities within with an air of exhilaration. Stomp dash. With a crisp ringing sound, the golden light burst forth violently. It was as if the entire space was engulfed by this moment of radiance. Golden item overlord color talent. Chapter 36, when the ceiling comes out, the 4 emperors bow down. Stomp dash. Stomp dash. Stomp dash. 3 crisp clangs shook Ichin's ears like thunder. It was like opening the door to some mysterious power. 3 golds in a row. Ichin's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his eyes flashed with undisguised excitement. How long had it been since I had seen a gold item myself? It's been too long to even remember the last time. But this time, finally, the wind and the water have turned, and I'm the European emperor today. Let's see what golden item exploded this time. Ichin's gaze was firmly locked on the item that shimmered with golden light. Every second of waiting seemed to pick at his nerves. Hegemony color talent. Only hegemony overrides everything. The system's voice echoed in Ichin's ears, steady and powerful, like the reverberation of an ancient horn. It sent an uncontrollable shock through his heart. The voice seemed to carry an invisible pressure, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Divine gold item. Current star rating, 3 stars, maximum 5 stars, 1 star. The host awakens the overlord color talent. At the 1-star time stage, unaware of his own power, often triggered in times of emotion, such as anger, and capable of shocking those around them, but it can't be finely controlled. 2 stars, with the increase of mental power, able to control it according to one's own will, from the timing of its use to its power, as well as the extent of its ripple effect, it is all under control. It can be very powerful when fighting against a large number of opponents. 3 stars, a true overlord with both mind, skill and body. Simply by raising his aura, it will allow the dominance to be dispersed in all directions. You can unleash your overlord color hegemony at will. Its oppressive force could shake a giant ship as it brushes past. It can even make a battle-hardened general fall to the ground with a bang. 4 stars, overlord color hegemony upgraded to god level. The host masters the overlord color wrapping the overlord color buster aura around a weapon or physical attack. Enhanced attack power that allows you to substantially attack an enemy without touching them at a certain distance. 5 stars, overlord color hegemony upgraded to ceiling level, overriding everything. When the ceiling comes out, the 4 emperors bow down. With each prompt from the system, a sharp light flashed in Ichin's eyes. A wave of joy rippled through him. Not bad. One's long-awaited hegemonic color hegemony has finally been drawn out. And all 3 golds are hegemonic color hegemony, directly upgraded to 3 stars. From the first hazy awakening to the 3-star stage of today's, Ichin could feel his connection to this world growing stronger. That overlord-colored hegemonic aura surged out from his body, like an invisible force flowing through him. 3 stars. Only 1 step away from 4 stars at the god level. It's perfectly adequate. 4 now. Ichin muttered faintly to himself. After all, I'm only a colonel in the Ministry of. What difficult tasks can I encounter? If you're in trouble, look for old Huang. He couldn't help but laugh softly. When the sky falls, General Yellow 8 will hold it. But the next moment, his expression became grave and, it's time to try out my newly acquired abilities. Ichin's eyes were slightly austere, and the air around him seemed to instantly freeze. The air pressure rising steeply, a powerful aura erupted from within him, and the air shook with it. The super pressure made the sea ripple. This is an indiscriminate hegemonic attack. Ichin took a deep breath and closed his eyes as his mind settled. His chi flow converged on his chest as quickly as a storm. A great power was rapidly expanding, devouring everything around it. Next, a precision strike. Ichin's fists clenched slightly, the muscles in his arms tightening as the hegemonic color hegemonic aura in his body surged out crazily like a raging sea wave, spreading out rapidly. Under his conscious manipulation, the hegemony was like an invisible blade that, with precision, it cut through the surrounding air, gliding along Ichin's will and through the distant sea, revealing an invisible oppression. The stream swept swiftly through, shaking every inch of space. It was as if no object could escape the reach of this force. Ichin cozily lit a cigar and inhaled deeply, the smoke rising slowly through the air. Undifferentiated and Precision Strike have finished experimenting with themselves. Next, try the Bully Color Crash. Just about ready to go and knock the dragon himself to keep him and his revolutionary army away from him. I've heard that the Munchkin D's are a bully color family. So, Ichin violently stepped on the air with great force, and his figure sped forward like lightning, as if wind-like speed tore through the air, pointing straight in the direction of the great voyage. His body became one with the wind, and his speed was as fast as a beast sprinting through the night. Dragon, it's up to you, to try out the clash of dominant colors. The waters of the East China Sea near the great voyage. Dark clouds rolled in and lightning flashed. The Mary was sailing hard through the storm, the ship rocking violently at times. At times it was swallowed up by the waves, but each time it broke firmly through the obstacles ahead and bravely made its way to the great voyage. Behind the Mary, the sound of a pirate ship was heard in the distance. The ship, flying the Joker's flag, was hot on the heels of the Mary. As a trainee on the ship of Roger the Pirate, Bucky couldn't stand the fact that he was so easily defeated by a kid in a straw hat. In his opinion, there was no reason for him to fail so easily. Even if he returned to the nostalgic Great Voyage, he would personally defeat the Straw Hats and make Luffy pay for that red nose. Farther out to sea, a 3-wheeled motorcycle sped through the wind and rain, stirring up waves. That Smug was traveling across the waves, heading quickly in the direction of the Mary. Not far ahead is the intersection of the Great Voyage. Nami raised her binoculars, her eyes sharp, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she, it seems like it can't wait to welcome that more mysterious sea. Too good. Luffy excitedly raised his hands high and shouted, Great Voyage, here we come. Oh ho! Usopp, for his part, grinned excitedly and then clapped his hands. Nami-sama, have a glass of this chef's special love juice. Sanji brought a glass of brightly colored juice from the kitchen, gently out of the way of the storm. Handing it to Nami, her gaze imploring. The Great Voyage, there will be stronger opponents, I guess. Solon leaned against the door of the cabin, his gaze stoic and the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Challenging the truly strong makes me stronger. Mihawk, Ichin, I'll get stronger. Solon swore silently in his mind. High in the air above these waters, a dragon in a green cloak silently overlooked the voyage of the Mary. The stormy Mary looked so small under his gaze, yet so determined. He stood in the air, calmly watching it all, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. This smile contains far-reaching expectations and unspoken determination and conviction. Luffy, your adventure is about to begin. If this is the way you choose to go, then go ahead and pursue your own future. Suddenly, the dragon sensed an aura creeping closer, as if it were an undercurrent in a storm. Lurking in the invisible. His eyes flinched and he looked slightly sideways, his eyebrows raised slightly. The aura came swiftly, with a strong sense of oppression. It's as if it's going to eliminate all obstacles. The dragon's intuition told him that this was no ordinary air current, but a powerful force that, it's approaching rapidly. In the storm and the distance, all the waves and thunder and lightning seemed to be torn apart by some invisible force. A figure, like a blade of breaking wind, cut through the sky. The man stepped out of the storm, his stance erect, his aura calm and majestic. The suit-bottomed figure remained straight in the gusty wind. The whole man seemed unaffected by the storm, calm as a mountain. The thousand blades swayed gently at his waist, the blade emitting a cold, demonic aura that, a faint rattling sound loomed in the wind, as if to signal a storm about to erupt. The cloak of justice on his back rattles in the gusty wind, with a majesty and determination that could not be ignored. Captain of the Navy Headquarters Ichin. Chapter 37. Are you out of your mind? Are you a match for the dragon? The wind and rain are raging, and the sky seems to be tearing apart. The gusty wind blew the dragon's green cloak, which puffed up with the wind like a huge wing, carrying a pressure that could not be ignored. The dragon stood in the wind, his expression calm and his eyes deep, feeling the increasingly heavy aura around him. He sighed softly, his eyes locked ahead. The young Navy captain. The dragon's gaze fell on Ichin in front of him. There was a hint of doubt in his mind. If memory serves, this naval colonel was none other than Colonel Ichin, the second-in-command who had landed in Rogue Town with Admiral Yellow Saru in the first place. He remembered that when he had first met Ichin in Rogue Town, the man had a lazy look about him that, it's as if they don't give a damn about anything around them. But today, the Ichin in front of him showed a very different aura from back then. The air was almost frozen with that majestic aura of, it was as if each step carried a silent oppression. But the serious him, does he even have this kind of aura? The dragon was secretly shocked in his mind. Could it be that all the colonels in the headquarters are so uncomplicated now? He squinted his eyes slightly, his mind working quickly as an inexplicable alertness rose in his heart. Ichin looked as if he was intentionally coming at himself now. This aura and eyes were clearly different from the casual attitude that he had earlier. Dragon. Ichin spoke in a low voice, his tone cold but with a sense of threat that could not be ignored. He spat out the cigar in his mouth and gazed straight at the dragon. Beat up my man and just leave? The man who hit you? The dragon frowned slightly, his brow furrowed, obviously pondering the deeper meaning of Ichin's words. After a few moments, his eyes gradually cleared, as if everything had become clear and, lowly, he asked rhetorically, that Navy soldier, was he one of yours? The Navy soldier who had blocked his storm with his flesh quickly came to his mind. The man was full of courage and poise, and he was impressed. At this point, the dragon realized everything in a flash. So that's what Colonel Ichin is here for him. Exactly. Ichin looked up faintly, glancing at the overcast sky. Then his gaze shifted back to the dragon. The voice was calm but intimidating. Crow is my hand-picked grandmaster. If he's accidentally killed by you, who's going to take care of the chores for me? His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if it could penetrate the dragon's figure and pierce straight into his heart. As the words fell, a hint of determination flashed in Ichin's eyes. This account, we must do the math. Dragon. The air seemed to freeze in the moment, as if time had stood still. Even breathing became unusually heavy. Between the two of them, invisible sparks erupted, filled with the oppressive feeling before the showdown. The dragon's gaze gradually tightened, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his sight pointed straight at Ichin like a blade. A sneer ran through his mind. I'm the one who beat up Ichin's man, and he came to my door. It's not surprising, but then his eyes grew colder. But Smug tried to stop my son from sailing. How dare Ichin go on a direct crusade against me? A strong sense of unwillingness and mockery surfaced in the dragon's heart. Is the name of the world's most vicious criminal already so unintimidating? Little Colonel of the Ministry, acting insolently again and again. The dragon's tightly clenched fists fired slightly, and his knuckles made a slight clicking sound as if responding to an inner rage. Gradually the wind began to whistle up around him, as if awakened by his will. The. His gaze became sharp and incomparable, revealing a chilling determination. In that case, then let the world reacquaint itself with the power of the world's most vicious criminal. The dragon's voice seemed like an ancient roar, low and deep, his anger burning in his eyes. The whole person exuded a sense of oppression that could not be suppressed. He stood in the gale, his green cloak behind him tumbling and flying like a blaze of fire. The whistling of the storm grew more intense, as if the whole of nature was responding to his power. Inside of him, a long unburnt anger was rising. It had been too long since he had gone all out, and the world was about to forget his name as the anti-reverse dragon. Just because the revolutionary army is still in the latent stage doesn't mean it's powerless. The dragon gazed coldly at Ichin, and in his mind he murmured, "Today, let me break this silence with my own hands and prove the power that once emboldened all." As if the sky had sensed the dragon's wrath, dark clouds gathered quickly and a huge, hideous vortex was formed. Thunder accompanied by lightning struck down from time to time, and heaven and earth seemed to resonate with each other at this moment. It was as if they were beating the drums of war for this upcoming showdown. "Come on, Ichin." The dragon's voice was low and full of power, and his deep gaze seemed to penetrate right through. His aura seemed to shake heaven and earth, and the power of the storm raged around him. The endless air currents transformed into a gust of hurricane, whistling and circling around him. "Come and see the power of the wind." The dragon's voice was like low thunder, filled with an endless sense of might and power. His cloak fluttered more than a little in the gusty wind, as if signaling the coming of a storm. "Come on." Ichin stood across from the dragon and nodded slightly as he felt the growing aura on the dragon. "I don't care if you're a criminal or a 7 dragon or 8 dragon. You beat up the old man. It will have to be paid for." Buzz. Just then, the sound of a roaring engine cut through the waters. The motorcycle's tires rolled quickly across the water. Smog looked at the two men facing each other in the sky. His gaze widened violently. Wasn't that Ichin? Why is he here? Smoggy wondered in his mind. What's that Ichin kid up to? Settle a score with the dragon? Who's the dragon? He's the criminal the world government is most eager to eradicate. The commander-in-chief of the revolutionary army. Natural system win-win fruitability. Former Navy elite. And what about Ichin? He asterisk that swinging boy is just a colonel in the headquarters. Not a major general in the headquarters. Not at all qualified to fight against dragons. Besides, even his status as a colonel was elevated because of General Yellow Saru. You're a guy who swings for the fences to settle scores with the world's most vicious criminals? Are you out of your mind? Smog muttered to himself, a flicker of unease in his eyes as he stared intently at the figure in the air. The heart was filled with worry for Ichin. Any of the dragon's random identities could crush your adjutant General Yellow Saru identity. Even if Admiral Yellow Saru were on his way here again, you could be defeated instantly by one of the dragon's moves. Who can save you then? Smog took a deep breath and spat the cigar out of his mouth so violently that the flames dissipated in the rain. His brow was furrowed with a mixture of anger and worry, and his hands fiercely pointed toward the sky. Shouting, "Ichin boy, he's not a man you can stand up to. Wait for the support of General Yellow Saru. None of them will be able to escape when General Yellow Ape arrives. Don't try to be brave. Get your ass down here." Ichin stood silently in the air, watching Smog yell at the top of his lungs down there. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Lao Si is a man with an unforgiving mouth but a good heart. He always said he was the shame of the Navy, but when it came to the big boys, he was still worried about the well-being of his co-workers. Not bad. It's a good Navy. Ichin grinned. Olds, shut up. Smoggy closed his voice at once. Watch me perform and be done with it. Ichin's eyes flashed. A flash of determination flashed through his heart. And then, his aura changed violently. Bully colors. A red light flashed in his eyes, and his powerful overlord-colored hegemonic aura instantly shot up to the sky. The airflow shook so fiercely that the sky trembled from the air pressure. The pressure suddenly descended, and it was as if the air in the entire sea had frozen. The surrounding storm also stopped for this moment. Ichin's domineering aura pounced in all directions like a fierce beast, suffocating all living beings. Yo! Fuming Lieutenant San. Just then, Yellow Saru's voice came lazily, as he leisurely donned his sunglasses and appeared beside Smoggy with a hint of teasing in his eyes. That was scary. Chapter 38. Look, the sky is cracking open. Rumble. A voice as deafening as thunder resounded throughout the waters of the. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. The sky seemed to start caving in under the pressure as dark clouds rolled in and the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The red overlord-colored hegemonic aura swept in like a raging storm. The sense of oppression and aura made everything around them seem to tremble. The dragon's eyes snapped wide open, and a look of shock and disbelief filled his eyes. It was as if a huge shockwave had hit him directly in the heart. This is fighter color hegemony. He murmured in a low voice with a hint of trembling, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Since becoming the leader of the revolutionary army, he himself had long since seen countless strong men, but this Ichin in front of him, who he regarded as an ordinary naval captain. Surprisingly, he showed such dominance that people couldn't ignore. Hegemonic color hegemony, the rarest of the hegemonic auras. Not only could it not be acquired through acquired cultivation, it was an innate qualification of a king. Out of millions of people, perhaps only one will be able to awaken. This power is not just a manifestation of outside forces it is more a symbol of determination, will and kingliness. And, it's not the lowest of the hegemonic colors. It's not a dominant color that is released unconsciously through violent mood swings. A momentary blankness flashed through the dragon's mind, then he snapped back to his senses and deep shock was revealed in his eyes. This is a high-level hegemonic color hegemony that has been trained and can be precisely manipulated? He froze, his throat a little dry, his head barely able to turn. Is this Nymphetta colonel from the ministry? Is there just one monster colonel in the headquarters? Or, all the Navy's colonels are so strong now? If they really are all this strong, everyone's high-level hegemonic color hegemony, what else does the old man revolutionize? Just tie your hands and be done with it. The dragon took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. No, it won't. There's no way all the colonels in the Navy headquarters are this strong. Otherwise Smoggy wouldn't have been subdued by me in one move. It should be just such a monster colonel. The dragon breathed a sigh of relief. That must be it. You know, the entire Navy headquarters. The only one who clearly possessed the Overlord color buster was his own old man, Lieutenant General Cap, and the supreme leader of the Navy, Martial Warlord. That's good. I almost thought the revolution would collapse halfway before it succeeded. The dragon took a deep breath, trying to calm the panic and vibration within himself. His eyes gradually calmed down, and the uneasiness he had felt earlier began to dissipate. In its place was a calm determination. Immediately afterward, the aura in his body changed and a green overlord-colored hegemonic aura erupted from within his body like wildfire, shaking the air around him. That powerful sense of oppression instantly made the space heavy. Ichin felt the drastic change in the air. His gaze flickered, and he said in his heart, sure enough, the dragon also possesses a hegemonic color hegemony. The Munchdis lived up to their reputation as a dominant family. Whether it was a genetic gift or is it the free spirit of word and deed? Questions that need not be delved into. Try a buster clash with the dragon. A flash of excitement flashed in Ichin's eyes. Come! Red overlord-colored hegemonic aura erupted from Ichin's body. It clashed with the dragon's green overlord color hegemony. Boom! The collision of the two hegemonic auras cut through the sky like thunder. Like a huge explosion it shook the entire ocean. The air was instantly torn apart, and the skies seemed to be separated by the might of this. Powerful pressure swept in all directions like a tsunami, pressing down as if the entire sea was frozen. The sea breeze around them was scattered in all directions by the relentless force of this. Even everything around them seemed to stand still for a moment. That invisible aura, so strong that you can barely breathe. It was as if even time had stopped in that moment. Smog stands below Ichin and the dragon. Feeling that oppression from the sky was like a huge mountain pressing on his chest. His eyes rolled back in his head, and everything in front of him seemed to become a blur of cold sweat dripped involuntarily from his forehead, and his heart was filled with unprecedented horror and incredulity. He opened his mouth and tried to say something, but his throat went dry and the words were as choked as if they were stuck in his throat, and he could not speak at all. Yellow Sorrow gently tapped Smoggy on the shoulder, and Smoggy felt the pressure around him ease instantly. The air seems to be recirculating. Smog drew a great breath, then shakily lit a cigar trying to calm down that way. Admiral Yellow Ape. His voice carried a faint tremor. This? Aha. Yellow Sorrow gently nodded, a hint of depth flashing in his eyes. This is the clash of the hegemonic color hegemony. It's been a while since I've seen one in person. Too. He looked up slowly, his gaze falling on Ichin in the air. The sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the storm and dark clouds, looking straight at Ichin's figure. There was a complex flash of deep thought and assessment in his eyes. This kid, Ichin, actually had such a level of hegemonic color hegemony. He himself had originally been worried about whether or not Ichin could truly fight against the dragon, which was why he had hurriedly arrived here. Looking at it now, the boy Ichin was not a miserable defeat, even if he was not a match for the dragon. But it's kind of nice to get there in time to see this. Yellow Sorrow was secretly glad that if it had been any later, he himself would not be able to witness this duel of dominating colors. It turned out that this boy, Ichin, had much more potential than he thought. The always lazy, well-traveled adjutant showed more than just strength. It's even more surprisingly deep. He was facing Mihawk's Dragon of the Halo Head Dance. which was performed with his full strength. And now it's showing a high level of overlord color hegemony in the face of a dragon. It all surprised itself a little, by the Ichin's performance filled himself with anticipation. "Oh treasure lieutenant," Yellow Sorrow whispered, admiration in his eyes. "I could learn a thing or two from that move earlier, but the hegemonic color hegemony, this stuff is innate. How does an old man steal it?" Yellow Sorrow flashed a smile. "And any crushing sword skills don't hide them. Cast them all. Far out in the ocean. A storm rages. The sea is churning. The waves are rough and..." It was as if nature was also agitated by the coming conflict. The wind whistled. The thunder continued to roar. And lightning broke through the sky, illuminating the entire dark sea. "Why does it feel like the air is becoming more and more oppressive?" Nami frowned slightly, with a hint of uneasy doubt. "Look!" Luffy suddenly pointed to the sky behind him, a shock and excitement in his voice. "That, the sky." The others followed Luffy's lead and looked back. As their gazes converged into the air, everyone's eyes instantly widened and jaws all the way to the floor in shock. Everyone in the Straw Hat Gang could hardly believe the scene they were seeing. The canopy was twisting violently, showing a crack like it was being torn apart by some invisible force. The entire sky was torn in half, with storms of wind and lightning piercing through it. There was a suffocating sense of oppression in the air. "God! The sky is cracking open. Request everything. Express, thanks, Empress." Chapter 39. You call this an ordinary person? Can an ordinary man split the sky? Sky cracked. Usopp's mouth opened wide, staring daggers at the sight ahead of him, exclaiming that. The voice was full of fear and incredulity. His hands subconsciously gripped the side of the boat, as if that would give him some sense of security. Sanji shuddered and tried to light the cigarette in his hand, but the storm's gusts whistled violently through the embers of the ignition were blown out again and again. This ing storm. He couldn't help but mentally curse the lousy weather and try to ease his inner panic. Solan's expression was unusually serious, his eyes staring deep into the sky that looked like it had been split open. "If this is a celestial phenomenon, we have encountered such a horrific sight before even arriving at the Great Voyage. We must be more careful on the voyage ahead. But if it's man-made, that's even scarier. Just what kind of strong person can split the sky alive? Can Colonel Ichin, who has mastered a unique sword technique, and the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk do it?" Solan thought darkly in his mind, and his grip on the hilt of his sword tightened slightly. There was a hint of wariness and anticipation in his eyes. Hey, Luffy, on the other hand, looked excited, with an adventurous gleam in his eye. He pointed to the sky behind him and yelled, "Why don't we turn around and go back and check it out? It'll be fun." Nami raised her fist in anger. "You're crazy." A solid hammer blow hit Luffy hard in the head. A large bag bulged on the top of his head. "Back to you. You think the storm is a playground?" Nami looked at Luffy angrily, then returned her attention to the storm. She quickly grabbed her binoculars and tried to peer through the storm to see movement in the distance. The storm was raging in a fury that obscured almost everything in sight. Even with binoculars, the view was only vaguely visible in part, like it was engulfed in darkness and lightning. "What?" Nami's face suddenly became grave as she seemed to see something shocking. In the depths of the storm, she vaguely saw two blurry figures facing each other in the air. The winds roared around them. The thunder exploded beside them. But those two stood like warriors undaunted by the storm. "What's going on, Nami?" Usopp noticed the change in Nami's demeanor and couldn't help but feel nervous. Nami slowly lowered her binoculars and frowned as she, voice trembling slightly, I think I saw two people standing in that sky." "Standing in the air?" Sanji's and Sauron's faces became serious, their gazes tinged with a bit of suspicion and unease. "How is that possible? Who can stand in the air in such a storm?" Solan's mind was secretly shaken. This sight was completely beyond reason. It made him begin to wonder about the reality in front of him. An incredible thought sprang into his mind. Could it be that the vision of the sky cracking open just now, was it really caused by man? A chill couldn't help but creep up his spine, but unlike the others, who were clearly different, Luffy's reaction was filled with excitement and curiosity. Eyes sparkling. "Really? Is there really someone there? Nami, show me." With that said, Luffy impatiently took the binoculars from Nami's hands, his eyes narrowed to slits. Stare in the direction of the storm and scrutinize it. Suddenly, Luffy's movements stopped as if he had seen something incredible. His eyes snapped open, and his whole body sprang into a sudden excitement. Jumping high and excitedly, he shouted, Look, there really is someone there." His voice was thick with excitement and shock. "There in that storm." Sanji and Usopp froze. Usopp's eyes widened and there was an undisguised curiosity and trepidation in his voice. "Really? Let me see. Usopp picked up the binoculars with a trembling hand and sighted through the storm of, desperately trying to see clearly. Oh my god. Usopp's voice couldn't help but begin to tremble as he saw the figure looming in the distance. The whole man's legs and feet went weak and he collapsed on the deck at once, a look of horror and disbelief written all over his face. There really are people out there. They're fighting. Is there really someone strong enough to fight in a storm? Coming from a sniper background, he has the best eyes within the Straw Hat Pirates. He saw distinctly through his binoculars the two figures facing each other in the storm. Though the face was not clearly seen, he saw a detail. Even as the wind and rain whistled by, there were no drops of rain on either of their clothes. It was clearly without a hint of fear of such a horrible storm. Usopp's head went blank as that scene gave birth to a deep sense of powerlessness. Is this the level of the Great Voyage? Is this the real warrior of the sea? Or, why don't, let's just, go back to, ugh, before he could finish his suggestion. However, Sanji came charging up with an arrow, covering his mouth tightly, with a serious look on his face. Shut up, Usopp. Usopp's eyes widened, and he could only make a slurred "oh" sound. Fear still swirled in his mind, but he could no longer open his mouth to speak the words of retreat. At that moment, Sauron took over the binoculars, and he stood on the deck, his expression serious, and eyes peered through the layers of the storm, towards the depths of the storm. He aimed his binoculars at the startled sky, stormy as a curtain. But Sauron could still see it clearly, the blurry outline becoming clearer and clearer, though the storm's gusty winds and torrential rains made the vision incredibly blurry. Solon, however, made out a certain familiar figure at that moment, a figure with a knife at his waist. Solon's eyes widened momentarily as he muttered, "Wait, that figure." For a moment he felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest, and the hand holding the binoculars trembled slightly. There's no mistaking it. His voice shook with excitement. That figure. I would never recognize it wrong. In countless dreams, he had thought back to the scene of using the Fire Thunder God countless times, and that incomparably powerful figure had already been deeply embedded in his mind. And there was no mistaking it. The figure with the sidearm. That's the Navy headquarters. Colonel Itchin. What? When these words came out, all the people of the Straw Hat Pirates were shocked and opened their mouths wide. A look of disbelief filled his face. The lazy, handsome colonel we met earlier in Rogue Town was one of the two men confronting each other in the sky? The guy claims he's just a regular guy trying to enjoy life. You're damn well standing in the middle of a storm right now against another powerful opponent. Even split the sky? Do you call this a commoner? Chapter 40. Sorry, Dragon. I'm suddenly in a bit of a hurry right now. Who dash? Smoggy slowly exhaled a smoke ring and lifted his head, letting the rain pour down on the cold hit him in the face. Above the sky, two streams of red and green overlord-colored hegemonic auras collided with each other. The berserk power seemed to split the sky. At the moment, he was standing beside Yellow Ape. It was only then that he could feel the overwhelming pressure diminish. But that domineering pressure from before still penetrated into his bone marrow. It caused a wave of shock and awe to flood his heart. So, this is the hegemonic color hegemony that can only appear one in a million, he muttered, his insides mixed. Yes yo, Yellow Sorrow replied lazily, his eyes narrowing into a line as he gazed through the storm and gazed at the two figures above. The dragon is not an idle person. Based on the hegemonic color hegemony alone, Itchin the kid wants to avenge Clow. I'm afraid it's just not enough. I wonder how many cards this kid has yet to reveal. Smog watched all this in silence, and, dropping his cigar, which had been drenched with a vicious, emotions are complicated to the extreme. Itchin, old you, he roared furiously in his mind, his clenched fists almost white as he. The veins on the backs of his hands bulged like gnarled old tree roots. You even have a hegemonic color hegemony. As a colonel from the Navy headquarters training camp, Smog is extremely knowledgeable about the three colors of hegemony, armed, seeing, and overlord, and is well aware of their difficulty and rarity. Hegemonic color hegemony. The qualifications of a king. It's one in a million. And that red hegemonic color hegemonic aura that Itchin released. It wasn't a primary hegemonic aura that was released unconsciously. It was a high-level hegemonic aura that could already be manipulated through will. This level of hegemonic color hegemony. It means that the user's spirit and chi have reached an extremely high level. A power that requires countless hours of training and spiritual breakthroughs to comprehend. Itchin, you damn well have the strength? Smog gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, looking angrily at the airborne confrontation. His mind went back to those previous days of supporting Branch 186. How dare you have the nerve to call for reinforcements from my old man when you were a branch chief in Branch 186 before? Thinking back to when Itchin sent a request for reinforcements to himself with a lazy face. One has always believed it oneself. In keeping with his own ambition of not letting any pirate pass through the East China Sea on his way to the Great Branch Voyage, every time I received a request for support myself, I led the way, going all out and capturing all the pirates around Branch 186. In hindsight, I was the fool. Every time my old man fights to pounce on the enemy, while you stand by and, lazily watching the show with a look of indifference, it's because those pirates are too weak to be worth your while, isn't it? You, Ichin, only play high-end games, don't you? Your ass. Besides, when my old man desperately tried to dissuade you from confronting the dragon earlier, you boys must be laughing at me inside. Smog's eyes nearly spewed fire, his face filled with humiliation and anger. That kid must be laughing inside, right? Laughing at yourself for being so naive and childish and out of your depth. Are you? Is it still laughing out loud? Damn. Smog growled low, his voice full of suffocation and disbelief, his fists clenched to the point of whitening his bones and, surprisingly, I was tricked for so long by this kid. Ichin that. Yellow Sorrow looked at Smog's expression that almost broke the defense, and secretly laughed in his heart. He shook his head and couldn't help but think back to the first time he'd met Smog. The young headquarters colonel felt a twinge of amusement at Ichin's comment, shame on the Navy. Who'd have thought that kid was hiding so deep? Yo, don't get that look on your face, smug. Yellow Sorrow's voice rang out lazily, with its usual flirtation that, however, there was a bit of seriousness in his gaze. Even I, as a superior, haven't been able to completely see through Lieutenant San yet. Yeah? Smoggy's tone was filled with mixed emotions. Even you didn't see through him? Aha. Yellow Sorrow nodded slightly. The matter of Lieutenant San having the bastard color talent. The old man only just found out. Then why did you decide so early on to make him your adjutant? What is it that you see in him, anyway? Colonel Smog. Yellow Sorrow mused for a moment, rubbing his bearded chin and, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile, his tone long. Don't you think that kid is as handsome as the old man when he was young? Smog froze, the expression on his face momentarily stiffening. He stared at Kizaru's face, which had nothing to do with handsome in any way. Then he looked up at Ichin in the sky again. That figure, now standing in the center of the storm, confronting the dragon, was mighty indeed. The handsome Admiral Yellow Monkey. If you were not a general, you could kick my ass right now if you weren't. I'm going to make some very personal comments high and low. The rear of the Mary, a pirate ship flying the Joker's flag lurched violently in the rough sea, as if it would be overturned at any moment. Bucky Dead hold the main pole. Face pale, Panic shouted, Iluabina, how this sea state is getting outrageous. His arms were shaking slightly from the exertion, but he still did not dare to release the slightest bit of, lest they be thrown straight into the sea by the storm. Suddenly, he looked up into the distant sky. There, red and green rays of light intertwined and collided, like two giant dragons fighting furiously in the sky. That's. Bucky's pupils contracted violently as he muttered, a clash of hegemonic color hegemony? Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Once upon a time, he was a trainee on Roger the pirate's ship. He has seen the clash of Roger and Whitebeard Newgate's hegemonic aura with his own eyes. It was a shocking encounter that represented the top power of that era. And now, the scene in front of you is actually not losing the year. Bucky's face instantly turned paler. His voice trembled with a few moments of despair as he shouted, this is the ING East Sea, oh East Sea of the weakest sea, not the New World. How can there be two monsters facing each other in this place? Arlita, don't just look, the boat is about to blow over. Do something. However, Arlita, who was standing aside as if she hadn't heard Bucky's words at all, binoculars clutched tightly in his hand, he stared unblinkingly at the man in the sky. The rain from the storm cuts through it like a sword, but it couldn't stain her body in the slightest. The slippery fruit's ability made her skin as smooth as a mirror, and even the raindrops slipped away without a trace. Really? So handsome, Arlita murmured, a hint of undisguised excitement and fascination in her voice. This aura, this power. She stared at Ichin's figure, her eyes blazing, almost as if they were trying to penetrate the telescope. This man, so powerful. In the air, the wind howled and dark clouds rolled in. The dragon raised his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Ichin. There was a hint of admiration and emotion in his tone. Very good Overlord color. You deserve a resounding name in this great sea. The great age of sail is destined to be even more exciting with a being like you. Ichin. I'm not really interested in that stuff. Ichin just faintly ticked the corner of his mouth, a hint of disbelief in his tone. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being strong. Fame is a very useful thing indeed for those who are ambitious, but for someone like yourself, who is bent on enjoying life, it only leads to trouble. Otherwise one would not have agreed to go to the ministry so easily. Going to the headquarters, hiding and acting under the name of Yellow Ape, with all the wind at his back, He himself is only responsible for touching the fish and enjoying himself. Now, the dominant color collision that I wanted to test myself has been tried. After getting the anger out of Klau's earlier beating, it was time to pull out himself. The two kitties were still waiting for their return, so they couldn't afford to be delayed for too long. Sorry, dragon. I'm suddenly in a bit of a hurry right now. Ichin's gaze condensed slightly, and he was as sharp as a sheathed blade in the storm. Let's go with this. The air around him seemed to freeze for a moment under the pressure of his aura, and then, he spat out two words softly. Moonless. Yang begs for everything. Rewards, hypes, reviews, praise, express, thanks. Chapter 41 Bankai Scatter. 1,000 Blades. Sorry, dragon. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Ichin stood proudly in the air, his eyes as stern as swords, looking straight at the dragon across from him. Oh, the dragon raised his eyebrows slightly, a few doubts in his eyes, and his tone was bland but implied deep meaning. You came in with great vigor, but are you going to leave so casually? His voice was low, but it vaguely carried a hint of a sneer. Merely the overlord color hegemony. It won't be enough to defeat me. If, on the other hand, your justice is on the side of the world government, better stay here then, a man of your talent. If he chooses to stand up to the world government, for us too, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Before the words fell, the storm in the dragon's hand converged once again, for violent hurricanes rotated crazily in his palm, interweaving into a whistling gale. The power of the storm gradually expanded until it formed a huge wind dragon. The huge wind dragon opened its bloody mouth in the air and roared as it charged straight at Ichin. Roar! Wind dragon! The wind dragon lunged in with a destructive aura. The surrounding clouds were torn apart, and the winds raged on. It was as if the entire sea was plunged into a scene of doom. Ichin raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a cold blade as he gazed at the wind dragon that was coming at him. The wind is howling. The rain is pouring down. It was as if the only thing left in heaven and earth was the roaring dragon and his cold figure. Bankai! Scatter! 1,000 Blades! His voice was low and strong, echoing like thunder through the storm. With an unrivaled aura. With that, he slowly drew the magic blade 1,000 Blades at his waist. The blade of the 1,000 Blades began to emanate a blue and purple intertwined glow, the light shimmering as if it were breath, with an intimidating pressure that one would not dare to look directly at. With that low cry from Ichin, the blade instantly disintegrated, turning into countless tiny fragments. Dancing in the air like stars in the sky, they dispelled the gloom of the storm. Each fragment emits a faint glow, as if it has a life of its own. It spun around Ichin, shimmering with strange beauty. Gradually, the light of the shards dimmed and flowed into Ichin's body like a stream. His breath instantly skyrocketed and the originally cold figure was now even more shrouded in a strong pitch-black aura, like a dark lord at nightfall, taking in the heart. This is the ultimate form of the Zanpakuto, Moonless. In the Shinigami world, this move requires the loss of Shinigami power as a cost, and now that this power is granted by the system, though without the permanent cost of losing the ability to, but there was a corresponding price to pay after using this move. All Zanpakuto school moves were completely unusable for a short period of time, but so what? Ichin hooked his lips slightly, his eyes full of disdain and confidence. If the chopper genre can't be used, don't I have any other means? No. In addition to the Zanpakuto school, one has the Breath school and the Inuyasha school, not to mention now his own overlord color hegemony had also awakened. The fact that the chopper genre was unusable wasn't a big deal to his current self. Poof! He let out a cold snort, and his figure flashed in front of Wind Dragon like a ghost. The pitch-black aura of his body transformed into a huge blade, transmitting an unparalleled killing intent. Want to keep me? This one little loach won't be enough. The pitch-black blade stored in Ichin's hand swung out violently. Break! Boom! The moment the blade swung out, the air seemed to be torn apart. A dark shockwave like a curved moon slashed at the wind dragon with swiftness and precision. That wind dragon's huge body was defenseless under the impact of the black blade. It disintegrated into countless pieces before it could let out its final roar. The gale stopped abruptly. The swirling tornado dissolved into nothingness, and the sound of the torrential rain returned to the ears once more. Low and silent, as if wailing for the fall of the wind dragon. One strike, and it shattered my wind dragon? The dragon's brow furrowed, his gaze deadlocked on Ichin. There was a flash of surprise and mixed emotions in his eyes. He raised his arm slowly, touching the churning air currents around him as his thoughts raced. Ichin's entire body was filled with a pitch-black aura that was as oppressive as nightfall. This power did not seem to be a display of armed color hegemony. The color of the armed color hegemony is supposed to be a metallic, deep black. The completely pitch black, as if devouring everything aura on Ichin's body was very different. But there's no doubt that that horrible chopping blow carries the property of destroying the element of wind. Being able to chop his own wind dragon to pieces hard, the dragon's eyes stared slightly, and the corner of his mouth lifted up with a touch of wariness. What about this move? Can you still chop it up? He took a deep breath and swung his hands violently, and in a flash, the surrounding wind elements surged madly around the dragon as if they were attracted by a mysterious power. The air began to swirl at an alarming rate, and the roar of the wind grew higher and higher. The dragon stood in the eye of the wind, like a controller of the storm. Storm Dragon King! With a low cry, an even more violent force erupted from the dragon's body. It quickly coalesced into a huge wind dragon. The wind dragon's body swirled and swirled, a whirlwind of broken rocks and seawater. Blossoming into destruction amidst the thunder. The wind dragon opened its huge mouth. Its roar was deafening, churning the entire heaven and earth. As if proclaiming unrivaled power. With the dragon's intention, the wind dragon rose up into the air and whistled as it charged straight towards Ichin. Wherever the wind dragons passed, they tore through the air, and deep gullies were cut into the sea level. Roar! Destroy everything! The dragon's gaze was like a torch as he watched the wind dragon that circled up and, confidence and unbeatable determination. The wind dragon carried an unrivaled might, sweeping in with a destructive force. Ichin's figure looked incredibly small in the storm. Big and it works? The corners of Ichin's mouth rose slightly with a sneering sneer as he asked in return. Just now, I was only in the moonless state, and I just swung it lightly. It then completely chopped the dragon's wind dragon into pieces, and now the dragon had coalesced into an even more massive wind dragon, seemingly sounding as if irresistible. Then I, too, will use my skills. The pitch-black aura continued to coalesce on the blade, resembling a black moon that devoured everything. With a cold flash in his eyes, Ichin did not hesitate to swing down the knife in his hand. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. Accompanied by a furious cry, a huge pitch-black crescent moon chop suddenly erupted. The pitch-black chopping blow swept ahead like a canopy, extremely fast and with a huge range, berserk and incomparable, like a torrent of destruction. Everything along the way was swallowed up. From the traces of the blade's swing it expanded forward, forming a huge triangle of spiritual pressure. That pitch-black crescent chop was like a giant wave churning and sweeping across the entire ocean. And wherever it went, it was as if even time had stopped for it. The Wind Dragon King was defenseless in front of the chopping attack, and only heard a loud bang. It was instantly torn into countless fragments and subsequently dissipated into nothingness. However, this is far from over. The black crescent chop continues to sweep forward, until a clear and eerie click sounded over the entire sea. That was the sound of the wind elemental being completely chopped up. The airflow around them suddenly stood still, as if it was blocked by some invisible force. The wind ceased to flow, and the sea was left with nothing but rain pouring down in a steady tick-tock strikes the silent sea, creating a monotonous but unmistakable symphony. The dragon's pupils suddenly contracted, and the look on his face could not hide his shock. There was even a hint of incredulous fear mixed in. To think that it can cut through the wind elemental? It was a suppression such as Windy Wind Fruit had never encountered before, a sense of utter powerlessness that, it was as if the power of nature had been forcibly stripped away at this moment, and even the wind could no longer be used by him. What kind of sword art is this? Jan is going to post some non-plot related pirate pictures from time to time. Seek the advice of your lordship. Do you gentlemen want to see it? It's similar to the one below. Leave a comment on this one if you want to see it. Leave a comment on this one if you don't want to read it. Chapter 42 The Last Lunar Sky Rush. How is this possible? The dragon's voice was low with disbelief, and his eyes were dead set on Ichin. A hint of uneasiness that he had never experienced before welled up in his heart. There was no waiting for the dragon to think carefully. Shoo! The air was sharply cut by a figure, and Ichin suddenly appeared in front of the dragon like a ghost. His right hand was raised high, the dark blade transmitting a chilling light in the rain. His gaze was cold as a knife, looking straight at the dragon. Next dash! Danger! The dragon's heart sank, his years of combat experience making him realize in an instant that the blow was fatal enough. Without unnecessary hesitation, he took a deep breath and, the whole body was quickly covered with black as iron-armed color hegemonic aura, followed by a violent swing of both hands. Wind Fruit Storm Protector. He pushed his fruit ability to its limit, forcing the wind elementals of the distant sea, and despite the hardships that, however, he still constructed an impenetrable wind barrier, completely wrapping himself in it. At the same time, his body was completely covered by the color of armor that, a double layer of defense guarded his body tightly. Under the moonless moon, eclipsing everything, Ichin's icy voice came out, and the pitch-black blade flashed with an aura of devouring light. He raised the blade high, as if lifting a dark starry sky. The final lunar sky rush. With an earth-shaking bellow, the pitch-black blade swung out viciously, A huge black crescent chop roared out, as if it had torn apart the heavens and the earth. It slashed straight at the dragon's defense. Boom! The entire sky was sliced open by the blow, the upper half of it shrouded in endless pitch blackness. The lower part, however, reflected a milky white light, and the sight was like the boundaries between heaven and earth being forcibly divided. Dang! The black chop hit the wind barrier with an unstoppable momentum. In just a moment, the wind barrier made a click sound under the huge impact. Layers collapsed, and with it, a crackling layer of armored-colored defense. It also gradually shattered under the terrifying pressure and eventually turned into nothing. Boom! With a deafening roar, the dragon's defenses completely collapsed. His figure was viciously shaken by the aftermath of the black chopping attack like a kite with broken strings, and he rolled around several times before finally barely stabilizing his body. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and a deep gash in his chest touched the eye and went right through his muscles. Close to the bone. Ahem! The dragon glanced down at his wound, his face grim to the core. He covered his chest, his eyes staring at Ichin with a death glare. For the first time, an undisguised scorn and uneasiness showed in his eyes. Damn! If this chopping attack comes again, one is bound to die here. The revolution hasn't succeeded yet. I can't die yet. Escape! To escape! Run away now! The dragon's heart was instantly awake as if struck by thunder. How could he not have imagined that this Navy headquarters colonel in front of him was able to perform such a terrifying sword art? That pitch-black crescent chop not only tore through the Wind Dragon King, it also split the entire sky in half down the middle. The power of this strike was beyond his knowledge. It even gave him an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. This guy. The dragon glanced down at the wound on his chest, blood dripping down the lapel non-stop. The pain was a clear reminder of his earlier carelessness. Under that strike, all defenses seemed so unbearable. He simply couldn't be sure if Ichin would still be able to slash a second time, but he couldn't bet on it. You can't die here yourself. The revolutionary army still needs you to lead it. This rotten world still needs to tear itself a new path. The world is still waiting for our answers. Thinking of this, the dragon's eyes flinched, not caring about the wound on his chest, forcing down the churning pain. He took a deep breath and swung his hands violently, and two powerful winds coalesced in the air once again. A gust of wind swept swiftly toward the distant Mary, pushing that ship further out to sea, and another wind formed a rapidly rotating column of wind at his feet. Holding his entire body up. Can't keep fighting. The dragon looked up at Ichin, who was not far away. The man whose incarnation was as black as night still stood there silently, his blade unretracted and his gaze cold. Even as someone who had seen countless great scenes, he couldn't help but feel a palpitation at this moment. The Navy, once again, has an overpowered monster. Even, one can vaguely feel that that was a monster that would be even trickier than the strongest battle force. The three great generals. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the dragon turned violently, and the wind pillar under his feet suddenly fired, carrying him swiftly swept away into the distance. His figure faded into the storm, leaving only the low sound of the wind echoing over the waters of as if to cap off the showdown. The Navy. There's a big monster out there. The dragon's voice came faintly over the wind with a hint of helplessness and complexity. He clenched his teeth, the wound in his chest still gurgling blood, but it couldn't stop him from moving on. In that case, the Revolutionary Army's strategy, it's going to be adjusted, he murmured in a low voice, and there was an additional unprecedented gravity in his demeanor. The storm subsided and a brief period of quiet returned to the sky. There was only a lingering oppression of the sea. It seemed to still be silently speaking of the earth-shattering duel that had just taken place. Ichin's figure slowly emerged from the thick black fog, his breath gradually smoothing out. The pitch-black aura around his body slowly dispersed. His gaze followed the direction the dragon had left. His eyes calm but it contained an unspeakably cold majesty. Dragon, Ichin spoke in a low voice, his tone flat and, as if with some declared firmness, the justice of posing is my justice. You and your revolutionary army, stay away from me and my people. Me, I'm just an ordinary guy who wants to enjoy life. In the distance, the dragon's figure lurched slightly and nodded slowly, and a moment later, accelerated away from the waters. Ichin quietly watched the dragon's faraway direction without making a move to stop it. The final lunar sky rush has exhausted moonless power, he muttered to himself, lifting a hand to rub his shoulder, seemingly a little weary. Besides, the Overlord color collision tested, a hard slash at the dragon. The gas is out too. Right now, all I want to do is go back to the warmth of my comforter. Things are done and the lazy cancer has set in. Ichin raised his eyes to look down, his gaze settling on yellow sorrow in smog. His own seeing color rain had long since sensed old yellow's arrival. You could even feel that laid-back vibe from the other side. if I play all my cards at the bottom, plus old Yellow puts forth his efforts to cooperate, the dragon probably won't be able to escape the East Sea today. Ichin stretched slowly, a few lazy smiles on his face, then leisurely lit a cigar and took a nice drag. But forget it, it's a lot of effort. The corner of Yellow Sara's mouth lifted slightly as he noticed Ichin's gaze. Shoo! A bright yellow light flashed by Ichin's side. Yellow Sara had appeared next to him and spoke with that lazy look on his face. Should we leave the dragon behind? The world government has been craving his head for a long time. Ichin exhaled a mouthful of smoke and narrowed his eyes, his gaze a little teasing and bemused. You go ahead, old Huang, and I'll let you have this splash of military glory. I don't want it. It's a good position to be in. I'm not trying to be first, I'm not trying to be last. Peace of mind in the center, so as not to draw attention to the killing of the world's worst criminal? Are you kidding me? If he really did this, the world would have to know Ichin's name tomorrow. Do you still want to touch this fish? This sucks. Still swinging or not? Ichin laughed, flicked the ash from his cigar, and continued. Old Huang, this level of military service is a direct ticket to the Marshal of the Navy. Apprehend the dragon, and I'll bet those 5 old men up there have to be mad with joy. Isn't the position of the next Marshal of the Navy yours? Yellow Saru's expression stiffened slightly as the scratchy, irritated look of the war marshal sitting in his office dealing with military affairs couldn't help but come to mind. I think it's still Sakaski who is more suited to that position. He reached up and touched his wrinkled face, a hint of heartbreak in his tone. Marshal, you have to get angry often. You'll get old fast. And the old man, he's in his prime. Old Yellow, where's your face? Here's what's broken and in the heart of the young author. First of all, thank you to so many lords who have followed the news up to here. Super thank you. Xiao Yang Bao. There's a lot of new readers coming in, and a lot of regular readers from the last book that, really super happy to see your IDs again. Buzz, degree. Xiao Yang's last book's performance was okay, but the genus has not yet seen such a big battle today. The number of hyped up shifts clattered upward as if it were a clock that couldn't be stopped. Coding this paragraph, it's already going to break 400 hyped. The most hyped last book didn't exceed 200. Jan was both happy and apprehensive. Happy to have someone like the words I've coded. Apprehensive that the later episodes will be poorly written. Wasn't there a big hole in the previous plot? After all, Jan is a part-time junior author with a hobby. How well thought out can a plot be and how interesting can a plot be when it comes from such a small mind? So, when he sees bad reviews or fluctuating data, Yang also regularly denies himself. Either that, or go play a game today instead of coding. Anyway, the data is so bad. Code a hammer sleep. But then, this whole writing a novel thing really does bring a lot of emotional value beyond just the money you get paid for your work. I was able to discuss the plot with a lot of readers who love pirates together, and I was able to absorb a lot of interesting ideas. The feeling of accomplishment when the story you've coded is recognized by your readers. So, Jan will pencil it in. Any questions or suggestions can be directed to me. Finally, a request for a small gift and a favorable review. Express, thanks. By the way, the later updates will be placed at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Lords do not stay up late. Well, good night. Chapter 43, Old Huang. This trick is an untold secret of my family. Gotta raise the money. Yo, this handsome face of the old man. Isn't it here? Yellow Sorrow spoke lazily, the corners of his mouth lifting into a playful smile. Old Huang. Ichin gave him a sidelong glance, a hint of dislike in his tone. Your wrinkled face. And you're too good to be associated with the word handsome? You boy. Yellow Monkey was not annoyed at all by the dislike, but instead, he was calm, gently stroking his scruffy chin. No appreciation. No. That being said, he suddenly laughed a little smugly and lewdly. Those young girls in the East Sea who are so tender that they can pinch water out of their mouths can all praise old man for being handsome. It had to be said that the name of this kid, Chen, was really good in certain parts of the East Sea, worthy of being my old man's precious adjutant, just by the mere fact that the petite sisters, on hearing the name Chen, clip this. It already makes this vacation more joyful and fun for the old man. Decided. Yellow Sara had silently resolved in his heart that he would take a good turn in the East China Sea on his next vacation. Have a good heart-to-heart with your sisters. However, although he kept a lazy look on the surface, his gaze quietly became deep and locked tightly onto Ichin's body. Ichin boy, that move just now. Yellow Ape's tone changed, a bit of seriousness in his laziness, and his gaze flickered with an elusive depth of meaning. Quite interesting. Did you say moonless? Exactly. The old man could have been down there staring at it. But honestly, Yellow Sorrow stroked his chin, his tone more than a little helpless. Not a single doorway in sight. Oh, the corners of Ichin's mouth lifted into a smile. his gaze looking at Yellow Ape with some playfulness. Old Yellow, are you interested? Yellow Sorrow looked up into the sky, the firmament that had been torn apart by the moonless decimation of the. It still lingers to this day and sends shivers down your spine. His gaze was complex, a mixture of shock, doubt and a hint of imperceptible awe. You boy. His voice lowered a few notches, and his tone was no longer its customary laziness. Instead, with a slight repression and deep thought, that cut. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, Yellow Sorrow had a precise grasp of his own swordsmanship. If he were to rank the strength of existing swordsmen, he had enough backing to rank himself in the top 10. However, the slash that Ichen had just performed had shaken him to the core. Unlike the dragon of the halo we saw at branch 186, which was amazing enough, but it is still possible to glimpse a few mysteries in the changes in breathing rate, perceiving the element of day in the air, through changes in breathing. Then you can understand the construction and subtlety of that move. But moonless, that slash seemed to come from another dimension entirely, without a trace. It not only tore the sky apart, but also cut the heavens and the earth into 2 very different worlds. To add to his own confusion, the blade turned into pieces and merged into Ichen's body. Then, his aura changed radically. This fusion of man and weapon is as strange as it is unfathomable. Is it hard to believe that blade has eaten a devil fruit? Yellow Sorrow secretly guessed. Or does Ichen boy have a hidden fruit ability? None of it looks like. As a devil fruit's shining fruit ability, he himself clearly knew the limits of the fruit's ability. He also used to get into arguments with his own teacher for relying too much on the power of fruits. But the moonless moon that Ichen had just performed was not a phenomenon that could be explained by a devil fruit ability. That blade, it really made old me feel a fear I haven't felt in a long time. Yellow Sorrow muttered and whispered, his tone heavier than it had ever been before. Eyes flashed with shock and a few moments of undisguised curiosity. Yo! Ichen turned sideways to look askance at Yellow Sorrow. Old Yellow is all shaken up like this? Look at the way his eyes are glowing. No way. Could it be that besides old Rice and brother Suwazi, even old Huang has stolen my moves? However, the breathing genre really isn't that hard, except for the fact that brother Sorcery hasn't awakened his seeing color hegemony yet. Old Rice and old Yellow, these 2 guys, one by one, they all played with their seeing color hegemony. Feeling the shifts in frequency and rhythm between breaths and inhalations, through the umbilical color breath, one can then fathom the mysteries of the breathing genre. But, want to steal the Zanpakuto school? Hey, then let's Bankai one first. Let's see the strength. What? Old Yellow? There was a hint of flirtation in Ichen's tone, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. You want to learn? Yellow Sorrow glanced at him and said lazily, old man. Well, I do have a few small interests. That tone was light, but it carried a bit of seriousness. Ichen was happy to hear this. Hey, this old guy definitely had his heart set on it. But old Yellow isn't even a pure swordsman, and he's also interested in this move? And what if old me sees it? Mustn't you get so excited that you break the defense? Of course, old Rice and old Huang were both close to him. It wouldn't hurt to pass it on to them at the right price. After all, they become stronger, and in the future, if they get into tricky trouble themselves, it would also be nice to have stronger help to hold up the field. A hint of cunning flashed in Ichen's eyes as he thought of this. He was already envisioning the next time he'd see Mihawk. He performed the moonless moon without panic, shocked the audience with one slash, and then withdrew his sword and stood up. Slowly, he sat down on his butt, crossed his legs, lit a cigar, and spoke leisurely at the dumbfounded Mihawk. Oh old meter, the moves of the Zanpakuto school are right here. You watch the price. You can open it any way you want. You know me. The price is absolutely conscientious, absolutely fair. If I don't empty all your wine stocks, I'll write my name Ichen backwards. Jia, TSK. Ichen narrowed his eyes slightly, the corner of his mouth hooked into a mysterious smile. Instead, the mind began to play tricks. Lao Huang, the box of special cigars for the generals you gave me earlier is almost finished. You've been a great general for so many years, and the time you quit smoking is unclear. Though, but your share certainly hasn't been broken, has it? Wouldn't it be a waste to store it all? Why don't you give it to someone who needs it? The way I see it, those cigars have something to do with me. If this deal goes through, then I'll be cigar-free straight away. Smoke one cigar and throw it away. How you smoke and throw it away. The Grand Admiral's special has a face. Old Huang. He looked at Yellow Ape with a touch of emotion and solemnity in his tone. And, with a straight face, he said, no moon this trick, but it's my family's unspoken secret. Oh, an unspoken secret? Ichen nodded, as if his face was a little more heavy. You don't know that. How much did my family's ancestors pay for this move? How many generations have it taken to seal this move as a masterstroke? This is an inheritance that generations of sages have fought tooth and nail to keep. Sorrow stroked his chin, hearing what seemed to make some sense. Oh, in that case, it's really not very convenient to pass it on anymore. Then it seems that I am being abrupt. But, well, you know, you're my beloved officer Admiral Yellow Sorrow. Ichin's words changed. If it's you who wants to learn, what family inheritance, what unspoken secret, Ichin, will take this charge. Ichin patted his chest and continued. But, Uncle Yellow Ape, in my life, not much else. Just love that one puff of a cigar, especially the Grand Admiral Special. You don't know what it's like if I don't get a smoke before I go to bed. It's like sleeping through the night. That's it, this cigar. It doesn't smoke well. When he finished speaking, he stared straight at Yellow Ape with one eye. And there was a look of "you've got to do something about this" in his eyes. But he had a big, innocent smile on his face. Yellow Sorrow couldn't help but laugh softly out loud at his appearance. Head dash. He shook his head and extended a finger to point at Ichin, his eyes full of helplessness. Gotta add money to that, right? You kid. Say, how much? Ichin sniffed and smiled unusually brightly. Hey, Admiral Yellow Sorrow. Boss atmosphere. Kids make choices. I want it all. Utah Husbands Rally. Chapter 44. This move. Name Sword 9 6,000 miles. You boy. Yellow Sorrow shook his head, a bit of helplessness in his tone. That's ruthless. Having saved his own share of the Grand Admiral's special cigars for so long, Ichin robbed them all. But on second thought, I stopped smoking a long time ago. Anyway, the cigars were nothing more than stacked stock for him, and it wouldn't hurt to give them to the Ichin kid. Alright, when the time comes, go directly to the main office to extract it. And stop chattering to the old man. Yellow Sorrow waved his hand lazily, looking like he'd taken a bit of a loss but was too lazy to care. Hey! Ichin grinned, grinning like a cat that had succeeded in stealing a fish, full of smugness and satisfaction. The day of the cigar's freedom was near at hand, and the mere thought of it made his spirits soar. And even the air around them seemed to lighten up a bit. Ding! The host receives a share of the special cigars stocked by Admiral Yellow Monkey and successfully realizes cigar freedom. The mood is unbelievably pleasant. Pleasure value plus 500. You kid. After receiving these cigars from the old man, do your best to pass them on. Yellow Sorrow narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of meaningful warning in his tone. That's a must. Ichin patted his chest with an air of conviction and a hint of smugness in his tone. If you're receiving payment, then you must be taught properly. He suddenly curbed his smile, and his expression changed from his usual laziness to become serious and deep. His eyes looked straight at Yellow Sorrow. Old Yellow, your heavenly cloud sword was condensed from the shining fruit. That's something. It's so much better than the black knives they build with armed color. Because the moonless move. Ichin paused, and his tone lowered a few notches, carrying a bit of unfathomable meaning. It's about completely integrating the power of the sword into oneself, to use one's body as a sword. He raised his hand and gestured, as if to picture that state in his mind. If it's a solid blade, it'll be tremendously more difficult to incorporate. But your Tenshishin sword, because it's part of a fruit ability, it can be perfectly integrated into your body for optimal performance. The core of Moonless is more than just the transformation of power. It is the perfect fusion of oneself with the sword. Gather all your power in one strike and chop out enough damage to shake heaven and earth. Ichin's tone gradually took on a hint of solemnity, integrating the power of the sword completely into his body. Become one with the sword and turn your body into a blade. This is the real Moonless. Use your body as a sword. Transform the blade. Yellow Sorrow stroked his chin, his eyes flickering slightly, and his tone was thoughtful. Kind of interesting. But, Ichin continued, with a hint of caution in his eyes. Though I've adjusted it to weaken the move and avoid the kind of drain that comes at the cost of losing power in the original Moonless. But it still drains stamina tremendously. So be careful when using it. Of course, there's room for improvement in this move. You can continue to optimize it later, and I can help you improve it along the way. Yo! Yellow Sorrow narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a slightly playful smile. You boy. Since when is that so nice? Hey, there are conditions. Ichin smiled wryly, his tone carrying a few hints of flirtation. It was after you took the Moonless to combine it with your own blade techniques and fuse them into a new stance. He paused and deliberately aggravated his tone. I need to decide on the name of the move. Yellow Sorrow sniffed and raised an eyebrow, thinking for a moment, and then smiled. That's okay. The old man doesn't care about the name of the move. Old Huang. Ichin glanced at Yellow Sorrow, a sly glint in his eyes. This move, then, is called Dash. Sword 9 6,000 miles. Who dash? A strong wind blew, carrying with it wet seawater and a disconcerting sense of oppression. It was as if the whole breath of the world changed with it. This strong wind is an ability that the dragon casts as it flees. The gale passed through the merry sails with a piercing clatter. And it caused the ship to pick up steep speed and sail toward Whiskey Hill, the entrance to the great voyage. At the moment, however, the attention of the Straw Hat Gang was wholly absent from the voyage that their minds had long been firmly gripped by the scene that had just occurred. A figure, cold and proud, stood in the center of the storm. Face expressionless, he faced the Wind Dragon King that seemed to devour everything. In an instant, the air seemed to be frozen, and the storm winds suddenly stopped. The man swung the blade in his hand like a meteor streaking across the sky, sweeping in all directions. The sky was torn apart in an instant, half as black as ink, and dead silence enveloped it. The other half was a milky white glow, like the border between heaven and hell. The power of that slash was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Let them realize they are nothing more than fledgling pirates. It's still too far from the top of this world. All the petty fights they had experienced before, in the face of this horrible power. It seems so insignificant. This world was far more vast, complex, and dangerous than they had ever imagined. A truly strong person was far beyond their understanding. Is this the top battle force on this great sea? Not too appalling, Nami murmured, her voice so low as to be almost inaudible, her eyes carrying a shock that was hard to hide. Yeah, Solon responded in a low voice, still keeping his binoculars raised, eyes staring straight into the distance. It turns out that all of my own perceptions were wrong. When he was in Rogue Town, Ichin must have had some reservations about facing the challenge he had initiated. Otherwise, with the power of that chopping blow just now, there was no way he could have survived until now. Is there justice in posing? He closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath, feeling emotion in his heart. It's still true. Recalling his own Captain Luffy's bounty 3 million berries for the top pirate in the East Sea. Ichin, however, acted as if he didn't see it and was completely unimpressed. Is this the temperament and heart of a strong man? Also, the chopping just now, he couldn't forget. Is that a blow that a human can deliver? Why would there be a great age of sail if all the captains in the Admiralty had that kind of power? If he's just a special case, why is he just a colonel in the headquarters again? I can't figure it out. Suddenly, a large hand clapped on Sauron's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts from sinking in. Sauron looked back and saw Luffy with an excited look on his face and a light in his eyes that cut. What's wrong? Solon was a little puzzled. Luffy's eyes lit up and his tone was full of anticipation. Sauron, that slash just now. You must be able to chop it out too. What do you mean? Luffy grinned. Excitedly, he waved his arms. You were able to simulate the move that colonel performed before. So this move must be possible as well. He's gone into his own fantasy world of. Mentally, he imagined his combatant slashing that chop bisecting the sky. If Sauron could slash like that, it would be, well, tie pants hot. Dang. With a dull thud, the back of Wadoichi Text's blade slammed hard into Luffy's head. I'll chop your ass. Solon's face sank. Do you think a sword art like that is a cabbage? You think I don't want to make a cut like that? The problem is, the moonless move. I, for one, can't read it at all. A little bit, can't even read it. Daiwa Husbands Rally. Chapter 45, The God of Gamblers. Ichin will return home with a full load, aboard the Mary. So that's it. Luffy snapped out of it, raised one hand and hammered it heavily on the palm of the other. There's so much more to knife fighting, that's for sure. Solon nodded, a hint of seriousness on his face. The moonless moon that Ichin performed this time around. It's not at all on the same level as the previous school of breathing. He paused, his eyes deep. It could be from another heritage. Luffy's eyes widened as if he was a bit puzzled by this complicated sword technique. Breathing genres, and I can feel slightly that that's because of the power that comes from the change in breathing rate. But that moonless move just now, completely incomprehensible and beyond my knowledge, said Sauron, scratching his green hair with some chagrin, and frowning deeply. Obviously upset about being weak. It's you that's so stupid. Chlorella head. Sanji suddenly interjected, a flirtatious smile on his lips as he lit a cigarette. Curly eyebrows. You fart. Solon was instantly enraged, his fire flaring up. You colorful cook, you have the face to talk about me? You yourself can't walk when you see a beautiful woman. How can you have the face to mock others? Meh. Sanji gently exhaled his cigarette and raised his chin, his eyes full of provocation. What do you know? A roadie like you doesn't understand what it means to be beautiful. You, dang. Just as the two men were getting more and more heated, a loud iron fist landed on each of their heads. Enough. Nami, the strongest fighting force within the Straw Hat Corps, had her arms crossed and her face covered in angry black lines. Knock it off. You too. Solon and Sanji rubbed their heads and were momentarily silenced. Suddenly, a voice interjected. You say. Luffy looked at his buddies with a gleam of excitement in his eyes that, after the adventure of the Great Voyage, will we become like Ichiban and the others? He whispered, as if envisioning the adventures and challenges ahead. Just as powerful. Just as omnipotent. Is Ichiban as powerful as that? Will do. Nami stood on the side of the ship, arms over her chest, the corners of her mouth slightly raised as she, the belief that your partner will also grow to that level of handsome navy. That's for sure. Sanji ruffled his somewhat disheveled hair and said, making a big dinner tonight. A treat for the crew of the future Pirate King. Yeah. Charge. Become the strongest sea warrior. Usopp raised his hands high in excitement, as if he could already see a piece of splendor that was theirs. The wind blew gently across the sails, carrying the salty smell of the sea, and the moist air was refreshing. Solon stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze deep, his fingers lightly touching the blade of the Wadoichi script. The inner determination and calmness flooded the mind. Seeing such a powerful presence only motivates one to move forward even more. Let's add another hour to the daily training time in the future. Wow. The Mary was breaking through the waves, her hull gently trembling and splashing. And ahead. The entrance to the Great Voyage is close at hand. Next stop. Whiskey Hill. Sword 9 to 6. 000 miles? Yellow Sorrow repeated the name in a low voice, his brow furrowing slightly. The name of the move was indeed a bit strange to figure out. However, since Tatsu was willing to help himself to continued improvement, then it's not worth getting too hung up on these little things in the name. Okay, let's go with that name. He finally nodded, a hint of compromise and relief in his tone. Ding! The host has successfully named Admiral Sorrow's new move Sword 9 6,000 miles. Satisfies his own bad taste and is in a happy mood. Pleasure value plus 500. Ichiban coughed softly, his heart snickering. Hey, when we help old Huang improve his moves, we'll purposely make him bend over and lower his stance a bit. Take a hunchback pose and swing your sword. That's what it smells like. Good work. When rewarded, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he was in a good mood. Yellow Sorrow froze slightly, and the corners of his mouth quirked as he saw Ichiban's darkly amused expression, gently shaking his head. With that look in your kid's eyes, there's definitely nothing good going on. However, he paused, and turned. The old man is going to be ready to move off and hurry back to the headquarters, and on his way back to, by the way, mull over the trick you were just talking about. You boys, want to come back to the main office together? You ready to go back? Ichiban was a bit surprised. Old Huang was not prepared to continue staying in the East Sea. It is assumed that military matters that are not beyond his personal capacity have piled up to the point where there is no way to continue the delay. The great general is truly miserable. The rank he holds now, colonel in the headquarters, is just fine. High as it is. A little right and no big obligation. You can arrange for your own men to handle the small things, and you can directly let old Huang take the top spot for the big things. Colonel, already considered a minor midshipman in the Navy, was one step away from the position of Commodore. Commodore is the threshold to the rank of Admiral, the starting point for the middle echelon of the Navy. Brigadier General, Major General, Lieutenant General, Major General. Each promotion means gradual exposure to more power, more decision-making. It also means more obligations. One has no desire for power, just enough. As for obligations, that's for sure. Drag it out when you can, and lie down when you can. Can't drag it out, can't lie down? It doesn't exist. I'm the king of Navy swingers. Well, it's going back to the main office. Kanthuru sighed. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. The pending military affairs have piled up, and Marshal Warlord has already pushed for it several times. He paused, his gaze softening as if he was reminiscing about something. This period of my time in the East Sea is considered to be over. Then you can go back in peace. Old Yellow. Ichiban soothed softly, a sly glint in his eyes. I'm not going back to headquarters now. What if you catch me dealing with military affairs then? Crow needs some more time to continue to grow, so go ahead and go back on your own. As your adjutant, I shall make a careful tour of the seas of the Great Voyage on your behalf. Kill those arrogant pirates in one fell swoop. I'll be traveling around well under your name as the king of Navy swingers. Pirates? I haven't met one along the way. What's the blow? As for when I'll be back at the headquarters, I'll naturally be there when you've finished with your military affairs. Yo! Yellow Sara narrowed his eyes slightly, and a meaningful glint flashed underneath them. Long ago, he had gained insight into Ichiban's small mind. You boys are trying to be lazy, he said tolerantly. Never mind. Consider it your boy's vacation before he arrives at the headquarters. My dear Adjutant-san, do you think I'm going to attend to those boring military affairs? When you get back to the headquarters, all that mind-numbing military business will be yours. This is the last vacation of your life. Cherish it. Hey, Old Yellow. it's still you. Where are you going to fight the pirates next, kid? Ichin asked with a hint of anticipation. Any recommendations for a place? Hot, relaxed, and with little to do is best. After coming to the pirate world himself, he had basically been staying in the East Sea. One's knowledge of the wider ocean was limited to the pirate serials one had read in a previous life. Yellow Monkey, as a veteran groper, surely knew more about fun places than he did. In that case, if it's lively, relaxing, and there's less to do, I'd recommend the world government's franchise. The Navy will accept the joining country's request for rescue and purge the waters around the joining country of pirates. So, if you want to travel, joining the country is one of the best places to go. Join the country? Ichin rubbed his chin in thought. Indeed, Old Yellow has a point. The hot and bustling ones that are suitable for touring are really the ones that are part of these world government franchises. They can apply for naval support and are a little more settled and affluent than those non-joining countries. Stability and abundance means safety, which makes it suitable for traveling. However, if one were asked to name a franchise on the great voyage that one knows best, Ichin's thoughts surged like the waves of the sea. A name popped into his head instantly: Alabaster. There's really a lot of fascinating stuff going on there, with unique creatures like the fast-running duck and the kung fu manatee, and the perfumed port city of Oleander. Mostly, of course, in the rainy land. There is the largest casino in the kingdom, the Rain Banquet. As the king of Fight, the landlord who won 100 games in a row on a warship, can you not go in there and show off your gambling skills? Ichin, the god of gamblers, will return with a full house. Sorry, a little stuck on the text. Only one chapter at noon. There will be 2 chapters in the evening. Young has to feel the fish yards out even against his boss's inspections. Chapter 46: All Revolutionary Army. Lurk in place and cease all movement. Yellow Sorrow looked at Ichin, whose eyes were glittering. Got a place to go that suits your fancy? Alabaster. What do you think, Old Yellow? There was excitement in Ichin's voice. That. I'm already fantasizing about how I'm going to kill it all at the Rain Banquet. Heck, let's show you the gambling skills of the god of gamblers. I've never lost a single game of Fight the Landlord with Chloe and the others. A little rain feast? Not a handful. Let's set a small goal first. Make him 1 billion berries. Oh, isn't that the country where Crocodile, one of the 7 musketeers, is from? Yellow Sorrow's eyebrows raised slightly, clearly having heard of this place's reputation. It is indeed a good place to go to. As the old man's adjutant to the, they'll treat you well. Okay, then it's decided. Next stop, Alabaster. Yo, Yellow Sorrow chuckled softly, his tone still slow and drawn out. Enjoy your vacation. The old man will say hello in advance. He turned and stepped away, waving his hand casually as he, lazily, he said, then the old man will return to the headquarters first. Bon voyage. Ichin waved his hand towards Yellow Sorrow. Yellow Ape smiled weakly and said nothing more. His figure suddenly transformed into a dazzling yellow flash, slicing through the sky at a rapid pace. It disappeared into the sky in an instant, leaving only a warm afterglow spilling over the sea. Ichin turned his head. His eyes fell on Smog, who had been smoking a cigar and quietly observing their conversation. Yo, olds. Ichin, you damn it. Now. Immediately. Give me a good explanation about applying for support in the first place. Look. Another rush. Would you like a cigar from the Grand Admiral's special? Have one. Great voyage. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The island of White Earth, Bardigo. The wind and sand rolled up, and the air of the Isle of White Earth was dry and austere. Dang. A figure clad in a green cloak staggered across the sky. The body seemed to have lost all its strength, and eventually fell heavily onto the open ground within the Revolutionary Army's compound. That figure. Yes, Chief. A resident sentry first spotted the falling figure. There was disbelief and anxiety in his voice. His shouts quickly attracted the other members of the Revolutionary Army, and the crowd gathered around in horror as the eyes fell on the fallen figure. Mr. Long. Rushing at the forefront were a blonde-haired youth and a girl in a lively dress. The man's blonde hair flowed like a wave of. A deep scar over his left eye added a bit of rigidity to his confident face. However, at this moment, the confidence on his face had long been replaced by deep shock and worry. Saber, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army and the number 2 man in the Revolutionary Army. The sworn brother of Munch D, Luffy and Potika's D, Ace, Sob. Beside him was a slender young girl. Her orange hair and the short dress she wore swayed slightly in the wind. She wore a pair of high heels on her feet, and a little hat on her head complete with goggles. The whole person looks full of competence and vigor. Kara, the acting fishman karate master of the Revolutionary Army. Kurla, city in Croatia. The two darted to the dragon's side, their eyes firmly drawn to the hideous scar on the dragon's chest. Mr. Long, how did you get hurt so badly? Saber knelt beside the dragon. reaching out to hold him up, and his eyes fell on the deep chopping mark that stretched from his shoulder to his chest, and his tone trembled as he asked, "This wound? What happened? Who did this?" Kara followed closely, her voice full of urgency. "Mr. Long, you hold on. I'll go get the medicine." She stood up quickly and ran towards the resident medical room. Her pace hurried. Saber's hand trembled slightly, a hint of anxiety and disbelief emerging in his eyes. The dragon has always been the most powerful being in the Revolutionary Army, a symbol of invincibility. But now it was so badly injured. What kind of god is it that can make a dragon suffer so much? The dragon, on the other hand, raised his hand slightly, signaling Saber to calm down. He gasped for a moment, his voice low and weak. "Saber, immediately notify all Revolutionary Army cadres to lurk in place and cease all movement. Cadres of the Revolutionary Army, self-amify everyone." His tone was decisive, yet as soon as the words left his mouth, he coughed violently and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, staining the lapel of his coat. "Cease all operations?" Saber tightened his grip on the dragon's hand, the look on his face growing more complex. "Mr. Long, be aware, we paid a great price for these plans." The dragon didn't respond to Saber's query, his eyelids drooping sullenly as it was as if he was organizing his thoughts with a brief closure of his eyes, or rather, remembering the thrill of the moment. Why must all activities be suspended? Because the situation on the sea has changed in unforeseen ways. The Navy has emerged with a completely unknown superpower. That chopping blow that cut through the sky wasn't just targeting him for damage. It's more of a warning to the entire Revolutionary Army. If that knife had fallen on any Revolutionary Army cadre, no one would have escaped death. Before finding out exactly what the intentions and attitude of the naval captain named Ichin were, the Revolutionary Army must not act rashly now. "Saber, listen to me. Follow the plan and lurk." The dragon's voice was low, but unquestionable, with a sinking majesty. "There's a huge change of heart coming up. Don't make any rash moves until I have new instructions." Saber was silent for a few seconds, his eyes full of mixed emotions. "Yes." He carefully assisted the dragon and led him toward the secret room at headquarters. Along the way, waves rolled through Saber's mind. What kind of battle power was that? How could it make the dragon take it so seriously, even going so far as to bring the entire Revolutionary Army's operations to a standstill? After placing Dragon on the bed, Saber leaned down and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Dragon, the great change that you speak of, what exactly do you mean?" The dragon opened his eyes slightly, his gaze as deep as the sea. The voice was weak but with a vague chill. "Navy, a great monster of incalculable size has appeared. Captain Ichin of the Navy headquarters." "Ichin?" Saber froze, his pupils snapping shut, his eyes carrying an undisguised shock and disbelief. "A colonel from the ministry? Does it need to be such a big deal?" The dragon slowly raised his hand and pressed it to the already bandaged wound, his brow furrowing slightly as he, breathing slightly faster. "This wound," he cut it out. "Just one cut. A knife?" Saber jerked upright, so shocked he could barely speak. "How is this possible?" "Yes, just one cut. From swinging that blade to breaking through all my defenses, it was just one blade," the dragon repeated, a hint of deep scorn and contemplation passing through his gaze. He recalled Ichin's last words, "Notify everyone in the Revolutionary Army to stay away from Ichin and his people." Chapter 47. When they've landed in Alabaster. "Have Ichin meet me in person." Alabaster, Rainland's headquarters of the Baroque Work Society. There was a dead silence in the dimly lit room, where a faint cigar smoke hung in the air, and the chamber was. The only sound was the rain outside pounding on the glass windows, occasionally bringing a few dull echoes. Step, step, step. The footsteps of white boots echoed down the hallway as a slender figure slowly stepped into the room. The long black hair swayed slightly in the dim light. "Miss, all Sunday?" A low and slightly hoarse voice rang out, carrying an undeniable pressure. The owner of the voice, a man with a cigar and a cold look on his face. He slowly turned from the swivel chair, his gaze as sharp as a blade, looking directly at the visitor. Sandy Crocodile, Sand Crocodile, natural, Sasha fruit ability, one of the current Shichibukai under the king. He was dressed in a long, regal black trench coat, and the golden hook in his left hand glistened coldly in the light, and the inside of the hook hid a highly poisonous hook blade that was deadly and dangerous. Crocodile has a neatly grown back. The long scar across his face made him appear even more menacing. He raised his hand to his cigar, inhaled deeply, and then slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke that, between the smoke, Crocodile narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling sharply on the woman in front of him. The deep eyes revealed a bit of scrutiny and a coldness that was hard to hide. Nicole Robin, the woman the world government calls the Devil's Child, is a historian. Robin, when she was still at Baroque Studios, a head of dark, thick, shoulder-length hair. The three-dimensional nose and deep eyes made her look cold and dangerous. She wore a white fuzzy coat and a purple skirt with white boots. A white cowboy hat was on his head. It was clear to him that the woman in front of him was not loyal to him. She's just being pushed to the brink. After having no way out, he chose to live under his own 7 musketeers. But even so, he couldn't belittle her value. She's the only person in the world right now who can decipher the body of history. The final key to your dream goal. The body of history. Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly. The power of the Sasha fruit coalescing vaguely at his fingertips. His ambition hovered like a storm. Through her powers, he would be able to decipher the tablet that uncover the secrets that have been lying dormant for ages. And that secret is what he is after, the ancient weapon Hades. Say it. Crocodile waved his hand. What is it that you want from me, boss? Nicole Robin's voice was smooth as water. With her usual subdued smile, she gently placed a telegram on Crocodile's desktop. A finger tapped twice on the edge of the telegram. A hint of inscrutability in his tone. The Navy is calling through the world government. Oh, in the next few days, a naval headquarters colonel will arrive in Alabaster for an inspection. The world government expects us to be hospitable. Crocodile's eyebrows raised slightly, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth as he seems to have heard some ridiculous joke. Colonel headquarters? He grunted lowly, disdain in his tone. Hospitality? The world government is really good at ordering me around, treating us 7 musketeers like dogs? Boss, this colonel's identity, there's something special. Special? A cold glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes, and the golden hook refracted harshly in the light as the knuckles made a crisp click as his left hand exerted a slight force. He's Admiral Yellow Sorrow's second-in-command at the Admiral's headquarters, newly promoted Colonel Itchin. Yellow Sorrow's lieutenant? Crocodile's smile faded slightly, his brow furrowed slightly, and then he grunted. There was more than a little mockery in his tone. That's some fun. Go on. Unhurriedly, Robin pulled an organized document from his side, handed Itchin's information to Croctor. Itchin, currently a captain in the Navy headquarters, previously stationed for a long time at Branch 186 in the East China Sea. Known for its swing-for-the-fences attitude, it has been called the naval shame of the East China Sea. And then for some unknown reason, he was transferred to the Navy headquarters and became Yellow Sorrow's second-in-command, and was rapidly promoted to colonel of the department. What's the reason? Crocodile held his cigar in his mouth and exhaled a smoke ring that, sneering, he said, of course it's his swinging style that's to Yellow Ape's liking, but Yellow Sorrow is a real monster. Itchin, what's with this kind of trash? He stretched out his golden hook and gently pinched it, and the telegram instantly turned into fine sand and slowly drifted away from his fingers. Boss, what about? Robin stood by, watching quietly, without interrupting. Just waiting for Crocodile's final decision. Meh. Crocodile's eyes flickered slightly. Then he stood up and walked to the window overlooking the rainy field outside. A mere colonel who is a waste of space in the East Coast swing? Want me to entertain him? Old me. But the king's 7 musketeers. Not some little unknown caramels. He grunted softly, his gaze becoming stern and fierce. Slowly, he exhaled a smoke ring. Notify everyone at Baroque Works when the Navy has landed in Alabaster. Have Itchin meet me personally. Logtown. Buzz. The engine of a surface tricycle roared to life in front of the naval branch. It attracts a lot of attention. Itchin jumped off the motorcycle, his movements idle and casual. That's a nice car you've got there. Olds. Itchin whistled, a bit of derision in his eyes, and patted the front of the motorcycle. Humph. It cost me a month's salary. Smog lifted his chin, a touch of pride in his tone. This is the old man's favorite car. He glanced at Itchin, and was about to keep up his anger with a stern face, but in the end he just sighed and, too lazy to compete. In the end, it's a waste of time to get angry with you guys. It has nothing to do with the fact that I can't beat you. It has nothing to do with charging you for a box of Grand Admiral's special cigars. Mostly, I, Smog, am a man of atmosphere. Oh, Itchin raised an eyebrow, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Really? He swept down a glance at Smoggy's square-faced look and, suddenly speaking as if casually, that Straw Hat Luffy, it seems like he escaped without incident. Smog's smile froze momentarily, the corners of his mouth twitching, the veins on his forehead throbbing vaguely. He's the White Hunter of Logtown. Himself. I can't believe that the Straw Hat Pirates and the Bucky Pirates made a scene in front of their eyes at the same time and ended up getting away with it in a big way. Though it was said that they got away with it because of the dragon's meddling. But if word of such a thing got out, he or she would still be the laughingstock of the ministry. They should have already entered the Great Voyage. Itchin continued to fill in, his tone careless, as if he was just chatting about the weather. Chasing or not, after them. Thank you for all the rewards and favorites from your lordships. Xiao Yang added a chapter. We'll keep working on trying to pop in more over the weekend. Express, thanks. Lastly, I'd like to ask for a small gift, *omega*. Chapter 48. Other people are stealing lessons, but I am prepared to ask for direct instruction. After them, Smog said through gritted teeth, with a touch of anger and urgency in his tone. On the great voyage, the straw hat must be captured. He turned violently, exuding a low air of, yelling at the branch soldiers behind him, prepare the ship for the great voyage at once. Yes, the soldiers quickly responded and began to get busy. Ichin stood by, his gaze leisurely watching the. A smile with a playful edge appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched lazily and spoke in a relaxed tone. Come on, olds, punch it. With that said, Ichin turned away and walked leisurely towards the red neighborhood. Let Smug go after it. Ichin thought darkly in his mind, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Following the route of the straw hats, they would first pass through Whiskey Hill where the straw hats meet Nefertiti, Vivi, Princess of Alabaster, for the first time, Osmunda Regulus, a species of fern. Then came the little garden where they would become friends with Brocky and Chinglei, of the giant clan. Eventually defeating Mr. 3 Candleman, a future cadre of the Bucky Pirates. Mr. 3. Then there's Magnetic Drum Island where the ship's doctor and pet Tony Joba will officially join the Straw Hats, Kumba or Chopa, ethnic group. Eventually, they'll arrive in Alabaster. The best way for Smoggy to capture the Straw Hat gang would be to go straight to Alabaster and wait. Ichin whispered to himself, but I'm not going to get involved. It's not like Straw Hat is my target. I'm just going to Alabaster now for a real vacation. First go to the rain banquet and make it 1 billion berries. Then take that money and go to Oleander and buy some specialty perfume. As for what to buy perfume for? For girls with wheat-colored skin. Of course. Harvest their hearts with gifts and strength. Take a romantic trip to Alabaster. That's what real life is all about. Ichin took a deep breath and the beautiful landscapes of Alabaster come to mind, strange creatures traveling through the desert, the warm sunlight pouring down on the endless desert, and the pools in the oasis glistening with clear light. I get to roam around the desert on a camel, stopping off to soak in the hot springs at the oasis Yorba. Enjoy that unparalleled cozy time. He closed his eyes as if he had felt the heat of the desert and the warmth of the hot springs. If you encounter kung fu manatees, you can still fight them with Chinese kung fu, military-style boxing. Ada. Ichin burst out laughing, imagining himself going toe-to-toe with a kung fu manatee. And what I'm most looking forward to, still, is with those little Alabaster converts. View the beautiful nighttime colors of Alabaster on a fast-running duck. After that, what happened made so much sense. And all of this is happening during business hours. Who can top that? What? You're saying I don't have a job? I have taken the time and trouble to. All the areas of the entire Alabaster were carefully explored, traveled, to make sure that there were no pirates of any kind. There's no more conscientious and responsible attitude than mine. The night breeze was light, bringing with it the scent of flowers, as if heralding the wonderful vacation he was about to take. Hello? Smog's low voice called out to Ichin. Aren't you boy going? Ichin stopped, looking as lazy as ever. He could feel the uncomprehending puzzlement in Smog's eyes, and it was clear that his own question earlier had led him to believe that he was prepared to join him in chasing the Straw Hat gang. Going after Straw Hat? No, it's not like Straw Hat got away from me. Besides, if I really wanted to catch him, he could run away? Smog was dumbfounded, and a flicker of mixed emotions flashed in his eyes. Thinking back to Ichin's shocking slash, the power still made his heart palpitate. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke harshly and his expression became more serious. You boy, with such strength, why don't you work harder? Ichin glanced at Smog, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Effort? You think you're Kirby, the king of deserters, don't you? Putting in 200 times the effort to get something out of it? Smug. It doesn't always work out if you just try. But no effort. Easy and fast. What kind of sophistry is this? Smog's face instantly grimaced, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. This is the true meaning of life. Smog was silent for a moment, taking a deep breath as if suppressing some emotion. Finally, he exhaled softly, his voice low and firm. Never mind. I'll go after it myself. Ugh. Ichin sighed softly and thought to himself. Although it was because of his own agitation that Smoggy made the decision to decide, but with his stubborn nature, no matter what, he would end up tracking down Straw Hat. But, even if it catches up, can you get stronger fast enough to keep up with the Straw Hat gang? What's the point of going after them? It's just a backdrop, so it's better to stay in Roachtown all the time, at least this part of the East China Sea. You are virtually invincible as a natural ability user. This guy, Smogger, is still a nice guy. Persuade. Smug. Ichin suddenly spoke out. breaking the atmosphere that was about to depart. Straw Hat Luffy and the others have escaped. The geomagnetism of the great voyage, the heavens, the currents of the sea, the air currents, they are all in chaos. Even if you had a recording pointer, you wouldn't be able to confirm their location, let alone launch an effective pursuit. Why don't we stay in Rogue Town and continue to guard the gates of the East Sea and stop the pirates of the East Sea from going out to sea? After all, here, you're just invincible. With that said, Ichin turned around and headed towards the red neighborhood. I've persuaded myself what I should have persuaded, and that's all there is to say. Now, it's time for me to go back to sleep under the warm covers. Smoggy's steps came to a sudden halt, his eyes gazing blankly out to sea in the distance. Ichin's words kept echoing in his mind, and those words were like invisible hammers that, striking at his mind. Indeed, as the boy said, as long as one does not leave the East Sea and enter the Great Voyage, the probability of encountering a powerful pirate is almost zero. With his own smoke fruit ability, he could indeed sweep everything in this part of the East Sea. However, the sense of justice and responsibility in his heart prevented himself from easily giving up chasing the Straw Hat Gang. Remembering witnessing Roger's execution at Logtown years ago, I can't get over it myself to this day. Everything that happened after that, all of them have made themselves acutely aware of the damage that the age of the great sea thief has done to the people of the world. An endless stream of buccaneers, who have been killing and pillaging nations. Straw Hat Luffy, himself, and saw in him the shadow of Roger. A dead Roger brings about events like the age of the great pirates. What if there's another living king of thieves? What will the people of this world suffer? Wait, Smoggy snapped back to his senses. The soldiers before him were still busy preparing for the sea. That Ichin kid was right. Blindly chasing after the Straw Hat Gang might not work. Besides, even if we catch up, if the Straw Hats also learned Armed Colorbuster, could he still easily suppress them with the smoke fruit? No, one is not strong enough. Ichin cannot work hard because he has enough strength. Like Grand Admiral Yellow Saru, he was able to dictate his own tempo with his great ability to. No need to struggle to keep up. And yourself? As a fellow nature fruit ability user, though the gap with the dragon made itself clear in his heart but the bigger gap was still in the three great generals who stood at the apex of the natural system. Between himself and them, heaven and earth are separated. But, before, myself to Ichin to discuss moves with Admiral Yellow Saru, that slacker, who seems to have his own unique way of practicing. Even Admiral Yellow Sara had to have a discussion with him. So, could one learn something from that? 2. What about going to bridge the gap between yourself and these top powerhouses? With strength, then wait for the exact information about the Straw Hat Gang. And at that time, Straw Hat, I'll get you into Propulsion City myself. Smog took a deep breath and made a sudden decision. Stop the preparations and go find Dash. Colonel? The soldiers looked at him quizzically. I'm going to take that boy Ichin's ship and head for the headquarters. Smog's voice became firm. On the way, I'm going to have a natter with him. Chapter 49. Shock with me. Old friend, cellmate. Office of the branch minister of the town of Logan. Brew blue. Brew blue. Smog was sitting in a recliner with a cigar in his hand. The smoke surrounded his calm, deep face. He casually rattled the dial of the phone bug. The phone bug connected after 2 crisp rings. Hey, Smug. It's a rarity for you to call me of your own accord. A lazy voice came from the other end of the line, with a hint of disbelief in its tone. As if none of this mattered. Kuzan, on the other end of the line, was lounging somewhere in the headquarters, the sun streaming down on him. Adding a layer of lethargy to his slouching posture. Kuzan, there are 2 things that I need your help with. Oh, you asked for my help? That's even rarer. Kuzan's sitting position instantly became upright, and he stretched out his. The look on his face became more serious with it. This friend, who has always been high-minded, and who has never taken the orders of the headquarters army into account. To actually take the initiative to seek out oneself, this kind of thing is rare indeed. Didn't you say you could stop all the pirates in Rogue Town altogether? In trouble now? Cut the crap. First, I need to transfer out of Logtown, and I haven't figured out where yet. I should have the answer by the time I arrive at the headquarters. Smog added. Secondly, I'm going to be leaving Loganstown very soon. You deploy a headquarters colonel to sit at Rogue Town. It's all a small matter. You want to mobilize a branch minister position in East China Sea. It's easy to leave it to me. Kuzan smiled faintly. After all, as one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters himself, transfers between naval headquarters and branches may be made at any time. But Kuzan's tone suddenly became grave. The problem is that what the hell happened? Smug. His voice was a little low, with a rare seriousness to it. You know, I've never been one to meddle in troublesome matters, but you're so anxious to get my help. Surely something bad has happened? You're one of my few friends. and I don't want anything to go wrong with you. So, I need to know exactly what's going on. Kuzan. Smog's voice came again, in a more gravelly tone. Have you ever seen that? The slash that split the sky open? Kuzan on the other end of the line was suddenly quiet for a few seconds, images spinning rapidly in his mind. Split the sky? A buster's touch can be done, but Smog is talking about a slash, which is different. That must have been cleaved out by a swordsman. There weren't many swordsmen who could do that on this great sea. In his prime, the Golden Lion, Sky, could have been. In its heyday, the lone red lead field could. But they're all from a previous era. The ravages of age had long ago made them less powerful than they once were. And now in this day and age, the people who can do this, red-headed Shanks had been under the Navy's surveillance. That just leaves. Kuzan's eyes suddenly widened and his tone changed. Hawkeye went to the East Sea? He paused, the shock in his mind seeming to intensify. He dueled with whom? Split the sky? Smog gently exhaled a smoke ring, a sudden sense of mischievous excitement welling up in his heart. He couldn't hide the hint of a smile on his face, and he was secretly pleased with himself. This old friend of his was usually lazy and unruffled, and usually always seemed indifferent. Today, he'd love to hear Kuzan's shocked voice. No, none of it. Who's that? Kuzan's tone had been filled with curiosity. One I never thought of. Smog deliberately sold out. Kuzan exhaled a breathless breath of cold air. This old friend of his was by no means of such a nature. His big-headed nature was not one that could hide his heart. That's a bad thing to learn from someone. By the way, Kuzan, the dragon appeared in the East Sea. Kuzan's brow instantly furrowed, and his entire aura suddenly became serious. Dragon? His hometown is in the East Sea. Is he returning to the East Sea to do something? Yes, the dragon's purpose of coming to the East Sea has been achieved, just at a somewhat high cost. Smog took a leisurely drag on his cigar and waited for Kuzan's reaction. Cost? Yes, that man, with one slash, not only split the sky, but also severely injured the dragon, the world's most evil criminal. Falling from grace, Smog took a beautiful drag on his cigar and waited for Kuzan's reaction. Shocked by the news. Cellmate. Kuzan sprang to his feet, his face instantly serious, a flash of consternation in his eyes. And, the dragon was seriously injured by a slash? There was an unmistakable vibration in his voice. Who's the dragon? The world's most evil criminal. He is the son of his own teacher, Lieutenant General Karp. His strength was clear to himself. Definitely not something an ordinary person could touch. Impossible. Someone who can seriously injure Longidao, even if it's a sneak attack. The strength is definitely above the elite lieutenant general level as well. Kuzan took a deep breath, his thoughts racing. There's no way the Navy would be ignorant of such a dangerous man. Smug. You're joking with me now, aren't you? Kuzan's voice suddenly became calm and heavy with a rare note of caution. How could the Navy not know about such a character appearing on this great sea? What are all the naval branches for? Kuzan's tone intensified. Where is all the intelligence? And where is the world government's spy organization? Smog smiled slightly, his tone light. Well, you have a point, Kuzan. The thing is, he's the Navy. That one sentence was like a thunderbolt roaring through Kuzan's mind. Instantly, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted violently, and his heart almost stopped. The Navy? How is that possible? Who is it? Kuzan's voice suddenly rose with unprecedented urgency, his mind racing as he, trying to find a clue in this message. There have been no recent submissions for the Grand Admiral's alternate. Kuzan continued to press the issue, with a touch of anxiety in his tone. The newly promoted colonel of the Navy headquarters Ichin. Smoggy exhaled softly in a smoke ring, his tone flat, but the words were like sharp blades that, straight into Kuzan's heart. Ichin? Kuzan's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes widened, his mouth slightly open. It was almost impossible to believe the words I was hearing. That new adjutant of Paliusarinos? He muttered, his voice revealing a shock that he couldn't hide. As one of the Navy's great admirals, Kuzan naturally knew all about the personnel changes around the other admirals. Although he had not attended the recent meeting, he was well aware that after the examination of Yellow Ape, has promoted a branch colonel to be his adjutant, and that colonel is Ichin. Yes, that's him. Are you serious? Can I lie to you? That cut. I saw it with my own eyes. Kuzan's heart almost stopped in that moment, and he held his breath as, listen to Smog continue. The blade that cut through the sky, split the sky in two, above the scar of the sword. Hell, beneath the scar of the sword. Heaven. That move, named Moonless Moon. Kuzan, I'm going to take his ship to the headquarters. On the way, I'm going to ask that kid for advice. The way to become stronger. On the weekend, Xiao Yang will cuckoo code and try to explode more, requesting a wave of swag. Thanks. Chapter 50. That's a customized version that will satisfy his boy. Kuzan was silent. Kuzan, the highest combatant of the Navy headquarters, Green Pheasant. One had never seen such a smog as this. The branch minister, who had been the sole head of the East Coast. It's extremely rare to even ask an old friend like yourself for advice. Now he admired Ichin for his moonless move. Offered to mention that you're going to ask him for advice? It seems like that slash was indeed stunning enough. Kuzan inwardly pondered, frowning slightly. His mind couldn't help but recall the Ichin file he had read from the intelligence not too long ago. Ichin, formerly a major in Branch 186, who was later transferred to the main office as an aide-de-camp to Yellow Saru. Rapid rise in rank to colonel of the department. What's he like? Based on multiple assessments, Ichin has a lazy work ethic. He was even jokingly called the best boss by many subordinates. However, it has always been calm in his jurisdiction and no vicious incidents have occurred. This contradiction brings to mind one man, Yellow Ape. Swinging for the fences is an attitude, but something is really on, and it's their unique style. Kuzan's hand gently rubbed his chin, his eyes gradually becoming deeper. Kind of interesting. After all, having risen to the rank of Grand Admiral himself for so many years, have seen too many corrupted and corrupt admirals who have abused their power. Corrupted the soldiers were used as tools, even to the point of plunging the people of the district into the abyss. While Ichin, despite his outward laziness, treats people kindly, and has no shelf between him and the soldiers. The precincts are in good order and are a world away from these corrupt generals. The corners of Kuzan's mouth lifted into a faint smile, a hint of interest showing in his gaze. It's been many years since I've met someone so interesting myself. His mind couldn't help but be a little curious about the Ichin Smog had mentioned. He then picked up the phone bug with a hint of relief in his voice. Anyway, Smog, it's great to see you burning to fight again. His thoughts couldn't help but go back to when Smoggy was transferred to Logtown. There are obviously better options, more resources. Instead, Smog volunteered to go to the East China Sea, the one recognized as the calmest and least challenging. You know, every time Mr. Carp returns to the East Coast on vacation, it always sweeps the pirates there clean. And serving as a branch minister in the East China Sea is not only unchallenging, it doesn't even do anything for strength gains. The master and the apprentice. In the long run, it will only stop. It seems that you are now willing to return to the headquarters and rethink your strength. Kuzan's voice was low, but there was an unmistakable hint of relief in his tone. He knew that it was a good thing. After all, in these chaotic times, strength, that's what it's all about. Hey! Smoggy on the other end of the phone bug suddenly raised his voice, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. And, Kuzan, I've always been a fighter, okay? It's you. You've been acting lazier and lazier since the O'Hara incident. When are you going to rekindle the fight? Wait for an opportunity. Kuzan stretched lazily, his tone still lazy, but his eyes became a little deeper. If one day, one could become a marshal of the Navy, maybe there's a chance to realize your own justice. There was a sudden moment of silence on the other end of the phone bug, and Smoggy lapsed into a brief silence. He knew that Kuzan had believed in burning justice in his youth, but then he became confused about justice and turned to lazy justice. Forget it, that Ichin guy believes in swinging for the fences justice. Smog's voice sounded again. Your slacker justice that. There's no chance you two will have something in common. Yeah? Kuzan exhaled a mouthful of cold air, a hint of playfulness in his tone. I'd quite like to meet this Ichin. Then, it's also good to just go and see what kind of person Ichin really is. After all, in the Navy hierarchy now, minus the older forces of the three generals each represent three major factions. Himself as the leader of the Doves, Sakaski led the Hawks, and the neutral faction of Pagliacerino. Pagliacerino may be neutral in the race for future big guns. But according to Smog, could this Colonel Ichin be one of the variables? Just go check it out. And a side trip to see an old friend. A familiar figure came to Kuzan's mind, Nicole Robin. The news I got earlier was that she had joined Crocodile, and Crocodile is in Alabaster on the Great Voyage. Kuzan's thoughts were clearing as he picked up the phone bug and, in a deep voice, he said, you will return to the headquarters through the Great Voyage, right? Then I will go to the Great Voyage to find you. What? Smog's tone was puzzled. You're leaving the headquarters? Aha. Kuzan's tone seemed casual. Yellow Ape is already on his way back to the headquarters. I've just finished my mission, just in time for a little lazy day. Good. After hanging up, Kuzan sat quietly, his eyes narrowed slightly as the corners of his mouth lifted into an elusive smile. First, go to Alabaster and check on Robin. He stood up, threw on his cloak, and walked to the window on easy feet. The sunlight poured through the window and his gaze grew deep. After that, go find Ichin and Smog. Log Town. Inside the office, Smog, who had just hung up the phone, remained seated in his reclining chair, leisurely smoking a cigar. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the office door, followed by a crisp, knock knock. Colonel Smog? Dusty's voice came through the door. She pushed the door open gently and stepped in briskly, her eyes locking on Smog. There was a vague hint of anxiety in his demeanor. You asked for me? You guys were running too fast before. By the time I got to the docks with my team, the soldiers who stayed behind told me that you have left after the Straw Hat Gang. You know, the man that Hawkeye Mihawk was talking about earlier. It was actually Colonel Itchin. I know all about it. Smog looked up, glanced at her, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. You already know? Well, not only do I know that Boy Itchin is who Mihawk says he is, but I saw it with my own eyes. Smog took a hard drag on his cigar. What that kid is really capable of. Das Chi, get ready. We're taking that Boy Itchin ship and heading to the headquarters. Ha? Dusty froze slightly before responding. But, what about the guards in Rogue Town? Don't worry, Smoggy responded tersely, an imperceptible flash of determination in his eyes. I've arranged it. But will Colonel Itchin grant us a rubbing of the boat? Don't worry, I've got the killer. The corners of Smog's mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. He took a deep breath and slowly touched his dried-up wallet. A slight reluctance in his heart too, but there was confidence in his eyes. That's a customized version. Itchin, don't you like my motorcycle? This time I've put my money where my mouth is, and I've arranged for you to have a top-of-the-line customized version. The owner of the motorcycle dealership is already waiting, just waiting for you to make a request. Spend half of my savings on a package he's happy with. This boat, I'll rub it in. Smog's motorcycle. Chapter 51 The Future Underlings of My Old Man. Both in literature and martial arts. Lao Huang. What can you fight with me? Early the next morning, sunlight poured through the cracks in the curtains and onto the warm bed. Itchin opened his eyes slightly, and the air was filled with the distinctive freshness of early morning. He rose gently from the comforter, moving lightly and, afraid to disturb the two kittens still asleep. He glanced down at the two lying on the bed and tenderly stroked their hair for a moment. He then gently kissed their foreheads, leaving a smile on his face before walking out of the room silently. In the doorway, the lieutenant colonel and Crow were standing there, their stances erect, their eyes alert. It was like two silent gatekeepers. Good morning, Colonel Itchin. But Commander and Crow saluted at the same time, their voices clear and firm. Itchin nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes as his gaze swept over their faces. How does it feel? Itchin smiled and patted Clue on the shoulder, his tone light-hearted but with a hint of concern. Cuddles feels great after a good night's sleep. A flicker of excitement flashed in Crow's eyes. It's amazing how well the fairy beans work. And one's trauma has healed. After a full night's sleep, one's mental state is restored. That's good. You are my man. And the dragon attacks indiscriminately. Itchin smiled slightly, his eyes soft. So, I cut that guy for you, Colonel. Clow looked at Itchin gratefully, her heart filled with warmth. He knew, well enough, Colonel Itchin's nature that he didn't care about most things or people. But after he was hurt himself, he, still asleep, did not hesitate to take a stand for himself, and he even pursued the enemy himself to avenge himself. This delicate and resolute care gave Clow a warmth that had been missing for a long time. In this moment, Crow knew that he had truly found a place to belong. Colonel, I really didn't follow the wrong person. No matter what happens, I will follow you forever. Crow's voice grew agitated, the emotion almost overflowing, and he looked straight at Itchin, his eyes burning, and, as if sworn in determination. It's okay, it's all small stuff. Itchin responded lightly, a hint of imperceptible relief in his tone. He took a cigar out of his pocket and lit it skillfully, his fingers twitching slightly. The firelight flickered in the air, though it did startle itself at first. That moment of, one almost thought one was going to lose one's first ministry. But the good news is that it ended well, with Clow unharmed and herself awakening to her dominant color. Although it all started out as a close call, it ended up being a blessing in disguise. Itchin's gaze turned slightly into the distance, his thoughts drifting slightly. You know, although the situation in the whole sea seems to be stable at the moment, but behind the scenes the darkness has already begun to rise. With Luffy at sea, the whole ocean will be stirred up. Old Yellow had been forcibly recalled to the headquarters by the War Marshal to attend to those interminable military affairs, the chaos and challenges brought about by the age of the great pirates. All the time it was draining the Navy's resources and strength. Crow must not fail in any way. He was the most fundamental guarantee of his own leisure in the ministry. But the challenges ahead will not stop at the busyness of military affairs. More trouble will also come from cleaning up the threat posed by the pirates. Clow doesn't know the art of shadow divergence. Alone, it is difficult to cope with the various situations that may arise in the future. With an eye to the future, one needs more strength. CP9, the world government's top spy organization. Would be great. They were defeated by Luffy, but the potential of their members is still not to be underestimated. Rob Lusick, Kaku, Bruno, etc. are warhorses worth developing. Khalifa is another rare talent in politics. After they were defeated by Luffy and vilified by their original boss, Spandam, members of the organization were removed from the world government overnight, and were even hunted down by the Navy in their own hometown, even in preparation for Lucy's medical bills. Snuggle Take, Gabra, Bruno, and others sell their wares on the streets. Kaku transforms into a giraffe and plays the role of a slide in the square. Khalifa, on the other hand, became the city's scavenger, sweeping up abandoned corners. Regardless of the fact that the world government has since reincorporated these people through a series of brainwashing tactics. Promote them to CP0 and re-empower and honor them, but this time of being hunted must be the hardest time for them. One can take this opportunity to rescue them from their predicament, to snowball give them a path to new life. After that, one could try to recruit these capable and powerful people into their ranks through Old Huang's connections, paving the way for future swinging greatness. In this way, the power of his own men will be greatly expanded. Vu has Lucci and Kaku. The text has Clow and Khalifa. Usually things that don't even need to be done on their own, right? Prepare yourself to retire at Navy headquarters. Ahaha. One has a clear plan for all the things to come. Next, when we leave Alabaster, one would need to arrange for Clow to gather the relevant intelligence to ensure that one strikes at the best possible time. Don't miss the opportunity to recruit CP9. Rogue Towns pretty much wandered off. Then, it's almost time to depart. Ichin took a deep breath of his cigar, and howsoever said to the Lieutenant Colonel and Crow, "Let's go." With that, he took a step and turned, leading Crow and the Lieutenant Colonel out the door, his steps brisk and strong. Where to next, Colonel? The Lieutenant Colonel asked cautiously, with a hint of anticipation on his face. Apparently he was used to following Ichin and following directions. Alabaster. Yes. The Lieutenant Colonel nodded and without hesitation turned and prepared to head for the record pointer in Alabaster. The Navy, as the strongest military force on this great sea, most of the islands on the Great Voyage, the Navy has record pointers for all these islands, and just needs to call up the relevant pointers. You will be able to sail directly to the right destination. Just then, a familiar buzzing sound broke the silence. The roar of a three-wheeled motorcycle gradually approached, and Ichin looked up and Smoggy was seen riding up on his motorcycle with a cigar in his mouth. Yo! Ichin raised a smile with a hint of flirtation at the corner of his mouth. Old C, you didn't leave, did you? He was a little surprised in his mind that it seemed that Smoggy had really taken his advice to heart. Stayed behind to garrison Rogue Town and didn't head straight for the Great Voyage. Smoggy exhaled a smoke ring and looked relaxed. Didn't leave. That's right. Ichin laughed and patted Smoggy on the shoulder. Staying in Rogue Town is a good choice. Why bother going to the Great Voyage? It's too risky there. Get in the car and go. Smog smiled and with a flourish of his hand, gestured for Ichin to get on the wagon. Get in the car? Ichin froze and looked at Smoggy quizzically. Where to? Motorcycle row. Young is still in the cuckoo code, so if we don't post today, we'll post tomorrow. Anyway, 2-day weekend. 6 or more shifts, and even less to scold me. Chapter 52 All hooked 8 pigeons. Say, what is the matter? Buzz. A roar tore through the quiet of the streets of Logtown. The sound of the engine was as deafening as thunder. The buildings lining the street swayed and dusted in the brisk wind. The three-wheeled motorcycle, like a wild horse out of control, sped past, bringing up a gust of wind, as if chasing the freedom that cannot be bound. Woohoo! Yes! Ichin's hair fluttered like a ribbon in the wind. His face turned slightly upward, and he closed his eyes, enjoying this power from the wind. The scenery around him receded as quickly as a stream of light, and the roar of the motorcycle vibrated in his ears. Sure enough, locomotives, always one of the romances belonging to men, not just for the speed, but for the uninhibited feeling that thrill of going against the world. There, a sharp sound of brakes cut through the air as the three-wheeled motorcycle beautifully made a sharp stop. The wheels rubbed against the ground, making a bared sound. It came to a steady stop in front of a huge line of motorcycles. When Ichin got out of the car, there was a lavishly decorated and uniquely designed motorcycle dealership in front of him. The glass windows reflect the sunlight and the interior is brightly lit. Every motorcycle on display looked extremely bright. The signage for the motorcycle dealership is made of metal with an elaborate inlay. It's a modern motorcycle temple. He couldn't help but feel a strong desire to consume. Yo! Ichin narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the luxurious facilities of the motorcycle dealership in front of him. There was a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Old S, what are you getting at by bringing me here? Is Smug going to be the gold standard salesman in Logtown and sell himself a motorcycle? A light chuckle ran through Ichin's mind. Just now in the windy feeling that one does experience the kind of euphoria one has never experienced before, especially when the motorcycle speeds through the streets. That feeling as if it were flying free. It almost made him feel like he was one with the wind. It would definitely be more exciting to get in the driver's seat and experience that accelerating rush for yourself. He couldn't help but secretly survey the motorcycles around him. These three-wheeled motorcycles are not race-class extreme two-wheeled motorcycles, though, but their unique design, especially the amphibious models of three-wheeled motorcycles capable of speeding across the ocean. It also has a different kind of charm. For myself, the appeal of this new experience cannot be overstated. Actually, buying one isn't a big deal. Ichin thought to himself, after all, that the things that could make him pleasurable. He never skimped on expenses. Money earned is spent. Why not have fun in time and enjoy the fun in front of you? Bye. Cut the crap. Smog waved his hand, signaling Ichin to follow. Follow me. Welcome. At that moment, the owner of the motorcycle dealership and several employees came out of the store to greet the two men. The owner is dressed in a neat uniform with a big smile and a professional confidence in his eyes. His eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity and enthusiasm the moment he saw Ichin. Obviously prepared for this honored guest. This is the biggest customer of the day. A man who could make the famous White Hunter of Logan. Colonel Smog. Pay for his own favors. Please follow me, both of you. All the models are at your disposal. You will be satisfied with today's deal. The owner's voice was gentle and respectful. Ichin scanned the surroundings, the wide array of motorcycles in front of him. The polished body reflects brilliantly in the light. Take your pick. I'll pay for it. Smog exhaled a smoke ring and waved his hand bashfully. Ichin looked around at the wide variety of motorcycles, from classics to customizations. Each one looks full of power. His eyes wandered and finally stopped on Smog. I choose? You're buying? Old C, are you out of your mind? Cut the crap. Any model, any style, and it's a top-to-bottom configuration. Smoggy's tone was confident. There's even customization with the boss for special needs. I've already paid the deposit. Spent half of my old man savings, and today, myself and the Ichin kid are the gods of the motorcycle line. You know that because of Kuzan. Although the sea he was stationed in was the East China Sea. However, the benefits enjoyed have always been those of the department. Himself, apart from smoking cigars, the rest of his hobbies are fighting pirates. The pay and bounty accumulated over the years is substantial. Today, one is about to spend half of one's savings here. Get the Ichin kid a top-of-the-line customized motorcycle. Oh, a playful smile flashed in Ichin's eyes. Smoggy must have begged himself for something when he broke so much. This gift has been sent to the pillow. If you don't want it, there is no God's reason. Even if things are a little complicated or troublesome, there's still old Huang. He looked at the owner with a slight sideways glance. A customized version of a top-of-the-line motorcycle? Right. The boss nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of anticipation, obviously prepared for such a big order. You want the top-of-the-line model with all the bells and whistles. The colors can be customized? Yes. What if the overall appearance is red with gold trim? No problem. Then get 2 red flags on the back to look more dominant. Small problem. Give me a gold pentagram film on the front of the car. Totally ok. Ichin nodded in satisfaction, then lit a cigar, the smoke drifting between his fingers. He turned to Smug and smiled. Old S. I'll hook 8 pigeons. Say, ask your Tatsuji for anything, and your Tatsuji will make sure to arrange it properly for you. Humph. Smug grunted softly. This is the time for Tatsuti, isn't it? You kid. A hint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Dashi and I are going to head to the headquarters and rubbing your boat along back to the main office when the time comes. He paused, then added, on the way, I intend to ask you for some advice on ways to become stronger. Rubbing the boat to the headquarters? Ichin froze slightly and frowned slightly. Please teach me some ways to become stronger? Right. Smoggy nodded, his expression becoming serious. You're so strong for such a young kid. There must be a unique way to get stronger. The Navy men who fought off the storm earlier, and I've been checking their resumes all night, found you uncomplicated. The original pirate, Black Cat Crow. Though before the bounty was revoked it was the top pirate in the East Sea in terms of bounty. Smog continued, with some admiration in his eyes. But originally there's no way to withstand those storms from the dragon. You must have a unique way. My unique way of getting stronger? Ichin froze slightly, a wave of helplessness in his heart. His eyes flickered slightly, and he muttered darkly, I'm wall hanging. But, Ichin looked down at the motorcycle he had already chosen. A thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. Helping Smog get stronger isn't too much of a problem. While the combination of Ghost Leader and Fairy Bean might not be a good fit for Smog, but there were other system items in their own hands. Thinking of this, The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, and he already had a plan in mind. No problem, he responded lightly, but our next stop is Alabaster. Oh. Smog nodded bashfully, followed by a small smile. Alabaster? Well, I'm going to go ahead and earn some pocket money. Chapter 53. The thing is, the flame thing, who wouldn't? Woo! The huge warship docked at the rogue town pier let out a dull roar. The warship slowly set sail, its hull cutting through the water and stirring up a wave. As the ship drifted away, and the sea breeze ruffled the decks of the, with a salty scent and a hint of wave surge. After an amicable negotiation between the parties, PY transaction, Smog and Dash will follow Ichin's ship and return to the headquarters. Smog's original men stayed at Logtown for the time being, awaiting the arrival of a new colonel, deployed by Kuzan, and decide whether to remain on station after receiving final instructions. On the dock, two striking three-wheeled motorcycles were parked. They have a unique and powerful design, especially the bright red motorcycle that, it's even more fascinating. The bright red bodywork glows in the sunlight, and the gold accents complement the red color of the. There is an understated sense of luxury and substance that is impossible to ignore. The gold pentagram logo at the front of the car shimmered and it exudes a different sense of majesty and power. Red flags hanging from the back and sides of the motorcycle fluttered in the breeze. The bright red color of the flag is as bright as fire in the sunlight. It matches the gold color of the body just right. Ichin approached his new car with a sense of joy, his hands gently caressing the bodywork. Feeling the cold and hard texture, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. What a great thing to get for nothing, he sighed in his heart, his inner pleasure unspeakable. Ding! Host whoring out a top-of-the-line, customized version of a motorcycle. All of the motorcycle's color schemes and decorations are perfectly suited to the host's wishes. The host is in a happy mood. Pleasure value plus 500. He turned to the other motorcycle beside him and, while Smog's three-wheeled motorcycle was powered by his smoky fruit, this motorcycle of his own was powered by the flames that gave it its mighty power. Who dash? Ichin took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing slightly, and the whole aura of the person instantly became different. There, his fists were ablaze, flames dancing through his fingertips, and it's as powerful as magic. The problem is, who wouldn't know about this flame thing? Suddenly, a shout came. Colonel Ichin, Colonel Smog. As the sound approached, the citizens of Rogue Town gathered at the docks. Hail the departure of these two admirals. Most people came to see Smog off. After all, he's been sitting in Rogue Town for years, guarding this peaceful land of much loved. The title White Hunter has long been ingrained in everyone's mind. It became a proud part of the people of Logtown. But Ichin has his own little fans. Handsome brother, you're leaving. A little girl with pigtails and a cute dress carrying a small satchel. Excitedly, he ran to Ichin with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. She reached out her small hand and clutched onto Ichin's pant leg as if she was afraid that he would just leave. This is the little yogurt girl who accidentally bumped into Ichin earlier. Ichin lowered himself to the ground and looked at the innocent little girl, his gaze soft and, with a hint of a smile, he stroked her hair gently and, that warm touch sent a wave of soft emotion surging through him. Yeah, brother has important things to take care of. So, the little girl's eyes twinkled with a few moments of hesitation, as if she was pondering something. She clutched her tiny satchel and suddenly pulled a bag of senbei out of it. There was a hint of determination in her eyes that, as if the small gift could express all her feelings. This is my favorite snack for my handsome brother. There was a rare seriousness in her small voice. It's senbei. Ichin took the bag of snacks, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With that, he tucked it carefully into his pocket. Brother loves it too, and when you give it to him, he loves it even more. The little girl smiled brightly at this and clapped her hands happily. Hey, that's good that. Bye handsome. She waved excitedly at Ichin and then ran off. Ichin smiled and waved. See you later. As the little girl ran away, her laughter was clear and pleasant, echoing in Ichin's ears. He watched her back fade away, and a wave of warmth and emotion welled up in his heart. Life's little blessings. Sometimes it's hidden in moments like these, in a simple goodbye and a small bag of snacks that bring you unanticipated softness and warmth. Smog came up from the side and tapped Ichin on the shoulder and, with an easy smile, let's go. Ichin returned the smile and stood up, a glint of excitement in his eyes. He walked side by side with Smog toward the parked motorcycle, his steps light and strong. As if foreshadowing the insane speeds to come, the two straddled their respective motorcycles almost simultaneously, palms gripping the handlebars tightly. The body leaned forward slightly. Buzz, buzz. The two motorcycles started up at almost the same moment, and the roar of it shook the air. The sound of the motorcycle's engine was as intense as thunder, shaking everyone who heard it. The sharp sound of wheels scraping against the ground seemed to push the start button on the quiet town. Everything is instantly energized and passionate. The two motorcycles accelerated violently, so powerfully that the bodies were almost off the ground. Running out like two beasts of prey. The wheels stirred up a cloud of dust on the ground at a dizzying speed. Dang! The motorcycles jumped into the water almost in sync, splashing and stirring up a white wave. The sound of the car rubbing against the water is wild and challenging. It was as if two beasts were engaged in a frantic race across the water. The water splashed and the ripples spread out in a circle. The whole scene is filled with the beauty of speed and power. Boom! As the speed of the motorcycle continued to increase, the two vehicles, like wild horses off there, sprinting toward the distant warships. Ichin took a deep breath, his chest filled with a surge of power. His hands gripped the handlebars and the heartbeat grows stronger as it picks up speed. Suddenly a blazing flame sprang up in the palm of his hand, and the flames tumbled over instantly surrounded the entire motorcycle. Boom! The motorcycle roared like a beast. The entire body of the car shimmered under the flames, like a flaming rampage through hell, filled with an overwhelming sense of power. Xiao Yang described it according to this picture. I don't know if it's the same as what you think. Ha ha! An excited grin spread across Ichin's face and his voice pierced through the roar of the engine. Olds! After catching up with the warship, it's a dog! ****. Smoggy's eyes widened, and a surprised expletive burst from his lips as there was anger and amazement in his tone. Ichin, you damn it! Your car! It's ing top of the line! Both motorcycles rushed towards the distant warship at almost the same moment. The speed and passion to the max. As the distance widened, the two motorcycles faded into the sea level of Logtown, leaving behind a gradually dissipating ripple, and a roaring sound from afar. There's a burning smell in the air. The whole pier still seemed to echo with that uncontrollable frenzy until all was quiet. Next stop, Alabaster. Chapter 54, 3 short of 1. Come quickly, great voyage. The sound of the warship's engines echoed across the vastness of the sea as the ship traveled steadily through the waves. The ship rocked slightly, and the light of the distant sea reflected on the water. Like a long golden road laid out. Inside the training room of the warship. Dang! The strong sound of clashing flesh echoed in the enclosed space. Crow's sparring session with Smogger is in full swing. Power and momentum permeated the punches and kicks. Crow slams Smog's chest with a hard punch that carries an overwhelming air of power. Smog was violently knocked off his feet, his body arcing through the air and falling heavily to the ground. Crow's hand, vaguely shimmering with a black, metallic luster. That was the armed color hegemony that had just coalesced. Ahem! Smog gasped, coughed slightly, then stood up straight and, patting the dust from his chest, he gave a look of shock. So soon? You're able to condense your armed color hegemony? There was a hint of disbelief in his tone, while also revealing his amazement at Crow's growth. Claw's identity is known to him, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Claw, the 100 Planes. According to the information he had accessed, he hadn't been following Ichin for long. There's no way he could have been armed with the color hegemony before he became a marine. Otherwise his bounty wouldn't have been only 16 million berries. But now, he was able to hit his elementalized self with his armed color bay. Progress is too fast. Is this the power given by the Ichin boy? Well, Colonel Ichin has endowed me with an extraordinary talent. Crow stood firm, his gaze determined, a gleam of determination in his eyes. His own current talent ceiling was the admiral level, the pinnacle of what could be achieved without the devil fruit. Major Ichin's advice was to wait for a suitable fruit. So currently his own main focus is all on the honing of his physical skills and the handling of his political affairs. But it's different with Smogger, who is practicing against himself. He possesses the smoke fruit, a very dominant nature-based devil fruit in this world. This gave him a unique advantage in combat. Smog's training depended on more than just physical skill. He had to follow Colonel Ichin's advice, concentrate on developing the potential of the fruit to unlock greater power. Indeed, Smoggy's tone lowered slightly, his eyes sharp as knives, locked onto Claw. But, Crow, you're strong now. The rank is still just a regular Navy 3rd class. So, is that really enough? Smug. Crow didn't avoid Smog's gaze. He took a deep breath and calmly turned his head and there was still a determined gleam in his eyes. Rank doesn't matter to me. What matters is being by Colonel Ichin's side. The words flowed like a promise from the heart, without a hint of hesitation. Smog froze slightly, the sharpness in his gaze replaced by a hint of surprise. Then he couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, a flicker of complex emotions flashing through his eyes. He couldn't help but think back to the scene in Logtown earlier. This kid really has his own unique personality. Indeed. Smog shook his head gently, a helpless smile emerging from the corners of his mouth. Not only is that kid terrifyingly strong, his perceptions are always unusually ahead of his time. He lit a cigar and took a deep drag, the smoke filling the air and It also seemed to take away a portion of the distractions of his mind. He then put on his jacket, moving skillfully and naturally. Unlike in the past, however, the jacket no longer had a cigar pinned to its chest. Instead, it's a couple of special test tube bottles. That's his latest acquisition. Each bottle contained different liquids and elements that could help him better utilize the potential of the smoke fruit. As the test tube bottle flickered, Smoggy's thoughts couldn't help but go back to a deep conversation Ichin had with him when he had just departed for Alabaster. Old C, collect your motorcycle. Ichin's words still echoed in his ears. I will then do my best to assist you in becoming stronger. And you know it. Natural fruits are not invincible. A person who is able to skillfully use the armed color hegemony, it will be possible to effectively attack the elementalization of the natural system. There are also natural fruits that have a natural Achilles heel, such as the Sasha fruit. It fears not only the sea and the Sirox, but mere water. Sand can't float away when it meets water. Then there's the rattling thunder fruit, which can't electrocute rubber. But it is undeniable that, apart from these drawbacks, there's no doubt about the power of the fruits of the nature system. Ichin's voice remained steady. So, there are 3 directions for you to become stronger. He held up 3 fingers, a determined gleam in his eyes. First, hone your physical skills in hegemony. After all, hegemony can override everything. You without your hegemonic color hegemony. One would need to reach the limit in armed color hegemony and seeing color hegemony. Armed color gives your attacks penetrating power, and the extreme of seeing colors allows you to anticipate your enemy's movements in advance. Defense and offense go hand in hand to be flawless. Second, Ichin continued, you need to continue developing your fruit abilities. There are many different directions. On top of the smoke, you can add acidic or toxic elements. Make the smoke not only obscure the view, but also corrosive or toxic. For example, the release of acid and poisonous mists, which not only dissolve enemy weapons and equipment, it can even corrode a part of the battlefield, causing the enemy to be highly poisoned. Smog's mind reeled as the offer caught his eye. Never thought of that myself. It was amazing that one smoke ability could develop into such a complex and versatile attack. Yeah, your own pure white smoke only has the properties of smoke, but with the addition of acid and poison, you're able to form an acid fog or a poisonous mist, and you're a smoky smoker yourself, unafraid of these negative effects. But then the enemy is further weakened. With this, one's chances of winning would be further improved. You can also change the form, the consistency of the smoke through fine control of its, even manipulating its density for complex tactical maneuvers. For example, filling an area with smoke to reach a vacuum. What's more, manipulating the gaseous components of the smoke, supplemented by certain specific chemical reactions, create a giant explosion. Ichin's voice was low and seductive. Realized that an explosion of a certain size, enough to kill a powerful enemy. Amazement flashed in Smog's eyes. He realized that his previous use of the smoke fruit had only been on the surface, and Ichin's words had opened a whole new door for him. Yeah, you can change the ingredients in the smoke yourself to make them flammable. Then the smoke in the sky was ignited to form huge fireworks. The opponent must shed his skin without dying. Third, Ichin laughed softly, a hint of mystery in his tone. I'll tell you when we get to the headquarters. And third, is that I've turned it on for you? Come on, it's time for a break. Colonel Ichin said to combine work and rest. Crow smiled slightly and turned to Smoggy, causing Smoggy to snap back to his senses momentarily. Time for a break? Smog froze for a moment, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Then quickly, he gave an expectant smile. Come on then. There was a hint of undisguised excitement in his voice, as if in this moment the exhaustion was completely thrown away, while the intensity of the training weighed heavily on. However, each day off has become a time that you look forward to the most. This combination of labor and pleasure is indeed extraordinarily satisfying. Every day you train to get better, but it's just as important to relax when you're resting. Especially the chess game that Ichin guy came up with was really interesting. Ichin called them Mahjong. Chapter 55 Smug. Oh Smug, you've got to pull yourself together. It can't go on like this. Who dash? A refreshing sea breeze blew through the window into Smog's bedroom. Gently lifted the diary on the table. On the first page of the diary, Smug recorded in less than neat handwriting. X. 15. 1520 A.H. Newly opened this journal to record his departure from Logtown after the changes on the Ichin boy ship. Charge. X. 16. 1520. After Ichin boy's suggestion, I endeavored to develop the ability of the smoke fruit, and physical training with Crow. After Crow left, I continued practicing extra for 2 hours. Go on, become a stronger version of yourself. Smug. 17th. Training. 2 extra hours. Passing by the cabin, I saw the trio of Ichin, Crow, and the lieutenant colonel sitting in a circle, playing a card game. I went over to look at it. That card game? It's kind of fun. Afterward, Ichin dragged me over to play a board game, and he said something about 3 short of 1. After. Mahjong? Interesting. X month 18. Training. Extra hour. Playing cards. X 19th. Training. Playing cards. X month 20. Smug. Smug. You've got to pull yourself together. It can't go on like this for much longer. Extra practice will resume tomorrow. 3 hours of extra practice tomorrow. X 21st. Training. Playing cards. However, the next few pages of the diary are blank as the breeze passes by. Obviously, the diary didn't continue. Warships. The air in the cabin was filled with a nonchalant atmosphere of. There was a slight clatter of card tables. Sheijo. Wait. Smog, with his cigar in his mouth, shouted. Touché. He took 2 fours from his own cards and put them together with the 4s played by the lieutenant colonel. Then he reached out and drew a card, placing it slowly and methodically in front of himself. This caused some irritation to Ichin, who was about to draw a card, and he furrowed his brows slightly as he eyes with a hint of impatience. Make it quick. What's the rush? Red center. Smog played a card he didn't want. After that, Crow lightly drew a card, thought for a moment slightly, and played a 1 cake, 1 pie. Hey, Kong. Ichin grinned smugly, taking the pie of cards back off the table and then drew a card in order. Woohoo! Ichin stood up suddenly, a glint of excitement in his eyes, and he pushed the cards in front of him forward, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. Draw your own. Haven't lost. He smiled triumphantly, in a happy mood, enjoying the victory of the game. With that, he picked up his cigar, lit it and inhaled it in 1 puff, exhaling the smoke slowly, and the whole thing was so relaxed that it almost blended into this quiet time. Ding! Host wins 100 straight mahjong games. Happy mood. Pleasure value plus 500. Excuse me. Just then, Das Chi, disguised as a waitress, dragged a tray of delicate desserts and drinks over to her, and she smiled, placing a glass of juice in front of Ichin. Colonel Ichin, would you like a glass of juice? Ichin looked up at her with a smile. Thank you very much, Das Chi. He took the juice and lifted the glass to take a sip, feeling the sweet, fruity aroma seep into his heart. You are too kind. Dusty lowered her head and whispered, with a hint of shyness, I haven't thanked you for teaching me about the sword. There was sincerity and gratitude in her words. Ichin smiled gently with encouragement in his eyes. You're progressing quickly. Keep up the good work. He paused for a moment, recalling the more than one time he'd seen Dashi intently practicing his sword while hanging out on the ship. Every time I see the concentrated look on her face when she's practicing, I can't help but stop myself. Teach her some simple but practical tips. Although these techniques are not complicated, each meticulous instruction that both allowed Daski's knife skills to progress rapidly. After all, there aren't many female swordsmen in this world, and it's nice to witness Daski's all-around growth. Colonel Ichin. Just then, the ship's engines gave a slight vibration. Woo dash. The warship gradually decelerated and the smooth sailing began to slow. Ichin stood up, stretched, and swept his gaze across the vast expanse of the sea on the deck. Feel a fresh sea breeze greet you. The sea was gradually opening up in front of us, and the skyline had begun to show its outline in the distance. With it came a city, the outline of which gradually became clearer and appeared before the eyes. Ahead, Alabaster's port city. Oleander. Great voyage. A pirate ship was traveling fast through the rough seas of the boat swayed slightly with the ebb and flow of the waves. The pirates on the ship were laughing, and the atmosphere seemed to be celebrating another of their bountiful harvests. It's another day full of people. A burly pirate laughed, raising the glass in his hand and celebrating with his mates around him. The other pirates responded with cheers and boos, and it was almost possible to immerse the entire ship in the festivities and revelry. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out, breaking the clamor on the ship. Hello, may I ask if you have ever met a man named Tiki? He seems to have changed his name to Blackbeard recently. The voice was clear and carried a hint of seriousness that could not be ignored. The cheers of the pirates stopped immediately, and they turned their heads toward the source of the sound, and only a man was seen crouching on the deck at the bow of the ship, with a calm expression and a small smile at the corner of his mouth. The pirates on the ship froze for a moment, exchanging puzzled looks with each other. Totally not expecting anyone to show up on their boat. What? Someone asked in a low voice, a flash of alarm in their eyes. Tiki? Never heard of it. The man was in no hurry to get up and his appearance caught the attention of the crowd, dark hair and some slight freckles on his cheeks. He has a tattoo of the word ASCE on his left arm. The S in the tattoo is crossed out, which is unusual. He wore an orange cowboy hat with 2 pins on the brim, one of which read smile, the other is sad. He had a necklace of red beads around his neck, tied with a sign of a skull, and a dagger at his waist. But the most striking thing was the pattern on his back. It was a majestic bone cross with a certain sea pirate's trademark crescent moon beard in the center. Saber and Munch D. Luffy's sworn brother, captain of Whitebeard's Pirates Squad 2, and natural burning fruit ability, Potika's D. Ace. Hey, do you know who you're talking to? A pirate stood by the side of the ship, staring provocatively at Ace, his tone full of disdain and arrogance. Our captain is Dash. Before the words were out of his mouth, and before the pirate had time to proclaim his captain's prowess, suddenly he was pulled in by a strong arm. Shut up! The atmosphere on the ship became grave for a moment, and the laughter of the pirates came to an abrupt end, turning their heads and looked to the man who had suddenly spoken up. That's the pirate captain they've seen so much of. Hey, what's a guy like you doing here? The captain's eyes locked on Ace, and a cold sweat broke out on his face as the leader of Whitebeard Pirates Squad 2, the Fire Fist with a bounty of 550 million berries. Ace raised an eyebrow slightly. You know me. Then, I'm chasing someone. Ace's gaze became sharper and his tone became serious with it. His name is Marshall D. Teach. He's a traitor. Chapter 56, Lao Si. It's time for you to make your move. Tiki? Haven't heard. What about Blackbeard? Haven't heard that either. Ace held up his cowboy hat, a look of headache showing on his face. His brows knitted and his eyes narrowed slightly. His heart filled with doubt. Tiki, the guy who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Where the hell did he go? To brutally murder your own companion for that devil fruit. This kind of thing would never be allowed to happen in the Whitebeard pirates. He couldn't understand it, and he couldn't accept it. Where the hell did that asshole go? Ace whispered to himself, anger burning like a flame in his chest. Even if Tiki hid as far away as he could, no matter what part of the ocean he ran into, he himself will certainly bring him back with his own hands and give him the punishment he deserves. Gambling on the honor of Papa Whitebeard. So, Ace paused for a moment, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he pulled a bounty slip from his pocket and handed it to the captain. The photo of the person on the sheet was clearly visible. It was a large face that, revealing an aura of distinction. The captain took the bounty list, looked at it carefully, and then with a sharp shock, the sea pirate who has been gaining fame on the East Sea recently. Straw Hat Luffy? Right. Have you seen him? The captain was silent for a moment and shook his head. Never seen it. Okay. Ace sighed, his eyes firm. Tell him, if you meet him, that I will wait for him in Alabaster for 10 days. He paused a little, and with a deep gleam in his eye. The voice was low and strong. Late, please. Okay. By the way, to trouble you again, do you know this man? Ace took a newspaper out of his arms, and the headline of the newspaper read East Coast Daily. It's rumored that a man has appeared in the East Sea who can't even see through the moves of Hawkeye Mihawk. There was a hint of surprise in Ace's words, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. According to reports, he's a headquarters colonel in the Navy. I have a close friend who wants to determine specific information on this. Bista, the leader of the 5th squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, who is a good friend of his own, also an accomplished swordsman, obsessed with swordplay. The other day, Bista overheard Mihawk's name in the paper. Then he read the paper in detail and was shocked. He couldn't have imagined there would actually be a move that even the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, couldn't see through. He was very eager to see such a sword art with his own eyes. He learns that he's about to go to paradise to hunt down Tiki. Specially requested himself to find out information about this naval colonel. But when I came to paradise, I asked around. Still haven't found any definitive information on the colonel. There are so many colonels in the Navy headquarters, and until we find out exactly what happened to this colonel, it was not good to reply directly to Bista himself. I happen to know. The captain's voice suddenly broke into Ace's thoughts. His own pirate ship had just left from Rogue Town to resupply, and being adept at gathering information. A lot of information was gathered about Colonel Itchin in Logtown. He paused. That Navy captain's name is Itchin. Itchin? Yes. He's Admiral Yellow Sorrow's new adjutant. Really? That's great. There was a flash of joy in Ace's eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he, finally, a definite news. Any idea where this colonel is located? According to information overheard, Colonel Itchin has just left Logtown a short time ago, toward Alabaster. Alabaster? Ace was ecstatic. It was a coincidence that he was going to Alabaster himself. Thank you very much. He finished, cast a grateful glance at the captain, and then leapt lightly into his own boat. The body drew a graceful arc in the air and landed precisely on the deck. Boom! Ace's burning fruit ability was instantly activated, and he was surrounded by a blazing fire that The scorching heat wave came over him like a big invisible net enveloping him. The boat's engine started violently. A flame erupted from its tail, and instantly accelerated. The firelight reflected on the sea. The boat sped toward Alabaster. Ace stood at the bow and pulled out a phone bug. Brew blue. Hello, Ace? Vista. Good news. What is it? Got tiki? No. I found out exactly what and exactly where that colonel is. He is Colonel Ichin, the new adjutant to Admiral Yellow Saru, and his next stop is Alabaster. Great. I'll report back to Pops. Vista's delighted voice came over the phone bug. And then move immediately. I'll see you in Alabaster. Yes, Alabaster. Rape Harbor. A huge warship docked slowly at an empty pier, its hull rocking gently in the sea breeze. It made a dull ringing sound. However, strangely enough, the dock was unusually quiet, without even a hint of a lively atmosphere. There was an ominous silence in the air. It was as if even the sound of the waves was swallowed up by this empty silence. Yo, what's going on here? Ichin held his cigar in his mouth and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke as his eyes scanned the surroundings. His brow furrowed slightly with a hint of doubt. He was just about to lead a bloodbath into the oleander himself. The tea and desserts purchased earlier in Logtown were consumed. There's no way to play poker without having something in your mouth to hold or chew on. He gently stroked his chin, his eyes gazing at the empty dock in front of him, his brow furrowing slightly as the vibe is, how can I put it? A little weird. Just as Ichin was about to cast his seeing color hegemony, trying to scope out the situation by sensing the sense around him, Chloe suddenly spoke up. Colonel. Crow's gaze was locked on the silent dock, too, and there was an alertness in his eyes that, his finger pointed into the distance, his gaze deep and focused. Look. Ichin looked along with his pointing finger, only to see some goods piled up sporadically on the pier. It looks extremely messy. The wind blew the scattered crates and broken bags in all directions. Even some of the boxes have tipped over, exposing the clutter inside. The empty scenes and scattered objects made the entire harbor look like it had experienced a sudden chaos, as if a fierce conflict had just ended. These are the goods that were supposed to be carried, and it looks like pirates are supposed to be coming here in oleander. Crow analyzed in a low voice, a keen insight shining in his eyes. Those goods were obviously not moved as planned, and all that remains is a trail of chaos. Ichin nodded. Oh, in that case. He turned his head to Smoggy, who was off to the side, and a playful smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Senior, it's time for you to step up. Now that I think about it, there's an upside to having Smog on board. You won't have to do it yourself if you meet a pirate. After all, the ability of the nature fruit was hard to beat in the first half of the Great Voyage. Hey! Smoggy jerked around, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. You boy, I'm not one of your men. Don't you want to try out your growing strength? Sparring with Crow all day, does it reflect your sudden strength? Ichin, however, didn't care and smiled slightly. Smog smiled coldly when he heard this, then stepped to the forefront. Departure. It's up to me to make a move and wipe out the pirates. Crossing the pier, the whole scene opens up before you and you can't help but stop in your tracks. A group of pirates stood in front, majestic and arrogant. Yet, surprisingly, the people around them did not appear to be panicked or frightened. Instead, his face showed a kind of joy and excitement after the robbery. It seems that, despite being surrounded by pirates, these people don't feel like they're in a threatening situation. Instead, it was like a long-awaited regaining of freedom. All eyes unconsciously converged on the heights, where a man stood on a high platform with an upright posture. The black fur coat fluttered gently with the wind, and there was an aura in its majesty that could not be ignored. The man had his big back erect, a cigar in his mouth, and a hint of coldness and indifference in his eyes. Shakrakter? Ichin muttered. Isn't this the man behind the rain banquet that he's going to make money from soon? Old Sandy won't be annoyed when he makes 1 billion berries and walks away. I don't think so. Although, his own bounty was only 81 million berries. Crocodile's eyes glanced at Ichin and the others who had newly joined the battlefield. Navy? Is it the person Robin was talking about earlier? The one who's coming to visit Alabaster. Yellow Saru's adjutant, Colonel Ichin. I can't believe you actually came to see me. That's great. Crocodile exhales a satisfied smoke ring and it seems that this newly promoted Yellow Ape adjutant has a good eye. Know who you should come and worship first when you come to Alabaster. Then he shouted at Ichin. Ichin boy. You, very good. Ichin pointed at himself, his face full of questions. Me, 5 chapters. It's the first time I've done so much coding in one day. Woke up in the morning and sat in front of the computer until just now, but really did it. Yang was also very happy. First 10,000 shifts. Ask for a small gift. Thank you. Chapter 57, this kind of strength? If it's true, a proper general in waiting. First off, I'm terribly sorry that Jan reviewed yesterday's 5 chapters today, realized that the last chapter had a lot more nonsense and meaningless descriptions, and really had gotten dizzy from the yards. Young has made abridged changes, so lords who want to read it can reread it. Succinct version, Ace doesn't get Blackbeard and Luffy. Turning to Ichin's news, as his good friend Bista had overheard the East Coast Journal. The pirate captain questioned by Ace had just finished resupplying from Rogue Town and informed Ace about Ichin, who then informed Bista. New World. The sea was rough at the Whitebeard Pirates compound. A huge pirate ship docked at the wharf of the garrison, a ship of peculiar shape that, like a huge beluga whale, majestic and imposing. It is the Moby Dick, the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. Tap dash. Steady footsteps echoed across the deck at a somewhat hurried pace. A tall, strong, broad-shouldered man headed deeper into the cabin. His skin was tanned, and he had 2 curved black mustaches on his face. Wearing a large dark blue bowler hat, he was wearing a ripped, dark blue shirt that revealed a thick chest of hair that, with a black cape, earrings in his ears, and white gloves reflecting his powerful arms. The pants were light blue, and 2 sharp western swords hung at his waist with a touch of majesty and murderousness. Bista, the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates' 5th squad, is nicknamed Blossom Sword. Bista, city in Ostfold, Norway. He walked straight to the depths of the Moby Dick's hold. Cough, cough. From the depths of the cabin came a low cough, and then, a hoarse but concerned voice rang out. Pops, your body. Bista frowned slightly, stopping in his tracks as he looked over to the source of the voice. Only a man with a blonde punk head, a dagger attached to his waist, and the symbol of the Whitebeard Pirates tattooed on his chest was sitting there. Marco, captain of Whitebeard's Pirates Squad 1. The substantial no. 2 figure in the group. Marco, name. Ahem. The coughing continued. Bista's gaze involuntarily shifted to the source of the voice. As the sighting deepens, he saw a large and stocky man. His form was like a majestic mountain that nearly filled the space around the captain's seat. The man wore a black turban and a white cloaked coat of. The corners of his coat swayed gently with his cough. He had a curved white beard, which was shaped like a stringed moon and hooked upwards. Edward Whitebeard Newgate, one of the 4 emperors, is the ruler of the New World. Whitebeard, name. Don't worry, Marco, I'm a white-bearded man. It's just a few injuries. Whitebeard laughed, his voice rough and powerful, resounding throughout the cabin. And, I'm going to get drunk. Bring the wine. Pops, you can't drink anymore. Marco approached him, and with a complicated look in his eyes, clearly concerned about Pop's state, there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. Marco, silly son, the white-bearded man grinned, revealing rows of white teeth. Wine, that's my medicine. He picked up the bottle with bravado, tilted his neck, and drank freely. The liquor slid down his throat, bringing a pleasant rush of heat. Ouch. He turned his gaze to Bista, who had walked in, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Bista, looking for me for something? Bista looked complicated and took a deep breath. Pops, I'd like to take a trip to paradise. After he had learned from Ace that Colonel Ichin had just hoofed it over to Whitebeard to report. As a swordsman, he wanted so badly to see for himself the man Mihawk identified with and his unparalleled swordsmanship. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow slightly, a flash of surprise in his eyes when he heard Bista's words. Paradise? Paradise, for myself, is really a very old word. Yes, Ace found the information I needed over in paradise, and I'd like to make the trip. Yes. Did you read about the colonel in the paper? Marco interjected, a glint of interest in his eyes that, he whispered, the one who performs a blade art that even Mihawk can't see through. It was himself who took that paper to Bista in the first place. Myself when I first saw that paper. The first thought is some unscrupulous journalist is exaggerating for attention. After all, a sword technique that could make Mihawk impervious sounded like a pipe dream. But, the next thing I read for myself was the detailed description of the, also saw a picture of Mihawk dueling with another swordsman. At that moment, authenticity was assured. Himself then took that paper to Bista, for the same swordsman. This news must be of interest to Bista. As it happened, Bista fidgeted after reading the paper and, obviously deeply impressed by the news. As a swordsman, a strong curiosity and desire for a challenge ignited in his heart. However, it happened in the East Sea, one of the 4 seas, which is too far away from the New World, and there's no specific information about that colonel. It is certainly not advisable to act blindly. As it happens, Ace is traveling to paradise to hunt down Tiki, and Bista asks him to gather information. Now it seems that Ace should have gotten the exact information. There was a glint of curiosity and exploration in Whitebeard's eyes. Something that even Marco was somewhat interested in made him stop the glass in his hand. His eyes turned to Bista. Newspaper? Bring it to me. Without hesitation, Bista pulled the paper out of his arms and handed it to Whitebeard with both hands. Whitebeard took the paper and unfolded it as he went along, his eyes glued to the words on it. A colonel from the Navy headquarters? A blade art that Mihawk can't even see through? Whitebeard quickly skimmed through the newspaper, and the light in his eyes gradually changed, eventually becoming sharper and sharper. His pupils contracted slightly, as if he realized the seriousness of the matter. Mihawk, the world's #1 great swordsman, whose swordsmanship is considered unrivaled. Whitebeard murmured in a low voice, his eyes deep as if pondering something. There would actually be an existence that could make him impervious? The news sent waves through Whitebeard's mind. While Bista and Marco might just be interested in the unknown swashbuckler, but as one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard's vision is obviously much broader, and the level of consideration far exceeds that of the others. Swordsman? He laughed softly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Sword masters don't just become them. Powerful swordsmanship requires a strong body and physical skills to support it. And what do those two mean? It means powerful armed color hegemony and seeing color hegemony. What's more, this man's swordsmanship is recognized by Mihawk. That means that in the path of sword arts, he has already touched the pinnacle. If the world government can find a fruit of nature for this kernel, or a sufficiently strong phantom beast seed fruit, then there's no doubt that a new great general candidate will appear. A few more years of honing will surely see the emergence of a rising new admiral in the Navy. Every admiral-level battle power is enough to affect the balance of the scales. The new world may well be turned upside down as a result. You can't afford not to prepare early for the sake of your sons. Whitebeard mused, then snapped. Ace found out anything about this man? Yes, Ace found his exact information. Bista nodded, certainty in her eyes. He's Colonel Ichin of the Navy headquarters. Admiral Yellow Sorrow's new adjutant. Now in paradise on the great voyage. Ichin? Whitebeard repeated the name in a low voice. Yellow Ape's lieutenant? His tone was tinged with a hint of skepticism, clearly intrigued by the name. He paused for a moment, his brows tightening slightly as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Then he turned to Bista, his gaze revealing a few hints of command. Bista, you reach out to this colonel. See his attitude. Find out how he sees justice. Yes. Bista nodded without hesitation, a flash of determination in her eyes. However, Whitebeard's orders didn't end there, as his eyes swept around once again and it suddenly landed on a man who was standing aside. The man's face was stoic, with an angular face and sparse eyebrows, giving him a cold feeling. Jaws. Whitebeard's voice became lower. You and Bista together. Go meet that colonel. Jaws, captain of Whitebeard's Pirates Squad 3. Devil Fruit Superman Shining Fruit ability. Nicknamed Diamond. Jaws nodded, the expression on his face remaining calm. Yes, Pops. Bista and Jaws are out together, heading towards Alabaster. The Whitebeard Pirates 30 years ago. Chapter 58 Clow. Clean it up. They're interfering with my ability to watch the show. Alabaster. Rapeseed Square. Crocodile stood high above the crowd in the square, looking down on them. There was a flash of cold satisfaction in his eyes. That feeling of being in control of everything caused an unspeakable pleasure to rise within him. It was wonderful, he whispered to himself, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling into a sneer. He likes this position. Loved the feeling of having everyone reduced to a pawn in your vision. Every movement, every shift, is firmly in his grasp. The eye slowly turned to the naval party coming up the side of the square. A flicker of interest flashed in Crocodile's eyes. He recognized at once the naval captain who had walked in the forefront. Smog. White Hunter Smog? Crocodile raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The famous naval captain of the Eastern Sea. He laughed softly. However, it's already good enough to be able to act as an authority in the East Sea, the East China Sea, the sea where the bounty is only 3 million berries per capita. There is no comparison to the pirates of the Great Voyage. Smog, in his own eyes, is nothing more than a minor character. However, the man who followed Smog, instead, it aroused more interest in Crocodile. The man looked handsome, tall, but the face carries an air of laziness and looseness, as if it was born with an unhurried spontaneity. This guy, Crocodile's heart fluttered, and his intuition told him that this navy is most likely Yellow Sorrow's new second-in-command. Ichin, you're the kid who's going to inspect Alabaster. A sneer curled the corners of Crocodile's mouth, and a deep interest flickered in his eyes as do you know whose territory Alabaster is? The thought flashed through his mind, and his gaze became sharper and sharper. It's me, one of the 7 Muskai under the king. Shah Crocodile, the pirates of Oleander. I let them in on purpose. He was confident, recalling how he had skillfully maneuvered behind the scenes. Created this seemingly chaotic but carefully orchestrated situation. This show was a chess game he set up to accomplish the theft of Alabaster. His eyes locked on Smog and Ichin, recalling what he'd said to Robin earlier. When they land in Alabaster, Have Ichin meet me personally. It seems that you have come specifically to pay your respects to me. The corners of Crocodile's mouth rose slightly, a little admiration in his eyes. Not bad. A little eye candy. Know who is the king of Alabaster. Your posturing is so low that it gives me some face. Then, as long as it doesn't affect my plan to steal the country, the world government can give a little face. I'll make sure you walk across Alabaster. With that in mind, Crocodile exhaled a deep smoke ring and, shouting toward Ichin and Smog, Ichin boy, Smog boy, you guys, it's great. Upon hearing the loud shout, Ichin and Smug couldn't help but look up. Ha, me? Ichin's face was full of questions, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He looked at the man standing high above him and his heart shook slightly. Standing tall, wasn't it Crocodile, the famous 50-50 god of war from the Pirate King? Nicknamed Sand Crocodile. His gender is in doubt. Old Shy, you can pretend to be a pussy. Why did you bring me into this? The corners of Ichin's mouth twitched slightly in his heart. Old Huang did mention before that he would make some arrangements. But this condescending gaze of Old Sha in front of us is not like treating a VIP, is it? Old Huang, is that how you arranged it? I won't take you with me when I go out again. You're a big general of the ministry. You have no face, and also the face fruit ability. Hey! Smog's anger was kindled, and his voice was low and strong, as if welling up from the depths of his throat. With a wave of suppressed anger, Crocodile, what's that look in your eye? Ever grumpy? He leaned forward and roared towards the Sand Crocodile. The world government's hand-picked Shichibukai? The old man was a Navy Mangina. If you really want to be reckless, those 5 old men, I dare to scold them. Who do you think you are? You're just a pirate. Shichibukai? It just so happens that I'm going to try my current instrumentality with you. Smog bellowed and swung his fist out violently, a thick white smoke filling the air around his fist. The wind of the fist brought up a storm that went straight at Crocodile. Humph. Crocodile looked at Smoggy's lunging attack, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a cold smile of disdain. And there was a twinkle of arrogance in his eyes. A punk colonel, how dare he be arrogant in front of my old man? Today, let me teach you well. With a casual wave of his hand, the sand beneath him began to tumble violently. An intense sandstorm formed instantly. Sand grains were blown about and the air was filled with a sense of oppression. That's how nature fruits are used. Crocodile let out a low gulp, and with a wave of his fingers, a sandstorm suddenly took shape and, towards Smog's fist head-on. Shirashi, with a low growl, Sandstorm lunged out like a raging sand snake. Meet Smog's white smoke fist. The two forces collided in the air, and a huge ringing sound and vibration shook the entire plaza. Dust flew up and the air became hot and dry from the collision. The periphery of the battlefield. Colonel, Crocodile is one of the 7 musketeers under the king. After all, would a blind war? The lieutenant colonel spoke with some concern, and with evident hesitation in his tone. Obviously there was some concern about the situation that was about to unfold. Commander, there's no need to worry, Crow said in a calm tone to the lieutenant colonel. He then turned and fiddled with a recliner, setting it up behind Ichin. Then, he got the parasol working again and made a gesture of invitation to Ichin. Crow is right. Why would Smog dare to disobey military orders with impunity? Ichin lit a cigar and exhaled a plume of smoke that, there was a meaningful glint in his eyes. Now that Smog has struck, it's good to see the show for yourself. He then gave Claw a thumbs up and adjusted his posture after. Lazily, he slumped down towards the recliner and exhaled a beautiful smoke ring. Because this guy, Smog, is one of the few friends of Admiral Green Pheasant, and Grand Admiral Green Pheasant, Kuzan. That's a guy who's cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Has the hottest heart but eats the coldest fruit. He smiled slightly, his eyes looking through the smoke to the battle in the distance. If there's something going on in the old Admiral Green Pheasant will bail him out. Ichin's eyes became more bemused and eyes returned to the Smog and Crocodile duel. Sparks of battle flew. As for yourself? Then there's even less to worry about. Old Yellow still has to rely on his name to travel around the East Sea. Just then, a loud noise disturbed Ichin's viewing. The remaining pirates in the square began to clamor. Captain, it looks like Crocodile is fighting with the Navy. Isn't he from the world government? The Navy is also in the world government. Isn't that good? They dog eat dog. Wouldn't it be better if we continued to burn and loot? Ichin frowned, took a deep drag on his cigar, and exhaled a soft wisp of smoke that, the eyes became colder and colder. Then slowly turning his head, he looked at Crow, who was standing straight behind him, his tone unhurried. Crow, clean it up. They're interfering with my ability to watch the show. Yes, Crow's eyes snapped up, and he looked up, a cold smile curling the corners of his mouth. None of these pirates will get out of Oleander alive today. Today is still 2 chapters. With a slight adjustment, Starting tomorrow Xiaoyang will try to do 3 a day. Express, thanks. Ask for a little gift. Chapter 59, Kingsdown Group Gold Medal Accompaniment, Crocodile. Ah, ha, woo. A series of screams echoed through the Oleander Square. There was tension and panic in the air, as if every scream spoke of pain and fear. Damn it, how did? The leader of the pirates stared at Clow in front of him with a face full of horror, his lips trembling slightly. The voice was so low as to be almost inaudible, as if muffled by something. His heartbeat pounded violently and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The Navy man in front of me, thin and unassuming looking on the outside. But he easily defeated every single pirate under his command. Just before the pirate leader could regain his senses, the screams around him resounded once again. Those pirates who tried to attack Oleander didn't have the slightest chance of resisting in front of Clow. All the attacks were easily neutralized while they were crushed like paper and all knocked down. Damn it! You go to hell! The pirate leader gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with insane rage. He raised his heavy blade and slashed at Crow. Meh! A cold smile flashed in Clow's eyes. Shadow shave. In an instant, Clow's figure disappeared into the air like a ghost. Leaving only the aftermath of the air ripping apart. What? The pirate leader's eyes instantly widened, and it was too late to react. Boo! A dull thud rang out as Crow hammered a hard punch into the pirate leader's stomach. That punch carried an extreme amount of power, as if it was going to crush the head's internal organs. It made his whole body bend and he coughed in agony. Crow grabbed the pirate leader's collar with a smooth, precise grip. With his other hand, he nonchalantly pushed his glasses gently with his wrist. The sunlight poured down through the cracks above the plaza, shining on Clow's glasses and the lenses reflected a cold glint. The light was like a sharp blade, sharp and cold, stabbing the pirate leader right in the heart of the. It made him shiver involuntarily, and a chill quickly spread along his spine. A smile appeared at the corners of Clow's mouth, one that carried satisfaction. The thought crossed his mind, is this who I am now? Once, I was just an unknown pirate on the sea, relying on schemes and wisdom in the East China Sea small fame. Fighting? I wasn't very good at it back then. But now, standing on the great voyage, facing these pirates who once made themselves unattainable, they were, however, just targets to be abused at their own whim. That, in a nutshell, is growth. Crow closed his eyes slightly, thinking back to the time he had spent following Colonel Lichen with a great deal of emotion. Improvements in talent and advances in combat skills are both contributing to this phenomenon, and it all started with the guidance and nurturing of Colonel. Praise the Colonel. He looked down at the pirate leader who had been scared almost out of consciousness, his tone cold as an ice blade. Immediately afterward, he snapped his fingers, and they traced an electrifying trajectory through the air that leopard shotgun. The strength of his entire body coalesced in his index finger, and the rapidly hardening fingertip carried an astonishing penetrating power that it quickly pierced the pirate leader's body as if it were a gunshot. That blow, so strong that it sent the pirate leader's entire body flying. The body drew an arc in the air and finally fell heavily on the ground with a dull muffled sound. Remember, next life, don't disturb the Colonel's pleasure. Crow patted himself down unhurriedly, moving with grace and aplomb. He walked slowly towards Ichin's back, standing straight, his figure like a standing mountain. Solid as a rock. Not far away, smoke and dust intertwined in the air, creating a chaotic yet shocking picture. Dang! With a heavy thud on the ground, the battle finally came to a halt. The Crocodile and Smog each stepped back and pulled away. Crocodile's eyes swept coldly over they. Eyes lingered on the pirate leader who had fallen from the sky. Only half of the pirate leader's body was buried in the sand, his blood seeping into the soil and, people have obviously gone to hell. His gaze didn't linger for long, and he soon swept across the entire square. The surrounding pirates had fallen in full force, none of them escaping. A hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes, and finally his gaze rested on Clow behind Ichin. All the pirates were cleared out by that Navy soldier. Crocodile's eyes tightened instantly, the chill in his eyes deepening. The Marine, in his ordinary naval uniform and cap. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary soldier, but he easily knocked down those pirates one by one, effortlessly. This kind of strength was completely inconsistent with the level of an ordinary naval soldier. As one of the 7 musketeers, I know the rank system in the Navy, the violent organization directly under the world government. The basic naval uniform must be worn up to the level of a naval first class. Sergeants and above only have the right to choose what to wear. School officers may wear the coat of justice, which is a symbol of their status, symbolizing their unique status, in order to create panic among the masses, and also to better by people when their heroes make their debut. He himself deliberately allowed these pirates, whose strength is not to be underestimated, to enter Alabaster, trying to create a shock and awe show. but it turned out that this seemingly mild-mannered Navy man, surprisingly, he defeated those pirates so easily and effortlessly. He directly ruined his own plan to make a hero appearance. More to his own surprise, Smoggy was not, as he had previously learned, relying solely on the ability of the smoke fruit. There was something extraordinary about his physique and physical skills, clearly far beyond the level of the average branch admiral. It's not right. Very much 12% wrong. Before Crocodile could have more thoughts, a flirty voice broke his musings. Hey! Smog stood by, his eyes locked coldly on Crow. A smile with a hint of challenge appeared on his face. As his fist clenched, a cloud of white smoke poured out of his palm, spreading instantly, and a metallic black sheen shimmered on his fist. In the clash just now, with the same nature-based ability, neither of the two could do anything about their devil fruit abilities. This left the two in a sort of subtle stalemate. But because of this, the clash between the two was more of a purely physical and carnal clash. Smoggy had faintly felt the threshold of the armed color hegemony in the collision just now. Smoggy stared at Crocodile dead in the face, like an old smoker who has seen an extinct cigar. This is a Shichibukai-level sparring match. If one can thoroughly master the most elementary armed color hegemony here, Crocodile, I would call you the gold medal chaperone of the king's next group. Smooth. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth in a battle cry. Come on, get on with it. Crocodile, come on and keep polishing my wear. Come on, let's keep fighting. Let's continue to improve my armed color hegemony. Crocodile looked at Smog's undisguised wariness and challenge, and an unspeakable rage welled up inside. The original plan for the hero's appearance was ruined by the Navy soldier. That's even. Just plan another one yourself. The Navy kills pirates as a matter of course. But, Smoggy, now he wants to make himself his whetstone? If you can tolerate a soldier, you can't tolerate a sand. His hands moved slightly, and were instantly covered with a layer of glittering metallic-colored armed color hegemonic aura that power caused the air around them to instantly freeze, as if there was an invisible pressure pressing down on them. Smog, you already have a way of getting killed. Chapter 60. Head Coach Ichin is warming up. Yellow sand filled the air and covered every inch of Rapeseed Plaza. There was tension in the air as the crowd gathered in the corners of the square and, whispering about what had just happened, panic and curiosity mingled on their faces. My God, when those vicious pirates pounced on us just now, I almost thought I was going to GA. Don't worry, Mr. Crocodile is here. He's the patron saint of Alabaster. It's fine. Yeah, right. The man next to him nodded, trust twinkling in his eyes. But how did Mr. Crocodile get into a fight with a naval officer? Isn't he one of the 7 muskai under the king? The king's 7 musketeers are the people of the world government, and the navy is also the people of the world government. I don't know, but Mr. Crocodile will win, right? Definitely. He's superb. You're all too optimistic. 50-50 if you ask me. A calmer man shook his head, his eyes scrutinizing the situation in the square. Did you guys see that pirate leader? It only took a few seconds for him to be defeated by that navy. He couldn't last a single move. Yeah, it's too fast. Almost instantly, all the pirates were cleared out. Look, you guys, the navy that cleaned out all the pirates, standing behind a man in a lazy recliner. That man would be his officer, right? The other man said suddenly, his eyes focused on Ichin in the distance. I think I just heard that Clockter called the 2 admirals Ichin and Smog. Yeah, that's Smoggy that's sparring. Mr. Crocodile just called his name. That admiral lying down smoking a cigar would be Ichin. It should be. The other nodded, his eyes falling on Ichin through the intense sunlight, and couldn't help but sigh. What a young, handsome naval officer. But, someone skimmed suspiciously, and their eyes couldn't help but show a hint of jealousy that, how can he be so laid back? Maybe because he's the highest ranking official? Highest? The highest officer in this navy? This slouching face is the top officer? Just then, a girl's voice came softly, with a hint of shyness and excitement in her tone. What lazy? That's called decadently handsome. As soon as her words left her mouth, the surrounding group of nymphomaniac women immediately let out an excited laugh. Exchanging shy, excited glances with each other. Sister is right. So right. However, Ichin, who was being talked over. At this point, however, he was staring at the battle between Smog and Crocodile with a grave expression. Olds, after the special training on the ship and sparring with Crow, physically, he already has the ability to master the initial armed color hegemony. But sparring with Crow isn't really real combat, after all. That's why Laois has never been able to break through that invisible barrier. Now this is a great opportunity indeed. Lao Si can try to master the armed color hegemony by continuing to fight Sand Crocodile. But, the Sand Crocodile is the one that has mastered the armed color. At this point, Senior is going to lose out. Armed color hegemony in a battle against a nature fruit. If the nature fruit is not elementalized in time, it will be caught solid by the armed color buster, which in turn causes damage to the main body, because mutual fruit powers don't work. So now Smug and Sand Crocodile are in a physical battle. If Old's reaction can't keep up, Ichin thought darkly in his mind and frowned. Getting punched by a Sand Crocodile is going to hurt. Sure enough, what Ichin feared happened. Who dash? Crocodile swung a punch so hard that the swift winds of his fist tore through the air. It came straight at Smog with a powerful force. Dang! The fist slammed hard into Smog's chest, and the dull thumping sound with palpitating intensity. Smog's body jolted and his face instantly paled. Ahem! Smoggy coughed. Damn it! He cursed, his heart filled with remorse. Not bad for a sand crocodile that hangs out on the Great Voyage. He himself had still been deserted in Logtown for too long. Who dash? The sound of breaking air rang out again, and Crocodile's second punch came pounding in like lightning. Smog reacted quickly, shifting his body slightly to the side, but still not completely avoiding it. Dang! The punch, still landing hard on Smog's shoulder. The heavy impact caused his entire body to tremble violently. However, Ichin, who was watching the battle from afar, saw his eyes light up. Lao Si's body that, with a conditioned reflex to make a prediction about the blow, even though he didn't exactly duck out of the way. The reaction that, it was the initial awakening of the seeing color hegemony. Ichin gently inhaled his cigar, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. One can provide appropriate guidance, and, allowing Lao Si to feel the smell color hegemony more deeply in battle. Who dash? Another punch whistled. Old's, left. Ichin's voice was unhurried. Sniffing, Smog reacted in a split second, his body quickly dodging to the left as if by instinct. Successfully avoids the strikes from Crocodile. This time, the movements were smoother than before, and it seemed that they had gotten the hang of things. Who dash? Without stopping, the sand crocodile viciously threw out the golden hook of his own left hand, heading straight for Smog's chest. Up there! Ichin's voice was slightly slower than before, but it was filled with the same precision and calmness. Smog ducks down decisively and avoids the straight hook without hesitation. In contrast to the previous maneuver, this one was more responsive and flexible. It was as if he had begun to take control of the battle. Down there! As Ichin's voice rang out, Smog's movements were completed at the same time. Smog does a violent backflip, gracefully avoiding the sand crocodile's sweeping kicks. Movements are clean. Put. Ichin lifted his head and comfortably exhaled a smoke ring, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Lao Si's seeing color hegemony has steadily awakened. A moment ago, Smoggy had already reacted correctly to his own reminder already. This is the best proof. In the future, it's just a matter of continuing to hone and gradually refine. Ichin whispered softly to himself, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on the sand crocodile who was filled with anger. That's great. Shah. This chaperone deserves 5 stars. Asterisk. Sandy Crocodile stared intently at Smog, who had landed gracefully, the anger in his eyes almost consuming him. How can you not see it for yourself? Each of his own attacks sharpened Smoggy's 5 senses. The gradual awakening of his seeing color hegemony allows him to anticipate attacks and avoid danger. Now he's touched the door of the seeing color buster. Smog grinned slowly, a glint of confidence in his eyes. And, is this the seeing color hegemony? He took a deep breath and whispered. That's nice. Sand Crocodile. You shut up. Crocodile's face grew more and more somber. He, one of the 7 martial seas under the king, was being used as a chaperone by these 2 naval colonels. Smoggy has awakened his Umbreon color hegemony. Wouldn't it fulfill him if he continued to fight against him? But Ichin, who has been instructing from the sidelines, didn't want to get involved in the action the whole time. It was Smoggy who just stormed into the square first. Normally, the stronger naval officers would be at the front of the line. By that logic, Ichin is clearly not as strong as Smog. So, is it just the excellent swinging colonel and the color of smell? That's the way it should be. Humph. You don't know what's good for you just because you've mastered a few sniffing color hegemony auras? How dare you point your finger at me? You're using me as a sparring partner? The sand crocodile's heart was filled with resentment and anger at the thought. His eyes glared as he roared angrily toward Ichin. Ichin boy, come up here. Ha! Ichin pointed at himself with a puzzled expression. Me on? Ha ha. Smug couldn't help but laugh, and smugly lit a cigar that. Silently, he walked out of the center of the battlefield, prepared to watch a sand crocodile take a beating. Right. Sand crocodile nodded fiercely. I'm going to get back at you. It's okay. Ichin smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth curving up in a confident arc as he slowly stood up and Mayumi stretched. He then took off his cloak of justice and threw it to Clue. La Sha is known as the god of war of 50/50ths. Weak can lose to a straw hat that's just out of the sea. Strong can slam C at the top war. One would also like to recruit CP9 to join in the future. It just so happens that one needs to be able to apply pressure externally that the gold medal chaperone who pushes his subordinates to keep getting better. The way I see it, you'd fit right in. Old Shah. If that's what it takes, that would be so much fun. It's delightful to think about. Thank you for the gifts. Your lordships. Xiao Yang is still working on the words, and will code the 3rd chapter tonight, and post it together with tomorrow's 3 chapters. Express, thanks. Lastly, I'd like to ask for a small gift. Chapter 61, Old Shah, first give Lao Zi a good morning. Magnetic Drum Island. The Kingdom of Barrels. As night fell, a bright full moon hung in the sky, shedding a silvery light. Boo, boo. The roar of artillery fire was deafening, like thunder breaking through the silent night sky. The shells, carrying special substances, made dazzling flashes of fire in the air. The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the island. A sky full of pink snowflakes falling lightly, soft as feathers, dotting the dark curtains of late night. It's like a rain of cherry blossoms falling from the sky. That's the cherry blossoms in sea air. Cherry blossoms in sea air. The fall of Valpo, the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom and a tuna fruit powerhouse, declared victory for the Straw Hat Gang. Tony Joba successfully boarded the Mary and became an official member of the Straw Hat Gang. It was the perfect ending to a difficult adventure that had been fought to the death. The Mary, in the dim light of morning, sailed quickly to its next destination. As the voyage accelerates, the landscape of Magnetic Drum Island fades away and the next stop Alabaster, Oleander Square. The crowd's eyes were focused on Itchin, who was walking towards Crocodile. You guys, look, Itchin is getting ready to go on. A low murmur spread, and many people focused their eyes on Itchin's figure. There was curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. Everyone saw it, right? Smoggy took a few punches from Mr. Crocodile in a row. So I guess there's no way to keep fighting. So there's going to be a change? It should be. It's the same for anyone else. Mr. Crocodile is the 7 musketeers, and his strength far exceeds that of these navies. Alabaster doesn't need these navies. Just having the demon Mr. Crocodile is enough. In this fight, I'm betting on Mr. Crocodile to win. That's right. However, immediately afterward, a sweet-looking, weak-complexioned young lady gently shook her head and, with a few mischievous glints in her eyes, her voice was soft but firm. People don't feel that way. She pointed to Itchin, who was standing in the distance, the adoration in her eyes almost overflowing with. That naval officer, with his extraordinary temperament, looks impressive at first glance. How can you not support Mr. Crocodile? But the Navy is also righteous. The Navy can expel pirates too. Have you forgotten who brought down those pirates? No, you don't even know the officer. Why don't you recognize him? His name is Itchin. The thing is, it's not like he knows your name. He doesn't need to know. You love brain. My mom is just love-brained. So what? Right. As soon as her words were out of her mouth, the surrounding spontaneous formation of each in solidarity group ladies immediately responded enthusiastically. Laughter and noise resounded around. We're just in love brain. So what? So what? The center of the battlefield. Tap dash. Itchin stood still in front of the sand crocodile and smiled slightly, a playful glint in his eyes. The voices of those who were just talking in the square heard themselves clearly. Alabaster's little change is so passionate. What can we do about this? Firefighter someone is going to be big again? But Lao Sha is really a talent. Knows how to strategize and run a business. Know how to put on a show to buy people's hearts and use the power of the masses to fight back against the system. This stands out in this great sea that generally relies on brute force. He himself could try to take him in if he wanted to build power to change the world. But one does not seek fame and fortune. Nor does one have great ambitions to change the world. I just want to live in peace and quiet until I'm old and have nothing to do but wander around, fishing, sunbathing, and enjoying the good things in life. Otherwise, what was he doing in Alabaster this time? The old man is here to touch the fish for tourism. I almost forgot before that old Sandy is now the regent of Alabaster. Just beat old Sandy into submission. It means better service, a better viewing location, more watery. Ahem. Besides, old Sandy's 50-50 attribute could be used to give himself a hand. CP9 from the Judicial Island period. Even the most basic armed color hegemony and seeing color hegemony have not been mastered, and the only thing that can be taken out is the 6 styles. But, the iron block. Don't want it. CP9 is a little too weak for its own good right now. Subordinates that are too weak will not be used enough. You can't wait for them to grow slowly. You have to put enough pressure on them in the process. And judging by Smogger's sparring sessions with Sand Crocodile, old Sandy is an ideal accompaniment. Natural fruit. Without armed color bay. cannot be subdued at all. And Sand Crocodile not only mastered the armed color hegemony, he could have hammered them better in sparring. So old Shah, which position do you want to fall in? Ichin slowly drew out the 1,000 blades, the sword glinting coldly in the sunlight. When we're done beating up old Sandy, we'll find a place to smoke a cigar together and the feelings will be in place. With a big stick and sweet dates, there's no worry that he won't work hard to set himself up. Humph. Swords? The corners of the Sand Crocodile's mouth lifted into a cold smile. To Lao Zi, swords and knives are of little use at all. Who dash? True. But, what if it's a chop with water breath? Ichin exhaled slowly, and the 1,000 blades in his hand suddenly swung out, bringing up a harsh wind. Breath of water. High-type Takaru. An intense chopping attack came down from above, as if it were a waterfall. The air around them was instantly cut apart, and with it, a column of water fell violently. The blade of the 1,000 blades cut through the air like lightning, slicing deeply into the Sand Crocodile's chest. The blade splashed with droplets of water, and the sound of ticking water intermingled with the oozing of blood as a deep chopping mark immediately appeared on the Sand Crocodile's chest, and the stinging pain quickly spread throughout his body. What? The Sand Crocodile's eyes widened, and he looked down at the bright red blood, accompanied by the wet, watery. The shock inside was unspeakable. There's water on the knife, and one of the things that one's own Sasha fruit is most afraid of is water. Before he could fully react, a huge column of water violently erupted towards him. So much water. The Sand Crocodile's eyes were instantly covered with shock and fear as his body was struck by a jet of water that, instantly soaked, the drops dripping from his fur coat seemed to mock him silently. Now, there was no way he could continue to elementalize. Damn. The Sand Crocodile clenched his teeth, soaked to the bone and filled with rage, and, growling towards Ichin, he said, "What's the point of grabbing my old man's weakness? Ichin, fight me squarely." Ichin raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "I've let go of the sea. What more do you want?" However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the support group ladies who had just been amazed by his slash. They're dancing with their hands in the air, watching these ladies dance for themselves. Ugh. Ichin sighed, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as a helpless joy welled up in his heart. It's such a happy worry. I feel like I don't have enough time again. While we're at it, let's have another one that's a little more handsome. You can't let your own support group get cold feet, right? Old Shah. Ichin's tone instantly turned cold, and his eyes flashed. The breath in his body surged up like a flood. The air seemed to vibrate with the currents within him. The atmosphere of the entire Rapeseed Plaza became depressingly heavy. First, to the old man, pay your respects. A cold light flashed in Ichin's eyes, and he instantly released his massive overlord color hegemonic aura. The red airwaves like thunder suddenly swept across the entire square. Ichin grunted lightly, and as if on command, the crimson overlord colored hegemonic aura, instantly lunging towards the Sand Crocodile. The pressure in the air caused the surrounding air currents to shake. The Sand Crocodile immediately felt an irresistible pressure sweep over it. What? This is. The Sand Crocodile's pupils snapped as he could hardly believe his eyes. Isn't this something that only monsters inside the New World possess? Why? Why would this happen to a colonel who was promoted from branch to headquarters? It's the overlord color hegemony. The Sand Crocodile's voice trembled as he clenched his teeth in death. The crimson overlord-colored hegemonic aura came crashing down like an invisible giant wave, crushing him to the point where he could barely breathe. Dang! Sand Crocodile's center of gravity is momentarily unsteady on his feet. The entire person fell forward like a statue that had lost its support, kneeling on the ground, no longer able to stand. Chapter 62 Make you the true patron saint of Alabaster. Rapeseed Square. With the end of the battle, instantly filled with a low murmur of panic and chatter. There was tension and unease in the air, but soon that vibe was replaced by an unexpected excitement. "Oh my god!" a voice exclaimed, followed by more whispers of, "Mr. Crocodile has been defeated." There was a touch of shock in his voice, and almost no one could believe what had just happened. How is this possible? I told you, Brother Ichin is strong. Suddenly, an excited voice broke the silence of the square. This was followed by a chorus of surprised cheers. "Wow, that's cool. Did you guys see that look? So bossy. Love it, love it. What a dominating look. One look at people and they feel their bodies go soft. Needs an ambush. Bah, little hoof. Let me help you. Darn it, Mudzokai. I want Brother Ichin to help. You guys are shameless. Drop the reserve and dance." Sisters, some of the girls, not to be outdone, hooted and hollered as if to declare their camp. "Mr. Ichin-san." In the midst of all this giggling, the cry of Ichin Alabaster Solidarity Group once again echoed through the square. the center of the battlefield. Damn it! The sand crocodile clenched his teeth, his heart filled with anger and resentment. He struggled to hold his body together, forcing himself not to be stunned by the Overlord's color hegemonic aura. A flicker of fortitude flashed in his eyes. This aura was all too familiar to himself. This overwhelmingly powerful pressure. It was impossible to mistake. This was the qualification of the king of this great sea, the Overlord color hegemony. Once witnessed it when he challenged Whitebeard himself. At that time, Whitebeard's outburst of Overlord-colored hegemony was like a natural disaster, making people irresistible. And the Ichin in front of him even possessed this kind of terrifying power. This hegemonic aura was no less than Whitebeard's hegemonic color. And it's still a high-ranking hegemony color hegemony. The sand crocodile's inside set off monstrous waves, and the overwhelming pressure that came from the sky just then. Even the earth trembled at it. But the surrounding navy and the masses of Alabaster were unaffected in the slightest. This is the characteristic of a high-level hegemony color hegemony. Ichin, a true overlord with both mind skill and body. A naval colonel who was promoted from the branch to the headquarters has such strength. How did I pick such an opponent? The sand crocodile's heart was filled with remorseful annoyance. He thought back to the information he had gained earlier, before Ichin had risen from the East Sea to the headquarters. This guy had been hiding in the East Sea and hadn't revealed his sharpness too much. This leads one to make a misjudgment. Damn it! Now it seems to be a super powerful monster hibernating in the East China Sea. Now that he's come out of the East Sea, an existence sufficient to overturn the situation of the entire ocean had appeared. Step, step, step. Ichin's footsteps gradually approached, each step like a heavy hammer hitting the sand crocodile's heart. He barely managed to hold himself up, his body as if it was being pressed down by 1,000 pounds of stone. Eventually, he rolled over from his kneeling position and lay down on the floor, his ragged gasps echoing in the still air. The sand crocodile let out a deep breath, his eyes dead on Ichin. All the preconceptions in his mind collapsed in an instant. There was a time when I thought I had a carefully laid out plan for my hero's entrance. One can easily manipulate everything. But this man in front of me, a single/shattered all. Ichin. The sand crocodile clenched his teeth and whispered, "It's horrible. When did the Navy have a monster like you?" Ichin leaned over slightly and looked directly at the sand crocodile. "Don't worry, old Sandy. I'm not going to kill you. If you're dead, who's going to take me to get high without you? The groundhog? Go enjoy the tenderness of wheat-colored skin." The sand crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Ichin was great if he wasn't going to kill himself. Just wait until Ichin and Smug are gone. One can then continue to plot for Alabaster, and no one will be able to see through one's plotting. When one gets the ancient weapon, the Hades, everything will start all over again. Ichin gently turned around and looked at the ladies of his support group. Though they were dressed in dirty, tattered clothes, what can't be hidden is the youthful, bright and attractive face. If only these ladies would change into their fine attire and show off their original beauty. Oh, boy, what's wrong with that? Ichin's gaze glanced at the sand crocodile and saw the other party's expression of celebration. Old Shah, are you thinking of continuing your plan of stealing the country after you're gone? That's not good. Look at that. Under your governance, it's not even round to give these ladies the hunger they need. Gotta make up for it. You're in charge of this. Raise them all back to me. They also need fine clothing. It has nothing to do with wanting to see it yourself. Simply because one feels that they, themselves, deserve better. Sandy Crocodile. Ichin's low voice slowly spilled out from between his lips. The president of the crime syndicate, Baroque Works, codename Mr. 0 Foot. The sand crocodile's face instantly turned pale and his heartbeat was as heavy as a boulder. He looked at Ichin in shock, listening to him reveal his worst-kept secret. How is that possible? How does Ichin know all this? Ostensibly, the goal of the Baroque Work Society is to steal Alabaster. Ichin continued slowly. In fact, your real goal is to get information on the ancient weapon Hades. The sand crocodile's heart lurched as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. At that moment, my head went blank, and the Ichin in front of me was like a nightmare that could not be escaped. Gradually, he was driven into a corner. This can't be. The sand crocodile's eyes instantly became hollow, and fear came over him like a tidal wave inside. Ichin even knew his ultimate purpose. What the hell? What's going on? Fear rushed over him like a tidal wave, and it was as if all the blood in his body was flowing backwards. Done. The sand crocodile muttered in a low voice, deep fear welling up in his eyes. He could barely contain the shudder that ran through his heart. All the careful placement, every subtle chess move, now it all crumbled like a sandcastle before his eyes. If the world government and the Navy find out the truth about everything, I'm finished. The world government will never let itself go. Himself will be stripped of all titles and powers and reinstated to the bounty. back into the hands of the Navy as prey. And there are monsters like Ichin in the Navy. How could one possibly escape from such a monster? I'll be caught in the infinite hell of Propulsion City. The sand crocodile almost wailed in his mind. A bottomless abyss that will never see the light of day again. Who dash? The sand crocodile took a deep breath and tried to calm himself with that simple action. And yet, that deep fear was spreading rapidly, like a tidal wave of. It almost made him unable to control his breathing. He had to take his last chance to get a leg up for himself, even if it meant submitting to this naval colonel in front of him. Young Tatsu, how did you know? The sand crocodile's voice was low, with a hint of imperceptible trembling, and though his lips were pursed, but the fear inside has long been exposed. Old Sandy, though after I'm gone, you'll fail too. Ichin gently lit a cigar as he exhaled a slow puff of smoke. But now that I can show you the way to heaven, make you the true patron saint of Alabaster. Is there a more heavenly path than this? That the red will be shed over Alabaster? Thanks to user 40194348 for the great healthcare. Thanks to Her Majesty Queen Estes for 2 great gifts. Thanks to the other lords for their gifts. Yang is still working hard on the words. I'll post them as soon as I finish. Not tomorrow. 2 more chapters to follow. Chapter 63, Sensing with Hearing Color Aura? I'm the god of gamblers. Am I shameless? Near the Alabaster Sea. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A bicycle was slowly moving forward on the sea in a light gust of wind. The cyclist slouched in his seat, his movements unhurried. As the wheels turned, the ice stretched from the trail of bicycle tires. Forms a thin ice channel. Not far away, on the sea horizon, the shadow of land was emerging. Not far from Alabaster, Kuzan slowed his bike to a stop, his eyes fixed on the approaching land. The sea breeze blew gently across his face, bringing a slight coolness. However, right at this moment, an inexplicable pressure suddenly came from the air. Kuzan frowned slightly, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. There seemed to be something unusual about this aura. Boom! A low vibration suddenly came, and the sea seemed to be torn apart by an irresistible force. The red shockwave violently swept away, as if even the ocean was feeling the oppression of this. The water splashed like a giant running wave and the waves were raging. With that, the red shockwave came to an abrupt halt. As if guided by something, the air currents gradually coalesced, forming a powerful vortex that, toward a specific location in Alabaster to concentrate. Kuzan slowly withdrew that lazy look and frowned. What just? It's the Overlord color hegemony. The initial release of the Overlord's color hegemony, followed by the precise channeling of the, rapidly converge on an area of Alabaster. It's not a primordial, newly awakened hegemonic color hegemony. It's a high-ranking hegemony color hegemony. Kuzan whispered softly to himself, a flash of alarm in his eyes. The first half of the Great Voyage. Paradise? Is there such a character? Who is it? Could it be the Ichin that Smoggy mentioned? No, he only mentioned swordplay. So, wait. Smug. Kuzan's mind shook as an internal alarm went off almost simultaneously. Not good. Smog is in Alabaster. And if he meets someone like that, whoever it is, get over there and see for yourself. With a sharp grip on the bike's handlebars, he slammed his legs together and began to accelerate eagerly. Who dash? The wheel skimmed the surface of the sea with a low rumble, sprinting towards the direction where the Overlord Color Buster aura had just appeared. Young Tatsu, Tongtian Avenue? The sand crocodile's tone was filled with doubt. The real patron saint of Alabaster? Yes, the way to heaven. The corner of Ichin's mouth lifted in a meaningful smile. His voice was unhurried, as if he were recounting a fact that had long since been established. There is no more correct path than this. Ichin reached out and gently pulled the sand crocodile up. Come on, let's talk over there. Beside them, the enthusiastic support group is still waving excitedly. Someone waved her hand enthusiastically while showing a big smile. Lead the sand crocodile in the direction of the recliner. The girls screamed even louder. Smog watched the scene silently, knowing that an important conversation was about to unfold. He lit a cigar and took a deep drag before striding to keep up with them. Tatsuo, I still don't understand. Sand crocodile finally couldn't help but speak, a hint of eagerness and apprehension in his voice. After all, it's not just his future that's at stake. Also at stake was the continuation of all his machinations in Alabaster. Ichin sat back in the recliner with ease, his eyes deep in the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Sit. He pointed to the chair that Crow had just set up. The sand crocodile hesitated a little before still choosing to sit obediently. Old Shah. A glint of playfulness flashed in Ichin's eyes. In fact, after getting along for a long time, you'll realize that I'm a man who, very kind. Have one. Ichin took a cigar from his arms, a special cigar for the Grand Admiral, and handed it to the sand crocodile. The sand crocodile froze for a moment and rolled his eyes in his mind. You're amiable, my ass. almost got you killed. But he took the cigar which Ichin handed him helplessly, and sniffed it gently. The eyes glazed over asterisk asterisk. That's a top-of-the-line Navy internal special. That's a special that you can't buy for any amount of money except within the Navy. Tatsuo atmosphere. Thank you, Mr. Tatsu. Sand Crocodile lit his cigar with a happy face and a few glimmers of relaxation in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, enjoying the distinctive aroma of tobacco that. The smile on his face deepened. Smoggy also stood and exhaled a nonchalant ring of smoke. It was as if the whole world had gone quiet. The three old smokers began to gulp down clouds and the atmosphere gradually became cordial. Crow led a team of defeated pirates into the sea with LT. Colonel, it's not like those big, bold pirates are warm, beautiful ladies, lying there. Isn't it an eyesore for the colonel? Old Shah. Ichin exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and his eyes became lazy. First of all, we're traveling this time. Smog? Traveling? The sand crocodile froze for a moment, obviously a bit unresponsive, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. First you come and beat the out of me, then you tell me I'm here on a trip? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so, I would have gotten you straight to the top of the line and made sure you had everything you needed, so that you can send your master away in peace. Yeah, mostly just here to see Alabaster and feel the warmth of the place. You get it. Ichin smiled lazily, an easy playfulness tugging at the corners of his mouth. No problem. The sand crocodile was immediately revitalized upon hearing this. His eyes lit up, and his voice was filled with confidence. Arranging the top quality service for young Chen, guaranteed to satisfy you. It's really a tourist. As long as you don't send yourself into the city of propulsion, that sort of thing. Himself, as the uncrowned king of Alabaster, is small potatoes. Knowing that only one person has escaped from Propulsion City since it was built. That's one of the legends of the sea. Sky the Golden Lion. There was no way one could escape from it without outside help. We have a dedicated waterway to shuttle turtles. Binky. Sandy Crocodile continues to sell his quality service with a sense of pride in his words. Alabaster's top workhouse. The Baroque workhouse. You can provide the highest quality escort service for young Tatsu throughout the entire process. As for the enthusiasm, it also guarantees that young Chen will be satisfied. The girls of Alabaster. There's nothing to say. Aha. Ichin nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Obviously quite happy with the arrangement of the sand crocodile up the road. Besides, we're going to make a trip to the rain banquet, so make arrangements for that as well. A rain feast? Sand crocodile's eyes lit up slightly, obviously hearing the key word. No problem, but, he paused, as if weighing how to express himself, and his gaze darkened. Young Tatsu, with your strength, if you use your hearing color bay, his voice lowered, filled with awe, I'm afraid no one can play you. The corner of Ichen's mouth hooked slightly. A contemptuous smile surfaced. Old Shah, looking down on who? He leaned back in his chair and puffed out a smoke ring triumphantly, with an unmistakable confidence in his voice that, what's the use of seeing colors for my gambling skills? In 3 hours, I'll bankrupt you. I'm the record holder of 100 consecutive victories in Fighting Landlord and 100 consecutive victories in Mahjong on a warship. Gambling with a seeing color buster? I'm the god of gamblers. Am I shameless? Crow, who had finished cleaning up the pirates, was standing straight behind Ichin at that moment, listening to the words that, a cold sweat couldn't help but seep out on his forehead. The colonel's card tricks. Actually, it stinks. One more chapter. Yang will stay up all night to finish it, so get some rest. Good night. Chapter 64. Even if the world is against you, I'll protect you. Old Shah, now that everything else is arranged, let's talk to you about what you're most concerned about. Ichin's tone sank slightly, and a hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Old Sandy has given himself the best possible arrangement for enjoyment. Himself to show him a red pathway to heaven. His body leaned forward slightly, ready to get to the point. The sand crocodile noticed the sudden change in him and couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart. Finally, it's time for the most important thing of all, how one can get out of this heist in one piece. Ichin's gaze went across the tabletop and gazed deeply at the sand crocodile. Old Shah, this great sea now, the navy, the 4 emperors, and the 7 musketeers, a 3-pronged attack. Who do you think is the true hegemon? With these words, the atmosphere instantly froze. The sand crocodile gently froze, and all sorts of complicated thoughts quickly surfaced in his mind. He thought for a moment, and the topsy-turvy figure of Whitebeard came to mind. The grandeur that shook the sea. He said slowly, is it the 4th emperor? Ichin shook his head slightly, the corners of his mouth hanging in a smirking curve. Not true. Who is the overlord on this sea? Is it the king of the pirates, one of the 4 emperors? Or you skillfully circumscribed Shichibukai? Ichin shook his head again, a confident firmness in his tone. No, none of that. He paused, his eyes sharp and clear. The armies of justice that. The Navy is the dominant force on this sea. A tremor surged through the sand crocodile's mind, as if a time bomb had exploded in his head. The outskirts of the canola dock. A man who sees the full color of his nose because he's worried about his best friend. Slowly, he stopped pedaling his bicycle legs. Kuzan looked up slightly, a deep glint in his eyes. Seeing the perception of the color, Smoggy was sitting with a handsome young naval captain. And talking to him as one of the 7 musketeers, Crocodile. The army of justice. The Navy is the dominant force on this sea. Ichin's voice came from Kuzan's perception. Kuzan's eyes stared slightly as he silently sighed in his heart. Ugh! His hands hung down naturally, and in the next second, icy coldness burst from his side. On the surface of the sea, as Kuzan moved, a transparent wall of ice suddenly rose from the surface of the sea and, it was like a barrier that separated him from the outside world. Kuzan leaned quietly against the ice wall, eyes slightly closed, mind focused. The righteous army, the Navy is the dominant force on these seas. That's a great point. It's just that, in the Navy these days, justice isn't so pure. Ichin lazily leaned back in his recliner, the corners of his mouth carrying a deeper meaning, if any. Continuing with his previous words, he said, the Navy, though powerful, comes in first in terms of overall strength. But who can really see through the intricacies of it? Especially the pressure from the top that is constantly hanging over the entire Navy. He reached up and pointed to the sky above his head, a complex glint in his eyes. Being a child raised under the red flag myself, to the broken and archaic system of the pirate world, it's too much of a statement. The world has a huge tumor and a bunch of viruses scattered all over the place. The tumor is the world government that weighs everyone down. The virus is the pirates who roam around doing wrong. Military spending, the biggest factor in the world government's ability to clamp down on the Navy. But do these huge military expenditures come from the world government? No. It comes from the franchises of the world government. From the franchises of the hard work of those countless commoners. As the words advanced, Ichin's tone became colder and colder. But the world is sick. It results in justice that should have been done, not being done. All men are bound by these false systems, even the higher echelons of the Navy, and nothing more than pawns in the cracks. But trust in the will of the world. If you're sick for too long, you'll eventually be corrected. As soon as the people of this world realize that the rule of the world government is wrong and unjust, and they rebel, for it is the will of the people that is the most powerful force. Ichin boy, you. Smog was shocked to hear this, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the always lazy Ichin to make such a remark that overturned the norm. The rhetoric is full of extreme disdain for the existing system. Is this the same swinging colonel who can lie down and not sit down? Ichin raised his hand in a relaxed waving motion, signaling Smog not to be concerned. He himself is just a mouthpiece. Who wouldn't know how to brag about it? But if you're going to do it yourself, forget it. Saving the world is too tiring. If you have this time, you might as well get more sleep. Besides, even if it does get out, so what? Just because the old man is swinging for the fences doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper. The 5 old men and him really pushed me hard, and I led an uprising right where I was. Let them taste the power of the Red Sea. What should I do? The sand crocodile listened to these words. His heart secretly shook, and his eyes were a little confused. He didn't realize that a simple conversation. It's amazing how such deep political thought can be revealed from superficial banter. Vaguely, he was beginning to understand what Ichin meant, but exactly what to do, still fuzzy. Ichin laughed softly. Old Shah, you're on the right track with your grand way of putting on a show to deceive the people. The people, indeed, decide everything. However, the people are not cuties, and in time your tactics will surely be seen through. The moment you are perceived, your hypocrisy is exposed. Ichin continued. So, the best thing to do is to turn showmanship into reality. Use your wisdom and counsel to truly build Alabaster. To do it with all our hearts, not just on the surface. And only in this way can we truly win the hearts and minds of the people. It's the only way to take root in this land. Alabaster has a lot of potential and you're off to a great start. Ichin sat up slightly straighter, his gaze becoming deep and, if you really did this, if the sand crocodiles have built Alabaster up to a thriving, with his own hands, he has created a prosperous country where the streets are filled with laughter, merchants, and a bustling marketplace. When one sets foot on this land again, see a country that is more vibrant than anywhere else and see a new, vibrant Alabaster. If you can really make yourself feel a trace of it, in the prosperity of your hometown, even if the world is against you, I'll protect you. Woohoo! Finally finished. Honestly, this chapter was so hard to code. Yang won't brag anymore. He's not that good. Back to 2 shifts a day from now on. Woohoo! If you have a large reward, close to $100, Yang will add one more. and I'll try to add more on weekends too. Good night, plus version. Chapter 65, Ding. Pleasure begins. The sunlight on the canola is warm and dazzling, and the air is filled with the faint scent of flowers. Everything around them seemed to be gilded with a golden color. Ah! Ichin stood up, stretched his stiff body, and took a long stretch. You can wear yourself out talking so much at once. It feels great to be a life coach though, crackling out a bunch of red thoughts. But looking at the sand crocodile's look of confusion and Smog's lapse into silence. Knew it myself, these two didn't quite get it. I can't help it. It's not good to be too forward-thinking. Forget it. It's up to you to realize how much you can learn. Ichin patted the sand crocodile on the shoulder. That's all there is to say. Old sand. Aha. The sand crocodile nodded plausibly, with some doubt in his eyes. Hadn't fully digested the thoughts that Ichin had exported. Are the people the root of everything? Shouldn't it be strength? Why would someone so powerful? What about paying so much attention to that weak as a mole civilian? Perhaps, one still needs to be a little more detailed in one's perception. And Smog, standing aside, narrowed his eyes slightly and exhaled a thick puff of smoke from his mouth. This kid, Ichin, why does he talk in such a roundabout way? It always feels like there's something I'm hearing and not hearing. Can't you speak in the vernacular? Go. Let's go. Next stop, Rain Banquet. Ichin waved his hand and stepped towards the front, ready for the wonderful journey ahead. He himself is out and 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 out. And for what? It's not all about being able to enjoy it more comfortably. Is Alabaster the next part of this wonderful journey? The sand crocodile followed Ichin's lead, pulling out the phone bug he carried. A phone call called in Binky, the Baroque Workhouse's specialized waterway shuttle turtle. Along with Binky's arrival, Ichin was greeted by two youthful wheat-skinned young ladies. They smiled and surrounded him with respect and enthusiasm on their faces. Colonel, call me anytime you have a problem. Crow watched from the sidelines, gently opening the car door for Ichin with a slight smirk in his eyes. Binky and the two minor alterations were apparently the ride for Colonel. Myself and others ride in the slightly smaller shuttle turtle in the back. Anyone who dares to disturb the Colonel's pleasure at this time can try his own black king gun. Aha! Ichin nodded, then gave a thumbs up towards the sand crocodile. Old Sandy, this wave is well organized. Colonel Ben is satisfied. He was then jabbered at by two small alterations and pulled into the separate compartment of the bench. This kid. Smog shook his head, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise in a helpless smile. That's really. He sighed softly and turned his head to the sand crocodile. Though I didn't quite get the conversation between you and the Ichin boy. But, as I probably guessed, you didn't do much good in Alabaster. The sand crocodile's heart sank, and a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. And yes, a pirate-born shichibukai in a world government franchise. What good can be done? However, since that kid is willing to give you a chance, I have to give him that face. Sand crocodiles. I'll give you one piece of advice. Do what he says and don't get any ideas. That brat, Ichin, is 100 times more terrifying than you can imagine. Smog stretched out a finger and pointed it at Clue. You saw Clue's strength just now, right? Half a month ago, he was just a small pirate in the East Sea. After half a month, the pirates of the Great Voyage are no match for his one punch. All of this has changed because of following Ichin for half a month. The sand crocodile trembled slightly and his face turned ironic. Half a month? In just half a month, Crow was able to grow into this. Then Ichin, again, how horrible. You'll see later. The Overlord color is just a means in his hands. Smog leaned in slightly and whispered. He had a cut the dragon to pieces. Dragons? Sand crocodile's eyes widened as he asked rhetorically. This dragon? It can't be. Right. Smoggy's eyes were firm, his tone unshaken. Munch D. Lone. The world's most vicious criminal. That's him. The sand crocodile froze, his lips quivering slightly. Dragon. The world's most vicious criminal. Compared to him, your own theft of the country is child's play. What he's trying to steal is the lifeblood of the world government, that the Revolutionary Army has managed to stay under complete siege for so many years. His strength is obvious, but even so, was he seriously injured by one of Ichin's slashes? It's horrible. Extremely horrible. Who dash? The sand crocodile took a deep breath and forced down his inner shock. Let's go. I won't do anything extra. He turned to lead Crow and Smog toward the slightly smaller shuttle turtle. I still want to live. I don't want to be casually slashed to death. From now on, in Alabaster, Ichin's word is my word. Inside the Binky's compartment, the little converts sat side by side. Ichin leaned over comfortably and squinted his eyes, enjoying the calm before the storm. Everything around us seemed to slow down, and the sunlight poured into the compartment that, the freshness of the sea breeze was in the air. Ding! Pleasure begins. Hula dash. A large and a small shuttle turtle sped toward the location of the rain feast, the rainy ground. On the outskirts of the canola flowers, the sunlight pours down on the sparkling sea, a gentle breeze. Bring a touch of coolness. Who dash? Kuzan slowly exhaled a mouthful of cold air as his seeing color bay gradually tightened. He looked up slightly, a hint of confusion and contemplation in his eyes. Just now, he clearly perceived every word that Ichin said. Sand crocodiles are deceiving the public? Is there something hidden in Alabaster as his territory? But none of that matters. What shook himself the most was what the Ichin kid had just said. People. The masses. Mind STH. The words echoed in Kuzan's mind, stirring a deep resonance within him. This coincides with his initial beginnings. Fresh ideas activated his burning heart that had been dormant for years due to confusion. What an unheard of idea. Kuzan looked at the rippling sea and fell into deep thought. As a young man myself, with a passion for the future of the Navy, the idea of justice is burning justice. However, after O'Hara, not only did Sakaski's shelling of the refuge ship go unpunished, instead, they were honored by the world government. The world government has determined that the study of history is a sin. Even the innocent people around them are seen as complicit. But what exactly were those people guilty of? They are just ordinary people who know nothing about so-called history. This is the justice that the world government preaches. It is this kind of justice that is not the justice one initially insists on. Ichin Boy says the world is sick. When you are sick, you need to be corrected. But how do you go about correcting it? Who dash? Kuzan once again exhaled a breath of cold air while his heart boiled with hot blood. About justice. That boy must have an answer. His mind drifted to Ichin, who had just spoken eloquently to the sand crocodile. Where they're going is the rainy land? Go along and see. Kuzan remounted his bike and, with a determined gaze, headed in the direction of the rainy field. Thank you, gentlemen, for your gifts. Express, thanks. Convincing the sand crocodile episode was kind of a bust, said No Red. Couldn't help it. The aftermath of the last book. I apologize for some of the tearing. If you don't like it, just delete the book. Yang is a little tired. Only one chapter today. Chapter 66. It's like a god of gamblers ritual. A small, flame-spewing boat anchored steadily at the dock of the Oleander, stirring up a wave. Ace stepped off the side of the ship, feeling the warm alabaster sunshine on his body. Order had gradually been restored to the docks, but the discussion about Ichin had grown more heated. Have you heard? Colonel Ichin has been invited to the Rainlands by Mr. Crocodile? Yeah, I heard that too. Che, you guys are on your first handful of news, and I've got an even bigger scoop right here. I don't tell people in general. A hint of braggadocio was revealed in his voice. Really? Then tell me. Come on. I've heard that Colonel Ichin is a gambling man. The man lowered his voice as if he was afraid someone would hear him. What? The god of gamblers? The man next to him instantly widened his eyes. Really? The package is real. I'll give you another exclusive scoop. Do you know what Colonel Ichin, is doing in Alabaster this time? What for? Colonel Ichin wants 3 hours. Played Alabaster's largest casino, the Rain Banquet, into bankruptcy. The man chuckled lowly, seemingly pleased with his news. What? But isn't the Rain Banquet Mr. Crocodile's casino? Yeah, but Colonel Ichin won against Mr. Crocodile in a duel. There's a saying, the winner takes all. So Mr. Crocodile put out the highest of treats to entertain Colonel Ichin. Then, can it be that today is the end of the Rain Banquet? It's hard to say. It all depends on how much gambling skill Colonel Ichin is prepared to bring out. Their chatter faded away. Crocodile, Ichin, and Ace stood, his brow furrowed lightly in a slight silence. He listened to the conversation around him, his mind filled with doubt. He himself was the captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard Pirates. Of course he knew Crocodile, the Shichibukai who had challenged Pops. But now, how could he be connected to Colonel Ichin of the Navy? This Colonel Ichin, I believe, is the target of his good friend Bista? Bista is already on his way here. So, is he waiting here for Luffy and the others? Or do you want to follow me to the rainy field? Eston paused, a sudden decision in his mind. In this great sea, as long as one is still sailing, one will always meet. But news of Ichin can be hard to find and miss this one. Next time there's no telling when, if ever, we'll be able to get his exact message. With that in mind, Ace said to the owner of the dock store, "Hello boss. If you see a teenager in a straw hat, please tell him. I'll wait for him in the rain. Thanks." With that, he took his boat and sailed towards the rainy land. Rainlands, the dream city of the kingdom of Alabaster. The bustling streets are filled with an air of luxury and prosperity. 2 transportation turtles of different sizes slowly drove into the luxurious gates of the rain banquet. The wheels pressed over the golden stone tiles with a subdued sound. The hospitality team has been notified for a long time that the entire rain banquet is preparing to welcome the upcoming honored guests. the door to the rain banquet opens gently. With a light breeze, a breezy yet welcoming atmosphere filled the air. 2 rows of beautifully dressed, polished young ladies, standing in neat ranks. Like blooming flowers, the sunlight poured over their clothes as if gilded with a soft glow. Their smiles are warm and vibrant, and youthful. Ichin stepped out of the carriage refreshed, the sunlight pouring down on him. The warmth in the air made his entire being seem extraordinarily subdued. 2 weak-colored girls beside me helped each other out of the car. There was a touch of shyness in the crooked stride. Ichin smiled slightly and turned back to the girls. Go back and get some rest. The 2 sisters gently nodded their heads with a faint blush on their faces, and then silently stepped aside. Looking at this grand welcoming ceremony in front of him, Ichin couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The eyes passed through the greeting crowd and fell on the tall, beautiful-looking girls. Different shapes, different heights, different sizes, even different races. This, with vigor, he pulled out a cigar and handed it to the sand crocodile beside him. Old Sandy, this arrangement, very much to my liking. Look at the arrangement. 2 rows of beauties sandwiching each other. The whole rain feast is welcoming itself. After the rain banquet, you will be treated like an emperor. You'll be enjoying the best service while making $1 billion off of it later. That's what makes it worthwhile for me to be out and about again. Value. Sand Crocodile took the cigar and nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. As long as the colonel's satisfied with, it's all as it should be. Ichin patted him on the shoulder, then waved his hand. You go back to rest too, old Shah. I'll just play the rest by myself. Well, then, good luck to the colonel with his flag. Sand Crocodile nodded slightly, a hint of complexity in his gaze. Colonel Ichin's arrangements at the rain banquet have been made. Everything is based on him having fun. The money, it's all trivial. Lives are lost, everything is lost. But you, yourself, do need to go back and think about it. The words that had been spoken by Colonel Ichin had been pondered over on the journey itself. The answer to the question, however, is as a hazy mist. He himself had vaguely scratched the surface of what was going on, but he still hadn't been able to fully smooth it out. The Sand Crocodile was secretly determined that he would have to go back and clear his head. After bidding farewell to Ichin, the Sand Crocodile took a heavy step toward the headquarters of Baroque Studios. Ichin watched the Sand Crocodile's back fade away, and his heart moved slightly. With that, he turned and waved his hand toward Crow. Crow quickly stepped forward, carrying a brand new white shirt and black suit in his hands. Everything is ready, Colonel. There was a sense of professional sophistication in his tone. Ichin nodded and took the clothing, heading for the compartment behind him. The car door closed softly behind him. Ichin quickly took off his iconic justice coat and navy uniform, changed into the tailored, fitted suit. The fabric shimmers in the light, revealing an unusual aura. This was followed by a quick change into black and white tuxedos for Crow and Smoggy. It looks extraordinarily stern and unassuming. Changing his clothes, Ichin stepped towards the gilded gates. Crow and Smog followed him silently. Ichin boy. Smog can't help but mutter under his breath. That dress. It's kind of weird. Ichin looked sideways, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. What do you know, old C? It was custom made for me in Logtown. He smoothed out his hair. Dark, thick strands combed into a large back. It looks more competent and stylish. Ichin exhaled a deep cloud of smoke, his eyes mesmerized. This is the ritual of the god of gamblers. The young ladies lined up at the door were instantly attracted to the scene, and their eyes flashed with endless starlight. Every detail of Ichin's body was touching their heartstrings. This decadence is so handsome, they whispered in awe, then scrambled forward. The 2 positions beside Ichin were the battleground for them to fight over. Ha ha, don't grab it, don't grab it. Switch it up. Ichin laughed out loud and waved at Claw and Smog. Go, kill, Xiao Yang bows. Thank you for the encouragement of the reader's lords. Yang has seen it all. Thank you very much. It's Yang's own problem. A good also leakage of the text almost written as Rueda text. Mine. Tonight, I have to go out with the leader to socialize, so I'll post this chapter first, and I'll continue to code when I get back. This slag is more efficient. I'm sorry to ask for a gift, but I'm asking for some positive feedback. Thank you. Chapter 67. I have long said 1 billion berries, plain and simple. Stud. Ichin's shout of bravado resonated throughout the rain banquet. The chips in front of him were pushed into the center of the table without hesitation. He then leaned back in his chair with a smug smile on his face and took a slow drag on his cigar. This feng shui doesn't work, he muttered darkly, but his mind didn't waver. So many pads already, but one's gambling instincts tell one that this is the one. Just pike it and be done with it. 1 billion berries flipped on this one. A beautiful young lady beside him was frantically winking towards the lotter. What the hell is wrong with you? Colonel Ichin has lost 10 in a row. Why don't you hurry up and make the cards? It's a super VIP, don't you get it? The Dutchman also looked unusually nervous, sweating profusely as he lowered his head and surreptitiously glanced at the cards in his hand. I did my best. A wave of panic washed over him. He's pulled out all the stops here, holding the biggest card he can and sending it to this honored guest. Surprisingly, you still can't win. This VIP not only stinks at cards, he also stinks at gambling. What can we do about this? Yo, you kid, double pokies again? Smog walked over, holding a full load of chips, and as he said, while nonchalantly taking a seat next to Ichin, Old C, you can't do it. You're cheating by turning on the seeing color, right? Ichin glanced at Smogger's chips and then simply decided he was cheating. Are you kidding me? A guy who hasn't won a poker game against my old man on a warship can earn that many chips? Smog grunted, his tone a little disdainful. You're bolting me. It's all randomly won by the old man. Just then, with a mysterious smile, Crow whispered something to the lotter that, with that, he stood in the position of the dealer and began to deal the cards. Yo! Ichin's eyes lit up, and he raised an eyebrow at the sight of Crow's meticulous stance. Laughing, he said, Chloe, like that. Oh, thanks for the compliment. Crow smiled slightly. Colonel, please open the cards. Ichin lifted his bottom card. Oh yo, win. Feng Shui is better. Yo, win again. Cool, pike it. Ha ha. On this hand, Ichin directly did not look at his cards, and with a handful of hands, he confidently dumped his cards. Crow, that's my Feng Shui. Kill. I told you so. A billion berries. Plain and simple. The headquarters of the Baroque Work Society. A mysterious and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the dim light. The only sound to be heard in the empty room was the heavy footsteps of the sand crocodile. Step, step, step. Robin was sitting on the couch, stroking the lazy banana crocodile in her hands. Suddenly, she looked up and saw the sand crocodile that had come into the room, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Mr. Zero, you're back? The sand crocodile didn't respond to her greeting, his gaze downcast. It seemed to be weighed down by some heavy thought. Without the slightest pause, he walked straight to his boss's seat and sat down heavily. Dang! The back of the chair made a dull thud as the sand crocodile leaned back. Instead of the sharpness in his eyes that he had before, his eyes carried a bit of confusion. Robin's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw the sand crocodile in this state. Was this the same sand crocodile he knew? Sand crocodiles have always been shrewd, capable and cold. How did it turn out now? Sand crocodile slumped back in his boss chair and pulled a cigar out of a drawer. After lighting it and inhaling deeply, the smoke filled the air around him. With a dreary atmosphere, the thick smoke made it impossible to see the expression on his face. Mr. Zero? Robin's brow furrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but be curious that. The eyes lingered for a moment on the sand crocodile's grim face. Isn't Mr. Zero supposed to be doing a show at Rapeseed? Why did you suddenly come back and get so bent out of shape? Robin. The sand crocodile's voice was hoarse, breaking the silence. Do you think the people matter? Robin froze, eyes wide. How can a sand crocodile ask such a question when he has never treated those people as fools? Disdain, even in his eyes, where only peoples with a use for them deserved an ounce of attention. The rest are tools and pawns, worthless. Besides, sand crocodiles are only very serious. Before calling himself Robin, usually she calls herself Miss All Sunday. This is so weird. What the hell happened? Why are you asking about this topic all of a sudden? A pang of doubt ran through Robin's mind, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. The voice was calm but implied a strong sense of caution. The sand crocodile was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, his voice was hoarse and low, and asked again. Robin, do you think that people really matter? This time, Robin sensed the seriousness of the sand crocodile. His eyes gazed at her through the smoke, thirsting for an answer to that question. He's never asked anyone so directly before, especially with regard to the word people, which he had always disdained. For once, Robin knew that the sand crocodile was asking himself very seriously. He thirsted for the answer to that question. But, what are the people? Robin's mind drifted back to the events of O'Hara when it first happened. Mother, Dr. Clover, the history scholars who died in O'Hara, Lieutenant General Sorrow who tried to do justice, the shelled refuge ship, and more. Robin opened his mouth as if he had 1,000 words to say. But eventually, she whispered, I don't know yet, boss. The sand crocodile gently exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes becoming complex and stoic. Never mind. You weren't expected to give an answer. On the one hand, Colonel Ichin said that the path to heaven. On one side, you have the fruits of years of hard work. He thought of the revolutionaries, the dragons. One cut. Serious injury. It's not fear. It's respect for the strong. The sand crocodile squeezed his eyes shut and took a deep breath. The inner strife released in this moment. He whispered to himself, just try it. A long-lost determination surged through him, and that sharpness returned to his eyes. At one time, he had climbed to this position step by step with intelligence and shrewdness. But now, he needs a new power to propel himself into the future. Then, turning to Robin, there was determination in his voice. Gather all the senior commanders of the Baroque Work Society. Robin nodded slightly and left in silence, leaving the sand crocodile alone in the room. He leaned deep into the back of his chair and stared ahead in silence. So, what's your decision? Suddenly, a cold hand rested on the sand crocodile's shoulder and the cold touch alerted him instantly and his body stiffened. The sand crocodile snapped back, his eyes instantly widening. You, one of the highest fighting forces in the Navy headquarters. Kuzan? Why? Are you here? So, sand crocodile, what's your decision? Kuzan's voice was low, with a hint of unquestionable authority. I'm going to start taking credit for it, as Colonel Ichin suggested. Kuzan nodded slightly and exhaled a breath of cold air. Wise decision. P.S. The latest intel on the Pirate King's super unbeatable blow-up. Mr. Oda has done it again. 2 black shadows descended through the Black Thunder to lead the land of giants. One of them, red-headed Shanks, just left Giant Country. Chapter 68. It's better to wear it or not to wear it, than to half wear it. Rain Feast. With Klau's careful maneuvering, Ichin has won 10 straight at the poker table, getting bigger and bigger with each shuttle. The more you pike, the more you earn. The chips in front of Ichin had piled up like a small pyramid. The manager of the rain banquet stood aside, his face turning blue, and his heart that anxious. Seeing that this master continues to win like this, the entire casino is afraid that it will lose all its pants. But the boss, Sand Crocodile, has given the order. Master Ichin can do as he pleases. It's okay now. The whole casino helped cheat. This is not nonsense. Ichin reached out absently and grabbed a handful of chips. Casually, he slipped it into the hands of the 2 beautiful people beside him. The voice was easy and languid. Take it and buy something you like. Something to eat, something to wear, something to take your pick. The 2 beauties took the chips and carefully tucked them away. Thank you, Colonel. The Colonel is the best. The Colonel is most handsome. Sweet, bright smiles bloomed on the faces of the 2. With red-hearted adoration in their eyes. This pile of chips, it's been astronomical for the girls. A year's salary might not even compare. Colonel Ichin is not only a wealthy and handsome man, he is also the guest of honor at the rain banquet. It's too tempting. Tonight, must eat. Ha ha. Ichin laughed out loud at their compliments, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Then he grabbed a handful of chips and handed them. Once again, laughing, he said, nonsense. The pockets of the 2 young ladies' clothes were instantly stuffed to overflowing, and the blush on their faces intensified. The heart felt more and more excited and expectant. Tonight it's important to come out with the crushing power to prove that these chips are well deserved by your duo. Ichin stood up and stretched, moving his arms that were a little tired from being squeezed. He waved his hand and said to Crow, kind of tired of playing. Crow, pack up and let's call it a day and rest early. Yes. Crow moved nimbly as he began to gather up the chips on the table. These are the spoils of the Colonel's efforts. At that moment, a staff member quietly approached and whispered a few words into Klau's ear. Crow stopped gathering his chips and turned to Ichin. Walking over to him, Colonel, the sand crocodile sent someone over here to ask. Crow bowed his head slightly respectful. Will we continue to play at the rain feast tomorrow? Or, Ichin mused slightly. With this gambling skill on his own, he's already won 1 billion berries in just a few hours. Winning too much does start to feel a bit tedious. Ichin lit a cigar and exhaled a dull smoke ring. Invincible. How lonely it is. Gambling is kind of the end of the road for yourself, I guess. Why don't we go to the hot springs in Yorba tomorrow? Spa. A place that not only relaxes, but also, hot springs and bikinis. A perfect match dash. After all, wear it or don't wear it, it's better to half wear it. Tell the sand crocodile that tomorrow we're going to the hot springs in Yorba. Ichin said leisurely, a cynical glint in his eyes. Yes. Crow responded, turning toward the staff. He then whispered the arrangements to the sand crocodile staff. You boy. Smog frowned, his eyes locked on Ichin, who was frolicking with the 2 beautiful people. Couldn't help but whisper, going to a spa after the bet? You're really here on vacation. Or what? Humph. No business. Ichin looked at Smog, who was clutching his chips, and couldn't help but smile. Smoggy had previously bought himself a customized version of a motorcycle so that he could get on board without any problems. It caused him to hemorrhage his wallet and almost empty it. He was an old smoker himself, and the Colonel's quota of cigars he smoked in a few days. If it weren't for his own relief these days, this girl wouldn't even be able to afford a cigar. Now you're being serious with yourself? Chloe. Ichin barked lazily. Go ahead and order that the chips olds one are not redeemed for him. Our Colonel Smog is not the type of. Before Ichin could finish his sentence, Smog quickly interrupted him, a flash of eagerness in his eyes. Wait. It's true that my body has been a bit tired lately, so let's go to a hot spring together to relieve our fatigue. Ha ha, tell it to old Shah. Arrange for 3 premium VIP spa seats. The rain feast was not far away, and sunlight poured through the layers of clouds. The streets were bustling with people, and in an obscure corner of the Ace is asking around about Ichin. He lifted his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping aside the shopkeeper. The voice was low but not overly polite. Hello, have you seen a tall, handsome, lazy-eyed naval captain? The store owner looked up at Ace with a slight frown and a flicker of doubt in his eyes. A tall, handsome, lazy-eyed navy captain? The owner repeated in a low voice, instantly triggering the keyword. Isn't that the guest of honor from the rain feast, Colonel Ichin? What was this young man in front of me doing poking around Colonel Ichin? Ace raised his eyebrows slightly. A hint of anticipation swept across his eyes. Right, please, boss. Have you seen him? The owner sized Ace up for a few seconds. Never seen it before. I'm the first tight-lipped man in Alabaster. I am not going to tell you that Colonel Ichin is in the rain feast. Got it. Thanks, boss. Hey, the boss suddenly called out to him, looking nervous and, can't say I'm the first tight-lipped man in Alabaster to tell you that. Don't worry. Ace nodded towards his boss, then turned, heading in the direction of the rain feast. Just as he was moving at a brisk pace, the sound of a phone bug rang. Brew Blue. Hello? Ace, where are you? Bista's voice came on the other end of the line. We're in a tight hurry. Finally made it to Alabaster. You guys? Bista, didn't you come here on your own? No. Pops made Jaws come with me. Pops thinks this colonel could be the key to tip the scales in the future. Let's talk to him. Ha! It's just a colonel from the ministry with superior sword skills. Ace raised an eyebrow, obviously not quite understanding. Pops is making too much of a fuss. It's Pop's decision. Bista's tone became firm. Ace. After a few moments of silence, Ace finally sighed, his tone helpless. Fine. I'll wait for you in the rainy field. Ichin is inside the rain banquet. Okay, we'll get there now. Bista hung up the phone, exchanged glances with Jaws, and set off in the direction of the rainy field. Behind them, the Mary slowly approached the Oleander's dock, its sails gently swinging, bringing up a ripple. Chapter 69, Colonel Ichin will strike and the old man will die. Sunlight from the rapeseed dock pours through the clouds and reflects on the busy streets. Suddenly, a deafening shout broke the surrounding quiet. A starving diner. The diner. Restaurant. Luffy's voice rang throughout the docks with a familiar hunger. Because of the stolen food of a certain Rhodes appetite, the food on the Mary had been strained for some time now, and everyone had been starving. The ship had just come to a steady stop when Luffy rushed down like a gust of wind and, straight away, they launched an onslaught towards the busiest diner on the docks. Luffy, wait for us. Sauron, aren't you getting off the ship? Vivi asked, looking at Sauron, who was still working out on the deck. Sanji and the others are all set to go after Luffy. Don't mind that green algae head. Since we met Colonel Ichin, he'd be a total geek, either in training or on the way to training. Sanji said to Vivi, Colonel Ichin? Yeah, that's super ugly. Before Sanji could finish his sentence, he heard a thud. Nami hit Sanji on the head with a chestnut. Don't you dare talk about Colonel Ichin like that. Vivi, I'm telling you, Colonel Ichin is super handsome. Really, can I lie to you? Sister's vision. Nami pulls Vivi and ascends the oleander with her straw hat and her party. A short while later, Vivi and her party arrived at the diner. Just as they entered, they saw that Luffy was already sitting at the table, with food piled up in front of him. Is feasting. The shopkeeper was about to go and get Luffy another serving of food. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the straw hat on top of Luffy's head, and with a hint of doubt in his eyes, little friend, your hat, is it a straw hat? Luffy snapped his head up and blinked, full of confusion. Did you say straw hat? It's my baby. The shopkeeper suddenly changed his face and asked, excuse me, do you know someone named Ace? Luffy froze, then reacted, his eyes wide and his mouth stopped. Ace, is it Ace? He's my brother. That's right then. A teenager named Ace came by not too long ago. He said that if he met a teenager in a straw hat, to tell him, I'm waiting for him in the rain. Rainlands? Vivi looked at the shopkeeper in shock, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Isn't that the home of the Baroque Work Society? Vivi, since Ace is waiting for us in the Rainlands, let's leave for the Rainlands now. Luffy turned to Vivi and said, since Ace said to wait for him in the Rainlands, He himself would hurry to the Rainlands as soon as possible. Ha! Vivi froze for a moment, showing a hint of hesitation. But, Rainlands is headquarters of the Baroque Work Society. The boss man is in the rainy field. It doesn't matter. Vivi. Luffy clenched his fists and smiled slightly, a few wisps of steam coming out of his hands. Ace is very strong. I'm strong too. Let's go and punch the sand crocodile out of the air. Okay. So the Straw Hat and his party set off in the direction of the Rainlands, headquarters of the Baroque Work Society. Tap dash. With the sound of the last footstep, all the senior commanders of the Baroque Work Society had gathered. Everyone was seated at long, heavy wooden tables, and there was tension and depression in the air. The sand crocodile sat firmly in the center of the table as he gently exhaled smoke and, through the lingering cigar ash, no one could see his expression at the moment. Boss, activating the emergency call. Is there something urgent? Slave has other important things to do. A voice with a hint of neutrality came from the mouth of a man dressed in a swan tutu. The men covered in strange costumes. He wore heavy makeup, false eyelashes batted, and always had that distinctive smile at the corners of his mouth. Baroque Work Society Mr. 2. Mimic fruit ability Von Play. Humph. Whatever the boss says, just do it. From the left side of the table came a low voice that. A large, muscular man looked towards Fong. He had a deep scar between his eyebrows, and was dressed in the attire of a martial arts monk. The embroidery on his chest and the snake motifs on both sides of his chest show his strong identity. Baroque Work Club Mr. 1. Quick Chop Fruit Ability Des Bonus. Just then, a staff member hurried in and whispered something into the sand crocodile's ear. What? Sand crocodile frowned slightly, and his hand with the cigar paused involuntarily for a moment of silence. The face became complex. Colonel Ichin is going to the hot springs in Yorba? The hot springs were not the problem. However, the problem was Yorba was now long in ruins. His own prolonged use of sandstorms has caused the place to become almost a desert. A spa? There wasn't even a drop of water there. All the water sources had long since dried up. Well, what would one tell Colonel Ichin? Colonel Ichin, don't soak. Wait a few days and let me build the spa. Is that possible? If he dared to say that out loud himself, he would definitely slash at him. The dragon can be seriously injured, and he himself can just lie down. Who dash? The sand crocodile took a deep breath, forcing himself to pull away from these confusing thoughts, and the gaze was cold and firm. Now that the situation has taken a drastic turn for the worse, he can only resort to more direct and decisive means. How many people can be mobilized in the entire Baroque Work Society right now? Sand crocodile asked towards Robin. These aspects are usually handled by Robin. Robin pondered a little, and immediately replied, at present, the billion elders, totaling 200. It's the chief commander's ministry and the executive commander's alternate. After a brief pause, she added, and the million elders, 800 in all. Distributed in groups. The sand crocodile nodded gently. That should be enough. All senior commanders, prepare to leave for Yorba immediately. He stood up, his entire body radiating a strong aura. Mobilize supplies and build miracles. Restore Yorba to its former prosperity in one night. You leave now, and I'll be there afterward. The sand crocodile's voice was unhesitating, each word carrying an unmistakable sense of determination. That's the only way for now. You make your own mistakes, you make up for them. The air was stagnant and everyone was silent for a moment. Boss? All the senior commanders stood up, their faces filled with shock and confusion. The only one who remains unperturbed is Mr. 1, who remains steady as a rock. There was a faint glimmer in his eyes. Having joined the Baroque Work Club myself for a simple reason, to trust the sand crocodiles. Follow him to a higher pinnacle. The sand crocodile says something and does it himself. 1 hour later, there is no high command that has departed for it. I will personally strike and put the traitors to death one by one. Every word of the sand crocodile was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone in the heart. After one night, if Yorba has not returned to its former prosperity, Colonel Ichin will strike, and the old man will die. Chapter 70, Kuzan, I'm going to get together with Ichin, soak in the hot springs, and talk about life. Under the death threat of a sand crocodile, the entire senior command of the Baroque Work Society has been urgently mobilized. Almost all supplies were quickly assembled. All of them hoofed it, ready to head towards Yorba. The Vice President Robin also departs with her. Her fruit abilities crucial to the building of Yorba. The sand crocodile watched everyone leave. The smoke rose slowly, enveloping him. He exhaled softly in a smoke ring, his eyes turning to a hidden corner of the room. Is there no problem with my arrangement? Admiral Green Pheasant. Tap dash. With a faint footstep, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. Kuzan didn't answer the sand crocodile's words right away, but stood there silently and staring deeply at Robin's departing back. His eyes flashed with a complex emotion as Robin's figure drifted away. It was an image of the past intertwined with the present. Nicole Robin, her own best friend from back in the day. LT, General Sorrow, the one who fought tooth and nail to keep her alive. At that time, he made what he thought was the best decision and let her live. Afterward, she carries a chilling bounty and is often betrayed and abandoned. In order to stay alive, she has to struggle to survive in the dark underworld of the sustaining yourself by betraying others. But now, she's still in a sea of people, unable to find where she belongs, couldn't find a way to belong to her. Robin, can she, indeed, find her own way? Kuzan murmured silently, a deep helplessness in his eyes. Was the decision you made back then right or wrong? Who can give themselves the answer? Thoughts were in turmoil, and ripples ran through Kuzan's mind. Suddenly, a figure popped into his mind, the seemingly lazy, yet remarkable Colonel. That kid, he can analyze the world's situation. Regarding Robin's question, it's good to be able to advise yourself as well, I guess. Colonel Ichin, going to the hot springs in Yorba afterwards? Kuzan's voice was low and clear, breaking the air of silence. Sand Crocodile nodded gently. Yes, he plans to leave for Yorba tomorrow. Sand Crocodile, Yorba destroyed by you? Sand Crocodile's expression instantly became complicated. He acquiesced to Kuzan's question. So you're going to mobilize the Baroque Work Society overnight to fix and rebuild Yorba? Yes. I destroyed Yorba when I plotted to steal Alabaster earlier. Ha! Kuzan smiled faintly, and a cold atmosphere filled the room as his eyes held a hint of playfulness. You've got a lot of nerve. Sand Crocodile, but a dip in the hot springs? He looked slightly sideways, an imperceptible flash of amusement in his eyes. That's not so bad. Sand Crocodile, arrange a special VIP seat for me as well. I'm going to get together with that Ichin kid, soak in the hot springs and talk about life. Yes, if you do manage to salvage everything in one night, then I can give you a chance to keep performing. If Sand Crocodile change isn't all talk, instead, they actually make things happen, it wouldn't hurt to give him a chance. Otherwise, he, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, after already knowing that the Sand Crocodile was trying to steal exact information about the world government franchise, he can be apprehended directly where he is now. But, one wants to see more possibilities, still want to verify, about everything that boy Ichin said. The Sand Crocodile took a deep breath, his eyes lowered, and after a few moments of silence, he bit the cigar off hard, his eyes flashing with determination. It's not just Colonel Ichin who's going to the hot springs, even Admiral Green Pheasant is going along for the ride. Tonight, one must restore Joba to his former self, or else, I will leave immediately now. There was determination in the Sand Crocodile's voice as he nodded toward Kuzan, then rose and, quick steps toward the outside of the room. Kuzan watched his back silently, with some interest in his gaze. Does the salsa fruit do construction? Go along and see, he said, then slowly got up and followed the Sand Crocodile to Yorba. Just meet up with Ichin, Smog and the others at Yorba. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured through the thin curtains in the luxurious heart-shaped room of the warm and lazy. Ichin stretched gently, feeling the relaxation and comfort of his body. He narrowed his eyes and looked over at the two young ladies on the bed, who were still in deep sleep. A faint smile appeared on his face. Ichin gently leaned down and tenderly dropped a kiss on their foreheads. Then he rose silently and walked softly out of the room, outside the door, where Crow had been waiting for some time. Next to a couple of Baroque Works staff members, there was a hectic and organized tension in the atmosphere. Crow was carrying 2 suitcases in his hands, filled with 1 billion berries. No more, no less. Enough to avoid the Baroque Works Society from being one out of a lot of cash all at once, and fall into cash flow breaks. Also just right for Ichin's future need to spend his days in style. After all, there's no money to go out and have fun. Colonel, it's all set. It is possible to travel to Yorba immediately. Crow spoke in a hushed tone. Well, hard work. Ichin nodded slightly, his gaze slightly approving. Just then, Smoggy came lazily from off to the side, stretching and rubbing his eyes. He yawned, obviously a little tired from last night's activities. Old C, didn't you sleep well last night? Why don't you go to sleep? Is it because you don't want to? Ichin glanced at Smog, a hint of flirtation in his tone. Smoggy skimmed his lips and said in a nonchalant manner, "Poof." He pulled out of his pocket the Alabaster specialty cigar he had purchased last night after exchanging his chips, handed one to Ichin. I'm worried now that following you boys around all the time will seriously undermine the old man's justice. Ichin gently inhaled a puff of his cigar, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a light smile. A leisurely circle of smoke was exhaled. Then why don't you go back to the headquarters first with Dusty? Who stays with the warship? I'm worried that there might be pirates in Yorba and I'm going to make a round, Smog said as he looked left and right. Going back to headquarters first? Following the Itchin boy had food and drink, and was also able to grow in strength. You'd be a fool to go back to the main office first. One is already thinking about mobilizing to this kid's command in the future. Observe and watch again. Ha! Itchin laughed, shook his head and waved his hand. Let's get going then. Off to the hot springs in Yorba. Soon, a large and a small shuttle turtle started up and headed in the direction of Yorba. Ace stood in the distance, watching the two turtle trucks fade out of sight. A wave rippled through his mind. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone bug, and quickly dialed. Bista, Jaws, are you guys there yet? Itchin has left the Rainlands for Yorba. Ace, we're at the entrance to the Rainlands. Chapter 71 Bista, then I won't keep my hand in this duel. Rainlands, Ace, Bista shouted, waving her hand in greeting towards Ace, who was standing not far away. Bista, Jaws. Ace saw the two men and quickly walked over to them, with a hint of urgency in his tone. You're a little late. Itchin has already left. Sorry, we've been hoofing it all the way from the New World, so a little bit of trimming. Jaws was apologetic and sounded a little tired, but maintained his usual calm. It's okay, let's leave for Yorba now. Without hesitation, Bista said. It's not too late. Ace nodded. Okay, go. Just as they were about to head to Yorba, a familiar shout came from behind. Ace. Ace jerked around, his eyes instantly lighting up. A teenager in a straw hat was smiling broadly and waving his hand toward him. Luffy. Ace responded enthusiastically with a big smile on his face. Ace. Found you. Ha ha, Luffy, not bad, you're strong. Ace smiled and patted Luffy on the shoulder, followed by a polite and sincere bow to the Straw Hat Gang behind Luffy. This stupid brother of mine. I'm indebted to you all for taking care of him all this time. He pointed to the two men standing behind him. This is Bista and Jaws, my buddies. Bista and Jaws saw Luffy and the Straw Hat Gang with friendly smiles and raise your hand in greeting. The Straw Hat Gang laughed and returned the salute, and the atmosphere lightened. Say, Luffy, do you guys want to come to our Whitebeard pirates? Ace narrowed his eyes slightly. We, the pirates, are super strong. Luffy smiled at that and shook his head. I don't want it. I want my own adventure. Ha ha, okay, but we'll be on our way to Yorba soon. Yorba? Luffy blinked curiously. Isn't that where the rebel base is? What are you doing in Yorba? We're going to look for a man who is heading toward Yorba. His name is Itchin, and he's a colonel in the Navy headquarters. Colonel Itchin? Vivi and Nami's eyes widened almost simultaneously as they looked at Ace in shock. And, is he in this country too? What? Ace froze, showing a hint of confusion when he saw them react like that. Colonel Itchin. Just then Bista interjected, his voice taking on a note of intense interest that, do you know him? I'm interested in him, so if you have any information on him, could you advise? I'd appreciate it. Well, we met him earlier in Logtown. Sauron narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly interested in the topic, and couldn't help but interject. What kind of information do you want about him? I've heard he'll have a whole new kind of swordplay, Bista said softly, a hint of curiosity in her words. Although the Donghai Daily is the most authoritative newspaper in Donghai, but can't be sure of the truth. There is no need to have doubts about that, I can tell you clearly. The corners of Solan's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes became deep and determined. What he would be, more than a whole new kind of knife fighting. The crowd froze, and Ace frowned, obviously not quite understanding. More than one? Or is it a whole new knife art? How is that possible? One of them, capable of breaking the sky. Broken sky? Ace and Bista and the others froze, a flash of doubt in their eyes. Really? It can't be. Broken sky? That's an extremely difficult thing to do. Even if Itchin is a person that Hawkeye Mihawk admires. But he is, after all, just a headquarters colonel from the East Sea. If there really is a power to break the sky, why hasn't the Navy heard anything about him? Aha! Ace, that's what we saw with our own eyes. Luffy swore. Then, let's leave for Yorba at once. Bista's eyes glittered with intense interest and excitement. Itchin, since you're so skilled with a sword, then this duel, I won't hold back. The trading center of Western Alabaster, the former oasis of Yoruba. The sun poured through the clouds and shone on the gleaming buildings of the bring a touch of warmth and hope. Gar. Two shuttle turtles parked firmly at the brand new city gates. The sound of heavy tires scraping against the sand cut through the surrounding silence. The gates were wide and the majestic stone walls were studded with runes that shimmered with golden light. The outline of the city is clearly visible. The buildings are staggered and colorful. A stark contrast to the surrounding desert landscape. Itchin gently pushed the door open and stepped out of the compartment. Standing in the wide square, he raised his head slightly and I swept over the new and slightly empty city before them. The sunlight poured through the thin clouds on the ground, and the outline of Joba's. The buildings are neatly organized and the streets are clean and tidy. The place seems to have just undergone some sort of massive renovation. But even so, the city still smells with a hint of post-new construction silence and coldness. Less popular. Ichin sighed. Just as he was taking a closer look at the city, a strong sense of dissonance suddenly struck him. Ichin's gaze rested on the dusty group of people in front of him, especially the sand crocodile at the front of the line, who was covered in mud and sand. Old Shah, what are you? Who dash? The sand crocodile gently patted the mud on its body, shook off a few tiny grains of sand, and, with that, he pulled a cigar from his pocket and skillfully lit it. Yorba was getting a little old, so it was refurbished overnight. He paused, a hint of pride in his voice. Make sure the colonel has fun. More fun. The sand crocodile paused. Gaze swept over the ordinary members of the community and high command that covered almost the entire city behind them. These men braved labor, day and night. 200 workers, a dozen able-bodied. It quickly gave Yorba a new look. The whole city is like a canvas of brightly colored paint. New life in a short period of time. Colonel Ichin, please follow me. The sand crocodile nodded gently and led Ichin forward. They came to a newly constructed spa building with a simple but elegant appearance that it blends into the surrounding natural landscape. Wood and stone are skillfully combined to exude warmth. The lobby is spacious and bright, with high ceilings and sunlight pouring in through large windows. It illuminated everything around it. Outside, there was a landscape of green hills and mountains, and the gentle sound of running water was intertwined with birdsong. Around the spa pool, stone and wood are paired with clear, transparent water and steam that rises gently. The air is lightly scented with mineral aromas, with a natural freshness that it gives a peaceful and cozy feeling. Colonel Ichin, this is the finest spa in Alabaster dash. The sand crocodile proudly introduced in order to ensure that Colonel Ichin would be satisfied, especially with the spa that he had focused on requesting. The whole Baroque work club went all out, in order to find a stable water source again. Even Admiral Green Pheasant has contributed. Not bad, not bad. Ichin looked at the environment of the spa building with satisfaction. Most notable, of course, or the beautiful scenery in front of the door, a group of welcoming ladies in cool bikinis. Colonel Ichin, welcome. Chapter 72. May I ask, how do you see justice? Ah, a relieved sigh spilled from Ichin's mouth, and with it came a feeling of complete relaxation. A warm stream of water gently hits the skin, steam fills the air, and every inch of muscle is releasing long-suppressed exhaustion. Even the air became soft. Master, a little more force. Ichin turned his head to the scrub master behind him. This professional scrubber behind the scenes is skillful and has the right amount of force. Rubbing his tired back, each touch was like brushing a weight off his body. Cozy. Ichin closed his eyes, enjoying the drowsy relaxation. Beside him, the sand crocodile was similarly sprawled out on another massage chair. Ichin saw him covered in mud and sand before. How could he not understand that he had worked all night long? Make arrangements for where you want to soak in the hot springs. Straight away, he dragged the sand crocodile in with him to take a dip in the hot springs and wash away the dirt and exhaustion. The sand crocodile didn't have any reason to say no to this obviously cordial attitude of Ichin. So come along and relax, brother Ichin. Tired of scrubbing? A soft call brought Ichin back slightly from his relaxed state. Turning his head, he saw a young lady in a bikini walking gingerly towards, a glass of freshly squeezed juice in her hand, her smile warm and bright. She crouched down, her slender fingers reaching out to Ichin's mouth, and tenderly handed over the juice. Have some juice. It's refreshing and quenches your thirst. Ichin smiled slightly and slowly sat up, taking the juice. Take a sip of the fresh, fruity flavor. The sweet and sour flavor blooms on the tongue and refreshes the mind. It's true that I'm a little tired, and even though I didn't do anything, I'm still working myself hard. His gaze shifted to the sand crocodile with a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Old Shah, things were done well. I am very satisfied with this trip to Alabaster. It would be great to please Colonel Ichin. The sand crocodile breathed a slight sigh of relief and, looking at this satisfied expression on Colonel Ichin's face, his own little life that was securely saved. Come on, let's go to the hot springs together. Ichin patted the sand crocodile on the shoulder, a light-hearted smile flashing in his eyes, though perhaps compelled by his own strength and the threat of death. It's the sand crocodiles that are so obedient and submissive. But, from the rainy land to Yorba, from the rainy feasts to the hot springs, without fail, he or she felt treated at the top of the heap. I'll definitely be back myself when I get to the main office. Alabaster will be one of his own future frequent travel and vacation spots. Sand crocodiles, which deserve to remain on the land and continue to contribute to Alabaster, develop more fun and interesting places. The sand crocodile looked at Ichin, who was walking towards the spa room, and nodded, then got up and, keep up with him. Mixed male and female hot spring rooms. Ichin, Smog, Sand Crocodile, and Croc, all four quietly soaking in the hot springs. The warmth of the water gently wrapped around their bodies, and the feeling of relief pervaded them. Ichin closed his eyes slightly, feeling the warmth of the hot springs, his lower body submerged in the water. The upper half of his body was gently massaged by a young lady. The slender jade hand was like running water, traveling up and down his spine with just the right amount of force to. The gentle, rhythmic pressing almost mesmerized him, each time his fingers touched his muscles, which seemed to carry a hint of teasing. Makes the heart itch. This rubbing and pressing, he softly muttered to himself, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. One rigid and one soft. Who can stand up to it? The air was filled with the mineral aroma of the hot springs, and the water rippled with tiny ripples as the gentle bubbling sound of gurgling is so relaxing. Ichin exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes a bit mesmerized, enjoying the leisurely time very much. The sand crocodile quietly soaked in the water, his body relaxing and almost falling into a deep sleep. Being a sha-sha, the weakness of being encased in hot spring water and the exhaustion of a busy night of it made him drowsy. You kid, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Smogger chuckled lowly, his eyes half closed as he enjoyed this rare moment of relaxation. The warmth and humidity of the hot springs made him feel as if he were being rewashed and the fatigue in the body is dissolving a little. The boy Ichin can't be faulted for enjoying this piece. He followed him himself, combining work and rest, and his training was less tiring, and his purse was richer. That thigh, gotta hold on to it. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the silence between the hot springs. Smug, you've fallen too. Smoggy jerked his head up to see Kuzan walking into the spa wrapped in a towel. Humph, Kuzan, you're finally here. Kuzan looked at them with a smile on his face. I've been here for a long time. It just doesn't intrude on your money-making pleasure. Kuzan then walked over to Ichin and held out his hand and there was a hint of depth in his eyes. First time meeting, Admiral Kuzan of the Navy headquarters. Without the slightest hesitation, Ichin smiled and extended his hand to shake his hand. Headquarters Colonel Ichin. The moment the two men shook hands, the atmosphere in the air changed subtly. The young lady behind Ichin saw this and exited the room with a sense of humor. Leaves plenty of room for the men to interact. I know, Smoggy hasn't told me much about you. The man who broke the sky with a knife. Kuzan stretched, a look of relaxation on his face as he eased into the hot springs. This hot spring, it was indeed comfortable. Even for a frozen person like himself, he felt a hint of comfort in his heart, though it would be accompanied by a slight feeling of weakness, which was the effect of the fruit's ability when it touched the water. But for someone of your own strength, the effect of weakness is minimal. Yes? Ichin smiled slightly and sat back in the spa. Olds didn't say anything bad about me, did he? Kuzan, the dovish admiral of the Admiralty, be a man of honor and righteousness. One still has a soft spot for him. For people who have a soft spot, I'm happy to take a dip and chat together myself. No, he talked a lot about what makes you unique. Kuzan's eyes became a little more subdued at this moment, and his tone began to grow serious. Nevertheless, I have some questions I'd like to discuss with you. I can't say about the exploration. You ask, Grand Admiral Kuzan. May I ask, how do you feel about justice? Kuzan's words fell lightly, but they carried a heavy weight. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the lake of Ichin's heart, stirring up layers of ripples. At the entrance to the spa, the wind rattled the brass bells that hung outside the door, making a slight tinkling sound. At that moment, an out-of-breath staff member hurried into the shopkeeper's office. His face was flustered and he looked extremely nervous. It's no good, shopkeeper. The store owner looked up from behind his desk. What's the matter? So flustered? Because the spa has been chartered by Boss Shah, the staff member practically shouted. And so no one else gets in. But now there's a group trying to force their way in. The shopkeeper jolted to his feet, surprise spreading across his face in an instant. Who wants to force their way in? Do you guys know who's in the spa right now? You're breaking into a spa? They call themselves the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 73 The Real Treasure of This Great Sea. May I ask, how do you feel about justice? Kuzan asked suddenly, his voice low and with a few moments of contemplation. How is justice perceived? Ichin froze slightly, his gaze subconsciously sweeping towards Kuzan, his mind filled with doubt. Kuzan, in the original, does have a deep confusion about justice during this period, but that's not a question you should be asking yourself. After all, one's own justice, but swinging justice, Kuzan's justice, though, seems to be lazy justice. General Kuzan, you're not coming over to discuss how to nap in the sun, are you? If you're asking that, I'm not sleepy. Kuzan spoke slowly. Yes, My seeing colors sensed what you said to the sand crocodile earlier. I can feel it. You have a unique perspective on the world. A hint of hesitation appeared on Ichin's face. So it's Kuzan's sense of smell color that sensed that he convinced the sand crocodile. That is, since I grew up under the red flag and was born in the spring breeze. So once in a while the heat of the moment comes and you preach to the sand crocodiles. Himself mainly wanting the sand crocodile to build Alabaster better, so that you can make your vacation life here more pleasant. Look at the treatment he's enjoyed in the last 2 days in Rainy and Yorba. Honestly, anyone from Cobra has to be envious. However, Kuzan approached himself to inquire about the words of justice. Ichin's mind flashed back to the scene where master and disciple were pitted against each other. Akane's ascension to the top is a disappointment to those of you who have experienced O'Hara, isn't it, Grand Admiral Kuzan? Perhaps it's time to take some time to think about the war at the top for yourself. If the war at the top started, he himself would definitely be muddling along with Old Yellow, but the impact after the top is so huge. The Navy, in particular, has undergone a sea change. Admiral Akane takes the throne and is promoted to Marshal of the Navy, and the Navy begins to fully develop its military power. Then came the World Conscription, which brought in 2 new generals, Fujitaka and Green Ox. But Ichiaki, the Fujitaka, has his own justice, a justice full of benevolence. He doesn't exactly follow Akane's orders. The other Green Ox, Aramaki, is a fan of Akane's, who practiced justice in death. It's a traitor to the Tenrya people, but it's hailed as a great general's shame, and can only be abused. This led to the fact that a lot of the military affairs that needed to be done out of hand pile up on Old Huang's shoulders. Look at Old Yellow after the war at the top. He's everywhere. Is there any trace of the original Navy king of nail clippers? Pure and simple cattle and horse fighting workers. FFS. I despise him. This is a situation that you can't afford to be in on your own. So, one could try to persuade Kuzan to stay in the Navy. At least, he's got nothing to say about his strength. With him around, there were fewer military duties to apportion to Old Huang. Less military service for Old Huang equals less military service for himself. With fewer military duties of their own, they can leave it all to Crow and the others. Wouldn't that be the same as, well, being able to touch fish beautifully? That's the idea. With this in mind, Ichin raised a hint of seriousness and said to Kuzan, Grand Admiral Kuzan, though I don't know what's currently on your mind, but you can ask any questions you have. I know enough to give you an answer. Kuzan looked deeply at Ichin. Good, since you choose to ask questions, trust him. Nicole Robin, do you know her? Son of the devil. Of course I know. Kuzan's eyes swept over everyone in the room. Ichin is the one he wants to ask questions of. Smog is his friend. The sand crocodile had a handle on himself, so he wasn't worried about anyone revealing anything. I was the one who let her go myself in the O'Hara incident back then. What? Smog and Sand Crocodile's eyes widened almost simultaneously, shock filling their expressions. I can't believe Kuzan did something like this. Only Ichin, who had long known the truth, listened in silence. Kuzan drew in a slow breath, recalling the decision to. A flicker of imperceptible pain flashed in his eyes. Sorrow fought tooth and nail to save her. That's why I chose to set her free. But she never found where she belonged and kept wandering. Kuzan sighed softly, his eyes complicated. I don't know. The decision that was made in the first place. It's right or wrong. That's something I can't advise you on. Grand Admiral Kuzan. Ichin finally spoke, his tone calm and firm. After all, things like right and wrong, everyone has a different answer. What's wrong for you may be right for me. Ichin's eyes fixed on Kuzan, his tone more assured. But might as well let the bullets fly for a while and keep watching for a while. I'm sure you'll have the answer. Kuzan was silent for a moment, his eyes lingering on Ichin for a few seconds before he finally nodded and, seemingly deciding to put aside the doubts in his mind. Okay, then we'll observe for a while. He turned his head to look at Sand Crocodile, his tone still calm but with a hint of command. Old Sand, you keep an extra eye out for me too. The Sand Crocodile nodded, his gaze deep. The mind was already made up, the woman's coming from a place that turned out to be Grand Admiral Kuzan. Looks like we need to send her away sometime. It's a ticking time bomb. Kuzan looked at Ichin with a slightly heavier expression and an imperceptible wavering in his tone. And I'd like to ask about justice. Because of something, I changed my justice. But then in my day-to-day actions, my approach would appear to be inconsistent with existing justice. Grand Admiral Kuzan. Ichin's eyes grew firm. All the advice I can give you is, instead of focusing on what justice is, focus on justice itself. You think that's righteous? Do it. As a soldier, while it is a vocation to follow orders, but those orders from the scrolls. Ichin's eyes went cold, and there was a touch of contempt in his words. If it was me that, I'll take it as a fart. It's sickening to see the orders given by people whose brains are filled with mush. That's something that I think olds did just fine. Let them, all of them, eat. Smoggy's chest rose involuntarily at these words, and with a touch of pride in his eyes, the corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. I'm proud, but realized that the issue of military spending. Kuzan's tone became serious, and he continued to have that calm demeanor as he has been the biggest shackle that has curbed reforms within the Navy. As long as the Navy still needs military funding through the world government, the Navy wouldn't be able to defy the will of the world government. Military expenses? Ichin mused for a moment, a few thoughtful expressions on his face, and indeed, Kuzan's analysis, accurate and sharp, gets to the root of the problem. One certainly understands that military spending is not only a problem for the Navy, it's also the world government's means of controlling the Navy. Grand Admiral Kuzan, interested in learning about, understand what? Ichin's tone suddenly became mysterious and tantalizing. The true treasure of this great sea. What's that? Kuzan's eyes flickered and his mind moved slightly. For 800 years, countless pirates set sail, countless pirate ships, almost all of them sunk in this great sea. Ichin stretched out his finger, pointing into the distance. And those pirates, with all the treasure they carry, all that wealth, all buried in this great sea. Chapter 74 Kuzan, I'm burning up. Can't wait a bit longer. What? A flash of shock flashed through Kuzan's eyes. Treasure in the depths of this ocean? But the Ichin kid does have a point. Even the Great Age of Sail, which started not long ago, had countless pirates who chose to set sail. But this ocean is a mix of blood and death, and most of the pirates have not been able to escape the end of their deaths. The wealth they robbed, except for the ones they squandered, most of them are buried forever at the bottom of the sea with the wreck. These unclaimed treasures are indeed something the Navy can try to fight for. A very tempting offer. Kuzan bowed his head in contemplation, and with a faint gleam in his eye, if the Navy is able to mine the treasure at the bottom of the ocean, it would indeed greatly reduce its dependence on the world government. But the depths of this sea are inhabited by creatures not to be trifled with. Neptunes, the most powerful species in the ocean. They are large, diverse and numerous. Not only do they possess an extremely long lifespan, but they are exceptionally ferocious, and once encountered, almost no one is immune. Kuzan's voice was low and calm. Even the Navy would not easily mess with these monsters. Actually, the Neptune class is not an insurmountable challenge. Ichin smiled, with confidence in his voice, and he pointed in the direction of the oleander in the distance where Yellow Sarah's headquarters warship was parked. Since the Navy's warships were able to pass through the windless zone without any problems by setting seafloor stones in the bottom of their ships, then develop a deep-sea mining submarine that will have seafloor stones set into the exterior of the, to circumvent the Sea King class, and it's not much of a stretch for the Navy. You mean, solving the problem of the Neptune class with a seafloor stone plus a submarine? Kuzan froze for a moment, his eyes quickly turning to Ichin, clearly a bit surprised. Submarines do exist, but are not the dominant vessel in this sea, right? Ichin was full of confidence. Besides, old Huang is very familiar with that big head, isn't he? The development of a mining submarine, for which it's just a project that's too small to be true. After all, look at the other programs he's developed. Whether it's clones, letting items eat devil fruit, the ability to switch conditions, or artificial devil fruit, green blood, pacifists, or killing angels, they all exist across this era. A submarine inlaid with sea floor stones? Pediatrics. You're talking about Dr. Burgopunk? Kuzan's eyes snapped open and he looked at Ichin in disbelief. Money and R&D wouldn't be an issue if Dr. Burgopunk was developing it. His scientific abilities are said to be unmatched even after another 500 years. The world government has also given him a large amount of money for research. Developing a submarine was not worth the cost of his massive research grant. Right. The problem is that Dr. Burgopunk has been under the surveillance of the world government. Kuzan is slightly concerned that Burgopunk's research was always closely monitored by Jagurusius Satan Saint, the 5 old stars Satanist A. With his smarts, surveillance and all that, not a problem. Straight to the point of making the purpose clear to him, Ichin said confidently, I'm sure he'll absolutely help. What the Old Bailey covets is nothing more than the research and development funds given by the world government. Look how much he's done behind the back of that idiot Satanist A. 100 years of setting up Boney as a partial pacifist supreme authority, carrying the pentagram research gap on her back. Now you tell him I have a super lucrative way of making money, but to do it together behind the back of the world government, do you mess with it? Get it done and you'll have enough money to do the research you want to do yourself. Are you kidding me? Is he good at this? I reckon he'll be in more of a hurry than you are when the time comes. But, Pugliacerino is the supreme officer of the Navy's science force. Kuzan finally voiced his last concern. a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Yellow Sara is the supreme officer of the Navy's science force, and if he's going to see Burgapunk himself, he's the one who absolutely can't get around it. Old Yellow? He's too lazy to care about these things. Ichin smiled softly. Burgapunk is his friend, and friends can be better and happier. He won't mind his own business. With this time, he might as well stay in his office and cut his nails more. Kuzan froze slightly, his eyes locking onto Ichin. If everything is what Ichin Kid said, then it's pretty messed up. Money is the bottom line that can make anything possible. With sufficient military spending, the Navy has the basis to break free of the world government's stranglehold. Imagine a time when the Navy, no longer a puppet, no longer a tool of the world government. Rather, it is the ability to truly act on your own will. How much of a deterrent can the world government be to this ocean without the Navy? Ruling with the Knights of God and the Dragon Shield CP0? That's nothing more than a paper exercise. A revolutionary army is capable of messing with your head. Not to mention the pirates roaming around. If it comes to that, and the world government wants the Navy to step in, they'll have to ask the Navy what they want to do first. If the Navy doesn't want to do it, that's one word, no. It's no use even begging. Inside Kuzan's heart, he was suddenly ignited by a fire like never before. He could almost see the day coming when the Navy would truly be an independent force. Seeing that you can make your own decisions according to your own justice, he could hardly wait to talk to Burgapunk. New Navy program. Can't wait a little bit longer. Grand Admiral Kuzan. Ichin smiled faintly, looking at Kuzan, whose eyes grew hot, and silently lamented in his heart. You're really cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and this is starting to burn? Now that you have given advice, you will see things through to the end. If the Navy could actually get better, purer, and focus on fighting pirates, restore calm to this sea, then one's own days of groping and swinging at the ministry will be more bearable. After all, there are no more pirates, so what's the point of bothering yourself out of hand, going to work and touching fish until the end of the day? Life is fun, not so fast. Grand Admiral Kuzan, even with enough submarines to be able to successfully salvage the treasure on the back of the world government, and for how long and how much? Ichin continued, with a hint of deep thought in his tone, for the huge naval military expenditures. It's still a drop in the bucket. There is a solution? Kuzan's voice was full of anticipation, himself perfectly sure that the young man in front of him looked at things from the point of view and the way of thinking that all of them make clear the blind spots that you have overlooked one by one. Kuzan's eyes became more focused, and his entire body suddenly sat up a little straighter as he waited for an answer. Yes. Ichin nodded slightly and said stoically, there is a race that desires equality that it's waiting to be rescued by the Navy. Mermaids and fishmen on Fishman Island. All the treasures in the depths of this sea, if only to gain their approval and help. It's all going to be an asset to the Navy. Chapter 75, Lao Sha, but we are a gang. Fishman Island? Kuzan's brow furrowed slightly, a flash of deep thought in his eyes. His mind quickly recalled all about Fishman Island. The history of this place, once regarded by the world as alien, is long and complex. Fish and mermaids were once categorized as fish and discriminated against by humans, until 200 years ago, when the Ryugu Kingdom became a member of the world government. Fishman Island has only reluctantly established some form of friendly relations with humans. However, even so, the mermaids and fishmen on the island have never been able to shake off human prejudice. Humanity, on the one hand, has allowed Fishman Island to join the world government. On the other hand, discrimination against them continues to deepen behind the scenes, and this contradiction is even intensifying. Years ago, there have been two attempts to change the situation of Fishman Island in the human race, Princess Agi and Fisher Taiga, who have advocated coexistence with humans and break with humans respectively. Unfortunately, they all lost their lives for their ideals. With the beginning of the Age of the Sea Thief, Fishman Island was plunged into endless plundering. Pirates and navies wreak havoc here, especially young female mermaids. It became a high-priced commodity in the human trafficking market. Of course, there is the shadow of the world's aristocrats, the dragons. Even, they are the primary consumers. This is a situation that some of the Navy, who are truly dedicated to justice, can only look on, and the heart is filled with a sense of powerlessness. Despite the improvement in conditions on the island, it is a shame that the Navy is not to blame for all this change. Rather, it was due to the intervention of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard made Fishman Island his territory before those pirates dared to encroach on it. It seems ludicrous as hell, but it really is the current state of the Navy. Enough to discourage his own faction of the Navy. Mind. However, the Ichin Kid's suggestion does make sense. Fishmen and mermaids are the favorites of the sea, and if they would assist the Navy, formed into different salvage teams and dispersed throughout the seas, a salvage team could be staffed near each branch. Then all the treasures of this sea will not escape the Navy. But the ones who are now ruling Fishman Island are the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy has no intention of going head-to-head with Whitebeard at the moment. Ichin smiled softly. Indeed. Don't worry. Wait for an opportunity. It's true that the Navy has no intention of going hard with Whitebeard right now. Right away. Counting the time. Ace will meet Blackbeard soon. If the original storyline is followed, the Whitebeard pirates will be crippled once the war at the top is fought. The ownership of Fishman Island will change and the Big Mom pirates will take over Fishman Island. Finally, 2 years later Luffy sails to Fishman Island and eventually flies the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates. But the transition period between after the war at the top and when Big Mama took over is the perfect time for Grand Admiral Kuzan to intervene. Attempts began to remove the stigma between Fishman Island and humans and to restore trade between Fishman Island and humans. By then, Alabaster should be better built by Old Sandy. It could be used as a basis for convincing the Kingdom of Neptune. Of course, all these actions need to be done quietly, and the shotgun don't. Once it succeeds, the Navy will be the equivalent of Monkey unchained from his tightrope. It's time to strike hard at the pirates of this great sea, and when the time comes, we can also lure the benevolent-hearted One Smile into the Navy as well. The three great generals, Akane, Toho, and Green Pheasant, traveled around and dealt with pirates from all over the world. The seas shake wherever the Iron Fist of Justice goes. What are you doing with Huang? Of course, he stayed behind at the Navy headquarters to rub his nose in it. Doesn't this ministry need a warrior to stay behind? Old Huang and I will take care of the house. You guys can go out and fight without worrying. As for getting a mobilization call from the Skrulls when the time comes, Skrulls? It's so uncooked. Really don't call me. I'm afraid the underwater treasure will misunderstand. Well, since you boys are so confident, Kuzan exhaled a soft breath of cold air, a flicker of pleasure and recognition in his gaze, and, then I'll wait. He stretched out, relaxing against the edge of the hot tub. The muscles in his body gradually stretched in the warm water flow, as if every cell was relaxed. Slight ripples in the water of the hot springs, a light mineral aroma in the air. It gives a sense of peace. Kuzan closed his eyes, feeling the comfort of the warmth of the water and the bubbles as he, thoughts, however, had long since flown to the future that Ichin had spoken of. There was a certain long-lost eagerness shining in his eyes. Should we inform others of all this? The faces of the Navy's top brass flashed through Kuzan's mind. Marshal of War, Sakaski, Palya Sereno, Zephyr Sensei, Carp Sensei, Saru LT, Jen. Seems like only Palya Sereno can negotiate first. It's better to leave the rest for now. When you've salvaged your first pot of gold, make your decision again. Who dash? Smoggy exhaled a deep smoke ring, the smoke slowly dispersing through the air. Gradually engulfed in hot spring vapors. Kuzan, who appeared to be lazily leaning against the edge of the pool, his eyes half-lidded, his gaze still mild. But Smoggy could feel the fire rising behind that cold breath. Inside Kuzan's mind, a certain subtle change had taken place. That once cold, frozen state of mind has begun to thaw and it ignited a long-lost passion. Kuzan. Smog's voice was low, but with an almost euphoric flavor. Is it finally burning again? Kuzan turned his head slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting into a meaningful smile. Yeah, it's hard not to visualize the transformative picture of the future. A new world, where the Navy is freed from its bonds and the threat of the pirates is dissipating. This sea may be calmer for it. I'll do my part too. I'm looking forward to it. Smug. The sand crocodile was silent, soaking quietly in the hot springs. The warm spring water saturated his entire body, but his insides churned like the sea. Are these words, are they something you can listen to? You two navies, in front of one of your own Shichibukai, talks about how to expand the military by salvaging undersea treasure and use it to break away from the world government. If this does work, then the Navy, the world government, the landscape of the sea, and indeed the entire ocean, would be turned upside down. The sand crocodile stared into Ichin's face, his insides in turmoil. Colonel Ichin, look what you've done. Just a simple soak and a chat. And General Kuzan rekindled his will, already planning for a future break from the world government. As a spectator himself, could that run away? This ship of thieves, Old Sand cannot get off. You have to keep your word. You'll have to bail me out when the time comes. We're in this together. Dang. The door to the spa room was kicked in violently. The frame shook violently, and with a deafening yell that resonated throughout the room. Sand crocodile. Luffy's voice carried an undeniable punch, and his eyes locked straight on the sand crocodile. That, I'm going to beat you. Ichin and the others froze for a moment, then turned their heads to look. Luffy was seen standing in the doorway, looking excited and impulsive, and behind him, the Straw Hat Gang, Ace, Bista, Jaws, and others are then revealed. Admiral Green Pheasant? A glance at Kuzan's vista shouted out. His voice unconsciously 8 cents higher. And, how did he get here? Who the hell can tell me why Admiral Green Pheasant of the Navy headquarters, with a country stealing Shichibukai, taking a bath?